Chapter 1. The Model Empress. In the Grand Qin dynasty, during the winter of the third year of Jingxing, on the 23rd day of the 12th month, the chilling winds from the desolate northern lands howled fiercely, battering every inch of land and all living beings exposed to the elements. The bells atop the central palace's eaves clanged urgently, reminiscent of soul summoning. The vast square lay strewn with the lifeless bodies of guards and palace attendants, limbs severed and heads that would not close their eyes the sanguine atmosphere of daytime. Slaughter lingered into the night, akin to vengeful spirits wailing in despair. Your Majesty, the Empress, is requested to embark on her journey, intoned the eunuch delivering the edict, his elongated tone sounding particularly eerie in the stillness of the night. Jiang Dings gazed at the sobbing courtiers kneeling around her, took a few deep breaths, and addressed the nearly fainting maidservant, Zai, beside her. Go, inquire once more whether the emperor will come. I refuse to believe he can be so heartless. Zai knelt down, weeping. Your Majesty, the emperor has declared he will not come. Furthermore, Your Majesty, the emperor stated that since you are gravely ill, why not choose an auspicious day to depart, thereby ensuring a favorable rebirth in your next life? The eunuch sneered, dripping with sarcasm. With your current state, what are you waiting for? Why not heed the emperor's decree and leave early, lest someone cling to the notion that you are still alive, causing unrest among the troops? Jiang Dings smiled faintly and beckoned him closer. Come here, I did not quite catch that. The eunuch hesitated, shrinking back, yet he stepped forward, emboldened by his own presumption. Your Majesty, we are all concerned for your well-being. With a sharp crack, Jiang Dings delivered a resounding slap across the eunuch's face. The gleaming golden armor on her fingers left deep crimson marks on his visage, causing him to clutch his bleeding face and roll on the ground in anguish. Jiang Dings withdrew her hand, taking a breath before she smiled again. What manner of wretch are you to dare insult me? When I choose to depart this life is not for a lowly creature like you to dictate. Her momentary fury sent the golden-armored guards surrounding the hall into a state of palpable tension, as if facing a formidable enemy. Jiang Dings straightened herself slightly from her phoenix couch, her once enchanting beauty now pallid and wan. Her figure, once alluring, had withered under years of diligent toil and pressure. Yet her regal bearing remained intact, and none dared to approach her again to persuade her towards death. For she, Jiang Dings, was the most sagacious and diligent empress in the annals of the Qin dynasty. Once, she had valiantly defended against the northern tribes, supported her husband, Long Yingshe, in ascending to the throne, aiding him in governance, favoring virtuous ministers. While distancing herself from the treacherous, for over a decade, she had exhausted herself, even contending with the ambitious and malevolent chancellor, Long Yingshe's commander, Weian. Moreover, she had borne Long Yingshe's son, the intelligent and obedient crown prince, Long Zung. Yet despite her tireless dedication, beloved by both courtiers and commoners, this empress, akin to a model worker, could not escape the clutches of illness. At merely 36 years of age, she found herself gravely ill, with no remedy in sight. She was on the brink of death. Little did she anticipate that before she could take her final breath, her husband, whom she believed loved her most, had already drafted an edict for a new empress, selecting an auspicious day to hasten her departure. Even more absurd was Long Yingshe's determination to force her to take her own life, encircling the central palace with 3,000 golden-armored warriors who slaughtered loyal guards and attendants throughout the day, all for the sake of asking her a single question: when would she depart from this world? Chapter 2. This son is yours now. Jiang Dings coughed painfully, her heart-wrenching cough echoing throughout the vast hall. At that moment, the palace doors swung open, revealing a young lad of about 16 or 17, clad in splendid attire, who entered with a bowl of medicinal soup. Jiang Dings grew into amp. Appo's eyes lit up with warmth. And amp. Appo's The youth before her was her only son, Long Zuya. However, the glimmer of joy in her eyes quickly faded into deep despair. Behind Long Zuiyun stood Duanmu Qingqiu, adorned in a newly crafted queen's phoenix robe. With a gentle smile, Duanmu Qingqiu approached, saying, "Sister, the emperor has sent me to check on you. Why have you not begun your journey?" Jiang Dings chuckled softly. Did the emperor truly send you? Duanmu Qingqiu pursed her lips in a smile, her voice as soothing as ever. Not quite. In truth, the emperor instructed the crown prince to accompany you on your journey, and I merely took the opportunity to seek permission to visit. Jiang Dings was momentarily taken aback, glancing at her silent son beside her. As well, Weian suddenly knelt, proclaiming loudly, I respectfully request Mother to embark on her journey. The vitality in Jiang Dings' expression swiftly diminished, as if the very essence of her being had been siphoned away. She slowly inquired, why? Weian raised his head, his eyes filled with a strange resolve and detachment. Mother, Father said that only if I persuade you to embark on your journey will you do so willingly. Jiang Dings gazed at her biological son, whom she had nurtured for 16 years, and replied gently, Your father speaks true. You are the child I cherish most, and I shall heed your words. But, dear one, cannot you wait just a while longer? Mother is on the brink of death. Weian coldly turned his face away. Mother need not employ delaying tactics. I know well that you are not truly my mother. Jiang Dings was struck dumb. Duanmu Qingqiu smiled slightly, nudging the bowl of medicine forward. Sister, did you hear? The crown prince claims you are not his true mother. Fear not. Once you embark on your journey, I shall take good care of the crown prince and serve the emperor well on your behalf. The empire you have toiled so hard to build over the years will be safeguarded by me. You may rest assured and depart. So was. Jiang Dings smiled, recalling the palace gossip that had circulated, claiming the crown prince's true mother was another, a concubine who had been driven to her demise in the cold palace by her. At the time the rumors surfaced, she had found them utterly ludicrous and had silenced several servants before dismissing the matter. Little did she know that someone had secretly woven such a grand play before her own son. It was also her fault for being so absorbed in court affairs that she had neglected to pay attention to her own flesh and blood. Today, her beloved son, whom she had painstakingly raised, did not recognize her and was intent on sending her on her way. Jiang Dings mused that even if she had raised a wolf cub, it would not be so cruel. She looked at her youthful son, sighed, Zwa and oppose. You are right. I am not your mother. Upon hearing this, both Duanmu Qingqiu and Weian were taken aback. Jiang Dings smiled. How could a woman as astute and virtuous as I give birth to such a disloyal, unfilial, and foolish son? Turning to Duanmu Qingqiu, she said softly, Qingqiu, since you desire him, I shall gift you this son. Duanmu Qingqiu and Oppose, S expression shifted slightly, forcing a smile. Sister, there is no need for sharp words at such a moment. It is best to embark on your journey quickly and seek rebirth. Jiang Dings took a breath and slowly drank from the bowl. Weian, still a youth at heart, trembled as he witnessed his biological mother consume the poison before him, crying out in despair as he fled. Jiang Dings cast aside the bowl, exhaling deeply. Duanmu Qingqiu smiled in satisfaction. The potion was a lethal toxin, the red-crowned crane poison, with no remedy in sight. After enduring 20 years of subservience, she would finally ascend to the throne of the queen. Chapter 3, He has arrived. She gazed at Jiang Dings, a smile gracing her lips. Since elder sister is about to embark on her journey, I shall not withhold certain matters from you. Jiang Dings was momentarily taken aback, then chuckled softly. So, you are prepared to unveil the truth behind that scandal from years past? Duanmu Qingqiu smiled enigmatically. Indeed, it is more than that. The love poem from those years was penned by me, imitating elder sister's handwriting. The prince, who was originally betrothed to you, withdrew in disappointment, tarnishing your reputation. The infatuated prince, heartbroken, drowned his sorrows in drink and subsequently withdrew from the contest for the throne. Moreover, on that fateful day during the autumn hunt, it was you who saved Emperor Qing Shun, yet others mistook me for you. This was a predicament I could not escape. Otherwise, how could the second prince have suddenly ascended to the position of chosen heir? Oh, and I was also responsible for the demise of the wise concubine in the cold palace. The crown prince believed the rumors that you were not his biological mother, which left me in a state of urgency. So it was. As Jiang Dings listened to Duanmu Qingqiu's revelations, a deep sigh escaped her lips, memories flooding back. It dawned upon her that her short life had merely served as a wedding garment for others, No wonder she had never understood why Long Ingche placed such significance on the unremarkable Duanmu Qingxiu, nor why Emperor Qingshun had suddenly grown cold and distant towards her. His daughter-in-law. She had tirelessly sought to uncover her own missteps, oblivious to the intricate web of schemes woven around her, the substitution of one for another. Not to mention the burden of her reputation had weighed heavily on the heartbroken crown prince, Long Ingyun, ultimately leading to her betrayal of his deep affections. Dragging him down with her, now that the truth was laid bare, her demise, met with betrayal and abandonment, seemed entirely justified. Duanmu Qingxiu spoke with fervor, her 2 decades of pent-up grievances erupting like a torrential flood. She sought not only vengeance, but also a reckoning of the heart. Ah yes, and that dark sorcerer. Suddenly, Duanmu Qingxiu interjected. Jiang Dings, caught in a haze of despair, blurted out, "What?" A strange glint flickered in Duanmu Qingxiu and Appo's eyes. A mix of jealousy and animosity. "How can you be so oblivious, sister? That dark sorcerer holds you in such regard." Jiang Dings found herself perplexed by this unfounded animosity, when suddenly the clamor of armored soldiers echoed from outside. A biting wind swept through as the gates of the central palace swung wide open. Jiang Dings turned to see a figure advancing through the throng of 3,000 armored warriors, clad in obsidian battle armor, his face as cold as frost. The soldiers surrounding the palace dared not impede his progress. Duanmu Qingxiu, struck with terror, collapsed to her knees. He has come? These 3,000 soldiers have been stationed precisely to guard against this dark sorcerer, yet he remained unperturbed. The man strode into the hall, and as a warrior rushed towards him, he swept his sword, severing the head of the assailant, blood splattering in the air. After the kill, he paid no heed to the fallen, advancing with his bloodied sword towards Jiang Dings upon the phoenix couch. A chilling aura enveloped her as she beheld the man and Appo's mesmerizing features, prompting another sigh from her lips. Why had he come? Surely, this dark sorcerer had come to mock her, to witness as she, Jiang Dings, feigned strength her entire life only to be conspired against by those she held most dear. The man scrutinized her from head to toe. He suddenly grasped her chin, his deep-set eyes narrowing. Jiang Dings, as you find yourself in this predicament, do you feel any regret? Regret? Regret for having befriended the lotus-like Duanmu Qingxiu? Regret for having broken her own bones at 13 to please her father, leading to lifelong afflictions? Regret for being coerced into marrying Long Ingche at 16 after her reputation was tarnished? Or regret for her 2 decades of tireless devotion, laboring to secure a prosperous realm for her so-called good husband? Or perhaps she regretted. She lifted her gaze to the man before her, regretting her 2-decade-long conflict against this dark sorcerer, allowing others to profit from their enmity. A tumult of new and old grievances surged within her. Jiang Dings spat out the blood that had pooled in her mouth. What nonsense is this about regret? Jiwei and Amp, Appo's, you wretched sod, be gone. The man paused, taken aback. Wretched sod? Jiang Dings, do you harbor some misunderstanding about me? His fury ignited. Jiang Dings, I do not possess such proclivities. But Jiang Dings would never hear his protest. The poison began to take effect, her vision blurring, her body growing colder by the moment. In that fleeting moment of despair, she felt herself falling into a familiar, yet foreign embrace. Chapter 4. Rebirth. The soul of Jiang Dings drifted eerily, merging with the cold wind and fading into the void and darkness. She could hear the wind howling as it swept through her being, pulling her into an endless abyss. Laughter echoed around her as Duanmu Qingxiu exulted. Ha ha! She is dead. She is dead. I am the empress now. Jiang Dings witnessed Duanmu Qingxiu dashing madly through the snowy grounds, racing towards the throne she had yearned for over the past 20 years. She beheld the sprawling palaces and the vast lands of the Qin kingdom, all enveloped in a shroud of eternal night. As the snowstorm subsided, the entire palace lay in disarray. Jiwei and Appo's, and gazed at the lifeless Jiang Dings in his arms, tenderly wiping the blood from her lips as snowflakes settled amidst her hair. The fragile figure in his embrace seemed as light as a feather, ready to be whisked away by the slightest breeze. Behind him, a voice sighed gently. Let her depart in peace. Without you, what will become of this land? Peace. How could there be peace? Was it to let her witness the treacherous monarch secure his reign, or to see that woman ascend as empress? He looked up at the elegantly robed man before him and asked, should she watch her own son acknowledge a usurper as mother? The refined man fell silent. Weian oppose, and bowed his head and sighed, Your Majesty, you have died well. No longer will you endure the whims of that foolish monarch, nor will you have to watch those treacherous ministers perform their charades before you. You need not concern yourself with the affairs of the realm, he smiled, and you will not have to gamble with me any more, nor desire my life as a loyal dog. As he spoke, he suddenly pressed his lips against hers, which had long since turned cold and dry. This audacious act startled the man behind him, who gasped in shock. Furious, he exclaimed, Weian oppose, and you are committing treason. Weian amp, oppose, and lifted Jiang Dings and amp, oppose, body, and turned to leave. What did it matter, this world of mortals, this grandeur and wealth? This love and enmity, this life, was already more than enough. A voice drifted through the storm, heaven above, earth below. Weian oppose, and swear a blood oath. If there is a next life, I will have you, Jiang Dings. Serve me as a beast to repay this lifetime as Jiang Dings and amp, oppose. As soul lingered in the air, poised to enter the yawning black void, a sudden force gripped her tightly. Startled, she turned to see a figure amidst the snowstorm. Vanishing into the darkness, Jiang Dings found herself in an expanse of nothingness. This void bore neither light nor the sensation of darkness. She felt as though she had transcended her human form, becoming merely a speck of dust adrift in the ether. Is this what death feels like? She sighed, a torrent of resentment, anger, and unwillingness flashing through her mind. Jiang Dings, are you content? A deep voice resonated through the void. Jiang Dings strained to see, yet discerned nothing. She sighed softly. Throughout my life, I, Jiang Dings, have never truly experienced joy, nor has the weight upon me ever lessened. I have known not the sweetness of marital affection, nor the comfort of filial piety. I do not understand what I have labored for. My life has been a failure. How absurd. She was hailed as the most virtuous and exemplary empress since the founding of the Qin dynasty, yet the ultimate label she bore was one of failure. The void seemed to pause, then inquired, would you wish to start anew? Start anew? Jiang Dings was taken aback. The voice in the void was cold, yet bore an ineffable authority. I grant you another chance, for a certain individual has defied fate for you, leading to great suffering and countless souls in anguish. It is quite a headache, a certain individual. Jiang Dings suddenly recalled Weian oppose, an rebellious visage. What had he done? Had her nemesis caused an insurmountable disaster after her death, one that could not be contained even in death? The voice in the void continued nonchalantly, very well, begin again. However, this time, I can offer you the remainder of the words faded from Jiang Dings and oppose. Hearing as she was swept deeper into the void, a light pursuing her, silently merging with her essence. The author has something to say. P.S. Revised. Chapter 5. What kind of life script is this? Damn it! Jiang Dings exclaimed, jolted awake. And oppose. You and oppose, reawake? A familiar, gentle voice filled with concern resonated beside her. You scare me half to death, my darling. Jiang Dings, momentarily stunned, turned to see a beautiful woman, seemingly in her early 20s, standing beside her bed. Her countenance was exquisitely beautiful and intimately familiar. After a moment of stunned disbelief, Jiang Dings exclaimed in joyful astonishment, Mother! It was indeed her biological mother, the formerly wedded wife of the Duke of the Northern Domain, the ill-fated Sui Shi, who had been banished from the Duke's manor and met her demise on a rural estate. Sui Shi, upon seeing Jiang Dings awaken, rushed to embrace her, showering her with tender endearments. It was then that Jiang Dings began to emerge from her initial shock. She noticed a peculiar difference within herself. A glance at her own hands revealed them to be petite, delicate, and exquisitely smooth. Her feet, too, were small and gracefully formed, lacking the disfigurement of bound feet. What in the world is happening? She wondered. She hastily disentangled herself from her mother's embrace and stood before a bronze mirror. Reflected within was the visage of a tender, youthful girl, perhaps 11 or 12 years of age. Her skin possessed the smoothness of fine porcelain, and her large eyes sparkled with a limpid, vernal light. Her nose was straight and elegantly upturned, and her lips were the color of delicate pink petals, exuding a subtle fragrance. Her only flaw was her slender frame, which bordered on being frail. Yet, this very fragility only served to enhance her captivating allure. Weichen, filled with anxiety, rushed forward. "Rower, what is it? You've only just recovered from your fever. You must return to bed at once, lest you catch a chill." Jiang Dings pinched her arm, and the sensation of pain confirmed her suspicions. She had been reborn as her 11-year-old self, the year she contracted a severe case of malaria, deemed incurable, and was sent to a rural estate outside the capital to convalesce. In truth, it was a thinly veiled exile, a place to await her demise. The illness was maliciously rumored to be contagious, and upon hearing this, her own father, Duke Jiang Yufeng of the Northern Domain, had abandoned her. Her mother, Weichen, had engaged in a heated dispute with her father and followed her daughter to the estate, providing unwavering care. Jiang Dings recalled that in her previous life, she had remained bedridden for 10 days before finally awakening. Upon waking, she discovered that her mother, Weichen, had fallen ill due to exhaustion. This illness lingered for a year, until her mother and Appo's death at the estate. Only then did the Duke and Appo's manor send for her. Weichen summoned attendants to assist Jiang Dings with washing and dressing. Jiang Dings had suffered from high fever for days, experiencing vomiting, diarrhea, and a peculiar rash of red blisters. It resembled malaria, yet it was not. Some suspected poisoning, but the rural physicians were unable to identify the toxin. They simply advised her mother to prepare for the worst. This pronouncement nearly shattered Weichen, who was barely holding herself together. Now, Jiang Dings had miraculously awakened, and the red blisters had vanished, leaving her skin as smooth as a newborn's. The transformation was astonishing, as if she were a different person from the feverish, blister-covered child of yesterday. Weichen believed that the heavens had taken pity on them, answering her prayers and restoring her beloved daughter to health. She felt an overwhelming urge to express her gratitude to the divine. As Jiang Dings lay in bed, listening to the activity outside the curtains, she felt as though she were still dreaming. She turned over and suddenly found herself in a hazy, indistinct realm. The surroundings were shrouded in mist, like clouds suspended in air. Jiang Dings froze in place. "Where am I?" she cried out. A cold, dispassionate voice echoed. "This is the gift bestowed upon you by the primal illusion god. You should express your gratitude." Gratitude? Jiang Dings, who had been accustomed to receiving the obeisance of countless others in her previous life, found these words grating to her ears. "Gratitude is out of the question," she retorted. "I would rather die than offer thanks." "Who are you?" Jiang Dings demanded. The voice remained cold and distant. "In the beginning, there was neither heaven nor earth, only chaos." "You may call me Chaos." Jiang Dings and Appo's mind raced. "Did the primal illusion god grant me rebirth?" Chaos replied with arrogance. "Indeed. Did you believe that everyone could be resurrected?" "Well, there was also one other person." Chaos's voice faltered, betraying a hint of impatience. "The secrets of heaven are not to be divulged. Granting you this opportunity is merely a recognition of your diligent efforts to benefit the people in your previous life and the accumulated merit you have earned. Karma is cyclical, and your karmic debts remain unresolved. You must cultivate yourself anew in this life." Jiang Dings pondered. "How am I to cultivate myself?" Chaos responded coldly. "The primal illusion god believes that it is a pity you were misled by villains despite your intelligence. You have been granted a celestial book to give you foreknowledge." As the words faded, a plain, unremarkable booklet gently descended into her hands. On its cover were inscribed the 3 words, "Chronicles of Foreknowledge." Jiang Dings opened the first page, and several lines of golden script materialized before her. Great Qin Dynasty, Winter, Jingxing Year 3, December 23rd, the holy, chaste, virtuous, gentle, and refined Empress Ling passed away. As she focused her thoughts, these words vanished, replaced by another sequence. Great Qin Dynasty, Qingyun Year 1, Jiang Shi, at the tender age of 11, returned to the estate in Yu County to convalesce. In the 4th month of that year, she recovered. Her mother, Sui Shi, contracted an illness and passed away in the 28th day of the 5th month of Qingyuan Year 2. Jiang Dings was astounded. This was a record of her life's trajectory, detailing both major and minor events that she could access at will. Suddenly, the chronicles of foreknowledge vanished into her palm, and an unassuming porcelain vial appeared in her hand. Chaos continued in a cold monotone. In your previous life, you were destined for a life of prosperity, free from illness, and a natural death. Your affliction was not your due. The primal illusion God took pity on you and has bestowed upon you a vial of inexhaustible elixir. However, its use requires merit. What is merit? Jiang Dings inquired. Chaos replied, merit is earned by transforming the misfortunes of your previous life into blessings. Each act of redemption yields a measure of merit. Merit can be exchanged for elixir and other wondrous benefits, but I am forbidden from revealing more. Jiang Dings was overjoyed. However, Chaos issued a stern warning. If you misuse the elixir or alter the destinies of others, the karmic consequences they would have suffered will be doubled and visited upon you and your closest kin. Does that mean I can only use it on myself and my blood relatives? Jiang Dings asked. Yes, Chaos confirmed. Everything was now clear. Jiang Dings felt the oppressive weight that had burdened her heart in her previous life begin to dissipate. In her past life, she had misjudged others, leading to her tragic end. Now, with the celestial book and the elixir in hand, what was there to fear in this new life? As she was about to inquire about the use of the elixir, Chaos stuttered. In this life, there's another task of utmost importance. Jiang Dings was unconcerned. What task? Chaos, as if casting off a great burden, declared, you must convert the breaking star and avert a catastrophic disaster. This is the greatest task of your life. A sense of foreboding washed over Jiang Dings. Who is the breaking star? She asked. Chaos seemed to shudder. Jiwei and Jiang Dings recoiled. How am I to convert him? In the ethereal realm of Chaos, she could sense the palpable awkwardness emanating from the entity. Marry him. Jiang Dings was speechless. Upon awakening the subsequent morning, Jiang Dings experienced a palpable lightness within her being. It seemed that the mystic Chaos's pronouncement regarding her rebirth, a divine gift from the primeval illusion God, had indeed materialized. Not only had it restored her health from a debilitating ailment, but it also appeared to subtly transmute her very constitution. Gazing at her reflection in the bronze mirror, Jiang Dings beheld a countenance brimming with youthful beauty and an ethereal aura. Her features possessed an exquisite refinement, her skin radiant with a pearlescent sheen, exuding an ineffable nobility. Gone was the timidity and reclusiveness of her former self, replaced by a captivating and endearing demeanor. Yet, how was she to embark upon this new cultivation journey? And, more pressingly, how was she to reconcile with the detestable Weian? Jiang Dings stood before the mirror, her brow furrowed in contemplation. Her mother, Madame Sui, swiftly assisted her back to bed, murmuring, rest now, my dear. Your fever has finally abated. We must ensure you do not catch a chill. Just then, a thunderous knocking reverberated through the courtyard gate. Both Jiang Dings and Madame Sui were startled. The maidservant, Kair, rushed in, her voice fraught with panic. Madam, disaster. The estate workers, for reasons unknown, have learned of the young mistress's illness and have gathered, demanding our expulsion. Madame Sui's face paled with alarm, and Jiang Dings herself was taken aback. If her memory served her correctly, no such expulsion had occurred upon her awakening in her previous life. Could this have transpired during her feverish delirium? A throbbing pain resurged in Jiang Dings and Appo's head. Meanwhile, the estate workers had breached the main gate, storming into the courtyard. Gleaming hoes and sickles were brandished amidst a cacophony of voices. Hand them over. Drive them out. Indeed, it seems she is afflicted with a contagious disease. No wonder a noble young lady of the Duke's estate was relegated to this godforsaken place. Precisely. What if it spreads? We have families to protect. They are ominous sorceresses. They should be burned at the stake. The clamor outside reached a fever pitch, the air thick with animosity, as the mob threatened to invade the house. Madame Sui bravely stepped outside, while Jiang Dings cautiously peered through a crack in the window. The courtyard was teeming with people, their faces contorted with rage. As Madame Sui emerged, a villager spat at her feet. "So-called Duchess, you are nothing but a pair of wicked women." Jiang Dings' anger flared. Her mother, a descendant of the esteemed Sui family of Weian, a family of scholar officials whose ancestors had even served as prime ministers, wielded immense influence. Yet here she was, subjected to public humiliation. Something was amiss. Her mother's identity as the legitimate duchess and the secrecy surrounding their sojourn for medical treatment, entrusted only to trusted retainers, made a leak improbable, unless, of course, these ignorant villagers were being manipulated. Madame Sui, visibly shaken by the public denigration, straightened her posture and addressed the crowd. "Esteemed villagers, you are mistaken. My daughter's illness has subsided, and it is not contagious." "Impossible," someone shouted from the crowd. "She has been afflicted with a terrible disease, unconscious and unable to eat or drink for the past 4 or 5 days. She is near death." At this, the villagers erupted in a chorus of demands for the expulsion of Jiang Dings and her mother, some even threatening to set the house ablaze. Jiang Dings inwardly sneered. Her suspicions were confirmed. There was a traitor within, for how else would outsiders know of her prolonged unconsciousness and inability to eat or drink? The courtyard was rife with agitation, with villagers pelting Madame Sui with rotten eggs and stones. Madame Sui and the wet nurse, Chun, desperately tried to reason with the crowd, but their pleas fell on deaf ears. A barrage of rotten eggs and stones rained down upon Madame Sui's frail frame, causing blood to trickle from her forehead. The wet nurse, Chun, shielded Madame Sui, shouting at the crowd, "She is the Duchess. You will pay with your lives if you kill her." The villagers paused momentarily, but someone quickly retorted, "So what if she is the Duchess? By concealing her illness, she sought to endanger the entire village. She deserves to die. A barefoot man fears not one in shoes." The fleeting moment of reason was shattered, and the situation threatened to spiral out of control. Suddenly, a voice, both youthful and commanding, cut through the din. "Do you seek to rebel?" Chapter 7. The disturbance. The crowd turned to see a young girl, around 11 or 12 years of age, emerge from the house. Draped in a modest cloak, her unkempt dark hair cascaded over her shoulders. Her exquisite features were strikingly beautiful, yet her frosty, piercing eyes commanded an air of formidable authority. The villagers, having never encountered a high official, were momentarily taken aback by the girl's commanding presence. Despite her youth, Jiang Dings, with a cold glance, addressed the assembly. "You dare to insult the Duchess of the State? Are you aware of the consequences?" The villagers, caught off guard, began to tremble with fear. It is an age-old wisdom that commoners should not defy authority. Ultimately, these villagers feared those affiliated with power. Once the atmosphere settled, Jiang Dings turned her attention to the instigator. "This gentleman seems to possess knowledge of my ailment. Have you been working in this courtyard?" The man's gaze faltered. "No." Jiang Dings' voice sharpened. "If you have not, how do you know of my affliction? How do you know I have lain unconscious for 3 to 4 days without sustenance? Were you an eyewitness?" The crowd fell silent. Just 2 days prior, rumors had circulated that the eldest daughter of the Duke of Bagua had contracted a contagious disease and been cast to this desolate place. Yet, no one truly knew whether the rumors held any truth. Observing Jiang Dings now, they noted that, while she appeared somewhat frail, her spirit was vibrant, contradicting the notion of her being on the verge of death. Were the rumors false? Unease rippled through the gathering. The leader of the crowd, now intimidated, lowered his head and attempted to flee. Jiang Dings' voice rang out with authority. "Seize this man. He has slandered the Duke's household and incited this disturbance. If he is not apprehended, you will all face the consequences when the authorities come for him." The crowd gasped. In their fervor, they had not considered the legality of their actions. Now, upon reflection, they realized they had stormed the territory of a noble family based on mere hearsay. What is a duke? In the realm of the Great Qin, nobility is ranked in 5 tiers: duke, marquis, earl, viscount, and baron. A duke is the highest rank, hereditary and immutable, a grand benefactor of the state. Aside from royal kin, Dukes are the most esteemed among the nobility. As commoners, had they truly dared to provoke such a figure? Were they courting death? Quickly, they apprehended the man, shouting that he was the instigator of falsehoods, asserting their status as law-abiding citizens. Jiang Dings deftly diffused the tumult with mere words. Sui, astonished and elated, supported Jiang Dings. Jiang Dings, with little time for explanations, regarded the crowd with a frosty demeanor. After a brief moment, village leaders and officials rushed in, ordering the crowd to disperse and bowing to Sui in apology, claiming their failure to educate the populace. Sui, having been startled, was now receiving treatment from a physician in the inner chamber. Jiang Dings addressed the officials coolly. There is no need for such trepidation. This incident arose from external provocations. As long as the instigators are apprehended and delivered to the authorities, all will be well. The officials promptly assured her that they would rigorously investigate the matter. Suddenly, Jiang Dings' tone shifted. However, this cannot simply be overlooked. My mother and I are of the Jiang family. We have come here to recuperate, yet our relatives seem indifferent, allowing us to be bullied. Is the Jiang clan severing ties with the Duke and Oppos? As household? Her words left the officials feeling awkward. One of them, sharing the surname Jiang but not of the same lineage, quickly interjected, "Miss, please do not take offense. There must be some misunderstanding. I will inquire further and provide a response to the Duchess and yourself by tomorrow." Jiang Dings nodded in satisfaction. After dismissing the officials, Sui, supported by a maid, approached. Her gaze toward Jiang Dings was complex, and after a moment, she remarked, "I did not expect my daughter to mature so much after her illness." Jiang Dings nestled against her mother, seeking comfort. The wet nurse, Wang Shi, smiled with relief. "Look at what you said, madam. Every child must endure an illness to grow. The young lady, usually so reserved, has revealed her true self after this ordeal. Truly, a blessing from the heavens." Sui nodded repeatedly, never suspecting that Jiang Dings had undergone a profound transformation. Suddenly, she inquired, "How many days have I been ill?" 5 days, Sui replied. Chapter 8. What G? It had been 5 days. Jiang Dings knew, without consulting the annals of celestial knowledge, that her recovery had occurred 5 days ahead of schedule. These 5 days, neither long nor short, were ample time to accomplish much. She observed the injury on her mother, Madame Sui and Amp, Oppos' forehead, then abruptly turned and entered the house, taking a deep breath and closing her eyes. As expected, that nebulous sensation returned. The chaos seemed to penetrate her very thoughts. "You desire to retrieve the medicine?" Jiang Dings extended her hand and, as anticipated, saw the porcelain vial. "Indeed. Surely, employing this spiritual medicine on my mother will not cause harm. Even if it does, I would gladly sacrifice a few years of my lifespan to ensure her well-being." The chaos scoffed. "A cunning little imp. Had you been this astute in your previous life, how much trouble could you have averted?" Jiang Dings inwardly smiled wryly. Sometimes true enlightenment must arise from within. Otherwise, even the simplest tasks remain unlearned. "So, am I permitted to use it?" she inquired. With considerable hauteur, the chaos replied, "Your resolution of the villagers and Oppos dispute has accrued 1 merit point, yielding a single pill. This merit was hard-earned. Have you considered its use carefully? Will you use it on yourself or your mother? On yourself, it can fortify your foundation and augment your vitality. On your mother, it will merely heal a superficial wound. There's more to it than that." Jiang Dings thought for a moment. "On my mother." The chaos grunted. The vial stirred slightly, and she upended it, causing a verdant pill to roll out. This jade-green pill was entirely translucent, its vibrant color enchanting. More importantly, it exuded an invigorating aroma, instantly refreshing the senses. The chaos coldly stated, "This is the most rudimentary healing elixir from the Yuan illusion realm. So base it doesn't even warrant a name. For a mortal's external wound, it's akin to using a sledgehammer to crack a nut." Jiang Dings inquired, "For whom is it intended in the Yuan illusion realm?" "It's not for people," the chaos replied. Jiang Dings was taken aback. "Then for what?" "You may be unaware, but the Yuan illusion realm is home to various mounts, which are often ill-tempered and prone to fighting. Jiang Dings was speechless. Very well. It's veterinary medicine for treating external injuries on beasts. The chaos seemed to discern Jiang Dings' thoughts and said with frosty arrogance, "As I said, this medicine is overkill for your mother's minor injury. If you disdain it, her wound will heal on its own." Jiang Dings swiftly interjected, "I'll use it." The chaos snorted, seemingly mocking her foolish filial piety. Suppressing the urge to retaliate, Jiang Dings emerged from the chaotic space with a smile. Weichen, upon seeing Jiang Dings, noticed the emerald pill in her hand. Its fragrance permeated the room. "What medicine is this? It an appos, is so fragrant," she exclaimed. Jiang Dings smiled. "Mother, have you forgotten? I have a camphor box with trinkets I collected. A passing nun gave me this medicine when I was playing by the back gate of the manor. She said it could be dissolved in water to treat external wounds." Weichen was even more astonished. This medicine appears truly remarkable. Why would someone give it to a young girl? In the northern Duke's manor in the capital, Jiang Dings had been ostracized due to her lack of favor, often playing in the back garden with a few maids. Weichen was aware of this, often turning a blind eye, never expecting that Jiang Dings might have obtained such a fine medicine through such serendipity. Jiang Dings instructed the maids to dissolve the pill in warm water. The resulting liquid was a shimmering emerald, its aroma so potent as to be invigorating. Jiang Dings had the solution applied to her mother's coin-sized wound. She was uncertain of the proper application, but reasoned that if the mystical chaotic space could grant her rebirth, why not try this spiritual medicine? After the solution was applied, Weichen suddenly clutched her forehead. "The wound doesn't hurt anymore," she exclaimed. Traditional wound remedies were typically made of fresh herbs mashed into a paste, which would cause a burning sensation. Weichen's wound had been throbbing since being struck by a villager's stone, but Jiang Dings' remedy had immediately alleviated the pain, leaving a slightly itchy sensation, as if new skin were forming. Weichen, incredulous, stared at the remaining solution. "Preserve it carefully. This is a divine elixir." Seeing her mother's improvement, Jiang Dings was finally relieved. In this second life, her aspirations were few: to safeguard her loved ones. As Jiang Dings pondered, a coldness crept into her gaze. Since fate had granted her rebirth, she would not squander this opportunity bought with blood and tears. Having seen through the hearts of all, discerning truth from falsehood, and revealing the identities of both friend and foe, she would live a glorious life, repaying kindness and vengeance alike, and forging a path of contentment. Most importantly, she would never again be the damned workhorse empress, propping up a man who did not love her, cleaning up his messes, only to be poisoned by her own son. This life of superficial splendor and internal decay, she would seize this chance to rewrite. Just then, a servant announced from outside, "Madam, guests have arrived seeking lodging for 2 nights." Weichen waved her hand dismissively. "As long as they are respectable, prepare the west wing for them. We will discuss it tomorrow." She was exhausted. Jiang Dings inquired, "Who are these guests?" The servant, about to depart, paused and returned, replying to the eldest young lady. They claimed to be from the Ji family of the capital. The one who came is the Ji family's eldest son, Ji Weian, the eldest young master. Jiang Dings felt as if struck by lightning. Her spirit shattered. "Heaven, send another bolt to send me back. Why must I encounter my nemesis so soon after rebirth?" That voice echoed in her mind once more. In this second life, there's also a crucial mission. What mission? To assimilate the broken star and avert the impending disaster. Who is the broken star? Ji Weian. How to assimilate? Marry him. Chapter 9. A visitor from the residence, commander of the Dragon Shadow Guard of the Great Qin Empire. A powerful minister feared and loathed by all, yet whom no one dared to offend. He enjoyed the late emperor's profound trust, assuming command of the formidable Dragon Shadow Guard at the tender age of 18. He possessed the authority to monitor officials of all ranks and quell insurgencies without seeking imperial decree. In her previous life, Long Ingche held this formidable figure in deep dread. Jiang Dings had to employ every stratagem and exhaust all her resources merely to achieve a stalemate with this fiend. Never could she have foreseen that he would be present at her deathbed in her previous life, nor that she would have dealings with him in this reincarnation. Jiang Dings felt a throbbing ache in her head. In her previous life, She recalled their initial encounter occurring at a banquet after she married Long Yingche. At the time, Weian was the deputy commander of the Dragon Shadow Guard, poised for meteoric advancement. He was surrounded by sycophants showering him with compliments, while the young man in crimson robes, exuding an almost demonic allure, sat serenely, a mocking smile playing on his lips as he observed these graying dignitaries groveling before him. That single glance was enough to instill in Jiang Dings a profound loathing for this man. Subsequently, her suspicions were confirmed as Weian amp, oppose, and amp, oppose, as presence invariably heralded misfortune, persecuting the loyal and bringing ruin to families, ensuring nothing good would come of it. What irked her even more was Weian's inexplicable tendency to antagonize her, as if he had nothing better to do. Every encounter with him resulted in either utter humiliation or cold, sarcastic remarks directed at her. On one occasion, he even derided her bound feet, likening her gait to that of an octogenarian. Enough. Jiang Dings massaged her throbbing temples. What ill fate had befallen her that she should encounter this formidable adversary so early in this life? And she had to devise a way to convert him to the path of righteousness. How laughable! Jiang Dings could only sneer inwardly. To guide Weian toward benevolence and prevent him from wreaking havoc upon the realm, she would have to marry him. Jiang Dings contemplated whether it would be quicker to simply hang herself. This Yuan deity had ordained that she must marry Weian oppose, and in this reincarnation. A notion that was already preposterous. Regardless, the paramount concern in this new life was to safeguard her mother, Sui Shi, and prevent the tragedy of her premature demise from recurring. As for everything else, she would address it later. Jiang Dings regained her composure, her expression gradually settling into tranquility. Jiang Dings promptly urged her mother, Sui Shi, to rest. Sui Shi had been tirelessly occupied for days and had long reached her physical limits. Coupled with the fright and injury she had sustained that day, she was on the verge of collapse. Seeing that Jiang Dings appeared to be in good spirits, she felt reassured and went to rest. The night passed uneventfully. The following morning, Jiang Dings awoke to hear Kei reporting that her mother, Sui Shi, had developed a high fever. Kei and oppose, was filled with trepidation, and the surrounding maids and matrons were equally distraught. Jiang Dings hastily went to check on her, finding Sui Shi's face flushed, although her spirits seemed relatively high. The wet nurse, Chen Shi, whispered, "Madam, could it be that ailment?" Jiang Dings understood their concerns and reassured the servants, "Do not worry. My mother does not have such a virulent disease. Besides, did I not recover as well? My mother's constitution is stronger than mine. She will surely recover." Upon hearing her words, the servants visibly relaxed. Jiang Dings' words gave them confidence. If her severe illness could be cured, then this ailment was not necessarily incurable. Jiang Dings comforted the servants, then unwrapped the bandage on her mother, Sui Shi and oppose, forehead, and examined it, finding the wound completely healed. The divine medicine had indeed been effective. At that moment, a voice echoed coldly in Jiang Dings' mind. "Your mother's current illness stems from a depletion of vital energy, requiring gradual recuperation. The medicinal potency of the various elixirs from the Yuan realm would be too potent for her, potentially exacerbating her condition if used." Jiang Dings was taken aback. This chaos space could discern her thoughts. She had intended to retrieve some more elixirs. Jiang Dings asked helplessly, "Is there truly no remedy?" The voice replied, "Merit is required." Jiang Dings inquired, "How does one acquire merit?" She resolved that if it required her to perform good deeds, she would immediately distribute her family's wealth. The chaos space responded with aloofness. "If I must remind you of everything, was there any point in your reincarnation? Naturally, you must devise your own means of acquiring merit." Jiang Dings asked, "Was there not merit yesterday?" The chaos space retorted, "It has been depleted." Jiang Dings was speechless. So, this chaos space would not assist her directly, but merely provide auxiliary support. Jiang Dings gazed at her mother, Sui Shi's, one face and sighed. It seemed that shortcuts were not an option. "There is another method to expedite your mother's recovery." The chaos space suddenly spoke again. Jiang Dings promptly asked what method. The chaos space seemed to ponder for a moment, then hesitantly said, Weian possesses a certain medicine. Before Jiang Dings could even hear the rest, she adamantly refused. I do not want his medicine. I would rather die than use it. The chaos space snorted coldly and ceased speaking. Just then, a servant entered from outside and whispered, Madam, someone from the residence has arrived. Jiang Dings peeked out from behind the screen, stunned. She remembered that in her previous life, the residence had only sent someone to inquire about her condition after she had awoken. At the time, her mother, Sui Shi, had been ill and had casually dismissed them. Jiang Dings was filled with doubt, so she waited behind the screen. After a while, an elderly matron with a stern demeanor entered. Her hair was meticulously styled, but her expression was exceedingly arrogant. She came to pay her respects, but Sui Shi, being ill, was reclining on the bed and asked her to rise. The matron, whose surname was Qian, rose and surveyed the room. Noticing that Jiang Dings was absent, she assumed that Jiang Dings was still ill and seemed relieved. She snorted through her nostrils. Madam, the old madam of the residence has said that this eldest young lady must be afflicted by some evil spirit. So the old madam has provided 7 peace talismans. These 7 talismans are to be burned before the bodhisattva over 7 days. And then the ashes are to be dissolved in water and given to the eldest young lady to drink, which will surely dispel the evil spirit. Sui Shi was about to speak when Jiang Dings suddenly emerged from behind the screen. Matron Qian saw her, her old eyes widening in shock. She pointed at Jiang Dings as if she had seen a ghost. Yee, was this short-lived eldest young lady not on the verge of death? Could the news have been incorrect? Jiang Dings stared at Matron Qian with a mocking smile. I did not expect the old madam to be so concerned about me. In that case, bring those 7 talismans here for me to examine. I will be sure to pray before the bodhisattva every day and thank the old madam for her concern. Chapter 10. The poisonous talismans. Upon hearing this, Granny Qian and Appo's gaze flickered and she stammered. That talisman should be given to a skilled physician. Jiang Dings smiled. What is the reasoning behind this? Regardless, it must be ingested by me. What harm is there in my taking a look? Madame Sui chimed in. Let us see the talisman. Reluctantly, Granny Qian handed over a yellow cloth bundle she had been concealing. Jiang Dings opened it to reveal 7 rough pieces of yellow paper, densely inscribed with vermilion symbols, resembling death warrants. She turned, subtly bringing it to her nose, and indeed detected a familiar, pungent medicinal scent. A cold reminder echoed in her mind. This talisman is poisonous. Jiang Dings smiled. Even without the reminder, as a former empress who had been entrenched in the palace for decades, she could easily discern such low-grade poison. Her suspicion towards Granny Qian stemmed from her past life, where she later discovered that most of the servants in the household had been bribed by the favored concubine Zhou. Granny Qian, bringing the talisman to her, even asked her mother to burn it for her to drink, revealing her ill intentions. With a smile, Jiang Dings regarded Granny Qian. This talisman appears quite intriguing. I shall put it to the test today. Granny Qian was momentarily taken aback and quickly replied, Miss, there is no rush. Tomorrow will suffice. Suddenly, Jiang Dings' expression changed, and she slammed her hand on the table, exclaiming, Someone, burn this talisman and serve it to Granny Qian. Granny Qian was aghast, collapsing to the ground. Just as Jiang Dings' words faded, 2 burly women entered from outside, flanking Granny Qian. Granny Qian continued to struggle. Miss, what are you doing? This talisman was given to you by the matriarch. Even if you refuse to drink the talisman water, why involve me? Madame Sui was taken aback. Ro and Appo's. What is the meaning of this? Jiang Dings ignored her mother, fixating on Granny Qian. This talisman has been soaked in heartbreak grass, dried, and inscribed with malevolent symbols. Ingesting it would certainly lead to vomiting and diarrhea, worsening my condition. However, the poison is so subtly infused that it is hardly detectable, and no one would suspect. Madame Sui's face turned pale as she struggled to articulate a response. Having married into the Northern Duke's household at 16, though her mother-in-law treated her poorly, she had never expected the matriarch would suddenly resort to poisoning her granddaughter. Did she truly harbor resentment? Did she wish to eliminate both mother and daughter? Jiang Dings finally understood why she had fallen ill for 10 days in her previous life. It was evident that drinking this talisman water would not bring her any recovery. Madame Sui shared similar thoughts. Had it not been for her daughter's warning, if this poisonous talisman had been burned for her to drink daily, she would have unwittingly sealed her daughter's fate. The more she contemplated, the more dreadful her expression became. Granny Qian continued to squirm, shouting, "You wicked girl! How dare you spew such nonsense? How could the matriarch's talisman be poisoned? If you wish to accuse me, so be it. But do not cast such baseless aspersions on the matriarch. I shall return and demand justice from her." Jiang Dingru's gaze was as cold as ice. "Very well. I welcome your challenge. A simple test will reveal whether this talisman has been tampered with. If you are unconvinced, bring me a bowl of clear water and a silver needle." Soon, someone presented a bowl of clear water. Jiang Dingru submerged the talisman in it, and after a moment, she used the silver needle to probe. Indeed, the needle darkened slightly. The talisman was undeniably poisonous. Granny Qian collapsed, speechless. Her previously arrogant demeanor vanished. Madame Sui, enraged, commanded, "Seize this treacherous woman and take her to the authorities." Jiang Dingru interjected, "Mother, please hold on. It would be unwise to publicize this matter." Madame Sui, on the verge of tears, lamented, "After marrying into the Northern Duke's household for over a decade, dutifully serving my elders, caring for my husband, and nurturing my daughter, how could the matriarch still harbor ill will towards me? Does she truly wish for us to perish?" Recalling the grievances of the past years, she could no longer restrain her tears. Jiang Dingru gently reassured her, "Mother, do not be sorrowful just yet. Are you not aware of the matriarch and Oppos, as character? Though she may seem indifferent towards us, she would not resort to poisoning her own granddaughter. There must be more to this." Madame Sui paused, realization dawning upon her. "You mean?" Jiang Dingru looked at the now-defeated Granny Qian on the ground, her voice chilling. "Perhaps it is time to investigate whose pawn this cunning Granny Qian truly is." Madame Sui considered this, reflecting that if her mother-in-law truly wished her harm, she could have easily had her husband divorce her without such convoluted schemes. Gradually, her heart settled. As long as the matriarch did not harbor resentment towards her and Jiang Dingru, all would be well. Seeing her mother weary, Jiang Dingru urged her to take her medicine and rest, forbidding her from overexerting herself. After ensuring her mother was settled, she ordered the servants to confine Granny Qian in the woodshed under close watch. The remaining 6 talismans were carefully sealed and hidden away as future evidence. Once Jiang Dingru had arranged everything, a servant arrived to report, "Several gentlemen from the Jiang family have arrived." Jiang Dingru and Oppos' icy eyes glimmered with a hint of cold light. "They have finally come." Jiang Dingru returned to her room to prepare herself. Today, she donned a violet long dress embroidered with silver threads depicting lively birds. This was the only formal attire she had brought from the capital. Having lost weight due to her illness, the dress lent her an air of stability. As she groomed herself in front of the mirror, she lightly dusted her overly pale face with a hint of rouge and styled her dark hair into a half-moon bun, adorned with delicate floral pins that exuded both youthful charm and noble elegance. Her maid, K and Oppos, was left awestruck. "Miss you. You are stunning." In the past, while Jiang Dingru had been beautiful, her constant oppression had left her with a frown and timid demeanor. However, in recent days, she seemed transformed. Her spirit was vibrant, her features animated. Her innate beauty was enhanced by newfound confidence and an unexplainable aura of authority. She resembled a fledgling phoenix, beginning to unfurl its undeniable radiance. In response to K and Oppos' praise, Jiang Dingru smiled subtly. "Lead the way. I wish to greet the esteemed gentlemen of the Jiang family." Upon entering the hall, several elderly men with graying hair lounged, sipping tea and chatting, while one elder with entirely white hair maintained a serious demeanor. They were all collateral relatives of the Jiang family, while this elder was the head of the clan elders, Jiang Yuanshan. As Jiang Dingru approached gracefully, the members of the Jiang family were momentarily taken aback, ceasing their discussions to gaze at the ethereal beauty of the young lady who seemed to glide like a celestial being. Jiang Yuanshan was the first to regain his composure, clearing his throat and sitting upright in his chair. The other elders followed suit, adjusting themselves properly. Jiang Dingru approached and performed a respectful greeting to Jiang Yuanshan. He did not rise but coldly inquired, "What brings you here? Where's your mother?" His tone was rather brusque. Jiang Dingru's heart held a cold smile as she took a seat beside him. Scanning the various expressions of the elders, she smiled, "My mother is ill. As the eldest daughter of the Northern Duke's household, is there anything improper about my visiting you all?" Jiang Yuanshan paused, slightly annoyed. What can a child like you possibly decide? Unperturbed by his unkind tone, Jiang Dingru retorted, "Then what matters require the clan leader's counsel from me?" Jiang Yuanshan, irate, responded, "You brought an illness from the capital that threatens the village, leaving the people in distress. You have even claimed that our clan has neglected to care for you and your mother. I am here today to resolve this matter." Chapter 11. To eliminate all threats, as soon as he spoke, several elders from the Jiang family echoed his sentiments. Indeed, returning home in poor health, what ungrateful descendants. The Jiang family had lost face before the local villagers. They must be driven away. The sooner, the better. In the hall, a group of elderly men gathered, their voices rising in fervor as their beards quivered with indignation. Jiang Dingru observed with cold eyes, a faint smile of disdain curling her lips. Let them make a scene. She was curious to see the true faces of these so-called relatives. Not to mention that the Jiang family in the capital sent a substantial sum of silver to these branches in the countryside each year. Her mother, Sui, had been given a dowry of 5,000 taels by her grandfather, Sui Nantian, to establish a firm foundation for her in the household. Most of this fertile land lay within the Jiang family's rural estate, granted as a benevolent fund to support their aging and nurturing needs, without collecting a single penny in rent. Yet, these parasitic relatives of the Jiang family, who lavished praise during good times, completely forgot about her and her mother during their hardships. Not only did they forget, but they also sought to drive them to the brink of annihilation. Seeing Jiang Dingru remain silent, Jiang Yuanshan mistakenly believed that the young girl was intimidated by the commotion. Stroking his beard, contempt shone in his eyes. "Let suis comme fort. For the sake of the clan, this estate can no longer serve as residence. There is another estate in Jiaoshan, more serene, suitable for recuperation." Jiaoshan? Jiang Dingru could not help but laugh in anger. That area was filled with graves, and the estate was devoid of any life. It might as well be a charitable burial ground. It seemed the Jiang family side branches were genuinely intent on driving her and her ailing mother to despair. They were a true band of bloodsuckers, forcing a widow and her child, likely with the ulterior motive of seizing the hundreds of acres of land. With a semblance of a smile, Jiang Dingru remarked, "Is it Jiang grandfather and Appo's intention to expel us mother and child?" Jiang Yuanshan cleared his throat. "This is not expulsion. It is for the greater good of the villagers and the Jiang clan. Such lofty righteousness." Jiang Dingru feigned a sigh. "Jiang grandfather, if you wish for us to leave, then please settle the harvest from the 900 acres of fertile land over the past decade." At her words, Jiang Yuanshan and the other elders turned pale. She maintained a cool yet polite smile, fixing her gaze on the Jiang family's uncles and aunts. Jiang Yuanshan stammered this. "What is this?" Jiang Dingru's eyes glinted like frost and snow. Surely, Jiang grandfather, a man of integrity, would not stoop to robbing us of our rightful dues. Moreover, those 900 acres were part of my mother's dowry, not the Jiang family's charity. If you doubt this, I can have my mother present the land deed. The land deed was the most formidable weapon. Jiang Yuanshan's face darkened, and the other Jiang elders fell into speechless astonishment. Jiang Dingru's words struck at their sordid intentions. However, now, Jiang Yuanshan and his companions found themselves cornered by the young Jiang Dingru, unable to utter a single word, their anger boiling to the point where they felt like pinching their own faces to avoid fainting. Is this what it means to be a Jiang? Even a dog of a relative would be preferable. Chaos filled their minds, and an involuntary laugh escaped them. Jiang Dingru wished to mock the Jiang relatives openly, but they were her elders. They were dogs, and she could not afford to act inhumanely. Suddenly, chaos interjected. "I have a question." Jiang Dingru, multitasking, replied, "Ask away." Chaos continued. How did you and your mother endure these relatives back then? Jiang Dings did not wish to engage in conversation. The painful memories of her past life were enough to bring her to tears. Chapter 12. The fox assuming the tigers might amidst the chaos in the hall. A servant suddenly reported from outside. The eldest son of the Ji family had arrived to pay his respects to the Duchess, bringing along nourishing gifts from the Lady of Chun. The young master Ji conveyed the message from the Lady of Chun, urging the Duchess to rest assured and recover, with hopes of reuniting upon her return to the capital. Jiang Dings was momentarily taken aback. The Lady of Chun? Was she not the younger sister of the current empress, who had garnered the empress's favor for remaining widowed in her youth? The late emperor had conferred upon her the title of Lady of Chun. In her previous life, there had been no known matrimonial ties between the Ji family and the Lady of Chun, and her own mother had merely been an acquaintance. Yet, in the vast realm of the great Qin, who would dare to claim the title of Lady of Chun if not that esteemed sister-in-law, trusted by both the emperor and empress? The elders of the Jiang family in the hall suddenly fell silent, as if under a spell. Chaos interjected. "Ah, the main character has arrived." Jiang Dings suppressed her impulse to unleash her frustration upon chaos and smiled, inquiring, "What is going on?" Ji Weian amp, oppose, and could not possibly be acting out of kindness to assist me. "Speak. What is it that I am unaware of? Could it be that in my previous life, while I was ill, he truly came to the estate bearing gifts for the Lady of Chun?" Chaos hesitated. "How would I know?" "Umph." Jiang Dings felt a twitch at the corner of her mouth. Chaos often displayed an air of aloof superiority, laden with sarcasm towards her. Yet, when it came to matters concerning Ji Weian, he resembled a chicken caught by the neck, struggling to articulate his thoughts. There was certainly some untold secret at play. However, Jiang Dings could not press for answers at that moment. With the name of the Lady of Chun invoked, the Jiang family members seemed to falter under its weight. It was as if they had only just recalled the high status of the distressed mother and daughter residing in the estate. Jiang Yuanshan cleared his throat. "I see the young lady has recovered. This cannot be a grave ailment." The elders, who had just been clamoring about her returning home while ill, now wore expressions of embarrassment. Indeed, it must be mere rumors. After all, was it not said that person had been apprehended yesterday? The hall soon emptied of the Jiang elders. Jiang Dings sat at the head, gazing at the now vacant space, and suddenly burst into laughter. Ji Weian amp, oppose, and amp, oppose. Esploy of assuming the tiger and amp, oppose. Might was indeed timely. She turned to the servants. "Since young master Ji wishes to pay respects to my mother, where is he? Let him in." Before long, a servant hurriedly reported, "Miss, young master Ji has indeed gone to visit the Duchess." Jiang Dings' smile gradually faded. Upon hastening to her mother Sui's courtyard, Jiang Dings nearly fainted from lack of breath. Filled with concern, exclaimed, "Miss, you've just recovered. Do not run so fast." Jiang Dings gasped, "Quick, quick." She raced without knowing what to articulate. Surely, she could not plead to prevent Ji Weian from meeting her mother, could she? Before he became the notorious figure he was, Ji Weian had merely been the scion of the once illustrious but now waning Ji family on Juke Street in the capital. It is said that while dynasties last for centuries, some families endure for millennia, and the Ji family had once boasted great fortune, only to squander it through a few reckless descendants. It was only in Ji Wei and amp, oppose, and amp, oppose, ancestors and amp, oppose, time that they began to engage in trade, sustaining their livelihood through commerce, a venture looked down upon by the aristocracy. Ji Weian had traversed the trade routes until the age of 18, when for reasons unknown, he suddenly gained the emperor's trust and assumed control of the formidable Longing division. Becoming a figure of terror, Jiang Dings counted her fingers. At her age, Ji Weian had merely been 15. This implied that 3 years hence, when she came of age, that formidable figure would rise to prominence. Standing outside Sui and oppose, Estor, Jiang Dings and oppose. Mind was a whirlpool of thoughts. The entangled past grievances and affections between herself and Ji Weian were daunting to unravel. In this lifetime, she had not yet devised a plan to temper his ferocity. Such a man was best kept at a distance. Chaos's haughty voice intruded upon her thoughts. Do not seek loopholes. In this world, you must either comply or face the consequences. Jiang Dings suddenly interjected. Perhaps tempering does not necessitate marrying him. Chaos paused momentarily. Jiang Dings then felt a surge of relief. As long as I do not compete or clash with him, merely keep my distance. He need not harbor such deep-seated resentment and commit further sins. Chaos retorted with a laugh. He. Jiang Dings asked, what do you mean by that? Chaos replied, do you truly believe such nonsense when you utter it? Jiang Dings fell silent. Just then, Sui's voice emerged from within. Young Master Ji is indeed courteous, having assisted us greatly. Upon our return to the capital, we must express our gratitude to him. Chapter 13. A devil proposes marriage. Jiang Dings discerned a voice that was exceptionally familiar. Madam, you are too kind. I merely brought Lady Chen's gifts along the way. The troublesome thugs have been apprehended by Magistrate Zhou of the county and are being escorted to the capital. Jiang Dings' expression grew complex. After a lifetime, this man in Appo's voice was still so captivating. Madame Sui rejoiced. That and Appo's excellent. Such villains should be brought to justice. Ji Weian spoke. But Jiang Dings only caught Madame Sui's hesitant reply. Rower is still young. Marriage is not something to be decided hastily. Hearing the words marriage struck Jiang Dings like a thunderbolt, leaving her utterly bewildered. She immediately turned her thoughts to the chaos in her mind, erupting in fury. What is Jianyo doing here? Proposing marriage? What kind of proposal is this? Chaos remained silent, feigning ignorance. Jiang Dings pressed, speak. After a moment, Chaos finally grumbled. Don and Amp, Appo's, T asked me about this. I know nothing. Jiang Dings was speechless, suppressing the urge to rush in and end it all. Jiang Dings remained hidden, eavesdropping. Ji Weian's voice was steady and clear. This is my mother's wish. I hope the madam will consider it. The room fell silent as Madame Sui seemed to reflect. Jiang Dings felt a wave of dizziness wash over her. Finally, Madame Sui spoke. Rowan Appo's is my only daughter, and marriage is not a trivial matter. I must return to the capital and discuss it with the Duke. Jiang Dings breathed a sigh of relief. Realizing how tense she had been, her back soaked with sweat. A gust of wind sent a chill through her. Ji Weian did not appear disappointed. Remaining composed, the madam is right. However, Lady Chen's intention is. He seemed to invoke Lady Chen to bolster his position, but his words were indistinct and difficult to discern. Jiang Dings was taken aback by what she had overheard, feeling lost and confused. Madame Sui insisted on returning to the capital for further discussion, and Ji Weian eventually ceased his persistent persuasion, taking his leave. The door slowly opened, and Ji Weian emerged. Jiang Dings and Appo's heart began to race. After 2 lifetimes, she realized that she was unprepared to face her former nemesis. As the curtain was lifted, Jiang Dings felt a wave of light wash over her. A strikingly handsome young man slowly stepped out. He wore a robe of autumn moon white, his ink-black hair secured with a dark hairpin. His fair skin and dark hair, combined with the autumn moon white robe, gave him an aura of austere coldness. In the bright sunlight, his features were vividly displayed before Jiang Dings. His eyebrows resembled distant mountains, his nose was sharply defined, and his dark, obsidian-like eyes were both piercing and clear. His beauty was almost otherworldly, an androgynous allure. Jiang Dings sighed, recalling how many had fallen for Ji Weian's beauty in her past life. His face had attracted the attention of many nobles with homosexual inclinations who had made advances. Over time, coupled with Ji Weian and Appo's refusal to take wives or concubines and his lack of offspring, rumors spread that he was a homosexual. In her previous life, she had genuinely believed it. Ji Weian walked out, his eyes fixed straight ahead. Suddenly, he stopped and turned back, spotting Jiang Dings beneath the wisteria trellis. Their eyes met, and Jiang Dings froze. His eyes were like ice and snow, cold as distant stars. Jiang Dings was captured by his gaze, unable to move for a long moment. Chapter 14. The pathological lost suddenly. Ji Weian narrowed his eyes and strode towards her. Jiang Dings was taken aback, her spirit nearly fleeing her body. As she regained her composure, A soft laugh escaped her lips. What was there to fear? The person before her had yet to rise to prominence. He was merely a 15-year-old boy. Unless he had also been reborn, he would certainly not recognize her. Lost in her thoughts, she realized Weian had approached her. Jiang Dings lowered her gaze, evading his intensely captivating stare. A cool voice emerged from above. "Are you the maid here?" Jiang Dings recalled his ruthless methods from her previous life, her heart racing. She cleared her throat lightly and replied, "Yes." He abruptly stated, "Then lead the way." Jiang Dings looked up in astonishment. "Lead the way? To where?" Weian amp, oppose, and shot her an impatient glance, his expression revealing a hint of irritation. "The way out of the estate." Seeing Jiang Dings remain still, he coldly asked, "What? Is it difficult to guide someone?" Jiang Dings snapped back to reality and chuckled. "Not at all. Ji Gongzi, please follow me." Her smile bloomed suddenly like a rare flower, dazzling and beautiful. The entity that had been feigning death in her mind suddenly interjected, "What do you intend to do?" The voice brimmed with caution. Jiang Dings chose not to respond, instead smiling as she led the way. The entity warned her, "I advise you, do not provoke the Wolf Star. His thirst for vengeance is profound, and I may not be able to save you." Jiang Dings pretended not to hear. Weian's gaze flickered. By the time he regained his senses, Jiang Dings had already moved ahead. He gradually followed her. After a short while, they found themselves in a courtyard overgrown with weeds. Weian oppose and scrutinized the surroundings for a moment before turning to ask, "Is this the way out of the estate?" However, he waited in vain for a reply. Abruptly, he turned around only to find himself alone. It appeared Jiang Dings had quietly slipped away, caught in a trap. A dark fury rose in Weian's eyes as he began to scrutinize the seemingly inconspicuous courtyard around him. Jiang Dings concealed herself at a corner, listening as Weian seemed to mutter a curse before falling silent. She couldn't help but smile. This courtyard lay deep within the estate, seldom visited by anyone. Yet contained secrets. It was said that over a decade ago, a renowned figure from the martial world had taken refuge here, laying a peculiar array to guard against a deadly enemy. Jiang Dings had heard from the elders of the estate that this master had stayed for 10 days, during which strange sounds emanated from the courtyard nightly, causing the servants to avoid it. After his departure, he left a considerable sum of gold and warned the estate and Oppo's residents not to enter the courtyard, lest they invite disaster. At the age of 7, Jiang Dings had spent a few days in the estate. In her childhood innocence, she had accidentally ventured into this courtyard. It appeared ordinary, yet once inside, one could not find their way out. Ultimately, it was her mother, Madame Sui, who dispatched all the servants to retrieve her. The memory of that childhood incident remained etched in her mind. Now, she could cleverly exploit this peculiar courtyard to toy with the formidable Weian and oppose, for she was aware of his one fatal flaw. Weian and oppose, and was notoriously directionally challenged. Jiang Dings slowly returned to her mother's courtyard, her spirits high. After confronting the parasitic Jiang clan members and outsmarting Weian, the resentment that had weighed upon her heart had considerably lightened. Just as she turned a corner adorned with flowers, a figure suddenly appeared before her like a soaring rock. Jiang Dings nearly leapt in fright. "Weian," she exclaimed. Weian's gaze turned frigid, his deep eyes glinting with coldness. "You indeed recognize me." Jiang Dings' heart raced in fright, yet she forced a smile. "Of course. I recognize you, even if you're turned to ash." Weian narrowed his eyes. "How do you know I am directionally challenged?" Jiang Dings. This small flaw he had carefully concealed, dedicating considerable time to overcoming it. Yet, despite his unparalleled talents in literature and martial arts, he remained hopelessly lost when it came to unfamiliar paths. Later, someone had informed him that this was a congenital defect, one that could not be remedied. Naturally, the one who spoke such words would forever remain silent. Chapter 15. Escape. A shadow loomed before her, and a captivatingly handsome face magnified in her sight. Jiang Dings perceived her own forced smile reflected in Weian's piercing gaze. Hastily, she pushed him away, offering a hollow laugh that, was merely a misunderstanding. Weian sneered. A misunderstanding? Jiang Dingru's eyes darted anxiously. She held no illusions that her clumsy excuse could deceive the astute Weian. In her past life, she had engaged in a relentless contest of wits with him, acutely aware of his penchant for retribution. Now caught in his grasp, she shivered at the thought of the cruel methods he might employ for revenge. The pressure above her intensified, the aura of menace thickening. Cold sweat broke out along her spine. She knew that if she remained silent, the irate Weian would not hesitate to strangle her without a second thought. In her mind, she cried out, "Yuan Huan Shun, save me." The voice of chaos responded coldly. "Who are you? I do not recognize you." Jiang Dingru was left speechless, drenched in cold sweat as Weian narrowed his eyes. How amusing. This girl was distracted even in his presence. Suddenly, Weian chuckled lightly. "Not going to speak, are we?" In the next instant, Jiang Dingru felt her collar tighten, and she was lifted into the air, soaring into the dilapidated courtyard. Weian stood on the steps, a beguiling smile gracing his features. "This courtyard is peculiar. Do not think I am unaware." With a sardonic smile, he continued, "Speak. Who sent you to torment me? If you remain silent, I shall cast you inside to fend for yourself." Jiang Dingru and Appo's back was drenched in both cold and hot sweat. She was keenly aware of the courtyard and Appo's mysteries, fearful of making a careless move. Though the array had lain dormant for over a decade, she distinctly recalled that wandering aimlessly would lead her to the so-called gates of life and death. Once the formation was activated, escape would be impossible. What to do? Suddenly, Jiang Dingru dropped to her knees, clutching his long legs, sobbing, "Young Master Ji, I was wrong. I had no choice, woo-woo." Her last words were barely audible. Weian leaned closer, intrigued. "What is it that you had no choice about?" As he bent down, his prominent nose unexpectedly suffered a sharp blow, causing him to involuntarily loosen his grip. Seizing the opportunity, Jiang Dingru dashed away from his embrace. Weian, despite the throbbing pain in his nose and the dazzling stars before his eyes, instinctively reached out to capture her once more. However, his hand grasped something soft and delicate, reminiscent of tender flesh. The unusual sensation left him momentarily dazed as the girl quivered in his arms. A sudden roar broke through Weian. "You lecher!" Startled, Weian found his quarry slipping away like a fish. By the time his vision cleared, she had vanished entirely. Had she escaped? Weian's gaze darkened, yet his hand felt a coolness. He looked down to see the jade pendant he had inadvertently torn from her in the commotion, inscribed with the character Jiang in ancient script. After a lengthy pause, he tightened his grip on the pendant, a sly smile forming as he murmured, "Jiang Dingru." The following morning, Jiang Dingru leaned against the brocade cushion, massaging her forehead. She listened as her wet nurse, Wang, reported that her mother, Sui, had recovered from her high fever after having some bird's nest porridge that morning. Jiang Dingru's heart lifted, and she replied, "I shall go visit my mother shortly." Noticing her restless demeanor, the wet nurse, Chun, asked with concern, "Did you not sleep well, miss?" Jiang Dingru and Appo's expression shifted uneasily. "I was startled awake by a bothersome rat last night, which disrupted my sleep." The wet nurse, about to inquire further, found Jiang Dingru had already shifted the topic. Chapter 16. Miss Jiang declared leave. The servants, noting Jiang Dingru and Appo's dispirited demeanor, discreetly retreated one after another. Jiang Dingru sipped her burdened Appo's nest porridge, pondering how to rid herself of Weian. Suddenly, a voice emerged from the chaos. "Do not entertain such thoughts. He will not depart." Jiang Dingru nearly spat out her porridge. "Why not? Isn't Weian merely staying over?" The voice retorted coldly. "Does he consider a temporary stay to be just that? How did the empress die in her previous life?" Jiang Dingru fell silent. "What, then, is his purpose here?" she pressed. The voice feigned silence, remaining unresponsive. Jiang Dingru insisted, "If you don't tell me, how am I to know? How do I mitigate his hostility?" Pressured, the voice finally blurted out, "Do not inquire. Asking will lead to ignorance." Jiang Dingru, incensed, declared, How am I to navigate this life anew? I shall never marry Weian. Absolutely not. In her agitation, she resorted to her former self-referential speech. After a moment of silence, the voice suddenly asked, setting aside his future ruthlessness and bloodthirst, what faults does Weian oppose and possess at present? Jiang Dings grew, filled with indignation, found herself momentarily speechless. Indeed, what faults did Weian oppose and have? In terms of looks, few could rival his beauty. Regarding lineage, he hailed from a distinguished family. Financially, Weian oppose and was not lacking. Jiang Dings found herself at a loss for a single point of rebuttal. Presently, the young Weian oppose and had little to criticize. The only drawback was the Ji family's current decline. But was she, Jiang Dings, a woman who despised the impoverished? Clearly not. The voice gently coaxed, thus, since he seeks to marry you, why not acquiesce? Perhaps in his previous life, he harbored resentment due to your family's unwarranted rejection of his marriage proposal, leading him to become cynical and filled with wrath, ultimately straying down a path of bloodshed. Jiang Dings, half convinced, asked, is it true? Did Weian truly harbor such animosity towards the Jiang family? The voice responded vaguely. Who can say for certain? After all, a single thought can lead to vastly different outcomes. At that moment, a servant reported, young Master Ji has sent supplements for the young lady. Jiang Dings spluttered her tea. The voice suddenly brightened. See? He is not entirely malevolent. Jiang Dings wiped the water from her lips. Truth be told, she suspected her rebirth was but an illusion, forced into an unwanted match by the Yuan Huan deity. Otherwise, why was she continually defending that formidable tyrant? The supplements brought in nearly filled the room. They were extravagant: ginseng, bird's nest, deer antler, along with brown sugar and red dates. Jiang Dings recalled the events of yesterday, growing increasingly enraged, wishing to cast everything out. Yet, she reconsidered, realizing that this tyrant loathed losing face, and it was best not to offend him. Suppressing her anger, she addressed the servant. Please convey my thanks to your young master. The servant smiled. My young master mentioned that the young lady is likely upset. These supplements serve to apologize for yesterday's incident and to bolster your health. He insists that you must nourish your delicate constitution. Jiang Dings was momentarily stunned and angrily smashed her teacup. Leave. The servant departed in confusion, while the other servants were equally bewildered. Jiang Dings waved her hand. Maintaining a smile, you all may leave now. No further words are necessary. In this rebirth, her foes remained her foes, and the tyrant was still the tyrant. Regardless of age, they were equally troublesome. The voice sighed, feeling fatigued. What devilish task had the Yuan Huan deity entrusted him with? He had expended his entire life's energy to entwine this fateful red thread for the once-in-a-millennium heavenly fiend star. Yet, it seemed that even a thread forged from a millennium of celestial iron would snap. Meanwhile, in the courtyard, Weian oppose and stood beneath the eaves. The blooming flowers paled in comparison to his striking visage. A servant, transfixed by his appearance, nearly lost their focus. Weian oppose and toyed with a jade pendant in his hand, questioning without turning, did Miss Jiang receive it? The servant nodded. Weian oppose and oppose. Lips curled into a subtle smile, his gaze inscrutable. What did she say? The servant cautiously glanced at him before replying. Miss Jiang said, leave, good, very good. Weian tucked away the pendant and smiled. The servant tentatively inquired, will the supplements be sent tomorrow? Weian smirked, a hint of mischief in his smile. Of course they will be sent. To leave upon command would be rather undignified. Wouldn't he it? He turned and walked away. The servant was left in utter bewilderment, unsure why their young master suddenly took such an interest in a lady from the lowly duke's household, who was disregarded by everyone in the capital. Chapter 17. Unmasking the traitor. Jiang Dings, having partaken of a modest breakfast, paid a visit to the Sui matriarch. Resolute in her intention to nurture her mother back to health, she chose to convey only favorable news regarding recent events. The Sui matriarch appeared in good spirits, and upon hearing that the clan elders of the Jiang family had sent a plethora of nourishing supplements, her heart lifted further. After soothing the matriarch, Jiang Ding returned to her own quarters, mindful that her recently healed body was not yet ready for excessive toil. With external threats addressed, it was time to eradicate internal strife. A glimmer of cold determination flickered in Jiang Ding and Appo's bright eyes. After lunch, she summoned the household servants to gather. Those brought by the Sui matriarch were her most trusted confidants. It was only sensible. Had they not been loyal, they would not have accompanied her from the bustling capital to this desolate countryside to serve a seemingly doomed, legitimate daughter. The servants were divided into 3 groups: upper, middle, and lower ranks. The lower tier consisted of rough laborers, with 3 being original inhabitants of the estate and the other 7 brought from the household. These 7 were unlikely to be aware of her alternating states of consciousness, as their duties were limited to menial tasks. Thus, the traitor must be among the upper-tier maids. Before her stood 5 young maids. Aside from Kair, a second-tier maid closely attending the Sui matriarch, there were Qiudi, Chunyue, Chunling, and Shadow. Qiudi, the eldest at 16, was a born servant of the Northern Duke's household and had always worked there. Her suspicion was minimal, as a servant of her standing would suffer greatly should her master fall into misfortune. Jiang Ding grew in damp. Appo's discerning gaze swept over the remaining 3. The maids stood in the room, their faces betraying a hint of anxiety. Suddenly, Jiang Ding spoke. In recent days of illness, you have all attended to me without respite. Chunyue, Chunling, and Shadow, I have 10 taels of silver for you to share. She turned to Shadow. I hear your mother is unwell. You shall take 4 taels, while the other 2 shall each receive 3. Upon hearing this, the expressions of the 5 maids varied greatly. Kay and Amp, Appo's, and Qiudi displayed envy, though they quickly composed themselves. Kuiampi, Appo, youthful and naive, continued to watch the 3 named. Qiudi, however, remained stoic, her eyes focused inward. Chunyue and Chunling were astonished yet delighted, but their joy dimmed when they learned Xiaodong was to receive 4 taels. They gazed at her with unmasked envy. Xiaodong, trembling with gratitude, exclaimed, "Miss Sai, I cannot accept such generosity." Jiang Ding gently reassured her. What is there to fear? This is a reward for your service. Given your mother's condition, I can grant you a few days' leave to care for her. Overwhelmed with joy, Xiaodong repeatedly bowed. Thank you, miss. This is far more precious than mere silver. Observing her tearful expression, Jiang Ding felt a sense of relief, for she had dismissed one suspect. If Xiaodong were indeed a traitor, she would have received ample rewards from her hidden benefactor and would not be so filled with joy. Furthermore, her genuine concern for her ailing mother was evident. A person truly devoted to filial piety would not easily betray their master. As her gaze roamed between the remaining 2, Jiang Ding into Appo's keen intuition, honed during her past experiences in the imperial palace, came into play. She could discern truth from deception with little effort. Just as Chunyue and Chunling began to congratulate Xiaodong, Jiang Ding into Appo's voice cut through the air with a commanding tone. Bring forth these 2 maids and punish them severely. Chunyue and Chunling quivered in fear. Jiang Ding continued. Since my arrival at this estate, I have been in deep slumber for 5 days, and my mother has kept this hidden from me. How else would the villagers have learned of my condition, if not through your betrayal? You are the traitors among us. Seize them, punish them well, and find a pretext to dispose of them afterward. As she commanded, 2 burly servant women swiftly apprehended Chunyue and Chunling. Moments ago, they had rejoiced over the silver reward, but now they faced the grim reality of impending punishment. They cried out in desperation, but Jiang Ding remained unmoved, her countenance icy. Before long, the household punishment instruments were brought forth. Just as Chunyue and Chunling were being bound, Jiang Ding into Appo's gaze fell upon Qiudi. With a chilling tone, she asked Qiudi, "Do you believe they are the traitors?" Caught off guard by Jiang Ding into Amp, Appo's sudden inquiry, Qiudi hesitated, her eyes reflecting fear. Meeting Jiang Ding into Amp, Appo's penetrating gaze, she felt a shiver run down her spine and quickly lowered her head, stammering, replying to the Miss Sai. "I do not know." Jiang Ding, with a sardonic smile, retorted, "You do not know? Have you not been a nurturing elder sister to these two maids? Why then, do you remain indifferent as they face punishment? Chiodi faltered, her discomfort evident. If they are indeed traitors, I would not dare to intercede. With a sharp crack, Jiang Dings declared, "The traitor is you. Chiodi, will you not confess?" At these words, the previously sobbing Chun Yue and Chunling fell silent. Their cries abruptly halted. Chapter 18. Unmasking the Traitor 2. Jiang Dings gazed at the pallid face of Chiodi and spoke coldly. "My illness has been well concealed by my mother. If there were no traitor among us, this information would never have left this courtyard. Only you five are privy to the truth. I just conducted a test, Xia Dong, in her desire to fulfill her filial duty, and Kair, though envious of the rewards, showed compassion upon hearing that Chun Yu and Chun Ling were to be punished. Yet, you, Chiodi, appeared relieved when I declared my suspicion of them as traitors. As the head maid and a child born into this household, you should not have been the first to raise suspicion. However, your camaraderie with the other maids suggests that if you were innocent, you would have defended them. Instead, you did not. If you're not the traitor, then who is?" Chiodi attempted to argue, but Jiang Dings paid her no heed, commanding a servant to search her quarters. They soon uncovered a banknote of 50 taels. Chiodi and Appo's face turned ashen, and she was detained in the woodshed by the servants. At last, this perplexing case was resolved. Jiang Dings breathed a sigh of relief and rewarded the other 4 maids with 10 taels each. Chun Yu and Chun Ling, having narrowly escaped punishment, trembled with fear. Xia Dong, regaining her senses, hurriedly bowed her head in gratitude. Xia Dong hesitated. "Miss, may I still return to care for my ailing mother?" Jiang Dings, amused by her navette, smiled and replied, "Of course. Why would you not be allowed to?" As she spoke, she cast a lingering glance at Xia Dong. In her past life, Xia Dong had been an unremarkable maid, lacking any notable qualities. Yet, during a time when Jiang Dings was unjustly accused of writing love poetry that tarnished her family and Appo's reputation, it was Xia Dong who remained steadfastly by her side. Regrettably, Jiang Dings had been too preoccupied to appreciate her loyalty, and when marrying Long Ingche, she had dismissed Xia Dong as clumsy, opting instead for Chiodi and Chun Yu to accompany her to the prince and Appo's residence. Now, with the revelation of Chiodi as a traitor, Jiang Dings feared that many of her experiences in the prince and Appo's household had been compromised by Chiodi and Appo's betrayal. The realization sent a shiver down her spine. Her greatest folly in her previous life had been her misjudgment of others. She had misinterpreted her husband Long Ingche and Duanmu Qingxiu, leading to a lifetime of suffering that ultimately culminated in her death at the hands of her own son. Now, with the knowledge of Chiodi and Appo's treachery, she felt not only relief for her early discovery, but also a renewed perspective on several unresolved mysteries from her past. Many matters required reevaluation. Resolute, Jiang Dings commanded her servants to disperse. She leaned against a brocade cushion, slowly contemplating the people and events she had encountered in her previous life at the manor. Having lived an entire lifetime apart, and being quite young at the time, she had not made a deliberate effort to remember, thus requiring her to untangle many memories. Suddenly, a name flickered through her mind. Jiang Dings jolted, startling Kair, who was attending her. "Miss, what is the matter?" she inquired, alarmed. Jiang Dings placed a hand over her racing heart and after a moment replied, "It is nothing. I merely recalled something. C'est yourself, she instructed Kair. Please help me inquire about a certain individual." K and Appo's, puzzled asked, "Who does the miss wish to inquire about?" "You do not seem to know anyone here in the manor." Jiang Dings responded, "Send someone to Tian Silly Village to ask if there's a woman named Gendarme." Though Kair found it strange, she hurriedly dispatched someone to gather information. The Tian Manor, where Jiang Dings resided, was located 3 days' journey from the capital, in a county known as Longsheng. Tian Silly Village was the nearest settlement, so news was swiftly acquired. Indeed, there was such a person. Jiang Dings could no longer remain idle. She changed into plain attire, wrapped herself in a pale lotus-colored shawl, and took with her valuable gifts before heading out. Chapter 19. Young Master Mu by 1. Throughout the journey, K and Appo's or was filled with concern for Jiang Dings and Appo's recently healed body. However, this did not deter her resolve to seek out Mrs. Jiang. Jiang Dings felt an urgent need, for since her rebirth, the most potent opportunity to alter her fate lay before her. Mrs. Jiang appeared to be an inconsequential figure, yet her son, Jiang Mubai, was the only man in her past life who instilled fear in the formidable demon, Weian and Appo's. Jiang Mubai, the eminent leader of the civil officials in the Great Qin dynasty, achieved the highest honor in the imperial examinations at the tender age of 15, securing a position at Longyuan Pavilion as a scholar. By 18, he was appointed as a fifth-rank advisor, and at 19, he orchestrated the sensational birthday tribute incident that captivated the entire Qin kingdom. At 20, he was conferred the title of Grand Inspector. His unwavering integrity and willingness to speak truth to power earned him the reverence of the civil officials, as he fearlessly confronted corrupt officials and scrutinized the powerful. Jiang Dings recalled how the late emperor held Jiang Mubai in high esteem. In military affairs, there was Weian, and in civil matters, there was Jiang Mubai. The old emperor employed these two young men to purge the corruption that had plagued the court and society. Subsequently, when Long Yingche ascended the throne, Jiang Mubai diligently presided over state affairs, guiding the ministers with steadfast dedication. Long Yingche, however, was not a wise ruler. He succumbed to indulgence. Despite Jiang Mubai's repeated, forthright counsels, which incited Long Yingche's wrath to the point of nearly executing him, Jiang Mubai's incorruptibility ultimately shielded him from retribution. In her previous life, Jiang Dings had to rely on Jiang Mubai to suppress Weian's power. Yet for reasons unknown, Jiang Mubai always treated her with a notable coldness, seemingly indifferent to her reputation as a virtuous empress. Despite her best efforts, she could never secure his unwavering support, leaving her feeling isolated whenever Weian sought to undermine her. In this new life, she was determined to unravel the enigma of this seemingly obstinate man. She was aware that Jiang Mubai's mother hailed from Silly Village, quite near her estate. At this time, Jiang Mubai should have been engrossed in his studies, preparing for the upcoming autumn examinations, with only a few months remaining until he would become the top scholar. If she wished to cultivate a relationship with Jiang Mubai, this was her singular opportunity. Jiang Dings attempted to call upon Han Dun for insights regarding Jiang Mubai, but her efforts yielded no response. It seemed that in this life, she must rely on her own abilities. Perhaps Jiang Mubai could indeed assist her. "Miss, we have arrived," Kair reminded her. Jiang Dings slowly descended from the carriage. However, upon witnessing the scene before her, she was taken aback. A pockmarked dirt road led to two dilapidated thatch cottages. The shanties were in a woeful state, their roofs askew, resembling little more than an improvement over a pigsty. Jiang Mubai had lived in such conditions before achieving the status of top scholar. Jiang Dings was momentarily lost in thought. Beside her, K and Appo's, could not contain her astonishment, exclaiming, "Heavens, it's so decrepit." "Miss, do you truly intend to enter?" Jiang Dings nodded and, lifting her skirts with Kair's assistance, slowly approached. She knocked on the nearly ajar wooden door, and after a considerable pause, a hoarse and anxious voice responded. "Who is it?" K and Appo's called out, "Mrs. Jiang, our young lady has come to visit you." After a lengthy interval, a blind woman dressed in a coarse linen gown emerged cautiously, grasping a bamboo staff as she navigated her way to the door. Jiang Dings stood in shock. Jiang Mubai and Appo's mother was blind? Why had she been unaware of this in her previous life? Mrs. Jiang trembled as she opened the door, her vacant eyes scanning the exterior. "Who are you?" Jiang Dings took a moment to observe her closely. The woman appeared to be around 40, yet her hair was already streaked with gray, and her face bore the marks of hardship. The linen gown she wore was riddled with patches. Her sightless eyes and stooped posture made her appear far older than her years. In a gentle voice, Jiang Dings introduced herself. "Mrs. Jiang, I am from the Duke's residence." Chapter 20. Young Master Mubai, too. Before she could finish her words, an angry voice erupted from behind her. "How long does the Northern Kingdom's Duke's mansion intend to bully others? We have already stated that we will not sell the land. Yet you dare to disregard the law and seek to drive us to our demise? Jiang Dings turned in surprise. At the end of the dirt road stood a slender youth in a patched long robe, glaring at her with fiery eyes. The boy, tall and lean, possessed strikingly handsome features, his sharp brows and bright eyes revealing an undeniable charm. Before Jiang Dings could respond, the young man strode forward, steadying Aunt Jean. "Mother, let's go inside. Do not exchange a single word with these scoundrels." Aunt Jean hesitated. The maid, Kayer, indignantly shouted, "What is wrong with you? What has the Northern Kingdom Duke's mansion done to offend you? My lady came here out of kindness to visit, yet you refuse to invite us in and speak such words against her." The youth and Appo's sharp gaze swept coldly over Jiang Dings. "A young lady from the Northern Kingdom Duke and Appo's mansion? What is this? If force does not suffice, you resort to persuasion? For a mere few acres of land. The Duke's mansion has even sent out a young lady?" Kayer, enraged, flushed crimson. How can you be so unreasonable?" Jiang Dings suddenly placed a hand on Kayer's arm, meeting the youth's gaze directly. "You must be young Master Zhanmu Bai, the son of Aunt Jean. Am I correct?" The young man let out a cold snort. "Indeed." Jiang Dings smiled gently. "It is young Master Zhanmu Bai. Although I have not encountered you in my past life at the age of 15, your stature and the righteous tone of your speech are all too familiar to me." She turned to Aunt Jean, speaking softly. "Aunt Jean, I have come on behalf of my mother, Sui Shi, to visit you." Aunt Jean's vacant eyes flickered with a hint of confusion. "Sui, who is that? How do you know me?" Jiang Dings replied softly. "My mother mentioned that she once met a friend with the surname Jean during an outing in Silicon." Suddenly, a voice in her mind interjected. "No. How could your mother know the Jean family?" Jiang Dings, "I apologize. This was a fabrication of hers. My mother, Sui Shi, did visit Silicon, but whether she knows Aunt Jean is uncertain." The voice in her mind abruptly recognized something, falling silent. Indeed, after much contemplation, Aunt Jean shook her head. "Miss, I fear you have mistaken me. I do not know your mother." Jiang Dings and Appo's face fell with disappointment. "Is that so? Did I perhaps mishear? However, my mother did mention meeting Aunt Jean, and after all these years, it is likely that old acquaintances have forgotten each other." Her voice carried an air of wistfulness, and a perfectly measured sorrow graced her features. Unbeknownst to her, in her new life, she had become quite the actress. Indeed, both Aunt Jean and Zhanmu Bai fell silent, particularly Zhanmu Bai, who begrudgingly tempered his hostility. "Well, since you are not here to cause trouble, please come inside." Aunt Jean quickly added, "Yes, as guests from afar, how can we let this young lady stand at the door for so long?" Jiang Dings felt a sense of relief and was about to step inside when suddenly a commotion erupted nearby. Zhanmu Bai's expression darkened. "They are coming again." Aunt Jean trembled, repeatedly asking, "What should we do? What should we do?" Jiang Dings furrowed her brows and looked over to see a group of men approaching with menacing intent. Some wielded shovels, others hoes, and a few brandished gleaming scythes. Their faces were fierce and intimidating. Jiang Dings frowned and asked, "Who are they? What do they want?" Zhanmu Bai suddenly turned to her, his eyes sharp as blades. Mocking coldly, "They are from the Northern Kingdom Duke's mansion. Today marks the last day of the 5-day ultimatum they gave us. If we do not sell them the 10 acres of fertile land to the south, they will raze our home to the ground. They have declared that anyone who dares defy the Northern Kingdom Duke's mansion will meet a fate worse than death. After all, in Silicon, the law of the empire holds no sway." Jiang Dings and Appo's eyes widened in shock. Is this true? No wonder Zhanmu Bai had been so indifferent to her in her past life. No wonder he had dared to be outspoken, challenging corrupt officials and the powerful. It was all due to the bullying he had suffered at the hands of the powerful and corrupt in his youth. As Jiang Dings pondered these thoughts, suddenly Aunt Jean clutched her chest, gasping, and collapsed unconscious. This unexpected turn of events left both Zhanmu Bai and Jiang Dings stunned. Zhanmu Bai quickly seized his mother in his arms, shouting, "Mother, what is wrong with you?" Aunt Jean began to convulse, her eyes rolling back. Jiang Dings snapped back to reality, promptly patting his shoulder. "Quickly, carry her inside. Saving her is the priority." This prompt action brought Zhanmu Bai back to his senses as he hurriedly carried his mother inside. Chapter 21. First, aid Madame Jean lay on the bed. Her eyes tightly shut, froth escaping her lips, her complexion a sickly shade of purple, and her limbs rigid. Jean Moubai, gripped by fear, called out for his mother, his voice filled with urgency. Jiang Dings, watching anxiously from the side, inquired of Hundun, "What should we do now? Is there any miraculous remedy?" Hundun immediately declined. "It cannot be used on those who are not blood relatives. Otherwise, you will face karmic retribution." Jiang Dings gasped, "But she's on the brink of death." Hundun, with the cold indifference born from millennia of cultivation, replied, "Everyone must die. The Jean family cannot overcome this hurdle in their past life. Consequently, attempting to save her now would invoke karma. Think carefully." Seeing the anguish etched on Jean Moubai's face, Jiang Dings gritted her teeth. "Is there truly no way?" Hundun stated, "I cannot intervene, nor is there a miraculous remedy. The only way to save her is through you." Jiang Dings' heart burned with desperation. In her past life, she had not witnessed Madame Jean's affliction, and therefore felt no emotional weight. Yet, now, a living person lay before her, and Madame Jean was teetering on the edge of life, while the young Jean Moubai's eyes brimmed with tears. This was the mother of the esteemed scholar Jean Moubai. Determined, Jiang Dings declared, "I will save her." Hundun and Apo's voice remained calm, as if he had anticipated her decision. "How do you intend to do so? Give me the medical texts." Jiang Dings responded resolutely, "I may not procure a miraculous remedy, but surely I can obtain ordinary medical texts." Suddenly, she felt the record of heaven in her mind slowly unfurling. A line of text emerged, Huangdi's heart scripture. Jiang Dings was overjoyed. This record of heaven not only allowed her to consult her past life and Apo's affairs, but also provided medical knowledge. Pushing Jean Moubai aside, she removed a golden hairpin from her head and aimed it at Madame Jean's tiger mouth. Jean Moubai, furious, forcefully shoved her away, which, "What do you intend to do?" Jiang Dings, being much younger and frail from illness, was violently knocked to the ground. She struck her forehead against the corner of a chair, causing stars to dance before her eyes, nearly losing consciousness. Zai, startled, rushed to assist her. Realizing the weight of his actions, Jean Moubai felt a pang of regret. But he had no time to concern himself with Jiang Dings as Madame Jean suddenly convulsed. Jiang Dings, suppressing the pain in her head, struggled to rise. "Let me administer the needles to your mother. If we delay any longer, it will be too late." In the face of life and death, Jean Moubai could no longer afford to be obstinate. Jiang Dings took a handkerchief and, with Zai's assistance, placed it in Madame Jean's mouth, explaining, "This is to prevent her from biting her tongue and injuring herself." Next, she pierced Madame Jean's acupoint with the golden hairpin. Although the pin was not sharp enough to penetrate deeply, it succeeded in rousing her from unconsciousness, loosening her tightly clenched lips. Jiang Dings then proceeded to puncture the Yongquan acupoints on Madame Jean's feet. Gradually, Madame Jean began to moan. Jean Moubai, astonished yet hopeful, cast a glance at Jiang Dings. She then took out a silver needle from her pocket and drew blood from Madame Jean's 10 fingers. After a substantial amount of blood had been extracted, Madame Jean's limbs ceased to tremble and began to stabilize. Only then did Jiang Dings let out a sigh of relief. She focused on massaging Madame Jean's limbs while instructing the maid, Kate, to cleanse the foulness from her mouth. Throughout this process, Jean Moubai observed intently, his cold, frosty gaze scrutinizing Jiang Dings. The young girl before him was breathtakingly beautiful, her noble aura understated. She was wholly absorbed in her task, her hands never ceasing, and the concern in her eyes was palpable. A swelling bruise on her forehead, a result of his earlier push, caught his attention. Outside the room, the cacophony of voices threatened to tear the roof off. "You scoundrel, come out. Are you too cowardly? Today, the fields must be sold, whether you like it or not. What good are you guarding your blind mother? Sooner or later, we will dismantle your house. Ha ha! With those few acres of barren land, are you capable of farming? If not, hand it over quickly." The outside world was filled with vulgarities that were unbearable to hear. Jean Moubai, noticing a slight improvement in his mother's condition, darkened his expression and strode out. Jiang Dings, preoccupied with saving Madame Jean, turned around only to find Jean Mubai had vanished. Realizing the gravity of the situation, she hurriedly followed him outside. A group of ruffians had gathered outside, led by a few shifty-eyed middle-aged men, dressed in short blue garments. They appeared neither as servants nor as proper gentlemen. As Jean Mubai stepped out, the ruffians erupted in taunts. The scholar has emerged. Hurry and pay your respects to this prodigious talent. Soon, you won't have the chance to do so. Their mocking voices rang out in unison. Jean Mubai and Amp, Appo's handsome face turned pale, his thin lips pressed tightly together. Jiang Dings, standing behind him, felt a momentary lapse in composure, nearly bursting into laughter. How amusing it was! If these people knew that the young man before them, Jean Mubai, had truly achieved the highest honor this year, they would surely be left dumbfounded. Chapter 22. Where is your token? Of course, those present could not possibly foresee the future. Jiang Dings seemed to gradually comprehend the events that had transpired in her past life concerning Jean Mubai. Had it not been for her intervention today, Jean Dama would have suffered a stroke from the shock, leading to an untimely demise without the chance for rescue. In her previous life, Jean Mubai, still a youth, was inevitably besieged and brutally beaten by a group of provocateurs, forced to sell his land under duress. After he disposed of his property at a pittance, his mother passed away as well. Such blows would have been devastating for a boy in his teenage years. Furthermore, these ruffians acted under the banner of the Northern Duke's residence. So how could Jean Mubai not harbor resentment towards the Jiang family? It seemed she had uncovered the first crux of her past life. The courtyard was filled with uproar, and the crowd in Appo's aim was to incite Jean Mubai, providing an excuse to assault him and compel him to sell his land. The vile words exchanged were utterly unbearable. At times, the line between fury and reason is but a fleeting thought. Even a small act of kindness could alter everything. Jean Mubai, having regained his composure, swiftly discerned the intentions of these individuals. With a cold smile adorning his face, he regarded them, waiting until their commotion subsided before speaking in a chilling tone. Sell my land? It is absolutely out of the question. Abandon such futile hopes. After his declaration, he disregarded their mockery and provocations, responding only with a frigid smile. The leader of the group, a man sporting a goat-like beard, sensed Jean Mubai and Appo's imperturbability and rolled his eyes. He gestured for silence among his companions. Jean, today you will sell, whether you wish to or not. How else will you manage your land taxes for this year? I recall your family barely scraped together the payment last year. A flicker of hesitation crossed Jean Mubai's eyes, but he soon fixed his icy gaze upon the bearded man. 3 years ago, I became a scholar. The laws of Qin state that scholars are exempt from half of the land tax. How do you know I cannot pay this year? The bearded man furrowed his brow. Let us be honest. Your family's land is hardly worth collecting taxes on. But the Northern Duke's residence wishes to establish a summer retreat at the foot of the mountain, and your land is conveniently adjacent. Name your price, and as long as it is not exorbitantly high, we can negotiate. He spoke with an air of generosity, feigning openness. Jean Mubai replied with a sneer. If I do not wish to sell, then I shall not. Tian San, when did you become a dog for the Northern Duke's residence? Deceiving the vulnerable of the surrounding villages? Enraged, the bearded man retorted, You insolent brat. Do not think that because you are a scholar, we fear you. Offending the Northern Duke's residence means that even if you were to achieve the highest honors, you would still be powerless against their might. Aren't you preparing to travel to the capital for the examination this year? You might regret it. Jean Mubai and Appo's expression shifted slightly. Is the Northern Duke's residence so far-reaching? The bearded man, sensing Jean Mubai's apprehension, became smug. That is difficult to say. You should inquire in the capital about the Northern Duke's formidable reputation. Jean Mubai's countenance darkened. Suddenly, a soft laugh broke the tension. He turned to find Jiang Dings, her eyes shimmering like water, watching the scene with amusement. The bearded man was momentarily taken aback, realizing Jiang Dings was hiding behind Jean Mubai. Who is this girl? What is she laughing at? He fumed. Jiang Dings smiled sweetly, her eyes crescent-shaped with mirth. This esteemed uncle with the beard claims to be affiliated with the Northern Duke's residence. But where is the evidence? What evidence? The bearded man was caught off guard. Jiang Dings continued with a smile, her gaze sharp. According to the laws of Qin, servants of official families must possess identification. While we shall not demand to see your identification, surely it must be in your master and Appo's possession. However, what about your waist token? It should bear the seal of the Northern Duke's residence, correct? Otherwise, how could you enter and exit? She turned to Jean Mubai, her expression serious. Brother Jean, you are well versed in the laws of Qin. What punishment does one face for impersonating a member of the royal family? With a glint in his cold, star-like eyes, Jean Mubai replied icily, Tian-san, you claim to belong to the Northern Duke's residence. Where is your token? Oh, I misspoke. Your waist token, that is. I should not insult dogs, as it would unjustly tarnish their reputation. The bearded man was nearly choked with rage. Such words were laced with venom. Jiang Dings wiped the sweat from her brow. She had not anticipated this future scholar to be so cutting with his words. In her previous life, Jean Mubai had been cultured and refined, possessing an unparalleled grace, never resorting to personal attacks even against corrupt officials he despised. It appeared that Tian-san had truly committed heinous acts to elicit such disdain from Jean Mubai, who was now willing to mock and berate him. Rendered speechless, Tian-san finally stammered, I am not affiliated with the Northern Duke's residence, but I have received orders from the Duke. Jiang Dings decided to drop the pretense, her face darkening as she coldly declared, You scoundrel, as the daughter of the Northern Duke's residence. I have never encountered someone like you. Furthermore, what status do you possess to warrant a private meeting with my father? You dare impersonate the Northern Duke's residence to oppress innocent citizens, wielding false authority? Prepare to face the consequences. The entire courtyard was astounded. Tian-san stared at Jiang Dings, speechless. He scrutinized her, noting her delicate appearance after her recovery, and her youthful, almost ethereal beauty. He had dismissed her as a mere young lady from a wealthy family. Could she truly be the eldest daughter of the Duke of Bagua? Tian-san and Appo's beady eyes darted around as he frantically searched for a solution. Jiang Dings, noticing that he was not intimidated, slightly furrowed her brow. She knew that someone as sly and cunning as Tian-san would possess remarkable composure. He remained unperturbed even after his charade had been exposed. Such seasoned tricksters were the most challenging to deal with. However, Jiang Dings was confident that he would not cause any further trouble. She gently said to Jean Mubai, Brother Jean, there's no need to worry. These individuals are undoubtedly impersonating the Duke of Bagua and Appo's estate to commit these wicked acts. They wouldn't Appo's dare to harm you. Jean Mubai now understood. Tian-san had always been a lackey and enforcer for wealthy families. His attempt to forcefully acquire the Jean family's land might be genuine. But whether the actual buyer was indeed the Duke of Bagua and Appo's estate in the capital was uncertain. Countless thoughts raced through Jean Mubai and Appo's mind. But he ultimately chose to believe Jiang Dings. Even if the Duke of Bagua's estate genuinely intended to do harm, they wouldn't and Appo's have one person play the hero while sending their biological daughter to play the villain. His Jean family was not that important. A complex expression flickered in Jean Mubai and Appo's eyes. Yes, Miss Jiang is correct. Jiang Dings felt a wave of relief wash over her as she saw that she had finally dispelled his hostility. At that moment, Tian-san chuckled coldly. Is this truly the eldest daughter of the Duke of Bagua's estate? I'm not entirely convinced. Jiang Dings, seeing that Tian-san was unafraid, retorted with a cold laugh. Then who would be more convincing? Tian-san was at a loss for words. He had initially resolved to muddy the waters no matter what, determined to seize the Jean family and Appo's land. Even if Jiang Dings were truly the Duke and Appo's eldest daughter, so what? She was merely an unloved daughter. He could always personally apologize in the future. But now his plan had failed. Jiang Dings' poise and composure were unwavering, suggesting she was either the Duke's daughter or someone of significant importance. Tian-san faltered. His eyes darted around as he prepared to slip away. Just then, a cold laugh echoed from the doorway. Why reason with dogs? All that wasted breath, how exhausting. Jiang Dings was taken aback. Zhang Mubai narrowed his eyes and looked towards the entrance. The wooden door was violently pushed open, and 3 guards stormed in. With the ferocity of tigers descending from a mountain, they seized the troublemaking thugs and unleashed a brutal beating. The courtyard erupted in screams and wails. Tian San's men were pummeled, their teeth scattered across the ground, crying for their mothers. The 3 guards were like tigers in a sheepfold, striking left and right, each one capable of taking on 5 or 6 men. Tian San howled, "Help! Murder!" His cries only attracted the guards' attention. They parted the scattered crowd and rushed towards Tian San, delivering a dozen ear-splitting slaps. Tian San and Appo's face swelled, and his teeth were knocked out. He spat out mouthfuls of blood. The 3 guards, understanding the principle of capturing the leader, continued to beat Tian San senseless with a barrage of punches and kicks, showing no mercy and aiming to kill. How could Tian San possibly stand a chance against these 3? A single punch nearly displaced his internal organs, causing him to hunch over like a shrimp. A kick sent him flying like a sandbag, slamming into the earthen wall with enough force to shatter his bones. In less than a quarter of an hour, the courtyard was filled with dust and groans. The troublemakers lay scattered, unable to stand. Only then did the 3 guards cease their assault. As the dust settled, Jiang Dings stared in astonishment. Standing at the wooden door was Weian, clad in snow-white robes. The sunlight illuminated his face, making him appear divine. He slowly approached, the pile of bodies beneath his feet insignificant. Weian and Appo's and Jiang Dings momentarily lost herself in thought. She recalled that snowy, bleak night in her past life. Surrounded by 3,000 armored soldiers, his eyes were like snow, his body clad in cold armor, and his hand gripped a long sword as he strode through the snow. The blood and severed limbs could not disturb his composure. He approached her with an air of disdain, as if he ruled the world. Jiang Dings, Weian and Appo's expression was ambiguous. "So you are the eldest daughter of the Duke of Beigua's estate." Jiang Dings snapped back to reality, suppressing the memories of her past life. "So what if I am?" Weian and Appo's and narrowed his eyes dangerously, studying Jiang Dings for a long moment before dismissing her. He turned to Zhang Mubai and said in a calm voice, "Master Zhang, why waste words on these petty people? Beat them and throw them to the dogs." "Throw them to the dogs?" Jiang Dings shuddered. Everyone knew that when Weian and Appo's, the commander of the Dark Shadow Division, said he would throw someone to the dogs, he meant it literally. Zhang Mubai stared at the thugs who had been beaten into a pulp, speechless for a long time before asking, "May I ask for your name, sir? Have we met?" Chapter 24. A contest for affection. The yard fell into a hushed silence, as if the very wind had ceased to blow. Zhang Mubai furrowed his brow. Gazing at the distinguished figure before him, Weian, "May I inquire your esteemed name, and why you have chosen to assist me today?" With a cold glance at Jiang Dings, Weian replied indifferently, "I am named Weian, courtesy named Junhua. I hail from the Ji family on Zhuke Street in the capital." His introduction was exceedingly brief, leaving Zhang Mubai and Appo's expression unchanged. Jiang Dings could not help but stifle a laugh. Indeed, Weian and Appo's aloofness rendered his words nearly meaningless. Who, apart from her, would recognize the Ji family of Zhuke Street? Moreover, the Ji family was a once prominent clan, now in decline. Their true renown would not resurface until 3 years hence. Zhang Mubai, with a slight frown, showed no particular interest in Weian, though he acknowledged the assistance nonetheless. He invited Weian inside. The Zhang residence was in disrepair, almost bare, with even a roof bearing holes. Jiang Dings felt a pang of sympathy for the once illustrious civil leader, Zhang Mubai, who had faced such poverty in his youth. She resolved to support him in this year and Appo's autumn examination, regardless of the circumstances. Zhang Mubai, preoccupied with worries about his mother and Appo's illness, bore an air of heaviness. Meanwhile, Jiang Dings and Appo's mind wandered, caught in a tempest of thoughts alongside the chaotic entity within her. Why has he come? She pondered. The entity, chaos, responded with ignorance. I do not know. Jiang Dings chuckled softly. He Chaos, growing irritated, retorted, "What do you mean, woman?" With a cold smile, Jiang Dings replied, "Nothing of consequence. I merely find it oddly orchestrated." "You possess no evidence," Chaos countered. Jiang Dings chose silence, and the three of them sat around the table, the atmosphere growing increasingly awkward. Weian produced a resplendent silver note from his bosom. "This is the sum for purchasing land belonging to Master Jiang. I beseech you to accept it." A mere glance at the note sent Jiang Dings into a fit of indignation. It was worth 1,000 taels. Her mind buzzed with disbelief. She scrutinized the young Weian, a thought slowly surfacing. Could he also be a reincarnated soul? In their previous lives, Zhang Mubai had been a paragon of integrity, while Weian had been his sworn adversary in the Dragon Shadow Division. Jiang Dings mused that if not for Zhang Mubai's unwavering principles, Weian might have seized power long ago. Was Weian here to compete for affection? Her expression darkened as she glared at him. Yet Weian paid her no heed, focusing solely on Zhang Mubai. Zhang Mubai frowned, clearly displeased. What does Master Ji mean by this? Is there some treasure buried in my family and Appo's land that has attracted so many eager buyers? Weian remained impassive, responding coolly. The land owned by Master Jiang has favorable geomancy. I wish to acquire it to establish an estate where I may hunt in the autumn. Zhang Mubai coldly pushed the silver note back. I am unworthy of your generous offer, Master Ji. Please take it back. Jiang Dings felt a surge of joy. Indeed, the unyielding temperament of Zhang Mubai had not changed in this life. Weian, unfazed by the rejection, continued, "What purpose does Master Jiang have for this land? Since the Duke of Bagua has already set his sights on it, you cannot sell it to others. Furthermore, Madame Jiang and Appo's health requires urgent attention. Although this sum may seem excessive, you could always return the surplus to me later." Zhang Mubai hesitated. Jiang Dings shot Weian a fierce glare, sneering. Master Ji certainly possesses a grand ambition. Before she could continue her mockery, Weian interjected with a knowing smile. "What is my ambition compared to that of the Duke of Bagua? Lives are at stake for mere acres of land." His words left Jiang Dings speechless. All eyes were fixed on the youthful Zhang Mubai, curious to see how he would respond. This was not merely 10 taels or 100, but 1,000 taels, a sum sufficient to save Madame Jiang's life and ensure a future free from want for both mother and son. Ultimately, Zhang Mubai shook his head, pushing the note back once more. "A gentleman acquires wealth with integrity. I am grateful for your kindness, Master Ji." Weian appeared momentarily taken aback, perhaps not anticipating Zhang Mubai and Appo's steadfastness despite his dire circumstances. After a long pause, he could only express a faint disappointment. "Very well." Jiang Dings gazed at Zhang Mubai, captivated by the sight of the young man clad in a coarse robe, yet standing tall with a clear gaze. She found herself entranced. Meanwhile, Weian observed her from the corner of his eye, a subtle smirk playing at the corners of his lips, his gaze enchanting as if woven with magic. Chapter 25. The engagement in the evening. Jiang Dings returned to the estate, her expression a tapestry of conflicting emotions. The events of the day regarding the Jiang family had ebbed and flowed, yet she managed to steer the course back towards safety just in time. Madame Jiang had turned the tide, preserving the few acres of fertile land, but an unexpected figure, Weian, had emerged for the shadows, one she never anticipated. Weian. Jiang Dings furrowed her delicate brows, pondering his intentions. Why would Weian extend a hand to Zhang Mubai? If they had shared camaraderie in a previous life, what had led to their eventual enmity? The thoughts swirled, causing a creeping headache. During dinner, Jiang Dings remained preoccupied with these contemplations. Her mother, Madame Sui, had shown considerable improvement after a period of rest, particularly due to Jiang Dings and Appo's efforts in summoning the county and Appo's most renowned physician for meticulous treatment. The effectiveness of the herbal remedies was indeed a welcome relief. Madame Sui hesitated, inquiring about the matter of Granny Qian. Jiang Dings understood her concern regarding the potential fallout from Granny Qian and Appo's monetary issues. She reassured her mother, "There is no need for concern. With evidence on our side, The household will dare not act against us. Madame Sui pondered. Perhaps we should return to the capital once we have both recovered. Jiang Dings smiled softly, a glint of cold resolve in her eyes. No, mother. As the esteemed wife of a duke of the north, it is only fitting that the household sends a grand carriage to escort us back. Madame Sui stared in disbelief. Is that truly possible? With unwavering confidence, Jiang Dings replied. It will happen. She recalled that in her previous life, her father, Duke Jiang Yufeng, had been rewarded by the old emperor for his contributions with a medicinal formula, necessitating a visit to the palace to express gratitude. Additionally, the celebration of the matriarch and Appo's 60th birthday required the presence of the legitimate lady of the house. Once Madame Sui regained her health, the household would not dare to overlook her. Seeing her daughter's conviction, Madame Sui's anxiety began to dissipate. She gazed at Jiang Dings' youthful visage and suddenly asked, I heard you encountered young Master Ji today. Jiang Dings was momentarily taken aback. News traveled swiftly. Madame Sui probed, what do you think of young Master Ji? Jiang Dings, having resolved to feign ignorance, replied, what do you mean by think? Madame Sui scrutinized her for a moment before stammering. He mentioned that the Duchess of Chun intends to act as his matchmaker. Jiang Dings' expression darkened instantly. Mother, he is deceiving you. Madame Sui, taken aback, questioned, how do you know that? Besides, the Duchess has a past with his mother. It is not impossible for her to act as a matchmaker. Frustration flared within Jiang Dings. In her previous life, she prided herself on her composure. Yet the mere mention of Ji Weian unraveled her rationality. Sighing, Madame Sui mused, had it not been for the Crown Prince's interest in an alliance with us last year, I would say young Master Ji's character and appearance are exemplary, albeit his family's standing is somewhat lacking. As Madame Sui rambled on, Jiang Dings' countenance grew increasingly grim. A voice in her mind interjected, see, I told you Ji Weian is quite admirable. Silence. Jiang Dings' voice was as frigid as ice. I would rather die than marry that man. The voice seemed to chuckle softly before fading away. Jiang Dings waited patiently for her mother to finish her tirade before saying, Mother, focus on your recovery. I'm still young and do not wish to contemplate marriage at this early stage of my life. Madame Sui countered, you're not so young anymore. Many girls your age are already betrothed. Jiang Dings had no reply, resorting to a playful tone. Mother, do you wish to hasten my departure from home? Her mother, unable to bear the thought, let the subject drop. After ensuring that Madame Sui was settled, Jiang Dings retreated to her chamber, her expression still tempestuous. Her maids, Chun Yu and Chun Ling, noticed her distress and, after assisting her with her evening routine, quietly withdrew. Jiang Dings lay in bed, tossing and turning, feeling an unsettling sense of danger from Ji Wei and Appo's as presence. Could he also be a reincarnated soul? Closing her eyes, she entered the chaotic realm. The surroundings were shrouded in a misty haze. Jiang Dings called out for chaos. After much coaxing, chaos finally emerged. What is the matter? Jiang Dings, what troubles you regarding Ji Wei and Appo's? And chaos hesitated. Do not inquire. The answer is simply unknown. With a cold smile, Jiang Dings retorted, then there is no need for further discussion. I understand. Chaos grew anxious. What do you know? Jiang Dings remained silent, her icy demeanor unyielding. Sensing her fury, Chaos swiftly changed the subject. Today, you saved the Zhan family, which has garnered you merit. Still unamused, Jiang Dings replied, the Zhan family is the future mother of a top scholar. The merit is significant. It could be exchanged for 5 spiritual herbs. What type do you desire? Bone cleansing? Longevity? Or perhaps immunity to toxins? Jiang Dings scoffed. Isn't it stated that such herbs cannot be used on unrelated individuals? I shall save them for my mother, who has shown improvement. It is wise to keep them as a precaution. Truly commendable of you, Chaos praised. Jiang Dings let out a couple of cold laughs, silencing Chaos and Appo's as flattery. Alas, the conversation has grown stale, Chaos concluded awkwardly. It is getting late. Suddenly, Jiang Dings declared, regardless of the circumstances, I must make an attempt. Chaos blinked in surprise. Attempt what? With resolute determination shining in her eyes, Jiang Dings stated, "I will find a way to rid myself of Weian." Chaos fell silent. Chapter 26. The gift in the elegantly refined courtyard. Weian reclined lazily against a soft couch, engrossed in a solitary game of chess. The board was a striking tableau of black and white, the white pieces exquisitely carved from fine mutton fat jade, while the black pieces were fashioned from obsidian from the western regions. The white pieces gleamed like fat, while the black ones appeared as deep as ink. He delicately picked up a black piece, contemplating. His fingers were remarkably beautiful, contrasting with the coarse knuckles typically seen on men. His 10 slender fingers, delicate and ethereal, shone brilliantly in the daylight. With lowered brows and eyes, he gazed at the chessboard beside him, where sunlight filtered through the wisteria trellis, casting a warm glow upon one side of his face. His visage, strikingly handsome and almost otherworldly, was framed by long, dark eyelashes that cast a small shadow upon his cheek. As he pondered, his lashes fluttered slightly. In his cold, penetrating gaze, there was not a ripple of emotion. Calm as an ancient, deep pool, dark and profound like a night sky brimming with countless stars. His chill was innate, an indelible part of him. If one were to quantify it, 7 parts could be attributed to his aloof and ruthless demeanor, while the remaining 3 parts concealed an undeniable weight of malice. Yet, most people only perceive the 7, remaining oblivious to the depth of the latter 3. At last, Weian placed a black piece decisively on the board, shifting the tides of the game. The previously advantageous white pieces found themselves in a precarious position. He then picked up a white piece, continuing his contemplation. Steward Zhang Bo approached and beheld this scene. A youth, enchanting as a specter, wholly absorbed in his game. Zhang Bo quietly approached, reporting mundane matters. Weian shifted slightly on the couch, offering a languid acknowledgement. Zhang Bo hesitated, ultimately voicing his concerns. "Young master, as per your instructions, we have wagered the family's fortune accumulated over the years." What if, without lifting his eyelids, Weian oppose, and replied lazily, "There is no and amp, oppose, what if, and amp, oppose." Zhang Bo fell silent, feeling helpless. After 15 years of service to Weian amp, oppose, he found himself increasingly unable to fathom the young master he had watched grow up, especially after that frigid winter day at the end of last year, when Weian oppose, and had fallen ill and slept for 3 days. Upon awakening, he had transformed into an entirely different person. Previously, Zhang Bo could glean some of Weian oppose as thoughts, but now he could not even catch a glimpse of them. Weian oppose and S strategies were inscrutable, defying all conventional reasoning. The meager family assets had long been extracted by various means, and by the beginning of the year, Weian had embarked on bold actions, exhibiting a ruthlessness that was astonishing for someone of his tender age. Zhang Bo shivered, having a vague sense of what Weian oppose, and was gambling for. Yet this gamble seemed utterly insane, even to one as seasoned as he. The stakes were monumental. Win, and one reaches the pinnacle of life. Lose, and one might as well seek rebirth. After a pause, Zhang Bo continued, "Young master, regarding the marriage between our family and the Northern Duke's household," Weian's eyelashes stirred slightly. He finally lifted his gaze to meet the elders. "A trusted confidant for over a decade. Speak freely, Zhang Bo. I know you have held your tongue for too long." His voice, though languid, carried an icy undertone that was impossible to dismiss. Zhang Bo gritted his teeth, compelled to voice his heartfelt concerns. "Young master, although the Northern Duke's eldest daughter is breathtakingly beautiful, her health is frail. Did she not just recover from a grave illness? Moreover, she holds little favor in her household, having been relegated to Yu County along with her mother." Weian seemed to smile. Zhang Bo found the courage to elaborate. "The two of them are at a dead end. Whether the Northern Duke will take them back to the capital is uncertain. There have been precedents in which prominent families abandoned their spouses to languish in the countryside. Furthermore, the conditions proposed by the Duke and Oppo's wife are excessively demanding. Setting aside the million in betrothal gifts, she also requires that after marriage, the young master must establish a separate household within 3 years in the capital. Creating a household is no simple task. Even if the master agrees, there are properties to consider. One cannot settle for a modest abode. It must be grand. Jiang Bo rambled on until he finally concluded. Ji Weian opposed, and languidly regarded him, replying with a cool inquiry. So, Jiang Bo's implication is that this marriage is unwise? Jiang Bo immediately affirmed, indeed, it is unwise. The cost is far too great. He continued to counsel, moreover, I have learned that the crown prince also desires to form a union with the northern duke and Oppos as household. Young master, this would mean competing with the crown prince for a woman. Ji Weian finally stirred, fixing Jiang Bo with a gaze that was both amused and inscrutable. What? Do you doubt my ability to compete? He merely smiled at Jiang Bo, yet the steward felt an involuntary chill creep over him, as if he were in the presence of a deathly specter. Jiang Bo fell silent, daunted by the aura emanating from the young master before him. Despite having watched Ji Weian grow from childhood, he dared not speak out of turn. Truthfully, he regretted expressing his thoughts today. He was acutely aware of the young master's strategies over the past 6 months, and now, at this critical juncture, it was too late for regrets. All bets had been placed, and this was indeed a gamble. The outcome hinged on this very moment. Would they lose? Jiang Bo gazed at Ji Weian, who seemed serenely at ease beneath the wisteria, and suddenly felt a disquieting sense of disorientation. He had a nagging feeling that something was amiss, like watching a carriage that ought to follow a certain path, but veered unexpectedly onto another. The world itself seemed poised for transformation, with the eye of the storm centered on the young master before him. Ji Weian opposed, and withdrew his hand, his cold gaze piercing through the vibrant wisteria leaves, lost in thought. Jiang Bo, rather than fretting over the marriage, it would be wiser to exert more effort with the Jiang family. At the mention of Jiang Mubai, Jiang Bo's expression grew even more troubled. Young master, it is not that I am shirking my duties. As per your instructions, I have delivered silver, food, and supplements, all of which Master Jiang has refused. Ji Weian opposed, and smiled slightly, seemingly anticipating this outcome. Jiang Bo sighed. I have never encountered such a resolute youth. Despite the dire straits of his family and his ailing mother, he remains adamant in rejecting gifts. He won't sell his land, nor will he accept silver. Ji Weian smiled knowingly. There is one thing he will accept. Jiang Bo inquired, what is it? But Ji Weian did not answer. Continue sending gifts to Miss Jiang. Jiang Bo blurted, more gifts? Ji Weian smiled. This time, they will not be supplements. Early the next morning, Jiang Dings rose, stared at a courtyard filled with various meowing long-haired cats, her forehead twitching in agitation. What are these? She asked the servants, suppressing her rising fury. The servants responded cheerfully. These are Persian cats sent by young Master Ji for your amusement. They are quite valuable. Jiang Dings rose, sneezed. Quick, send these back. The young maids, however, were engrossed in playing with the peculiar little fur balls, completely oblivious to Jiang Dings' words. Frustration flooded her, and she retreated indoors. Sending her Persian cats. How clever of Ji Weian. She was allergic to long-haired animals and would sneeze uncontrollably upon contact. This condition had prevented her from ever owning a cat or dog in her previous life. Was Ji Weian being deliberate? A shiver ran down her spine as she pondered. No, unless he too had experienced a rebirth. How could he possibly know of her allergy? At that moment, the voice of chaos echoed. Look at how sincere he is. Gifts of supplements, and now kittens. Any other woman would have already fallen for him. Jiang Dings rose and opposed. His head throbbed with anger. Be quiet. Chaos clicked his tongue twice, expressing his utter bewilderment at the complexities of human relationships. Jiang Dings replied coldly. Of course you wouldn't understand. You are neither human nor a woman. Chaos remained silent. Chapter 27. Bestowing medicine. Land rent in the secluded garden of a villa, Ji Weian sat gracefully on a stone bench, intently observing the black and white chess pieces upon the stone table. The intricate chessboard unfolded before him like a battlefield, where the clash of black and white pieces evoked a sense of epic conflict, stirring the heart with its intensity. Young Master Ji, a modestly dressed Jiang Mubai, approached him, his demeanor exuding an air of poise that rivaled Ji Weian's finery. Ji Weian lifted his gaze from the chessboard, his eyes shimmering with intrigue. Finally, you have graced us with your presence, young Master Jiang. Despite his simple attire, Jiang Mubai's presence was commanding. Weian gestured to the seat opposite him, a meaningful smile gracing his lips. Would you care for a game of chess with me? Jiang Mubai, having hurried over after attending to his ailing mother, felt an urge to decline Weian and Oppo's invitation. He faced mounting pressures, the upcoming imperial examinations, and the responsibility of caring for his mother. However, Weian proposed a condition that was difficult to refuse. He possessed a miraculous medicine to cure Jiang's mother. Suppressing his myriad of questions, Jiang Mubai sat down, his expression turning serious. Young Master Ji, if you truly possess such a medicine, name your terms. I am willing to exchange my 10 acres of land for it, provided it proves effective. Weian and Oppo's, with a black piece poised between his fingers, wore a half-smile that hinted at deeper intentions. Indeed, I possess a remedy that can treat your esteemed mother's ailment, but I do not require your land this time. Jiang Mubai furrowed his brow in inquiry. What then do you desire, young Master Ji? With an elegant gesture, Weian placed a black piece onto the chessboard. A mysterious smile danced in his enchanting eyes. If you could defeat me in this endgame, I shall gift you the medicine. As he spoke, he revealed a square camphorwood box adorned with auspicious cloud and bat motifs, sealed with red paper. Opening the box, he revealed a wax-sealed pill, its size reminiscent of a quail and Oppo's egg, emanating a refreshing medicinal aroma that invigorated the senses. This is known as the Oppo's revitalizing pill, and Oppo's, specifically crafted to treat strokes in the elderly. Regardless of severity, once consumed, it will restore balance within 3 days, demonstrating immediate results. It was personally prepared by the royal physician, Zhang Weifu. Of the 20 pills made, 10 were presented to the emperor, and the remainder I have kept. This single pill is invaluable. Jiang Mubai's eyes brightened at the mention of the esteemed physician, renowned as the Oppo's, miraculous healer and Oppo's, by the emperor. He surveyed the complex chessboard and then the pill, steeling himself before sitting upright on the stone bench. Young Master Ji, I humbly seek your guidance. At dawn, Jiang Dings instructed Chunyu and Chunling to assist her with her attire and grooming, meticulously reapplying her makeup. Clad in a deep purple gown adorned with gold flecks, her hair styled into twin buns, she adorned her hair with delicate pearl flowers, exuding a fresh, elegant nobility. Her skin was flawless, a canvas of pale porcelain, lightly dusted with rosy blush, enhancing her beauty akin to a thin layer of rouge upon white jade. Her lips, painted with a vivid red, completed her radiant visage. Once ready, Jiang Dings turned to her awestruck handmaidens, offering a gentle smile. Are you stunned? Let us proceed. Regaining their composure, Chunling and Chunyu swiftly assisted her as they ventured out. Jiang Dings arrived at a grand estate in the countryside, halting before an ornate entrance. Chunling and Oppo's expression shifted to one of alarm. Miss, what brings you here? Jiang Dings regarded the gilded plaque inscribed with the characters for the Jiang clan ancestral hall, narrowing her eyes before stepping inside. If the Sui family were to learn of her purpose, they would surely be taken aback. She had come unannounced to demand the return of the land contract. As Jiang Dings entered the ancestral hall, she disregarded the astonished servants and proceeded to the inner courtyard. There, a venerable elder, his hair silvered with age, bent over to tend to the flowers. The old man, approximately 80 years old, was frail yet possessed of vigorous spirit. Approaching him with a faint smile, Jiang Dings said, I am Jiang Dings, daughter of Jiang Yufeng, here to pay my respects to my great-uncle. Before her stood Jiang Huarong, a venerable figure who had devoted his life to the Jiang lineage. Respected even by the clan leader, Jiang Yuanshan. Jiang Huarong squinted at the stunning young woman before him, his voice gravelly. Ah, it is you, my dear. Were you not the one who caused embarrassment for Yuanshan and the others last time? Jiang Dings smiled brightly. Indeed, the clan leader and his elders have wronged my mother and me. I have come today to seek your assistance in restoring justice. Jiang Huarong narrowed his eyes, stroking his white beard as he sighed. I had anticipated this day would come. He scrutinized her intently before continuing, Well, since you are here, I suppose you shall not leave empty-handed." He moved to the center of the hall, grasping the rope of a large bell. With a vigorous pull, the resonant sound echoed throughout the countryside, signaling the commencement of a challenging confrontation. The Jiang clan members soon gathered, summoned by the tolling bell. Clan leader Jiang Yuanshan's expression darkened upon seeing Jiang Dings. She wasted no time, stating plainly, "Last time, you and several elders visited our estate, demanding the return of the land rent associated with my mother's dowry. My mother, being kind-hearted, has refrained from insisting on this matter over the years. However, as the old saying goes, and oppose, even brothers must settle accounts clearly, and oppose, regardless of our ties, the financial matters must be addressed." Jiang Dings and oppose's smile was warm yet firm. "I trust that none of you gentlemen would wish to deprive my mother and me of what is rightfully ours." Jiang Yishan's face flushed crimson as if he had been dealt a series of stinging slaps, while the other elders fell silent, rendered speechless. Jiang Dings' gaze swept over them, a wave of contempt swelling within her. 3 days had passed, and these parasitic relatives of the Jiang clan still refused to relinquish the overdue land rent. Were they truly courting disaster? Chapter 28. The inversion of black and white after a prolonged silence. Jiang Yuanshan finally spoke, desperately trying to defend himself. "Isn't this land a charitable estate?" The nearby elders nodded in agreement. Indeed, the Sui family stated that it was a donation for our clan as charitable land. Charitable land does not collect rent. It is meant to support the orphans and widows of our clan. They continued, "Every year, each household contributes 1 or 2 mu of land to be cultivated free of charge for the clan's vulnerable members." Jiang Dings couldn't help but smirk inwardly. She had anticipated that these individuals would never willingly relinquish the benefits they had seized. They were insisting that privately owned land be recognized as charitable land. Truly, the parasitic Jiang family was beyond reason. In broad daylight, they were capable of twisting right and wrong. Unfazed, Jiang Dings retorted, "Charitable land? In that case, I would appreciate it if the clan leader and the esteemed elders could present the contracts signed by my mother regarding the donation of the charitable land." Upon hearing this, Jiang Yuanshan and the others were rendered speechless. At this moment, Jiang Huarong, who had remained silent until now, coughed a few times and remarked, "Yuanshan, Qingshan, your combined ages are 10 times that of this girl. Is it not shameful for such elderly men to brazenly lie?" Jiang Yuanshan and oppose's face reddened. "Second uncle, this matter is of great importance. How can we allow this young girl to dictate terms?" Jiang Huarong shot him a glance. "Are you suggesting that the Sui family should come to discuss this with you? Or perhaps that Yu Feng should personally travel from the capital?" Jiang Yuanshan fell silent once more. When Jiang Huarong observed that no one else was speaking, he slowly continued, regardless of the circumstances. "The Sui family is still the wife of a duke. A few years ago, they granted us land to cultivate on their behalf. After deducting labor and seed costs, we ought to pay them a portion of the rent. You should not stubbornly cling to this and cause a loss of face." Hearing Jiang Huarong's words, Jiang Yuanshan could only respond with a sullen expression. Jiang Dings felt a sense of relief wash over her. She knew she had found the right ally. Although Jiang Huarong was not the clan leader, his lifelong dedication to the ancestral hall and his esteemed age commanded respect among the clan, and no one dared to oppose him, not even Jiang Yuanshan. In her previous life, she recalled how her mother, Sui, had lost 900 mu of fertile land to the Jiang clan after her untimely death. Jiang Huarong had once spoken out in her defense, advocating for its return. Unfortunately, at that time, this upright second uncle's health had declined, and his words were met with hollow compliance from the Jiang clan, ultimately resulting in a fruitless outcome. Frustrated, Jiang Huarong's health worsened, leading to his untimely demise, while Jiang Dings was taken back to the capital. After losing her mother and the 900 mu of fertile land, Jiang Dings faced even greater hardships in the duke's residence in the capital. However, that was a tale for another time. Having stumbled into a pitfall in her past life, she resolved not to repeat her mistakes in this one. Unexpectedly confronting Jiang Huarong had left the Jiang clan members who had intended to procrastinate utterly stunned, with Jiang Huarong having spoken, the clan leader and several elders, all of whom were of a younger generation, naturally dared not defy him. After much bargaining and uproar, Jiang Yuanshan ultimately agreed to grant Jiang Dings 50% of the rental income from the 900 mu of land for the past decade. Jiang Yuanshan, begrudgingly, remarked, "Miss, I must ask, what do you intend to do with such a large sum of money? The Duke and Appo's residence is not lacking in provisions for you and your mother." With a smile, Jiang Dings replied, "Clan leader, if there is no shortage of funds, then should we not reclaim the rent that rightfully belongs to my mother and me?" Her bright gaze swept across the gathered relatives, finally resting on her second cousin, Jiang Ruanqing. "Moreover, I believe my uncle should not be in want of money. Speaking of which, Iasin and Appo's second uncle planning to build a large estate soon? Given that he possesses such disposable income, I am confident that I need not worry about reclaiming my rental income." At her words, the ancestral hall fell into stunned silence, with dozens of eyes turning towards Jiang Ruanqing. Unable to contain his anger, Jiang Ruanqing exclaimed, "Where on earth did you hear such nonsense?" Jiang Dings smiled sweetly. "Why are you so agitated, second uncle? Building a large estate is a commendable endeavor. However, using the Duke's name to acquire land at low prices while causing strife is rather inappropriate. Wouldn't you agree? Even though my father shares a close bond with you, if this matter were to reach the ears of the censors in the capital, my father would certainly face the emperor's reprimand." She implored Jiang Ruanqing to reconsider. Having made her point, Jiang Dings turned away from the expressions of those present. She bid farewell to her second uncle, Jiang Huarong, and left the ancestral hall without a trace of regret. Upon arriving at the estate, she soon learned that the ancestral hall had dispatched someone to claim that the rental income needed to be recalculated due to the passage of time, implying they wished for more time to settle the accounts. Jiang Dings coldly instructed the messenger, "Return and inform the clan leader that the annual harvest has already been accounted for in the land tax. It is straightforward to deduce the figures from there. Within 10 days, the accounts must be settled, and the rental income must be delivered in full. Otherwise, starting this year, I will reclaim this land and let it lie fallow." The messenger departed, trembling with fear. Upon hearing the news, Sui rushed over, disregarding her illness. "My heavens, Roer, you actually went to confront them. Do you not realize the danger we might face if they were to retaliate?" Jiang Dings' demeanor turned icy. "Why should I not confront them over old debts? They intend to take advantage of our plight to drive us from the estate." Realizing the truth, Sui trembled with rage. "I never imagined these people could be so ungrateful. How many lives have those 900 mu of fertile land sustained over the past decade?" Jiang Dings helped her mother sit down and recounted the events where Jiang Yuanqing had pressured the Zhan family to sell land for his estate. Sui slammed her hand on the table in indignation. "I supported your second, Uncle Jiang Ruanqing, when he was down on his luck. Who would have thought he would turn into a tyrant in our own village?" Sui's lips quivered with fury. To pin all these misdeeds on the Duke's residence. No wonder I have felt unwelcome every time I returned these past years. They may have been committing such wrongs long before. Chapter 29. Cousin Jiang Yilin mother and daughter were engaged in conversation when suddenly a servant entered to announce, "Madam, Miss. The second cousin, Miss Jiang Yilin, has come to pay her respects." Jiang Dings paused momentarily, inquiring, "Who is that?" Sui replied, "Roer, have you forgotten? Yilin, you used to play together when you were children. She is your second uncle's daughter." Jiang Dings asked, "Jiang Yilin?" Sui frowned and remarked, "Your second cousin's visit yesterday was rather opportunistic. She may not be here out of genuine concern for your illness. I'm not keen on seeing her. You may attend to her as you wish." Jiang Dings offered her mother some words of comfort. Sui and Appo's face was etched with disappointment towards the Jiang family. She continued, "Regardless of the circumstances, we must find a way to reclaim the land rent. Even if we have to donate it all, it would be better than sustaining a pack of ingrates. As for your second cousin, you decide how to entertain her." With that, she retreated to her room to rest, leaving Jiang Dings to greet Jiang Yilin. Jiang Dings composed herself and, accompanied by her maidservants, proceeded to receive her guest. In the dim twilight, She discerned 3 carriages halted before the estate's entrance. Under the warm glow of red lanterns, a delicate and fair-skinned girl draped in a pale pink brocade cloak descended. She appeared to be around 11 years old, with a graceful visage, albeit slightly frail, adorned in a simple long dress. She was gently supported by 2 maidservants as she approached Jiang Dings. Jiang Yilin regarded Jiang Dings with a hint of surprise, for the rumors of her illness suggested that she was on the brink of death. Yet here she stood, seemingly well. As Jiang Yilin scrutinized Jiang Dings' beauty, a flicker of envy surfaced in her eyes, which Jiang Dings did not fail to notice. A subtle smile graced her lips as she warmly grasped Jiang Yilin and Appo's hand, exclaiming, "Dear cousin Yilin, I have missed you dearly. Why have you not visited me during my stay here?" Jiang Yilin instinctively recoiled from Jiang Dings and Appo's touch, but then, recalling something, she restrained herself. Jiang Dings feigned ignorance, leading Jiang Yilin further into the estate. Jiang Yilin cleared her throat twice and said, "Sister Ro, you must not blame me. I heard you were ill and had come to the countryside to recuperate, and I was so anxious to see you. Unfortunately, I fell ill myself and have been coughing for several days before recovering. As soon as I felt better, I hurried here." She tightened her grip on Jiang Dings' hand. Speaking earnestly, "Sister Ro, I couldn't and Appo's to even wait until the next morning to see you." Jiang Dings regarded the freshly blooming Jiang Yilin with a smile that concealed her disdain. Indeed, her so-called good sister had only come to visit after she had recuperated, not out of genuine concern, but to ascertain whether she had indeed perished. This was hardly surprising, as the heartless Jiang family had been observing the fate of her and her mother with detached interest. However, Jiang Dings recalled that Jiang Yilin was far from virtuous. In her previous life, Jiang Yilin nearly ruined her beauty with a scalding cup of tea and had made off with 2 significant items from the estate. The memories of her past life flashed through her mind, and Jiang Dings felt increasingly composed and steady. While engaging in pleasantries with Jiang Yilin, she instructed the servants to take Jiang Yilin and Appo's belongings to the Buddhist hall. Jiang Yilin paused, asking the Buddhist hall, "Sister Ro, why go through all this trouble? I could just stay in your room tonight." She added with a smile, "Have you forgotten? We used to share a bed as children." Jiang Dings smiled faintly, though her bright eyes betrayed no mirth. "Ah, dear cousin Yilin, if only it were that simple. However, due to my illness, I must limit contact with others to avoid contagion." Before she could finish, Jiang Yilin and Appo's expression shifted dramatically as she withdrew her hand from Jiang Dings and Appo's grasp. With a forced laugh, she wiped her hand with a handkerchief, saying, "So, that is it. I shall stay in the Buddhist hall tonight. It is quite serene there." Jiang Dings pretended not to notice Jiang Yilin's withdrawal, smiling as she ushered her into the parlor. Although Sui did not meet Jiang Yilin, she had instructed the maidservants to present some rare fabrics and jewelry as gifts to her, in order to appease any gossip. Upon seeing the offerings, Jiang Yilin and Appo's face lit up with delight, and she lavished compliments on Jiang Dings. Jiang Dings merely observed with a good-natured smile, even donning an appropriately pleasant expression. Jiang Yilin, laden with gifts, said to Jiang Dings, "I never expected Aunt to give me so many fine things. Sister Ro, please do not be upset." She spoke with an air of superiority, as if boasting of her spoils. Having spent decades in the imperial palace, Jiang Dings was indifferent to such childish comparisons, viewing them as mere trivialities. However, given that Jiang Yilin was right before her, it would be impolite not to respond. Thus, Jiang Dings smiled gently. "Dear cousin Yilin, there is no need for concern. My mother is simply warm-hearted and generous. Yet, such items are plentiful in our household and hold little value. Truly, the finest treasures are in the capital." Instantly, the smile faded from Jiang Yilin and Appo's face. She had not anticipated that what she deemed precious would be regarded as worthless trash by Jiang Dings. Her interest waned, and she passed the gifts to a maidservant, saying, "Take these away." Jiang Dings observed her reaction with a smile and continued to lead her towards the Buddhist hall. situated at the farthest end of the estate. The hall was seldom visited, save for Sui's occasional prayers on the 1st and 15th of each month. Upon seeing the hall's simplicity, Jiang Yilin frowned. Jiang Dings, wishing to eliminate any possibility of regret, smiled and said, "Cousin Yilin, do rest well." With that, she departed, leaving Jiang Yilin and her attendants in a state of sullen discontent. The night passed without incident. The following morning, Jiang Dings awoke refreshed and was attended by Chen Yue and Chunling as she dressed and groomed herself. However, Care soon arrived to report, "Miss, the cousin is waiting for you in the flower hall." Jiang Dings found it amusing and inquired, "What brings her here so early?" Care, lacking guile, replied, "I asked the cousin the same question, and she said she could not sleep and rose early." Jiang Dings suppressed a smile, acknowledging the report, but taking her time to adjust her clothing and appearance before heading out. Upon entering the flower hall, she found Jiang Yilin seated at the table. The once fair complexion of Jiang Yilin now appeared sallow, her makeup unable to mask her pallor. She looked lethargic, her eyes devoid of spirit, sipping tea absent-mindedly. As Jiang Yilin noticed Jiang Dings' arrival, her eyes momentarily brightened, but upon seeing Jiang Dings' radiant complexion and increasing beauty, jealousy flared within her. Jiang Dings, perceiving this envy, could not help but smirk internally. Approaching with a smile, she said, "Dear cousin Yilin, you do not look well. Did you not sleep well last night?" Jiang Yilin hesitated before forcing a response. "It's nothing. I struggle with unfamiliar beds." Jiang Dings, invigorated, took a seat beside her, smiling. "It is not a good habit to be troubled by unfamiliar surroundings. However, cousin Yilin, rest assured, although our estate is modest, it is quite clean and devoid of filth." At the mention of filth, Jiang Yilin visibly shuddered, recalling something unpleasant. She managed a strained smile, saying, "A fortune-teller once told me I am fated to suffer misfortune and cannot stay in the Buddhist hall. Sister Ro, perhaps I should find another place to reside?" Jiang Dings feigned difficulty. "Well, there aren't too many good rooms in the estate, but I have arranged for Qingfeng Pavilion to be cleaned. In a few days, cousin Yilin will surely be able to move in." Jiang Yilin, upon hearing "a few days," instinctively shivered. Must it really take that long? I will just move in today. The estate must be clean enough. She was increasingly anxious to change her surroundings. The thought of the trees rustling outside the Buddhist hall last night, coupled with the eerie sounds of the wind, made her skin crawl. Had it not been for her purpose in visiting the estate, she would have fled home without a second thought. Considering the purpose of her visit, Jiang Yilin stifled the urge to weep and return home, gently urging Jiang Dings to arrange an alternative lodging for her. Jiang Dings, while partaking in her breakfast, listened with a faint smile as Jiang Yilin pleaded. It was not her intention to make things difficult for Jiang Yilin. Rather, the latter was akin to a toxic flower, with motives far from innocent for her visit to the estate. Jiang Dings felt compelled to press her a little. After finishing her meal, Jiang Dings found Jiang Yilin still incessantly nagging about the change of location. Wiping her mouth, Jiang Dings cheerfully remarked, "Since my dear cousin Yilin wishes to change her sleeping arrangements, let us accommodate her. The Qingfeng Pavilion has yet to be tidied, but if you are not particular, we can make do for now." Jiang Yilin eagerly agreed. With her objective of changing locations achieved, she finally turned her attention to the millet porridge. However, just as she had taken a few sips, Jiang Dings leisurely inquired, "What has uncle been busy with lately? I have heard he plans to construct a grand estate and is intent on forcibly purchasing land from others." With a sudden splutter, Jiang Yilin spewed the porridge everywhere. The nearby maidservants hurriedly rushed to assist her, frantically wiping porridge off her face and mouth. Jiang Yilin coughed uncontrollably, staring at Jiang Dings in stunned silence. Jiang Dings, with a knowing smile, continued, "Where does uncle procure the funds to build such a grand estate? Moreover, purchasing land must be with the consent of its owner. Forcing a sale could lead to dire consequences." With that, Jiang Dings cast one last glance at the pale-faced Jiang Yilin before rising and exiting the flower hall. She had numerous matters to attend to and could hardly afford to engage in any mind games with this toxic little flower. Chapter 30. Encountering the miraculous elixir again. As Jiang Dings was about to visit her mother, Madame Sui, she was informed of Jean Mubai and Appo's arrival. Recalling their previous interaction, Jiang Dings promptly went to greet him. In the reception hall, Jean Mubai sat composedly, his gaze lowered. Nearby, several young maids blushed, whispering and pointing at him. Aware of the attention, Jean Mubai cleared his throat and took a sip of tea to conceal his unease. "Young Master Jean," a gentle voice called out. Jean Mubai nearly choked on his tea, hastily placing the cup down and looking up. Bathed in the radiant spring light, a stunningly beautiful young woman stood before him, smiling. The light illuminated her face, making her appear ethereal and enchanting. Jean Mubai was captivated. After a moment, Jiang Dings, noticing Jean Mubai's entranced gaze, touched her face and asked, "Young Master Jean, is there something on my face?" Jean Mubai, regaining his composure, quickly lowered his head. "No, nothing. I was just—" Jiang Dings smiled. "How is Madame Jean?" Mention of his mother and Appo's illness brought Jean Mubai back to reality. He expressed his gratitude, if not for Miss Jiang and Appo's timely assistance. "My mother might not be with us today." Moreover, Jiang Dings had assisted in finding doctors and medicine, essentially saving his mother and Appo's life. Recalling his past misunderstandings towards Jiang Dings, Jean Mubai's eyes filled with complex emotions. He and his mother, Madame Jean, had always relied on each other. To support his studies, Madame Jean had toiled day and night, embroidering handkerchiefs and sachets, ruining her eyesight and exhausting herself. He had vowed to repay his mother and Appo's sacrifices when he achieved success. Jiang Dings and Appo's act of saving his mother was akin to granting him a second life, an immense debt of gratitude. Seeing that Jean Mubai's gaze was now filled with gratitude rather than hostility, Jiang Dings felt relieved. Madame Jean's life had been preserved, rectifying the misunderstandings of the past. She knew that Jean Mubai would excel in the imperial examinations and become a prominent figure in the civil service. Jean Mubai hesitated before saying, "Besides expressing my gratitude, there's another matter I wish to discuss with Miss Jiang." Jiang Dings responded casually, "If there is anything troubling you, young Master Jean, please feel free to share it. I will assist in any way I can." She continued, "After all, this matter concerns the Jiang family as well. Whether it involves finances or resources, I will do my utmost to help. You need not worry about owing me a favor, as this is my mother and Appo's wish." Jean Mubai hesitated. "Actually, and Appo's, it's not about that. It concerns young Master Ji, who gave me a miraculous elixir." Jiang Dings was speechless. After seeing Jean Mubai off, Jiang Dings, her face darkened with displeasure, stormed towards Ji Weian's residence. Enough is enough. She decided she would no longer tolerate it. In her previous life, the formidable antagonist had made her life miserable, either intimidating officials who supported her with the Dragon Shadow Guard or constantly reporting trivial matters that caused her distress. For instance, which beautiful palace maid Long Yingche had secretly favored, or where Long Yingche and Duan Muqing and Appo's, or had gone for their private rendezvous, or what rare treasures Long Yingche had bestowed upon Duan Muqing and Appo's, or how Long Yingche and Appo's extravagance had incited public resentment. Initially, she would join the condemnation of Long Yingche and the deceitful Duan Muqing and Appo's, becoming agitated and heartbroken. However, she eventually realized that Ji Weian seemed to derive pleasure from her distress. Ji Weian was like a venomous presence, never bringing good news. Even after she explicitly stated that she did not want to hear about Long Yingche and Appo's scandalous behavior, Ji Weian would find some catastrophic event to disturb her peace, such as the southwestern tribal chiefs plotting rebellion or fishermen in the east being killed by Japanese warriors, leaving behind scenes of carnage, or northern nomadic tribes raiding and enslaving civilians, causing immense suffering. In her previous life, Jiang Dings lived in fear and anxiety under Ji Weian's manipulation for 5 years. It was only later that she realized it was all a ploy. Ji Weian had used her to gain a firm foothold in the new dynasty, develop a powerful intelligence network, and expand the Dragon Shadow Guard and Appo's influence under the guise of suppressing rebel factions and border tribes. Jiang Dingru couldn't and oppose to understand why the antagonist, in both lives, couldn't choose to be a better person. He had already caused enough trouble in her previous life, and now he was trying to steal people from her again. Jiang Dingru stared at the closed courtyard gate and coldly ordered the servants, "Break down the door." The servants exchanged confused glances, unsure of what their recently recovered young mistress was planning. Seeing their hesitation, Jiang Dingru and oppose. As expression darkened, "Are you defying my orders? Break it down." The servants reluctantly began to batter the door. Suddenly, the courtyard gate swung open, and Madame Sui emerged hand in hand with a graceful young man dressed in white. Jiang Dingru was stunned. If she could describe her feelings in one phrase, it would be, "I wish I could gouge my eyes out." The young man was none other than Weian. Jiang Dingru felt as if she were in a dream. Madame Sui, noticing Jiang Dingru and her entourage, was slightly surprised. "Rowan Oppos, or what brings you here?" She then smiled knowingly. "Oh, my Rowan Oppos, but must be worried about me and came to check on me. But what are those you and Oppos reholding? Hammers? Axes?" Weian glanced at Jiang Dingru and said to Madame Sui with a smile, "Aunt, you must take care of your health and avoid getting angry. Anger harms the liver and worry harms the spleen. Your ailment can be cured if you maintain a peaceful and relaxed state of mind every day, which will lead to good health and a rosy complexion." Madame Sui sighed. "How can I possibly be at peace? I have so many worries every day." She trailed off, her helplessness and sadness evident. Jiang Dingru watched Weian with a complex expression, wondering what he would say next. Weian possessed a captivating charm, coupled with great persuasiveness. "Aunt, think about it. Miss Rowe is already so grown up, and you are her support. If something were to happen to you, who would she rely on in the future?" Madame Sui suddenly realized, "Yes, you're absolutely right. Alas, I and Oppos am becoming senile before my time." The two continued to chat intimately, completely ignoring Jiang Dingru. After a while, Madame Sui finally noticed Jiang Dingru's presence. She said to Jiang Dingru, "Rower, you should thank young Master Ji." Jiang Dingru was speechless. She looked at Weian, who was watching her with a teasing smile, seemingly enjoying the moment. Jiang Dingru muttered, "What should I thank young Master Ji for, mother? I'm quite puzzled." Madame Sui immediately said, "Young Master Ji gave me a miraculous elixir." Jiang Dingru was speechless again. A miraculous elixir, another miraculous elixir. Jiang Dingru was so angry that her heart, liver, spleen, lungs, and kidneys were all aching. The ruthless Commander Ji, who had treated human lives as mere grass in her previous life, had become a medicine peddler in this life. He had given one to Zhan Mubai, successfully winning over the talent she had worked so hard to acquire. Now he had given one to her mother, Madame Sui, successfully winning over her own flesh and blood. Were these miraculous elixirs free? Was Weian handing them out by the dozens? The thought of this made Jiang Dingru unable to contain herself any longer, and she said with cold sarcasm, "A miraculous elixir? Is it a panacea or a vigor pill? Mother, it grieves me to say there are those in this world who wield the most trivial authority as if it were absolute, and peddle mere filth as if it were panacean. I implore you, do not be deceived. Should illness befall you, I shall seek out the most eminent physicians to attend to your care. Such mystical concoctions are best avoided." Her gaze, sharp as frost, turned upon Weian. "My concern is that some may harbor ulterior motives, seeking to exploit us." Weian's eyes flashed with a fierce light, yet he offered no rebuttal. To her surprise, Lady Sui responded with displeasure, "Rowan Amp, Oppos, or what are you implying? Master Ji has indeed provided a divine remedy. I have already ingested it." Jiang Dingru stared at her mother in stunned disbelief, nearly lunging forward to force her to regurgitate the substance. Could she casually consume something given by Weian? What was touted as an elixir of life might very well be a deadly poison, designed to ensure unquestioning obedience. A cold sweat broke out upon Jiang Dingru's brow. How could she convey to her mother that this man was not to be trusted? Not only should she avoid his remedies, but she should distance herself from him entirely, lest she be caught in the fallout when divine retribution struck him. Lady Sui, noticing the change in Jiang Dingru's complexion, inquired with concern, "Rower, what ails you?" Why are you drenched in perspiration? She reached out to touch Jiang Dingru's forehead with a worried expression. Jiang Dingru forced a smile, gritting her teeth as she replied, I am quite all right. Mother, please return inside. I shall express my gratitude to Master Ji. Chapter 31. Moon-gazing Lady Sui was coaxed into departing by Jiang Dingru. Jiang Dingru cast a frigid glance at Ji Weian, then silently turned to leave. A voice suddenly echoed from behind. Is Miss Jiang not curious? Not curious, Jiang Dingru responded, her bright eyes like frost. Since Master Ji has taken to peddling medicine, how can I not indulge him? She turned and departed without a backward glance. Upon reaching her chamber, Jiang Dingru summoned chaos. What medicine did Ji Weian give my mother? Chaos seemed to chuckle dryly. A panacea. Jiang Dingru. Chaos could only elaborate. It and Oppos. A resuscitation pill, personally crafted by Imperial physician Zhang Weifu. There are only 20 in existence. The Emperor took 10 for the palace. Jiang Dingru fumed. So the remaining 10 are in Ji Weian's possession? How'd he come to know Zhang Weifu? Don't tell me you're ignorant of this. Chaos stammered. Indeed, I am unaware. Jiang Dingru nearly shattered the teacup in her hand. Chaos consoled. Do not fret. At least I know he didn't give her mother poison. Jiang Dingru scoffed. So I should genuflect in gratitude? Chaos. After a long pause, Chaos offered. The resuscitation pill primarily alleviates qi stagnation and dissipates blood stasis. Lady Zhan and your mother both suffer from ailments. One with blocked qi and blood, the other with depleted vital energy and diminished vitality. This resuscitation pill is indeed a beneficial remedy. Have you not noticed the improvement in your mother's complexion? Jiang Dingru gradually regained her composure. Chaos continued. See how advantageous this is? You need not expend merit to procure elixirs for your mother and damp. Oppos. use. Furthermore, excessive consumption of elixirs from the meta-illusion realm is detrimental to mortals. Ji Weian, your future son-in-law, displays exemplary filial piety towards his prospective mother-in-law. He gleefully celebrated Ji Weian's newfound enlightenment. Jiang Dingru finally smashed the teacup in her hand to smithereens. Jiang Dingru remained apprehensive throughout the day, but it seemed her mother, Lady Sui, was genuinely unharmed. Her complexion was noticeably rosier, and her appetite had returned. Jiang Dingru slowly began to ease her worries. It wasn't that she trusted Ji Weian, but Chaos's words held some merit. Ji Weian had no reason to harm her mother at this juncture. As evening descended, Jiang Dingru was engrossed in a book when a servant announced, Miss Jiang invites the eldest miss to appreciate the moon together. Jiang Dingru was taken aback. Why did this moon viewing affair seem so familiar? She calculated the date. This moon viewing was occurring a full 10 days earlier than in her previous life. Her bright eyes turned cold. Allow Miss Jiang to enter. Jiang Yilin entered, her eyes widening in admiration at Jiang Dingru's gold-embroidered gown. She couldn't and Oppos, help but inquire. Where did elder sister Ro venture today? Why are you so lavishly adorned? Jiang Dingru smiled. Is it not pleasing to the eye? She rose to her feet, deliberately twirling, and indeed witnessed the envy flickering in Jiang Yilin and Oppos' eyes. Of course, it was pleasing to the eye. It was precisely because of its beauty that Jiang Yilin was displeased. Jiang Dingru recalled how her own face had nearly been ruined at Jiang Yilin and Oppos' hands in her previous life, and a series of cold sneers escaped her. In her past life, Jiang Yilin had visited under the guise of checking on her convalescence, also suggesting they appreciate the moon in the garden after nightfall. Then, under the cover of darkness, she had flung a cup of scalding tea onto her face. At that time, Jiang Dingru was still recovering from her illness, and, scalded by the tea, her face was red and blistered. Had Lady Sui not lavishly applied the family and Oppos' ancestral jade balm for 3 days, her face would have been disfigured. The jade balm was a miraculous remedy for regenerating skin, but its potency caused unbearable itching. To prevent Jiang Dingru from scratching her face raw, Lady Sui had kept vigil for 3 days and nights. It could be said that Jiang Yilin bore a significant portion of the blame for Lady Sui and Oppos' demise. The events of her past life were vividly etched in her memory. Jiang Dingru and Amp, Oppo's smile grew even colder. Sometimes, a seemingly insignificant incident went unnoticed at the time, but upon later reflection, it became increasingly suspicious. In particular, a year or two after the scalding incident, Jiang Dings realized that the ancient jade pendant she had worn since childhood was missing. The loss of this pendant, of unknown origin, was regrettable, but more importantly, the deeds to her mother and aunt, Oppo's 900 acres of fertile land had also mysteriously vanished. After much deliberation, although there was no concrete evidence to prove Jiang Yilin and aunt, Oppo's theft, it was highly likely that she was responsible. Elder Sister Ro, what are you contemplating? You seem lost in thought. Jiang Yilin's voice broke through a reverie. Jiang Dings realized she had been staring at her. She recollected herself, grasping Jiang Yilin's hand. Nothing. I was merely thinking that younger cousin Yilin possesses a remarkable enthusiasm to appreciate the moon in the dead of night. A trace of awkwardness flickered across Jiang Yilin's face. She said, well, there's nothing else to occupy my time. Jiang Dings was disinclined to listen to her excuses. She smiled. Very well. Let us go and appreciate the moon. The moon shone brightly, and a gentle breeze wafted through the air. Rose petal cakes, candied fruits, jasmine-scented incense. A table laden with refreshments, coupled with the exquisite red lanterns illuminating the pavilion, enveloped the courtyard in a tranquil and auspicious atmosphere. Jiang Dings exhaled deeply, reclining comfortably on the chaise lounge, and languidly addressed the bustling Jiang Yilin. Younger cousin Yilin, there's no need for such exertion. Is it not more agreeable to sit and admire the moon? Jiang Yilin sat before the red clay stove, brewing tea while smiling. Elder Sister Ro is still recuperating and should venture out to relax. I possess no other talents, only the ability to brew tea. Tonight, allow Elder Sister Ro to sample my brew. Jiang Dings watched Jiang Yilin usurping the duties of the serving maids, single-handedly tending to the stove. Her heart filled with cold amusement. Truly, she was willing to do anything to harm others. The stove charcoal fire burned so fiercely that sitting nearby in this weather would cause one to perspire profusely, and she had to constantly add fuel and stir the heavy tea ladle. To the uninitiated, it would appear that Jiang Yilin was a mere fire-tending servant. Had she not been deceived by this very facade in her previous life, believing that this second cousin was even closer than a blood sister? If one is to act, one must commit fully to the role. Jiang Dings suddenly retrieved something from her sleeve and tossed it into the charcoal fire. Jiang Yilin, engrossed in brewing tea, was startled by Jiang Dings and Oppo's actions. Because she was close to the stove, the sparks that flew up nearly singed her. Elder Sister Ro, what are you doing? Jiang Dings withdrew her hand, smiling. Nothing. I merely sprinkled a handful of aniseed. I heard that burning aniseed fills the room with fragrance. I was simply curious to try it. Jiang Yilin surreptitiously wiped away the cold sweat that had broken out on her brow, forcing a smile. Elder Sister Ro, you are truly mischievous. Jiang Dings covered her mouth and giggled. After a while, the water in the tea cauldron, which had been simmering for some time, finally came to a boil. Jiang Yilin's eyes lit up. She quickly poured in the prepared tea leaves and stirred with the cumbersome tea ladle. Jiang Dings watched her intently. Jiang Yilin stirred, beads of perspiration forming on her forehead, and began to ladle out a cup of scalding tea. As she gazed at the steaming liquid in the cup, a cold glint flickered in her eyes. A ghostly voice echoed in her ear. Younger cousin Yilin, is the tea ready? Jiang Yilin trembled, nearly spilling the entire cup on herself. She gasped, staring at Jiang Dings, who had materialized behind her. Igrigaju, who? Jiang Yilin stammered, unable to form a coherent sentence. Shuden and Amp, Oppo's, Jiang Dings be reclining on a chaise lounge, admiring the moon? How had she suddenly appear behind her? Jiang Dings regarded the terrified Jiang Yilin with a smile that did not reach her eyes. Half of her face was illuminated by the lantern and Oppo's glow, while the other half was shrouded in shadow. She resembled a spectral enchantress emerging from the depths of the underworld. Jiang Yilin and Oppo's hand, holding the teacup, began to tremble uncontrollably. She began to suspect that Jiang Dings had seen through her malicious intentions. Jiang Dings and Amp. Oppose. S gaze shifted to the teacup in her hand, and she spoke in a haunting tone. Younger cousin Yilin, do be careful. The tea is scalding hot. It would be dreadful if you were to burn yourself. Jiang Yilin appeared to regain her composure belatedly. She exclaimed urgently, the tea in her hand quivering, nearly scalding her fingers with the splashed tea stains. Enduring the pain, Jiang Yilin uttered, it's nothing, nothing. Rojijia, please taste the tea I brewed for you. As she spoke, she hastened towards Jiang Dings, eager to present her offering. 1 step, 2 steps, 3 or 4 steps. Jiang Dings scrutinized Jiang Yilin and Amp. Oppose, S impetuous advance with an inscrutable smile. Just as the teacup was poised to slip from her grasp, she executed an elegant pirouette. With a resounding crash, the teacup shattered into myriad fragments upon the ground. Wisps of vapor ascended, while Jiang Yilin, unable to arrest her momentum, sprawled onto the ground, her delicate, lotus-like arm landing squarely upon the shards of porcelain. Ah! A piercing scream reverberated through the courtyard, startling a multitude of nocturnal birds. Jiang Yilin raised her hand, revealing her fair and tender arm lacerated and bloodied by the sharp porcelain. To exacerbate matters, the scalding tea had scalded a large portion of the back of her hand, causing blisters to erupt at an alarming rate. Jiang Dings observed Jiang Yilin's ignominious fall and sighed. I cautioned Yilintame earlier. I warned her to be careful lest the tea scald her. The entire courtyard was thrown into disarray, with Jiang Yilin weeping inconsolably. Her 2 maids, Lingxiang and Yuegui, were in a frenzy of anxiety. Jiang Dings, standing aside, periodically instructed Chunyue and Chunling to seek out a physician and procure burn ointment. The manor possessed no efficacious ointments, only commonplace remedies for burns of questionable vintage and efficacy. Regardless, Jiang Yilin, in her distress, applied them all, sobbing intermittently. After a period of commotion, Jiang Yilin was finally cleaned up and, tearfully, was escorted back to her chambers by her maids. Jiang Dings watched her depart, a chilling smile playing upon her lips. The scalding tea of her past life had, in this life, been averted from her face. Thank goodness, thank goodness. Were you perhaps contemplating how fortunate it was that the tea had not splashed upon your face? Is there a certain exquisite pleasure in witnessing the perpetrator of evil suffer the consequences of their actions? A languid voice echoed from beneath the pavilion. Jiang Dings, reclining on the couch, was startled by the sound, nearly tumbling to the ground. Chapter 32. A mere ornament who? Who is speaking? It was at this moment that she realized she was alone in the courtyard. Chun Yu and the others had followed Jiang Yilin, and the servants who had cleared away the mess had just left, not to return for some time. She steadied herself and looked around, only to see a man in white standing under the moonlight. The moonlight was hazy, and the man stood beneath it, his countenance bewitching, his eyes hidden in the shadows, like those of a beast in the night. He emerged slowly, as if a moon god descending from the celestial glow, aloof and solitary, yet incomparably handsome. Jiang Dings apos et gagen ziweva apos an. It and Amp, oppose, Essim again. She had almost forgotten that Ji Wei and Amp, oppose, and was still lodging at the villa, a distinguished guest no less. Ji Weian walked into the pavilion, glanced around, and then fixed his gaze on Jiang Dings. An oppressive pressure surged forth, causing Jiang Dings to unconsciously retreat a step or 2. In both her past and present lives, regardless of Ji Weian's age, this familiar pressure remained the same. She said coldly, "What did young Master Ji say just now?" This humble girl didn't and oppose, to understand. Ji Weian's deep eyes narrowed slightly. Is it truly the case that the eldest daughter of the Jiang family is unaware? Jiang Dings was startled by the mockery in his eyes. It was possible that Ji Weian had been hiding in the shadows and witnessed everything. Jiang Dings meticulously replayed everything from beginning to end, and only after confirming that she had no vulnerabilities in his grasp did she feel relieved. She rose to leave. I have no time to play riddles with young Master Ji. In oppose, Eslate, please return to your room to rest. As soon as she finished speaking, a large shadow suddenly loomed over her head. A jade pendant appeared before her. When Jiang Dings saw it clearly, she was shocked. It was the jade pendant she had worn since childhood. How could this jade pendant, which had been stolen by Jiang Yilin in her previous life, be in Weian and Appo's as possession? Jiang Dings hurriedly reached out to snatch it, but the jade pendant vanished into Weian and Appo's hand as if by magic. She nearly stumbled into Weian and Appo's arms. Jiang Dings and Appo's face turned cold. "That is my property, young Master Ji. Please return it to me." Wei and Appo's, and lowered his eyes to look at Jiang Dings, who barely reached his chest, and smiled faintly. "Didn't Appo's, the eldest daughter of the Jiang family, give me this jade pendant? Otherwise, how would it have ended up in my hands? Unless it was stolen from the eldest daughter of the Jiang family?" Jiang Dings remembered what had happened that day, and a surge of anger welled up in her chest. If this were her previous life, she would have had such a lecherous villain beheaded 10 times over. Jiang Dings suppressed her anger. What does young Master Ji want in exchange for returning the jade pendant? This personal jade pendant was very important to unmarried young women, because it was engraved with their name and date of birth. If it fell into Ji Weian's hands, who knew how he might exploit it? The thought of Wei and Appo's, and having proposed marriage before made Jiang Dings feel uneasy. Wei and Appo's, and flicked his hand, and the jade pendant was once again resting perfectly in his palm. He squinted at the angry Jiang Dings before him, like a hunter toying with prey that had fallen into a trap. This feeling was very unsettling. Their eyes met, sparks flying. Finally, in a dead silence, Wei and Appo's, and lazily opened his mouth. "It and Appo's, it's not impossible for me to return your jade pendant, but..." Jiang Dings suppressed her anger. "What are the conditions?" Weian smiled, but at this moment, the smile seemed particularly wicked. Weian watched the changing expressions on Jiang Dings' face with a mocking smile, and suddenly, he moved closer. Jiang Dings was startled, and before she could react, she was trapped in Wei and Appo's arms. An overwhelming pressure surged forth, and Jiang Dings felt her breath catch in her throat. A devilish voice sounded in her ear. "Empress, what this humble subject wants is for you to spend this lifetime with me." Jiang Dings forced a smile. "What is young Master Ji saying?" "I don and Appo's, to understand." "Young Master Ji, are you perhaps drunk?" She looked at the man before her, her heart pounding, with only one thought in her mind. Demon. This man is a demon. She had guessed correctly. This demon was also reborn. That meant that his lodging at the villa and helping Zhanmu Bai were all intentional. Jiang Dings' mind was in turmoil. It was as if she had carefully set up a game of chess, full of confidence, but her opponent had overturned the entire board. Suddenly, a light, fleeting touch landed on her forehead. In her extreme astonishment, Jiang Dings could feel a trace of strange emotion in her heart. Wei and Appo's, and looked at her with a mocking smile, chuckled softly, and turned to leave. Under the moonlight, his figure was elegant, merging with the devilish figure that had arrived in the snow in her previous life. Wei and Appo's, and left, and Jiang Dings stood in the pavilion in a daze for a long time. Chun-Ling and Chun Yu called her several times before she came to her senses. Chun-Ling and the others thought she had been frightened by Jiang Yilin and Appo's earlier actions and quickly helped her back to her room. After Jiang Dings washed up, she lay in bed, tossing and turning. The voice in her mind suddenly spoke. "Please, stop sighing, okay?" Jiang Dings sighed again. The voice couldn't help but say, "Just ask what you want to ask." Jiang Dings sighed. "What in Appo's, as there to say?" "ISN and Appo's. It obvious that I and Appo's. You've been set up? What in Appo's? Rebuilding this life in Appo's. You just want to use me to appease Wei and Appo's. And he and Appo's, as the one who and Appo's, as truly rebuilding this life." The voice said awkwardly this. Jiang Dings felt utterly exhausted. She thought that after suffering so much in her previous life, she could live more freely in this life. But she never expected that she would merely be an ornament. And the ornament was none other than the great demon Weian. The voice said cautiously, Because you broke Jiang Yilan's scheme. Your merit has increased quite a bit. Jiang Dings perked up. If I have enough merit, what can I do? The voice hesitated. Merit is actually the power of good karma. Anyone who wants to become an immortal needs endless merit. Doing bad deeds has punishments, and doing good deeds has rewards. These are the rules of heaven. Jiang Dings. So, if I have a lot of merit, enough to change my own destiny? The voice, of course. Jiang Dings nodded decisively. I understand. The voice was a little confused. What do you understand? Jiang Dings didn't amp. Oppose. T answer. The voice seemed to understand. Yeah. You wouldn't oppose. To be thinking of changing your fate to marry Ji Wei and oppose. And in this life, would you? Jiang Dings retorted. Why not? The voice. Jiang Dings said coldly. Since I amp, oppose. He already rebuilt this life. Why should I listen to the arrangements of fate? Now it was the voice and amp, oppose, as turned to sigh. It sighed and lamented, disturbing Jiang Dings all night. Chapter 33. The Qin clan's uproar. A sleepless night the following morning. Both Chun Ling and Chun Yu noticed that Jiang Dings had risen exceptionally early, sitting before her vanity, lost in contemplation. Chun Ling inquired with curiosity, "Why is Miss up so early today?" Jiang Dings rubbed her throbbing temples, concealing her unease. "I simply didn't sleep well last night," Chun Yu remarked. "It must be due to the distressing situation with Miss Yilan." Upon hearing Jiang Yilan's name, Jiang Dings' headache vanished instantly. She questioned, "How is cousin Yilan faring?" Chun Yu replied, "I heard she wept throughout the night at Qingfeng Pavilion and has developed a high fever this morning." Jiang Dings smiled inwardly, feigning concern. "Then we must promptly summon a physician." Chun Ling responded, "One was sought out early this morning, but the local doctors are inadequate. Miss Yilan insists on a physician from the capital." She dismissed the village doctor who arrived this morning amidst her tears. Chun Yu grumbled. Dr. Qian's medical skills are quite commendable and highly respected in the village. In this servant's opinion, if Miss Yilan doesn't receive treatment soon, her hands may become infected. A sardonic smile played on Jiang Dings and amp, oppose, S lips as she slowly finished her burdened amp, oppose, S nest porridge. After her morning meal, she went to pay her respects to her mother, Madame Sui, who had also heard about the events of the previous day. Madame Sui frowned. How could she have injured herself so severely? She held Jiang Dings and amp, oppose, S hand. Her expression filled with lingering fear. Thankfully, my child is unharmed, or I would have been consumed by worry. Jiang Dings inquired. I heard cousin Yilan wishes to summon a physician from the capital, but how can we possibly arrange that in time? What are your thoughts, mother? Ever since learning of the Jiang clan's callousness, Madame Sui had been reluctant to associate with them. She coldly suggested, perhaps we should provide her with a carriage to return home. We cannot bear the responsibility for what has transpired. Just as Jiang Dings was about to speak, a commotion erupted outside. A shrill voice pierced through the curtains. That cursed harbinger of misfortune. Not only does she bring misfortune to the villagers, but she also brings it to my daughter. In my opinion, some people are simply born under an unlucky star, destined to bring misfortune to their parents, and later, to their husbands and children. That ominous sorceress, that vile woman. Madame Sui and Jiang Dings exchanged stunned glances, momentarily unable to comprehend the situation. K and amp, oppose, rushed in, her face flushed with anger. Madame Qin, the wife of Second Master Jiang, is causing a scene outside, hurling the most offensive insults. Madame Sui and amp, oppose, S face paled with anger, her body trembling. She dares to call us harbingers of misfortune. Jiang Dings and amp, oppose, S eyes darkened. The venomous curses continued unabated. Impossible to ignore. Afflicted with a terrible disease and yet refuses to die. What else could she be but a demon? I heard she arrived from the capital covered in festering sores, oozing pus. TSK. What else could it be but a venereal disease? My poor, kind-hearted daughter only wanted to visit her, but she was afflicted by this plague. Is it not unjust? Is it not infuriating? With a resounding thud, Madame Sui slammed her hand against the bedside, rising abruptly. She trembled with rage. Help me outside. Let us see what venomous, foul creature dares to slander us. Madame Sui was usually even-tempered, rarely losing her composure, and her current state was unprecedented among the servants. Obeying their mistress's command, they quickly assisted her outside. Sensing trouble, Jiang Dings followed closely behind. Madame Sui and Jiang Dings emerged to find a crowd gathered in the courtyard. Seated in the center, spewing insults, was a woman in her early 30s. She possessed a round face with relatively regular features, coated in ghastly white powder, and lips painted with vivid crimson lipstick. Her figure was short and stout, her demeanor decidedly unrefined, making it difficult to believe she was the biological mother of Jiang Yilan, Qin, the legal wife of Jiang Yuanqing, the second son of the Jiang family. Upon seeing Madame Sui, Qin and Appo's insults intensified. How dare that little slut not die? Madame Sui and Appo's vision blurred with anger. Before anyone could react, a sharp smack silenced the world. Qin clutched her face, staring blankly at Jiang Dings. You! Jiang Dings retracted her hand, a cold smile playing on her lips. I merely noticed a bothersome fly on second hand and Appo's face and swatted it away. Only then did Qin belatedly realize she had been struck. She covered her trembling, fleshy face, finally exclaiming, "You little hussy." Smack! Another crisp sound echoed through the air. Qin was dumbfounded, and the surrounding onlookers, maids and matrons alike, were equally astonished. If Jiang Dings and Appo's first strike was unexpected, what was this one? Jiang Dings nonchalantly retracted her hand, even producing a handkerchief to wipe away invisible grime. "Oh, second aunt, my apologies. I noticed another fly had landed on the other side of your face." Qin was beside herself. Had she been struck by Jiang Dings? And publicly, twice in the face. Whether from the blows or from mortification, Qin's fleshy face visibly reddened and swelled at an alarming rate. You! She pointed at Jiang Dings as if she had seen a ghost, unable to utter a coherent word. Jiang Dings' bright eyes gleamed with cold light as she regarded Qin with a smile. "Second aunt, mind your words, or those dung-loving flies might return to your face." Chapter 34. Intimidation prevails. A chilling sensation washed over Mrs. Qin as she beheld the frigid countenance of the young girl, her juvenile features betraying an unnerving composure. She recoiled instinctively, her voice deserting her. It was then that Mrs. Sui, regaining her composure, uttered, "Mrs. Qin, what exactly were you ranting about? I dare you to repeat a single word." Momentarily dumbfounded, Mrs. Qin snapped back to reality, her lips poised to unleash a torrent of vulgarities. However, her gaze fell upon the mirthful expression adorning Jiang Dings' face, and the vitriol within her withered away. A sense of bewilderment overcame her as she grappled with the inexplicable authority emanating from the mere slip of a girl. It was an authority that quelled her habitual boisterousness. An eerie silence descended upon the courtyard, as countless eyes bore into Mrs. Qin, scrutinizing her next move. Would she concede defeat, or persist in her belligerence? Mrs. Qin and Appo's corpulent face became a canvas of kaleidoscopic hues, while her lips remained sealed as if bound by iron chains, incapable of uttering a single curse. Jiang Dings chuckled softly, lamenting the fact that a mere 2 slaps had silenced the virago. She had harbored a desire to administer a few more. After an agonizing pause, Mrs. Qin reluctantly conceded. I was merely scolding some other strumpet." Mrs. Sui, clutching her chest, retorted with a frigid smile, "Very well. If you must berate other strumpets, do so elsewhere. Why must you do so in my courtyard?" Emboldened, Mrs. Qin scoffed, "I shall rant wherever I please. If you cannot bear to hear it, then simply turn a deaf ear." Yet, her pronouncement lacked conviction. Jiang Dings interjected languidly, "I was merely swatting flies earlier. If second aunt insists on continuing her tirade here, I shall remain by her side, lest any more pesky flies alight upon her face." The memory of Jiang Dings and Appo's ruthless and decisive slaps sent shivers down Mrs. Qin and Appo's spine. It was disconcerting that this purportedly terminally ill wretch dared to act with such ferocity. Even more infuriating was Mrs. Qin and Appo's inability to retaliate. Mrs. Qin glared at Jiang Dings, her resentment palpable. Regardless of the lack of favor shown to Mrs. Sui and Jiang Dings within the Duke and Apos' residence in the capital, they still bore the titles of Duchess and eldest daughter of the Duke. Her husband, Jiang Yuanqing, on the other hand, was a commoner without any official rank. In essence, she was a civilian, and she dared not contend with an official. Mrs. Qin and Apos' eyes darted around furtively, and she suddenly collapsed onto the ground, wailing hysterically. "Oh, my poor daughter! How could such misfortune befall her? Her fair hand has been scalded. She is yet to marry, and if she is left with a scar, how will she ever find a husband? Which heartless harlot has harmed my daughter? Tell me, was it some thoughtless wench who did this deliberately? You must compensate my daughter for her lost beauty. You must. Duchess, you are a noble woman, but you cannot bully us poor relatives in this manner. You must provide us with a resolution, or I shall die right here. Woe is me." Mrs. Qin and Apos' lamentations, a cacophony of wails and accusations, astounded the denizens of the courtyard. Who knew that a shrew could be so versatile? First, she engaged in verbal abuse, and now she was resorting to hysterics and demanding compensation. Had not Jiang Yilan fallen of her own accord the previous night? Now, she was attempting to lay the blame on others. Mrs. Sui furrowed her brow deeply. Jiang Dings stepped forward and addressed Mrs. Sui. "Mother, please retire and rest. I shall handle this matter." Mrs. Sui, already agitated and short of breath, felt as though she were on the verge of collapse. Mrs. Qin and Apos' outburst only exacerbated her condition. She hesitated, casting a concerned glance at Jiang Dings. "Rower, are you certain?" Jiang Dings offered her an assuring smile. Without further ado, Mrs. Sui departed, supported by her maidservants. Mrs. Qin attempted to pursue her, but Jiang Dings materialized before her, blocking her path. Mrs. Qin retreated, her lips quivering as she began to wail. "The Duke's residence intends to bully us." Jiang Dings raised her hand. Mrs. Qin, anticipating a slap, fell silent in terror. However, Jiang Dings merely adjusted the pearl hairpin adorning her temple. A sardonic smile played upon her lips as she regarded Mrs. Qin. "Second aunt, one may partake of food indiscriminately, but one must not speak indiscriminately. Who are you accusing of harming Cousin Yilan? Who is the amp? Apos, harlot and amp. Apos, you speak of?" Mrs. Qin blurted out without hesitation. "The harlot is." Several servants in the courtyard stifled their laughter. Mrs. Qin and Apos' face flushed crimson with anger. "Jiang Dings, I am still your second aunt." Jiang Dings and Apos' expression darkened, and her eyebrows knitted together. "So, you acknowledge that you are my second aunt, and that you are my elder? When you were spewing those vile insults and unjustly heaping blame upon me, did you not recall that you were my second aunt? I am the eldest daughter of the Duke's residence, a woman of noble birth, and yet unmarried. How dare you slander me in such a manner? If we were in the capital, I would have torn your mouth to shreds for such insolence." Mrs. Qin was rendered speechless by the rebuke. Jiang Dings sneered. "Does Jiang Yilan not know the circumstances of her own fall? If second aunt is unaware, she should inquire of her. Everyone knows who is feigning innocence and who is harboring malicious intent. Furthermore, we two women dare not accept the accusation of an amp, Apos, bullying others with power, and amp, Apos, however. Second uncle is a different matter. For the sake of a mere estate, he has exploited the name of the Duke's residence to terrorize the village, engaging in forced sales that nearly resulted in fatalities. Is this not common knowledge? Second uncle is committing a crime. Were it not for our shared lineage, second aunt would not be here, hurling accusations at the heavens. She would be wailing in a prison cell." As Jiang Dings continued her tirade, Mrs. Qin and the servants in the courtyard were left in stunned silence. The servants who had accompanied Mrs. Sui from the capital, as well as the original inhabitants of the estate, were particularly astounded. Was this the purportedly meek and docile eldest daughter of the Duke's residence? Was this the woman who had been on the verge of death just days ago, sent to this estate to await her demise? Jiang Dings stood in the courtyard, her voice resonating with vigor, berating Mrs. Qin mercilessly, silencing her completely. Exhausted from her outburst, Jiang Dings fixed her gaze upon the resentful Mrs. Qin. Second aunt, it would be best if you retracted those offensive words. Otherwise, she left her threat unspoken, but the chilling glint in her eyes sent shivers down Mrs. Qin's spine. It was the gaze of someone who had witnessed death. Mrs. Qin realized that if she continued her reckless behavior, she would truly meet her end. Chapter 35. Paying for a lifetime, the Qin matriarch departed, her fury palpable but unspoken. Curiously, she left Jiang Yilin behind, whether by oversight or a deliberate attempt to burden the Su household and Jiang Dings. That Qin woman is so persistent, Chaos grumbled. She'll be back. Jiang Dings harbored no illusions. A woman of Qin's ilk wouldn't concede defeat easily. With Jiang Yilin's face and hands marred, she was sure to return. Unless Jiang Yilin and Amp, Appo's presence at the estate served a hidden purpose. A thought struck Jiang Dings. Chaos, she inquired. What about my jade pendant in Weian and Amp? Appo's possession? Chaos equivocated. What else can be done? Jiang Dings was beyond exasperation. In her previous life, Jiang Yilin had pilfered the pendant. Yet, with the alteration of past events, it now resided with Weian. Such a personal item, if left unretrieved, could lead to unforeseen consequences. Though the significance of the ancient jade remained a mystery, her mother had insisted she keep it close from a young age. Beneath the pavilion in the courtyard, Jiang Dings glared at Weian, who lounged languidly against the railing, toying with a dark, metallic object. The piece appeared to be made of dark iron, gleaming with an unusual luster, unlike ordinary ironware, yet not quite resembling steel from the western regions. Composed of 5-finger-thick iron rings, linked by hair-thin chains, the object seemed to possess an enigmatic function. Weian remained engrossed in his plaything. His delicate hands, like lotus blossoms, contrasted starkly with the dark metal, sending an inexplicable chill down Jiang Dings' spine as she watched. What is that? She blurted out, regretting the question as soon as it left her lips. What good could come from anything in Weian and Amp? Appo's possession. Memories of the Shadow Division's 36 instruments of torture, each more terrifying than the last, flashed through her mind. It was said that one would rather face death than enter the Dragon Shadow Division. For those who entered rarely emerged whole. With this in mind, Jiang Dings' gaze towards Weian grew even more peculiar. A knowing smile played on Weian's lips as he glanced at her. He fastened the iron rings onto his fingers, and with a few deft maneuvers, a small iron box materialized on the back of his hand. This is a 1,000 machine box, he explained. The threads inside are spun from ice silk and gold thread, impervious to swords and blades. Extending his palm, he smiled faintly and triggered a mechanism. In an instant, a golden thread snaked around Jiang Dings' wrist. Alarmed, Jiang Dings tugged at the thread, but to her dismay, it only tightened, causing a sharp pain in her hand. Let me go, she demanded, her voice laced with fury. Weian fixed his gaze on her, speaking slowly. Miss Jiang, I advise you not to move rashly. With a mere exertion of internal force, I could sever your hand. Jiang Dings froze, her heart pounding in her chest. She stared at Weian, her voice measured. What do you want? Commander Ji, return my jade pendant. Her words were tantamount to admitting her own rebirth. It was a secret of such magnitude that she doubted she could conceal it from Weian, who had shared a similar fate. She hoped to negotiate a truce, a mutual agreement to avoid conflict. Compared to Weian and Amp, Appo's ambitions, she considered herself insignificant. If she made it clear that she had no intention of opposing him, she believed Weian might spare her. Weian chuckled, I want nothing. Jiang Dings felt a surge of frustration. Holding back her anger, she pressed on. Then why does Commander Ji insist on tormenting a mere woman? Let's go our separate ways, each on our own path. He cast a sidelong glance at her. Perhaps it is a karmic debt from a past life. Jiang Dings forced a smile. A karmic debt from past life? Let's consider it settled in this one. Return my jade pendant, and we shall pretend we never met. She resolved, I apologize for my past foolishness. I offer my regrets to Commander Ji. Weian and Amp, Appo's smile widened, his pearly white teeth gleaming like a predator and Appo's in the sunlight. Does Her Majesty believe that a mere apology is sufficient? If Her Majesty wishes to settle the matter, let's tally the debts of our previous lives. Debts from a past life? Jiang Dings stammered, momentarily taken aback. Before she could recall any specific grievances, a face of unparalleled beauty loomed closer. Jiang Dings recoiled in shock, but the tightening of the thread around her wrist prevented her from moving. She was confronted with an enlarged, handsome face, emanating a strangely familiar, yet foreign masculine aura. Her heart pounded uncontrollably. Flashes of the past flickered through her mind. The enigmatic Weian, the tyrannical Weian, the bloodthirsty Weian, always watching her with a mocking gaze. All these images converged into the young man before her. Does Her Majesty not remember? He whispered, the autumn martial trials, the Western Mountain Hunt, the fire at the Liang Envoy and Appo's residence. Jiang Dings was dumbfounded. The Weian before her was almost too handsome to be real. He reached out and gently traced the delicate curve of her lips, as tender as flower petals. Vivid, crimson like blood. He lowered his head, his voice a seductive murmur. Did Her Majesty never harbor affection for me in our past lives? Jiang Dings felt bewitched. I am the empress. Weian chuckled softly. Her Majesty, you were deposed in your previous life. Now that you have been reborn, perhaps you should reconsider. His voice was laced with enchantment. Jiang Dings stared at him blankly. Do I not desire? Do I not feel affection? She was in a daze. A sigh escaped his lips as Weian gazed at the alluring face before him and lowered his head. Jiang Dings practically fled the courtyard, a disheveled escapee. After navigating several garden gates, she finally stopped, gasping for breath. Weian and Appo's words echoed in her ears. Does Her Majesty not remember? The Western Mountain Hunt, the fire at the Liang Envoy and Appo's residence, not to mention the Battle of Liang Mountain. Indeed, she and Weian shared a multitude of unspoken events in their past lives. During the Western Mountain Hunt, she had been swayed by Long Ingche and arranged for 11 skilled female dancers to assassinate Weian. Although Weian survived, rumors spread that he was a homosexual who had no interest in women. Following the fire at the Liang Envoy's residence, she had attempted to frame him for negligence in his duties as the capital's overseer, seeking to confiscate his entire estate. During the Liang Mountain Rebellion, Weian led 5,000 troops to quell the uprising, but some in the military sought to cut off his supplies, intending for him and his 5,000 soldiers to perish in the desolate mountains. She had tacitly approved of this plan. There were simply too many incidents. Recounting the debts of their past lives would be an endless task. Chaos's gleeful voice suddenly intruded. I told you. Jiang Dings snapped. Shut up. Chaos retorted. I am, after all, the primordial spirit of an ancient artifact. A little respect, please. Jiang Dings sneered. Have you ever respected this empress? I am still the empress. Chaos sighed melancholically, offering a feeble reminder. Remember, nothing else matters. Merit is paramount if you wish to change your fate. After pondering for a long while, Jiang Dings spat vehemently, her eyes blazing with determination. Weian, we shall see. Chapter 36. The fear of being penniless upon her return to her courtyard. It was evident to all that Jiang Dings was in low spirits. Xia Dong, assuming her distress stemmed from concern for Madame Sui and Appo's health, offered solace. Rest assured, miss. Madame and Appo's spirits have markedly improved. Moreover, we have the divine medicine provided by Master Ji. Divine medicine? This was akin to touching a raw nerve. Jiang Dings retorted, her face darkening. Do not mention Master Ji's name to me again. Xia Dong, in her guileless manner, inquired. Why not? I find Master Ji to be a fine person. Madame speaks highly of him. Anyone Madame deems worthy is undoubtedly so. Chunling echoed. Why does Miss dislike Master Ji? He comports himself with propriety, as befits a young nobleman. A blush crept across Chunling and Appo's countenance, betraying nascent affections. Master Ji is quite handsome. How could Miss not fancy him? The three maids, their faces etched with bewilderment, gazed at their mistress, veritable fonts of curiosity. Jiang Dings was at a loss for words, her heart laden with unspoken woes. With a weary sigh, she commanded, regardless, refrained from mentioning him henceforth. The maids, though perplexed, acquiesced. The night passed without incident. Jiang Dings set aside the matter of Weian, focusing instead on her mother, Madame Sui's health. Distrustful of the divine medicine Madame Sui had ingested, Jiang Dings repeatedly summoned physicians for consultations. One physician remarked with astonishment, "Madame Gua and Apos, S pulse is without issue. Indeed, it has grown stronger in recent days. Pray tell, miss, what remedy have you administered to your mother? Might I examine the prescription?" Jiang Dings was taken aback. She had intended for the physician to diagnose her mother and Apos' ailment, not to pilfer medical secrets. Jiang Dings pressed, "Doctor, is my mother truly free of illness?" The physician glared at her, his goatee bristling. "Nonsense. Your mother's health is improving. Would you rather she were unwell? What manner of sentiment is this?" Jiang Dings was rendered speechless. The physician huffily gathered his medical instruments, muttering to himself, "Refusal to share the prescription is one thing, but to wish illness upon one's own mother. What sort of person is this? And the eldest daughter of the Gua household, no less." Jiang Dings could only acquiesce. With the physician gone, Jiang Dings resigned herself to the situation. The knowledge that Weian was still lodging at the estate filled her with unease. However, she dared not demand his departure, choosing instead to ignore his presence. After all, she had yet to commit any of the misdeeds against Weian from her previous life. Surely, he would not hold such trivial matters against a woman. Jiang Dings repeated this rationale to herself, gradually assuaging her anxieties. Yet, she suspected she was merely attempting to convince herself, for Weian and Apos' true thoughts remained an enigma. The 3-day deadline swiftly elapsed. The ancestral hall of the Jiang family promptly delivered the accumulated rents from the 900 acres of farmland. After deducting the tenant farmers and Apos' wages and other expenses, and then having the proceeds as per the agreement, the accumulated rents from the 900 acres over 10 years amounted to an astonishing sum. The Jiang family and Apos' ancestral hall presented a stack of silver notes and 2 camphor chests filled with silver, barely sufficient to cover the debt. Jiang Dings displayed the silver to her mother, Madame Sui. Madame Sui and Apos' eyes widened in disbelief. "So much? Are you certain there has and Apos' been an error in the calculation?" Jiang Dings chuckled. "Mother, how could there be an error? I, for one, believe they have underpaid us." Madame Sui, born into a family of officials, had lived a life of luxury and had never paid much attention to money. She had never before seen such a vast sum of silver. She fidgeted. "What shall we do with all this silver? Perhaps we should donate it to the local community for road and bridge construction?" Jiang Dings was speechless. She suggested, "If you're unsure how to manage the silver, mother, allow me to handle it." Madame Sui eagerly concurred. "Then it shall be yours, Rowan Apos. Such wealth is of little use to me. It is only fitting that a young woman, like yourself, should have ample funds at her disposal." Thus, Jiang Dings instructed the servants to return the silver to her private treasury. Unbelievable as it may seem, Jiang Dings, who had spent a lifetime as a virtuous empress, feared nothing more than being penniless. Chapter 37. The Profiteer. Why fear penury if not for Long Ingche, the most extravagant sovereign in Qin's annals? The Qin dynasty's hard-earned legacy, accumulated over 3 centuries, was squandered by Long Ingche. Be it a southern sojourn or the whimsical construction of a palace for a favored concubine, the acquisition of exotic treasures, or the erection of elaborate gardens, Empress Jiang Dings was left to mend his fiscal follies. Furthermore, Weian and Apos' shadow guard expanded incessantly, eventually encroaching upon military authority and demanding exorbitant provisions. In her previous life, the virtuous empress was perpetually plagued by financial woes. Thus, Jiang Dings was undoubtedly delighted by the Sui family's renunciation of land taxes, for this windfall marked her inaugural fortune upon rebirth, fueling her resolve to amass wealth for a prosperous future. The following morning, while partaking in breakfast, Jiang Dings contemplated lucrative commercial ventures. However, her previous existence at the estate was characterized by personal and maternal ailments, leaving her unfamiliar with the estate and Yu County. already possessing affluence, yet still yearning for enrichment. Your Majesty? Chaos interjected, seemingly after millennia of restraint. Jiang Dings suspected the garrulous entity might genuinely be a celestial being. No one disdains additional wealth, Jiang Dings retorted. Chaos, seemingly discerning her intentions, remarked, money makes the world go round. Do you intend to leverage wealth to alter your circumstances? Is that not the very purpose? Jiang Dings countered. Chaos, after a protracted silence, conceded, very well, merit encompasses and amp. Oppos, prosperity, and amp. Oppos, which is synonymous with wealth. Jiang Dings smiled, vindicated in her assumption. She resolved to never again be shackled by financial constraints. After considerable contemplation, Jiang Dings remained devoid of actionable insights. She inquired of Xia Dong, describe the local produce. Perplexed, Xia Dong responded, forgive my bewilderment, Your Majesty, but what else could our township yield besides rice? And what more? Jiang Dings pressed. After some deliberation, Xia Dong replied, medicinal herbs, perhaps. Our township borders Mount Xing, a rich source of such flora. Herbs. She promptly dismissed the maids and retreated behind the screen, soon entering the chaos realm. Chaos, taken aback by her arrival, queried from mid-air, what brings you here? Do you seek elixirs? Jiang Dings demurred, extending her hand as the chronicle of celestial insight materialized within her grasp. An inscription materialized. Qin Yuan Year 1, June. Yunnan experiences a severe drought, resulting in widespread crop failure. After 4 months of drought, Emperor Qing Yuan supplicates to the heavens on October 25th. Rain falls on the 30th of the month. Drought, lasting over 4 months. Supplication to the heavens. Gazing at the familiar script, Jiang Dings felt a mixture of elation and apprehension. She recalled the southwestern drought, but was concerned by the impending calamity and its devastating impact on countless lives. What does the Southwest produce? Herbs. Her township, Yu County, lay 350 li from the capital, and Mount Xing, renowned for its precious medicinal herbs, was situated 20 or 30 li from Yu County. Due to its fertile lands, Yu County primarily engaged in agriculture, with limited harvesting of medicinal herbs. However, Mount Xing was a treasure trove of rare flora and fauna, including abundant medicinal herbs. During the southwestern drought in her previous life, the supply of medicinal herbs to all provinces was abruptly disrupted, causing even common herbs like radix nodo ginseng, licorice, and honeysuckle to skyrocket in price. While profiting from such misfortune was unseemly, Jiang Dings believed that stockpiling herbs could mitigate the soaring prices and benefit the populace. Earning money while aiding the people was an unparalleled opportunity. Jiang Dings grew increasingly excited. This endeavor was a treasure trove waiting to be unearthed. Since long Yingche neglected official duties, she, as the virtuous empress, had assisted in reviewing memorials. Reports of floods in one county, droughts in another, and various incidents were meticulously detailed in the memorials. In her previous life, she possessed access to the most comprehensive intelligence network within the palace. Even if she forgot, she could consult the Chronicle of Celestial Insight, which not only revealed past events, but also foretold future occurrences. For instance, she had been unaware of Emperor Qing Shun and Appo's supplication to the heavens. Having made her decision, Jiang Dings retrieved the Chronicle of Celestial Insight and emerged from behind the screen. She summoned Xia Dong, inquiring, who is the most prominent medicinal herb merchant in our township? As a maid of the estate, Xia Dong was well informed. She promptly replied, the most prominent merchant is a man named Tian Qilong. He purchases herbs from local farmers at a fair price, making him a popular choice for transactions. He controls nearly half of the medicinal herb trade in our county. After speaking, she asked Jiang Dings, puzzled, why do you ask, Your Majesty? Our estate has no shortage of herbs. Jiang Dings smiled, no matter, I simply wish to procure some herbs. Xia Dong laughed. Your Majesty can simply ask young Master Ji to acquire herbs. Jiang Dings' heart skipped a beat as she exclaimed, why? Naive, Xia Dong replied. Because young Master Ji is here to purchase herbs from our township. Jiang Dings' smile froze. How could she have forgotten him? If she was aware of the scarcity of medicinal herbs in the 4th month of the Qin dynasty, how could Weian, who was also reborn, be ignorant? Frustrated, Jiang Dings choked on her tea. Cough, cough, cough. Quickly, inquire as to how many herbs young Master Ji has acquired. Not many, Xia Dong responded. I heard only a few hundred jin, mostly common herbs. Jiang Dings and Oppos, as heart bled. A few hundred jin? Yu County was not a major producer of medicinal herbs, so a few hundred jin likely represented a significant portion of the herbs available in Yu County. At this rate, she would not even find a single leaf. She had assumed he was here to compete for her affections, but it turned out that wooing her was merely incidental. His true aim was to seize wealth. Jiang Dings was exasperated, unable to speak. Xia Dong added, Your Majesty, I heard that young Master Ji has been in negotiations with a merchant from the capital. Also regarding herbs, the negotiations have reportedly been difficult. I heard that the merchant is Tian Shilong's supplier and has been purchasing herbs in our county for many years. The merchant seems displeased that young Master Ji has purchased so many herbs. Jiang Dings was momentarily stunned before her mood lifted. Who is it? After much deliberation, Xia Dong replied, the Murong family. Chapter 38, The Disturbance, Part 1. Jiang Dings paused, then exhaled a sigh of relief. So, it was the Murong family. Her apprehension began to dissipate. Just then, a commotion erupted outside. Jiang Dings frowned slightly. Before she could speak, the curtain was flung open, and a figure stumbled into the room. The person immediately knelt, weeping, Sister Ro, please punish me if you and Oppos. Re-angry. My insensible mother has truly disgraced herself. Wah. As she spoke, she kowtowed repeatedly on the floor, the impacts swift and forceful, leaving the attending maids and matrons unable to intervene in time. A red, swollen mark quickly formed on Jiang Yilin's forehead, the skin broken. Jiang Dings recognized her as Jiang Yilin. Dressed in a plain gown, her hair disheveled, her delicate, fair face streaked with tears, she presented a pitiable sight. Jiang Dings' beautiful eyes flickered as she watched Jiang Yilin's performance without uttering a word. After kowtowing, Jiang Yilin sobbed intermittently, while the maids and matrons hastened to pull her up. Jiang Yilin refused, lamenting, if Sister Ro doesn't forgive me today, I and Amp, Oppos, LL kneel here until I die. The room was in an uproar, the noise grating on Jiang Dings and Amp, Oppos' nerves. She frowned, gently massaging her temples. It was too loud. In her previous life, she had suffered from migraines due to overexertion, and excessive noise would trigger excruciating pain. Although she no longer suffered from this ailment in her new life, she instinctively recoiled from loud disturbances. Before Jiang Dings could speak, two young individuals burst into the room. The man, clad in a brocade robe, possessed thick eyebrows and large eyes, a picture of dignified handsomeness. The woman, around 14 or 15 years old, had a round face, almond-shaped eyes, and a resemblance to Jiang Dings. Upon seeing Jiang Yilin kneeling on the ground, the man angrily seized her arm. Yilin, why must you kneel before this enchantress? Let's go. The round-faced girl glared at Jiang Dings with narrowed eyes, scolding, Jiang Dings, don't think you're so great just because you're the direct daughter of a duke. You can end Amp, Oppos. T just bully people as you please. Has an end, Amp, Oppos. T Yilin suffered enough because of you. Look at what she and Amp, Oppos, has become. One and Amp, Oppos. T you leave her alone? Jiang Dings recognized them as Chun Sichuan and Jiang Yun. The man was a relative from Jiang and Oppos' maternal side, whom Jiang Dings was expected to address as cousin. Jiang Yun was the eldest daughter of the main branch of her third grandfather and Oppos' lineage. She and Jiang Yilin belonged to the collateral branches of the Jiang family, sharing the E-generation name. Jiang Dings and Oppos' bright eyes swept over the two indignant figures, then returned to Jiang Yilin, who was weeping on the ground. She smiled faintly. What's happening today? Why is everyone here in my humble abode, crying and scolding so early in the morning? Chun Sichuan pointed a finger at Jiang Dings. A cursed woman afflicted with a terrible disease. It was bad enough that you returned to the countryside to plague the villagers, but now you and Oppos. Re-tormenting Yilin. Jiang Yian helped Jiang Yilin up and spat at Jiang Dingru. Returning home with an illness, unfilial wretch. You and Appos, LL be punished. Their invective finally ignited Jiang Dingru and Appos' true anger. Her expression darkened, and she was about to retort when Xia Dong, who had been silently standing by, suddenly lunged forward and delivered a resounding slap to Jiang Yiyun's face. The usually docile Xia Dong seemed transformed. Her face flushed crimson. She cried, You and Amp? Appos, are you going too far? How dare you insult my young mistress? You've taken your bullying too far. The young mistress has been incredibly kind to me. If you want to bully her today, you'll have to kill me first. The occupants of the room were all stunned. Jiang Dingru was utterly astonished. Xia Dong usually appeared very honest and dutiful, rarely speaking. Yet at this moment, she had stepped forward. Jiang Yun was dumbfounded, covering her face in disbelief, forgetting even to cry out. Xia Dong, after striking Jiang Yun, knelt before Jiang Dingru. Eldest miss, she declared. Donger was wrong. However, the scholar next to Dong and Amp, Appos, and Amp, Appos, as old home used to say, and Amp, Appos, a subject dies for the sake of his lord, and Amp, Appos, Sonner, and Amp, Appos. The eldest miss was being insulted by this person, and Dong and Amp, Appos, deeply indebted to the eldest miss, should die in her stead. Jiang Dingru was even more taken aback. She never imagined that an illiterate like Xia Dong would utter the phrase, a subject dies for the sake of his lord and Appos, as honor. But then she vaguely recalled that there was indeed a teacher next door to Xia Dong's mother's house. She had given Xia Dong money to return home and care for her ailing mother. Perhaps her unintentional gesture had moved Xia Dong. Jiang Dingru mused that, apart from the traitor Qiu Di, she had inadvertently gained such a loyal servant in Xia Dong. It was truly a worthwhile gain. With her mind made up, Jiang Dingru and Amp, Appos' bright eyes swept over Chen Xishuan and Jiang Yiyun with a cold smile. Her gaze was so steady and experienced that it did not resemble that of an innocent 11-year-old girl. Chen Xishuan and Jiang Yiyun were both dumbfounded. Before Chen Xishuan could speak, Jiang Dingru had already risen and walked to the weeping Jiang Yilin. She casually wiped Jiang Yilin and Appos' face with a handkerchief, saying softly, Yilin, dear cousin, what is the matter today? Why have you come to my room, crying for no reason? Could it be that the maids and servants in the manor have neglected you? Jiang Yilin found the Jiang Dingru before her utterly unfamiliar, especially those eyes, which seemed to be filled with ice. She recalled her mother Qin Shi's recent ordeal and could not help but shudder. No one in the manor has neglected me. Sister Ro, I'm just here to apologize for my mother. As she spoke, she covered her face and began to sob again. Jiang Yiyun, who had just regained her senses, scolded Jiang Dingru. Jiang Dingru, stop pretending. Everyone knows you hit second ant. She covered her face, ready to continue her tirade. Jiang Dingru stared at her coldly. Jiang Yiyun paused, unable to utter another word. Jiang Dingru looked at Jiang Yilin, who was acting like a pitiful white lotus flower, and suddenly reached out to pinch Jiang Yilin and Appos' chin. She pinched quickly and harshly, giving Jiang Yilin no time to dodge. Jiang Yilin was stunned. Sister Ro. She could not finish the sentence because Jiang Dingru had already pinched her chin hard. Jiang Yilin cried out in pain. Chen Xishuan was enraged. Let her go. He tried to push Jiang Dingru away, but Xia Dong, with a face full of a subject dies for the sake of his lord's honor, stood in his way. Chen Xishuan, after all, was a man and dared not lay a hand on a woman, so he could only glare at Jiang Dingru, wishing he could tear her apart. Jiang Dingru ignored him, only looking coldly at Jiang Yilin, who was weeping in pain. Jiang Dingru smiled coldly, but her voice remained frighteningly gentle. Yilin, dear cousin, since no one in the manor has neglected you, why did you suddenly run into my room, kneeling and kowtowing? Is it because your mother came to make trouble the other day and gained nothing, so you feel unwilling? Or is it that now that cousin Shun and sister Ian have come, you suddenly feel like you have someone to back you up, so you came to put on a show to disgust me? Jiang Yilin was speechless. She stared blankly at Jiang Dingru, forgetting even to cry. Was the young girl before her, who was only a year older, truly the least favored and most useless eldest daughter of the Duke and Appos, mansion in the capital. As the rumors claimed? Chapter 40. Making Trouble 3. Jiang Dings gripped Jiang Yilin and Appo's arm with increasing force, her sharp nails nearly piercing her delicate skin. Terrified, Jiang Yilin pleaded, I was wrong. I was wrong. Sister-o, please let me go, it hurts so much. She struggled incessantly, but despite Jiang Dings' seemingly frail appearance, she held on tightly, preventing her escape. Jiang Yilin was genuinely frightened because Jiang Dings had accurately discerned her clandestine intentions. 2 days prior, her mother, Qin, had caused a commotion, gaining no advantage and being driven away after a beating. Originally, she was supposed to return with her mother, but Qin had insisted she stay and attribute her injuries to Jiang Dings, hoping to extort silver before leaving. Jiang Yilin recalled the purpose of her visit to the estate and knew she couldn't let this injury go unaddressed. Thus, she had been devising a plan. Coincidentally, Chen Xishuan and Jiang Yun arrived today, ostensibly to persuade her to return. However, Jiang Yilin suddenly conceived a scheme. Her intention was to force Jiang Dings to yield, both to justify her continued stay and to secure some silver as appeasement in front of witnesses. Undeniably, Jiang Yilin's scheme was meticulously calculated, but she had overlooked one crucial factor. Jiang Dings was no longer the rumored incompetent eldest daughter of the duke's estate. Jiang Yilin had stumbled upon an unyielding force. A chilling aura flickered in Jiang Dings and Appo's eyes. Her tenure as an empress had not been in vain. Without ruthless measures, she could never have controlled the cunning servants and wicked lackeys in the palace. More than 20 years immersed in the imperial harem had given her a clear understanding of Jiang Yilin and Appo's petty tricks. Hadn't and Appo's, Duanmu Qing and Appo's, consistently used these tactics to manipulate Long Yingche, feigning vulnerability and innocence. She always emerged as the victim, ultimately causing Jiang Dings and Appo's standing in Long Yingche and Appo's heart to plummet, even preventing her from a peaceful end. The murderous intent in Jiang Dings and Appo's beautiful eyes intensified as memories of the past intertwined, and Jiang Yilin, with her tear-streaked face, seemed to transform into her mortal enemy, Duanmu Qing and Appo's. She yearned to crush her. Jiang Yilin sobbed and begged until Jiang Dings finally released her. As soon as she was free, Jiang Yilin scurried behind Jiang Yun. Sister Yun, I and Appo's am so scared. I was terrified. Jiang Yun quickly comforted her. Don't be afraid. So what if she's the duke's eldest daughter? She wouldn't dare bully you. Otherwise, we'll resort to clan law. Jiang Dings scoffed, threatening me with ancestral clan law. Jiang Yun, do you think I'm easily intimidated? The clan's debt to my mother and me for the land rent has only just been settled. Jiang Yun, who do you think you are to shout at me? After berating Jiang Yun, Jiang Dings turned her gaze to Chen Xishuan. Her eyes revealed an undisguised and profound loathing. Chen Xishuan. She remembered now. This man was outwardly handsome, but inwardly depraved. In her previous life, she recalled that before entering the capital for the imperial examination in the autumn of that year, Chen Xishuan had been drinking with a group of fellow students. On his way back, he had defiled a tea-picking girl named Xiao and Appo's. The tea-picking girl was of strong character and, after being violated, hanged herself at home with a rope. It was said that she wore red clothes and trousers when she died, indicating the immense resentment in her heart, hoping to become a vengeful ghost to retaliate against Chen Xishuan. The incident caused a great uproar in the village, and the villagers, both men and women, young and old, stormed the Chun family, nearly tearing down their house. If Chen Xishuan and Appo's family hadn't and Appo's been well connected with the county government, township head, and village chief, he would have been beaten to death by the enraged villagers. In her previous life, Jiang Dings had heard her servants say that the Chun family had paid 100 taels of silver to settle the matter. However, this incident ruined Chen Xishuan and Appo's chances of taking the autumn examination. The Chen family had been in turmoil for a long time because of this, telling everyone that the tea-picking girl had seduced him, thus ruining his promising future as a top scholar. However, Jiang Dings had never seen Chen Xishuan achieve any notable fame in the triennial examination, even when she became empress. When the Qin family asked the Jiang family to recommend him, Jiang Dings immediately refused and issued an edict to Yu County, forbidding Chen Xishuan from serving as a local notable. Chapter 41. Making Trouble 4. In her previous life, she had no time to deal with such scum, but in this life, she would seize any opportunity to rid the world of them. Resolving this in her mind, Jiang Dings coldly retracted her gaze, causing Chen Xishuan to feel an inexplicable chill. He was at a loss, unsure why he felt this way. As Jiang Dings grew into Appo's gaze was akin to looking at a dead man. The farce unfolding before Jiang Dings was easily resolved. Jiang Yun, being insignificant, was quickly driven away by Jiang Dings and Appo's servants after a few curses. Chen Xishuan was also asked to leave, while Jiang Yilin was left behind, sobbing and looking at Jiang Dings with trepidation, unsure of her fate. Jiang Dings began with a frosty tone. Cousin Yilin should recuperate from her injuries at the estate. As for the physician from the capital you mentioned, that one and Appo's be happening. Jiang Yilin was speechless. Jiang Dings fixed her with a stare until she showed fear, then continued. After all, you were injured on our estate. How can we let Cousin Yilin leave before you've fully recovered? Jiang Yilin could scarcely believe her ears. Recuperate from her injuries? Was it really that simple? Did this mean that after all the trouble she and her mother, Qin Shi, had caused, she would not be driven away? Jiang Dings offered a faint smile. However, since Cousin Yilin is recuperating on our estate, do not turn around and accuse me of harming you. Liars will have their tongues ripped out after death, you know. She drew out the last sentence, her tone eerie. Jiang Yilin quickly agreed, realizing that her petty tricks were no match for Jiang Dings. Jiang Yilin was helped away, limping. Xia Dong expressed her disgust. Miss, Cousin Yilin clearly harbors ill intentions. Why are you keeping her at the estate? Chen Yu chimed in. Young Master Qin's reputation is also poor. I've heard he's a philanderer, not a good person. Miss should stay away from them. Chun Ling, the youngest, was more straightforward. She indignantly said, Cousin Yun dared to insult Mississippi. She should never be allowed to set foot on our estate again. The maids discussed the matter with indignation. Jiang Dings stated, I know what I'm doing. Cousin Yilin fell on our estate, so naturally, we must keep her here until she recovers, lest she go around saying we mistreated her. Xiaodong, Kuden, and Appo's helped but say, she's clearly trying to extort Mississippi. Jiang Dings laughed. Not anymore. She paused, then added, by the way, Xiaodong will be rewarded for protecting me. Xiaodong was taken aback. Miss, no need. Please don and amp. Appo's I and amp. Appo's. Am lucky you didn't and amp. Appo's punish me. How could I dare to accept a reward? Jiang Dings smiled gently. You struck Jiang Yun for my sake. You are a servant, and she is a master. If you are willing to strike her in your capacity as a servant, you will surely be willing to risk your life for me in the future. Where else can I find such a loyal servant? Xiaodong blushed. I didn't an amp. Appo's think that much. I just thought Cousin Ian was going too far, even spitting at Mississippi. I wanted to beat her to death, even if it meant giving up my life. In Xiaodong's heart, Miss was like a celestial being, and she could not allow such vile people to humiliate her. Jiang Dings was deeply moved. Little did she know that her unintentional words, if you are willing to strike her in your capacity as a servant, you will surely be willing to risk your life for me in the future, would one day become a prophecy. Outside the estate, the anger on Chen Xishuan and Appo's face had not dissipated. He looked at the equally humiliated Jiang Yun and said bitterly, this Jiang Dings is infuriating. Wasn't she supposed to be a pushover in the capital? Why isn't she? Jiang Yun covered her face, her expression full of resentment. How would I know? I thought I could come here and support Yilin, but I ended up spraining my back instead. Chen Xishuan turned back and glared at the estate gate, gritting his teeth. One day, I and Amp, Appo's, LL make her pay. Just an unfavored eldest daughter of the Duke and Amp, Appo's mansion, whose mother and daughter were driven to the countryside by the favored concubine. Yet she still wants to act high and mighty. As he spoke, a lecherous glint appeared in his eyes, but then again, that pushover is quite attractive. Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun looked at him warily, her eyes filled with jealousy. Cousin, what do you mean? Are you interested in that woman with the dirty disease? Don't forget what you promised me. She looked as if she was about to pounce on him and tear him apart. Chen Xishuan quickly said, "No. How could I be interested in that woman? I was just saying it. We still need to make that little bitch pay a price." Jiang Yun was satisfied. "That's good. Cousin, you must avenge me." The two spoke as they left the estate. At that moment, a gauze-curtained bamboo sedan chair slowly passed by them. Chen Xishuan and Jiang Yun's words were carried by the wind into the sedan chair. A gentle breeze lifted the curtains slightly, revealing a refined and peerless face. The group with the sedan chair brushed past Chen Xishuan and Jiang Yun. After a moment, a soft sigh emanated from within the chair. "Zhangbo, did you hear that?" The voice was as clear as bamboo, as pleasant as celestial music, indescribably soothing to the ear, conjuring images of an unparalleled handsome man within the bamboo sedan chair. An astute middle-aged man beside the sedan responded in a low voice, "I did, young master. One of them is Chen Xishuan from the Chen family, and the other is Miss Jiang, though her given name escapes me. The lady they mentioned must be the eldest daughter of the Duke of Beigua's mansion, Jiang Dings." Zhangbo, with a mere glance, discerned the identities of those they passed, a testament to his astuteness and experience. The man in the sedan remained silent for a long while. Eventually, he said softly, "So, it's the eldest daughter of the Duke of Beigua's mansion. I didn't expect to offend these two." Zhangbo replied in a low voice, "Young master, it's best not to meddle in others' affairs." Unexpectedly, the man in the sedan spoke up, "Zhangbo, this concerns a young woman's reputation." Zhangbo was taken aback and quickly lowered his head. "Yes, young master." This old servant was mistaken. The man in the sedan let out a long sigh, his thoughts inscrutable. The bamboo sedan swayed gently forward, revealing glimpses of the man's figure within, as pure and refined as a lotus. Having dealt with Chen Xishuan and Jiang Yun's disturbance, Jiang Dings had a clear understanding of the situation. For now, those two would be preoccupied. As for any potential future troubles they might cause, she had no time to consider them. Jiang Dings had many pressing matters to attend to, and she would face challenges as they arose. She had more important things to do at the moment. With her mind made up, Jiang Dings ordered that Xiaodi be brought to her. Xiaodi was brought in, her hair disheveled and her face as pale as a ghost. She had been confined to a dark woodshed for days, sharing her space with rats and mosquitoes, without a bath or change of clothes. Despite being fed 3 meals a day, she was listless and barely recognizable. Upon seeing Jiang Dings, she began to kowtow incessantly, weeping uncontrollably, unable to utter a word. Jiang Dings saw the fear in her eyes and smiled inwardly. Confinement in a dark room, though seemingly not a severe punishment, was actually one of the most effective forms of torment. In her previous life in the palace, even the most difficult servants would break down after 5 or 6 days of such treatment, let alone someone as cautious as Xiaodi. Xiaodi continued to kowtow, her forehead quickly bleeding from the repeated impacts. Jiang Dings spoke calmly. "Xiaodi, your offense would normally warrant sending you to the county office for sentencing and subsequent sale." As expected, Xiaodi trembled violently, not daring to utter a sound. She was a hereditary servant, her life and death in the hands of her masters, namely Suishi. According to Qin law, hereditary servants could be disposed of at will. If they committed an offense, they could be beaten to death without anyone objecting. On the contrary, people would say it was well-deserved. Seeing that she was genuinely frightened, Jiang Dings slowly continued. "However, considering your years of diligent and honest service, I will give you a chance." A strong desire for survival arose in Xiaodi and Appo's eyes. She quickly kowtowed. "As the eldest young lady commands. As the eldest young lady commands. This servant is ready to die for you." Jiang Dings took out a written confession from a box and tossed it to her. "Sign and stamp this, and I will keep it. If you betray me in the future, I will hand you over to the yamen, throw you in jail, and banish you thousands of miles away." Xiaodi shuddered. "Yes. Yes, I'll sign." A cold glint flashed in Jiang Dings' bright eyes. "Rest assured, I have other uses for you. If you atone for your sins and serve your term, I will grant you your freedom." Xiaodi looked at her in disbelief. "What does the eldest young lady want me to do?" Jiang Dings said softly, "It's nothing particularly difficult. Young Master Zhan's family is poor. but I see him as a man of integrity. His elderly mother is ill and has no one to care for her. You will go to his house as a maidservant and take care of Madame Jean with all your heart. Once Madame Jean has recovered and can move freely, you may leave at your discretion." Xiaodi hesitated. "Just care for her?" She looked up and saw the cold glint in Jiang Dingru's eyes. Xiaodi shuddered and quickly lowered her head, not daring to speak. In an instant, she understood Jiang Dingru's meaning. As a slave who betrayed her master, what other purpose could she have in being sent to another family as a maidservant? On one hand, she was to care for Madame Jean, and on the other hand, she was to be Jiang Dingru's eyes and ears. Xiaodi signed a confession, and Jiang Dingru had it collected and locked in a box. She then ordered that Xiaodi be taken away to wash and clean up before being sent to Jean Mubai and Amp, Appo's house, where she would be at his disposal. Chapter 43. The Buddha-like Gentleman, Part 1. With the matter of Xiaodi resolved, Jiang Dingru heaved a sigh of relief. While Jean Mubai might decline monetary gifts, the offer of a handmaiden to care for his mother, given his renowned filial piety, was certain to be accepted. This offering held far more persuasive power than mere gold or jewels in drawing Jean Mubai in her sphere, save for the miraculous panacea provided by a certain individual. Jiang Dingru mentally spat, banishing that devastatingly alluring visage from her thoughts. Suddenly, Hun Dun remarked, "You handled Xiaodi's situation admirably. There's an accretion of merit as a result. Had you allowed her to persist as an internal saboteur, the repercussions for her in the future would have been dire. In truth, you have granted her a reprieve." Jiang Dingru remained silent, resolute in her decision to prevent Xiaodi from continuing her role as a spy for the favored concubine. Zhou, yet unwilling to resort to utter ruthlessness. Xiaodi's service had been diligent, and she appeared honest and dutiful. Jiang Dingru could not bring herself to irrevocably ruin her life. In this world, clarity and unambiguousness are often elusive. Overwhelmed by the multitude of concerns, Jiang Dingru found each day at the estate invaluable. Many events from her previous life had their genesis in this Yu County estate, their malignant roots later surfacing to cause her immense hardship. She resolved to accumulate strength within these confines, preparing thoroughly before making a triumphant return to the Duke of Bay's manor in the capital. She would ensure that the world recognized that the Duke of Bay and Appo's eldest daughter was not the neglected, discarded simpleton she was once perceived to be. Jiang Dingru luxuriated in an afternoon nap, rising to perform her ablutions and adorn herself. The individual dispatched to gather intelligence had returned. A farmhand from the estate reported, "Eldest miss, I have learned that tomorrow, young Master Moron will be hosting a banquet at the Autumn Bank Pavilion. It is said that young Master Ji has also received an invitation." Jiang Dingru furrowed her brow. "What kind of guest will be in attendance?" The farmhand replied, "It is said to be merchants of medicinal herbs from the surrounding villages, and Tian Shilong will be among them." Jiang Dingru was taken aback. Why would he suddenly host a banquet for such merchants? The Moron family and Appo's primary business is not the sale of medicinal herbs. The farmhand responded with curiosity. In response to Miss and Appo's question, this is how prominent merchants conduct business. As the proprietor, one must inspect a region each month, review accounts, discuss business with the managers, and entertain some merchants with a meal. Jiang Dingru experienced a moment of enlightenment, realizing her error in judgment. The young proprietor of the Moron family was not hosting the medicinal herb merchants on a whim, but rather due to a fortuitous coincidence. Although Yu County was a county town, its abundant rice and other agricultural products meant that even the extensive Moron family holdings could not afford to disregard the region. Jiang Dingru's eyes flickered with thought, and she dismissed the farmhand. The following morning, a diaphanous mist enshrouded the estate's farmlands. It was April, and the verdant rice seedlings exuded an indescribable emerald luminescence. A handsome young man, accompanied by a servant in azure attire, traversed the thoroughfare. The young man was none other than Jiang Dingru in male disguise. She wore a snow-white robe, overlaid with a celestial blue gauze jacket, and a jade pendant carved with fish and dragon motifs adorned her waist. The youth's face was as white as jade, with exquisitely beautiful features. A pair of obsidian eyes sparkled like black jewels. His delicate nose, rosy lips, and porcelain-white neck resembled that of swan. The sole imperfection was the youth and amp, Oppo's slender frame, which only accentuated his ethereal refinement. This young man was none other than Jiang Dings in male disguise. Her maid, Kay and Oppo's, similarly dressed as a servant, followed behind. Kay carried a bamboo basket typically carried by a page, while complaining, "Eldest miss, why are we going through so much trouble so early in the morning?" Jiang Dings smiled and turned back. "How many times must I tell you? You must address me as young master." She gestured to her white attire. "Young master by." Kay and Oppo's, reluctantly complied, inwardly rolling her eyes. If wearing white means being called young master by, then wearing black would mean. Jiang Dings, accompanied by Kay and Oppo's, slowly made her way to the town of Yu County. Yu County, a county renowned for its fish and rice and in close proximity to the capital, was in effect nearly as bustling and prosperous as a prefectural city. In her previous life, Jiang Dings had remained confined to the estate, never truly exploring the county town. Today, upon arriving in town early in the morning, she was immediately captivated. Shops lined the streets, and vendors energetically hawked their wares, with men, women, and children alike strolling and conducting business. Jiang Dings was dazzled, lingering and forgetting their intended purpose. Kay and Amp, Oppo's, rarely venturing out, was equally enthralled, and the two nearly lost sight of their mission. Just as Jiang Dings was overwhelmed by the trinkets before her, a shout rang out from the crowd. "Hurry and see! Young Master Qinglian is distributing kanji." Jiang Dings was taken aback, and in the next instant, the surrounding crowd surged in a particular direction. The once dense area was suddenly empty. Chapter 44. The Buddha and Oppo's Disciple, Part 2. Jiang Dings turned towards the sound and noticed a dense throng of people converging on a particular spot. It was the location of a soup kitchen, with steam visibly rising into the air. Kay tugged at Jiang Dings, her face alight with elation. "Young mistress, our timing is impeccable. The Azure Lotus disciple is here distributing alms. Let us observe." Jiang Dings inquired with curiosity. "Why should we observe?" Kay widened her eyes in astonishment, exclaiming, "Young mistress, are you unfamiliar with the Azure Lotus disciple? He is, well, the Buddha and Oppo's disciple. The Azure Lotus before the Buddha." A sudden illumination sparked within Jiang Dings and Oppo's mind, and she experienced a moment of revelation. The Azure Lotus disciple, the Buddha and Oppo's disciple. She recalled him. Murong Zifeng, the sole direct descendant of the Murong family, was born into a lineage of merchants whose wealth was unparalleled. In the Qin dynasty, the merchant class held the lowest status. However, the Murong family was an exception. Despite their mercantile pursuits, they ascended to the ranks of affluent families, rivaling even aristocratic clans. They amassed wealth through commerce, while simultaneously acquiring land and cultivating connections. Over centuries, their riches became astounding, and their network of alliances grew intricate. While the Murong family excelled in business, they were also adept at maintaining a low profile. Through dynastic changes, numerous aristocratic clans declined, but the Murong family remained steadfast. Murong Zifeng was born into this household, where silver was as commonplace as soil and pearls were measured by the dipper. To describe his birth as being born with a silver spoon would be an understatement. He was essentially born amidst a treasure trove, a favored son of heaven. If Murong Zifeng were merely an ordinary young master, he would simply be envied for his lineage and affluence. The capital would merely gain another unremarkable wealthy. However, Murong Zifeng was different. It was said that from a young age, he was devoted to Buddhism and maintained a vegetarian diet. Thus, no one anticipated that the scion of a wealthy merchant family would cultivate into an Azure Lotus before the Buddha. From his youth, Murong Zifeng was not content with merely studying Buddhist doctrines in isolation. He implored his father and, at the age of 10, became a disciple of the abbot of the Canaan temple, the esteemed Master Fongda. The Murong family had few descendants, and they had finally produced an intelligent heir to inherit the family business, only to face this development. to prevent the direct descendant from truly severing ties with the mortal world and neglecting worldly affairs. The head of the Murong family earnestly requested the eminent monk to impart knowledge, but strictly forbade him from ordaining Murong Zifeng. The head of the Murong family pleaded. Even if he were to be ordained, he must first inherit the family business for a few years and produce 2 heirs for the Murong family. Thus, Murong Zifeng remained a lay Buddhist, not yet a member of the Buddhist order. If the story ended here, it would merely be an oddity. What truly catapulted Murong Zifeng to fame was when the old emperor, on a whim, decreed a grand Buddhist event in the capital and Apos, Phahua Temple, a Dharma assembly. On that day, the Phahua Temple was filled with eminent monks, and the attendees included the most renowned enlightened monks from various temples across the country. The monks delivered sermons for days, expounding Buddhist principles and debating Buddhist doctrines with other monks. During the final 3 days, the debates reached their peak, with only the most renowned monks and abbots participating. Each monk spoke eloquently, their words like lotuses, each utterance profound, and each term thought-provoking, enlightening the world. At this moment, a lay Buddhist dressed in a snow-white robe arrived. He ascended the Buddhist platform in full view of the public and began to debate Buddhist doctrines with the monks. Initially, the monks assumed that the young lay Buddhist was merely seeking to learn Buddhist principles. However, they soon realized that he was proficient in the great path of Buddhism, and the monks were gradually defeated in debate. This debate lasted for 3 days and 3 nights, causing a sensation throughout the capital. Everyone rushed to observe, eager to see which enlightened master was so proficient in Buddhist doctrines that he could cause the monks to concede defeat. When they saw Murong Zifeng, they were astonished. This person, who could convince dozens of monks, was so young and possessed such unparalleled beauty. What was even more astonishing was that he sat serenely on the futon, his youthful, handsome face radiating a divine spirituality. This spirituality was innate, untouched by any worldly dust. From that day on, the entire capital, and even the entire country, referred to him as the Azure Lotus Disciple. The Azure Lotus Disciple was the most beautiful dream of countless young women in their boudoirs, a divine and saintly being. Chapter 45, The Buddha, Part 3. Since the conclusion of the Buddhist assembly, Murong Zifeng had once again retreated into seclusion, dedicating himself to the profound study of Buddhist doctrines and rarely appearing before the public eye. Nevertheless, his reputation and the myriad legends surrounding him were sufficient to captivate hearts and inspire a yearning for even a fleeting glimpse. Unexpectedly, it was on this very day that the Azure Lotus emerged to distribute alms. Jiang Dings observed the throng of people in the distance, a faint smile playing on her lips. So was the Azure Lotus. She had primarily remembered him as of the Murong family, having overlooked this particular epithet. In her previous life, Murong Zifeng had been remarkably detached from worldly affairs. She recalled an instance when Long Ingche, in a fit of rage, intended to execute over 300 laborers for delays in construction caused by heavy rains. Murong Zifeng knelt for an entire day and night before the imperial palace, finally gaining an audience with Long Ingche. It remained unknown what Buddhist principles he conveyed, but Long Ingche eventually pardoned the lives of those hundreds of laborers. At the time, Jiang Dings was deeply embroiled in the cutthroat competition within the imperial harem, vying for the emperor and Apos' favor alongside other ambitious consorts, leaving her unable to intervene. She vaguely recalled hearing that the Murong family ultimately succumbed to the avarice of those in power, and Long Ingche, having tasted the sweetness of their wealth, relentlessly pressured Murong Zifeng to donate vast sums of money for the construction of his imperial mausoleum. Murong Zifeng, left with no alternative, could only submit to Long Ingche and Apos' exploitation. Fortunately, she had intervened in time, preventing the Murong family from being completely drained of their resources. However, after Long Ingche and Apos' extravagance and oppression, the Murong family and Apos' vitality was severely diminished, and they never regained their former glory. She had heard that Murong Zifeng eventually sought refuge in a monastery at the age of 38, leaving behind only a son. The identity of his wife remained a mystery, with some even suggesting that the son was not Murong Zifeng's biological offspring, but rather an adopted heir. In essence, Murong Zifeng had likely spent his previous life alone, accompanied only by the dim glow of a lamp and ancient Buddhist texts. But that was another tale altogether. Jiang Dings had overheard palace maids gossiping about it when she was already terminally ill, leaving her powerless to act. The crowd continued to surge forward, when suddenly someone exclaimed in a loud voice, "The azure lotus has appeared. The Buddha has appeared." Jiang Dings felt a subtle stirring in her heart. Having never had the opportunity to witness the peerless in her previous life, she now felt a surge of curiosity. She was about to step forward when a delicate fragrance of lotus blossoms seemed to permeate the air. The scent was so subtle and ethereal that Jiang Dings initially dismissed it as her imagination. However, her attendant, exclaimed, "How fragrant!" In the next instant, the previously bustling crowd parted as if swept by a gust of wind, and everyone knelt down. The air vibrated with a gentle resonance, akin to celestial. Jiang Dings gazed in astonishment, and in the soft light, she beheld a refined and incomparably handsome young man, draped in pristine white robes, approaching against the light. His features were clear and gentle, and his entire being seemed to be enveloped in a golden aura. He walked slowly, like a divine Buddha descending from the heavens, causing the mundane world to momentarily pause in reverence. Those on the ground clasped their hands in prayer, softly chanting Buddhist mantras. The bustling street was now filled only with the heavenly sound of. After her initial shock, Jiang Dings narrowed her eyes as she observed Murong Zifeng distributing alms. The azure lotus, truly intriguing. The almsgiving concluded peacefully amidst the awestruck crowd. The azure lotus, Murong Zifeng, personally distributed 99 bowls of porridge, with 4 strong assistants taking over the remaining task. He soon vanished from sight, yet many continued to gaze in the direction he had disappeared, reluctant to leave. K and Amp, Oppos, Earth sighed in reminiscence. Heavens, the azure lotus is so handsome. One can and Amp, Oppos, T help but want to prostrate oneself at his feet. Which family and Amp, Oppos, S daughter is worthy of him? Jiang Dings smiled faintly. Indeed, no one is worthy. Kair was taken aback for a moment. Jiang Dings had already begun to navigate through the crowd, heading towards a building with 3 large characters inscribed upon it. Autumn Shores Pavilion. Chapter 46. A Feast at Autumn Bank Pavilion. Autumn Bank Pavilion was the most esteemed and opulent restaurant in Yu County. Legend had it that a retired imperial chef from the capital established the restaurant, while the veracity of this claim remained unconfirmed. The culinary excellence of Autumn Bank Pavilion was celebrated throughout the region. Ordinarily, securing a reservation at Autumn Bank Pavilion required advanced planning. The restaurant was perpetually bustling, its reputation extending to the surrounding counties. In Yu County, hosting a banquet at Autumn Bank Pavilion was considered a mark of prestige, as if one hadn't truly experienced the world without having dined there. Autumn Bank Pavilion was situated along the riverbank, with the expansive moat flowing beside it, teeming with bustling merchant vessels and passenger ferries. The 5-story structure, adorned with vermilion lacquer and carved beams, possessed a timeless elegance that rivaled even the renowned restaurants of the capital. Its layout resembled a grid, featuring a spacious central courtyard that ensured ample natural light throughout the day. As Jiang Dings entered, the lively ambience of the main hall abruptly subsided. Her luminous eyes swept across the astonished patrons before she addressed the waiter. "I wish to reserve an Earth-grade private room." The waiter paused momentarily, then replied, "Esteemed young master, as it happens, we have one and Amp, Oppos, Earth and Amp, Oppos, grade room available. Allow me to escort you." Jiang Dings responded with a satisfied smile and followed the waiter to the 2nd floor. As she departed, a murmur of hushed voices filled the hall. "Who is this young master? So remarkably handsome. He appears to be quite young. I wonder which noble family he belongs to. His features are as delicate as a porcelain doll, rivaling even the famed Master Qinglian." Amidst the whispers, a shadowy figure listened intently before discreetly slipping away. Jiang Dings surveyed the Amp, Oppos, Earth and Oppos, grade room and nodded in approval. Though small, it was impeccably clean, She instructed Kair to order a pot of fine tea and several refreshments, and leisurely enjoyed her tea while awaiting her guests. Soon, the sounds of boisterous activity emanated from below as waiters guided guests up the stairs. However, they were all directed to the third floor. Courteous greetings and pleasantries echoed through the hallway. Jiang Dings listened attentively, occasionally revealing an enigmatic smile. Kair inquired curiously, "Milady, whom are we expecting? Were you not intending to meet with the young master of the Morong family?" Jiang Dings smiled enigmatically, retorting, "How can I meet him without an invitation? Que und apos, etwas renderit speechless." Jiang Dings remained silent, continuing to eavesdrop. After nearly half an hour, as noon approached, the external commotion subsided, replaced by the sound of hurried footsteps on the third floor. Jiang Dings chuckled and suddenly called out in a loud voice, "Waiter, I wish to change rooms." The waiter arrived, inquiring, "Which room would the young master prefer?" Jiang Dings gestured upwards. "I believe the view from above would be superior. I wish to move to a room on the top floor." The waiter responded apologetically, "Regrettably, esteemed young master, all of our heaven-grade rooms have been reserved today. The partitions have been removed to create a continuous banquet space." Jiang Dings and Apos' expression darkened. "What? Entirely booked? What kind of establishment is this? Are you deliberately deceiving me?" The waiter faltered, unsure how to respond. Jiang Dings sneered, "This earth-grade room is cramped and stuffy. The view is limited and primarily consists of other people. I desire a view of the water." The waiter replied with a pained expression, "Esteemed young master, the and Apos, earth and Apos, grade rooms are only afforded a view of the street. That is why they are designated as such, and the pricing reflects this disparity." Jiang Dings and Apos' face contorted in displeasure. "Then I demand A and Apos, heaven and Apos, grade room." The waiter demurred, "But they are all reserved." Jiang Dings scoffed, "Who possesses such immense wealth and influence as to reserve all the and amp, Apos, heaven and amp, Apos, grade rooms? Are you implying that I lack the means? Do you doubt my ability to pay?" She retrieved a money pouch embroidered with gold thread and slammed it onto the table, declaring, "I insist on A and Apos, heaven and Apos, grade room. Arrange it if you can, and arrange it even if you cannot." Chapter 47. An Autumn Bank Pavilion Feast, 2. The waiter was taken aback, then began to earnestly dissuade her. However, Jiang Dings, for reasons unknown, insisted on using the heaven-grade private room. The waiter, left with no alternative, had to consult the manager. After a moment, a gray-haired manager appeared. The manager, surnamed Zhou, greeted her with repeated bows. "Young master, you and Apos. V. come at an opportune time. The young master of the Morong family is hosting a banquet, so the entire floor with the heaven-grade private rooms has been reserved. Perhaps you could return tomorrow? I assure you, I will reserve the most scenic heaven-grade room for you." Jiang Dings' face darkened. "Tomorrow? I'm returning to the capital tomorrow. Do you expect me to make another trip here? What a jest, manager," she added with a frigid sneer. "I understand. The Morong family must be wealthy and influential. An Autumn Bank Pavilion looks down on someone like me, refusing to accommodate me." Manager Zhou and Apos' expression changed. "Young master, please refrain from making such remarks. The Morong family's young master made reservations 3 days prior. Even with a substantial sum, one would have to wait in line." Jiang Dings scoffed. "I don an amp. Amp? Apos, to believe it. Tell me, how much does A and amp? Amp, Apos, heaven and amp, Apos, great private room cost? I insist on seeing it today." Manager Zhou was so infuriated by Jiang Dings and Apos' unreasonable behavior that he nearly had a fit. Despite his efforts to reason with her, Jiang Dings remained obstinate, demanding to go upstairs. Manager Zhou was compelled to retreat. Kair, seeing them leave, anxiously asked Jiang Dings, "Is this advisable? Will they evict us if this escalates?" Jiang Dings waved her fan, brimming with confidence. They wouldn't dare. After a while, the outside suddenly quieted down. Jiang Dings listened intently when a rhythmic knock echoed from the wooden door of the private room. "Esteemed guest, might I have a word?" The voice, as refined and melodious as celestial music, caused Jiang Dings to momentarily lose her composure. She then smiled and responded, "Who is it?" The person outside paused before replying in a gentle tone, "I am Murong Zifeng. May I have the pleasure of your acquaintance?" Jiang Dings waited a moment, then reluctantly replied, "Very well. Come in." The door of the private room slowly opened, revealing a young man in blue robes. He was like a ray of pure light piercing through the clouds, an inspiration to behold. His features were gentle and handsome, his skin as fair as jade, and his eyes as clear as mountain spring water. He glanced at Jiang Dings, his eyes flickering with surprise, perhaps taken aback that the troublesome individual described by Manager Zhou was a delicate and refined young gentleman. Jiang Dings was also momentarily stunned, then smiled. "So you're Master Murong. A pleasure to meet you." Murong Zifeng entered. His presence made the already cramped Earth-grade private room feel even smaller. Jiang Dings then realized that, despite Murong Zifeng and Oppo's seemingly slender frame, he was remarkably tall. She only reached his chest. Murong Zifeng sat down with composure and smiled gently at Jiang Dings. "How may I address you, esteemed guest?" He had learned that the young man went by the surname Bai, but upon seeing Jiang Dings, he knew that this was merely an alias. Jiang Dings' eyes darted around playfully, and she smiled at Murong Zifeng. "To be candid, my surname is Jiang, and my given name is Dings. I am the eldest daughter of the Duke of Beigua's mansion. I wish to discuss a matter with Master Murong today." Murong Zifeng paused. "Jiang Dings, the eldest daughter of the Duke of Beigua's mansion?" His crystalline eyes flickered with curiosity as he examined her. Jiang Dings met his gaze with confidence. Murong Zifeng noticed the radiant gleam in her eyes, and his own eyes softened. He lowered his gaze and said gently, "Very well. Please speak, Miss Jiang." His gaze seemed to be filled with infinite tenderness. "If there is anything I can do to assist Miss Jiang, I will do my utmost to help." Chapter 48. An autumnal feast at Binlu. 3. Jiang Dings was taken aback, a peculiar warmth suffusing her cheeks. Her heart palpitated wildly. Murong Zifeng's gaze was so pure and gentle that her elderly heart, accumulated from nearly 50 years across 2 lifetimes, struggled to maintain composure. Jiang Dings self-consciously averted her eyes. Why is Murong Gongzi so kind to me?" The moment the question escaped her lips, her face burned even hotter. Suddenly, Han Dun interjected with a touch of acidity, "Your Majesty, are you flirting with this young man?" Jiang Dings was dumbfounded. "Huh?" Han Dun elaborated, "Your Majesty?" How was he supposed to respond to that question? Jiang Dings glanced over and noticed a sudden flush creeping up Murong Zifeng's face, a telltale blush that extended from his cheeks to his ears and neck. Jiang Dings was speechless. An awkward silence descended upon the private room. The shopkeeper, observing Jiang Dings and then his young master, suddenly wore an expression of dawning comprehension, followed by unrestrained delight. His young master, the perennial lotus flower, was finally blossoming. Jiang Dings waited in vain for Murong Zifeng to explain his kindness. She offered a dry chuckle. "No, I meant Murong Gongzi and I are mere acquaintances. I wouldn't want to take advantage of his generosity." Han Dun retorted, "Your Majesty, that explanation is even more stilted." Jiang Dings snapped, exasperated, "Be quiet." Han Dun fell silent. With the mental chatter finally subdued, Murong Zifeng sipped his tea, the flush on his face gradually receding. He lowered his gaze and murmured, "I apologize for the earlier impertinence. My initial intention was merely to assist Miss Jiang, as I admire her entrepreneurial spirit at such a young age. Is that all? Merely admiration for her audacity in pursuing commerce?" Jiang Dings stared at Murong Zifeng, bewildered. He discreetly averted his gaze, his face once again betraying a rosy hue. The shopkeeper interjected with a jovial tone, "Gongzi, the banquet is ready. Shall we proceed upstairs?" He beamed at Jiang Dings. "Miss Jiang, please join us. You are a valued guest, a most esteemed guest." Ha ha! The 3rd floor of autumnal Binlu was abuzz with activity. Every table was laden with delectable dishes. The attendees, merchants and proprietors alike, were adorned in brocade and radiated prosperity, engaging in boisterous conversation. As the hour approached, the shopkeeper stepped forward. "Esteemed proprietors, thank you for your patience. Murong Gongzi has arrived. All eyes turned towards the entrance, where two elegant figures, one in azure and one in white, appeared before the assembly. A hush fell over the room. The azure-clad gentleman possessed an ethereal beauty, his slender frame exuding an otherworldly grace, like a ray of celestial light. The youth in white, with his delicate features reminiscent of a pristine lotus, possessed an undeniable charm and captivating aura. Most striking were the youth's large, luminous eyes, black and white like obsidian pearls on a jade platter, sparkling with an inner radiance. The crowd was mesmerized. Murong Zifeng bowed to the assembly, his voice a melodious cadence. I am Murong Zifeng, and I extend my greetings to you all. Only then did the attendees rouse themselves from their reverie, offering their respects in return. Curiously, the white-clad youth remained silent, merely standing by Murong Zifeng and Appo's side, smiling as he greeted each merchant. The youth in Appo's identity piqued the curiosity of the crowd, but they hesitated to inquire, deferring to Murong Zifeng's presence. After a round of pleasantries, the group took their seats. Murong Zifeng settled into his chair, and the white-clad youth brazenly occupied the seat beside him. This action elicited gasps of astonishment from the assembled guests. Murong Zifeng was the sole heir of a prominent and wealthy clan in the Qin dynasty. The white-clad youth, appearing no older than 11 or 12, and not yet fully grown, did not seem to be a mere attendant, nor did he appear to be a close confidant of Murong Zifeng. What justification did he have to sit at the head table? A low murmur of speculation rippled through the room. Who is that young man? How can he be seated at the head table? Could he be some young scion who has wandered into autumnal Binlu, seeking a free meal? Indeed, it is said that the Azure Lotus Gongzi is charitable and treats beggars with compassion. Perhaps this person has charmed him into bringing him along for amusement. This white-clad youth is difficult to place. Even if he is from a wealthy family, his age should preclude him from sitting at the head table. Jiang Dings chuckled, fanning herself with a folding fan, keenly aware of the whispers around her. She glanced at the head table. It was no wonder they were gossiping about her. The seats were occupied by seasoned merchants and proprietors, their faces etched with experience and their demeanor betraying decades of shrewd business dealings. Compared to these seasoned professionals, she was clearly a greenhorn. Jiang Dings smiled softly and turned to Murong Zifeng. Murong Gongzi, it seems they are not convinced of my worth. What do you suggest? Murong Zifeng glanced at Jiang Dings, her eyes sparkling with a mischievous glint, her expression both playful and endearing. His gaze flickered momentarily. Pay them no mind. Jiang Dings paused, then smiled. She continued to fan herself. Her curiosity piqued as she surveyed the merchants before her. She mused to herself, wondering how these merchants would react when they learned of Murong Zifeng and Appo's forthcoming plans. As Jiang Dings pondered, the banquet commenced under the direction of the shopkeeper. After a few rounds of drinks, several merchants approached Murong Zifeng to offer their toasts. As this was a feast hosted by the Murong family, it was customary for the guests to express their respect. However, Murong Zifeng, a lifelong vegetarian, raised a glass of water in lieu of wine. The merchants were aware of this idiosyncrasy, but they refrained from mentioning it. Jiang Dings sat by, smiling, as Murong Zifeng engaged with the crowd, her gaze flitting around the room, seemingly searching for someone. Finally, someone took notice of her. A chubby hand suddenly seized Jiang Dings and Appo's wrist. What is this young man in Appo's name? Why does he refrain from drinking? Does he look down upon us? Jiang Dings, in the midst of her search, was startled by the sudden grasp. Her face darkened, and she swiftly withdrew her hand, causing a cascade of cups and dishes to topple over. Unfortunately, a waiter was passing behind Jiang Dings, carrying a steaming bowl of fish soup. She was about to collide with the waiter, and the scalding soup was poised to spill over her head. Amidst the gasps of the crowd, Jiang Dings sensed impending disaster. However, she was unable to halt her backward momentum. This is bad, Jiang Dings thought, a chill running down her spine. She braced herself for the inevitable misfortune. Careful, a gentle voice echoed in her ear. In the next instant, Jiang Dings felt a firm grip around her waist, and she was lifted and whisked away as if by magic a full 10 feet. With a resounding crash, Jiang Dings, still reeling from the near mishap, observed the remnants of shattered crockery and scalding broth where she had stood moments before. It was a stark reminder that, had Murong Zifeng not intervened, she might have suffered a fate akin to Jiang Yilin and Amp. Oppose. Regaining her composure, Jiang Dings realized she was enveloped in Murong Zifeng and Amp. Oppo's embrace. His fragrance, a captivating blend reminiscent of sandalwood and lotus, instilled a sense of tranquility and longing. A blush crept across Jiang Dings and Amp. Oppo's countenance as she hastily disentangled herself, expressing her gratitude. "I am indebted to you, young Master Murong." Murong Zifeng, momentarily taken aback, displayed a fleeting crimson hue on his alabaster face, uttering a courteous, "My apologies." Jiang Dings surveyed the stunned onlookers, who were visibly shaken by the sudden turn of events, particularly the corpulent man who had been so forward with her. He stood amidst the wreckage, his face a mask of mortification. Murong Zifeng's countenance darkened slightly as he directed, "Apologize, Master Chun." The portly man, known as Chun Fugui, was a prominent local apothecary and a business associate of the Murong family. Accustomed to wielding influence in the region, he had taken umbrage at not being seated at the head table and directed his resentment toward Jiang Dings. Under the guise of inebriation, he had attempted to ply her with drink, hoping to take advantage of her and captivated by her androgynous charm, which surpassed even the most comely actors in the local theaters. Noticing Murong Zifeng's displeasure, Chun Fugui was overcome with regret. After a moment's hesitation, he retorted, "Young Master Murong, why jeopardize our rapport over a callow youth?" Murong Zifeng's eyes narrowed imperceptibly. Chun Fugui pressed on, "Furthermore, what is the young man's name and pedigree? If I am to offer an apology, I must know who I am addressing. He seems unfamiliar." It was now Jiang Dings' turn to wear a dark countenance. An unexpected twist. Clearly, Murong Zifeng had not foreseen this development. Sensing their reticence, Chun Fugui believed he had gained the upper hand, surmising that Jiang Dings was either an uninvited guest or Murong Zifeng and Amp, Oppo's, as paramour. Otherwise, why would a scion of a respectable family not readily disclose his identity? Chun Fugui's smugness intensified. "There's no need to take offense, young man. Consider my actions a mere mishap, and allow me to make amends with a threefold libation. Join me in a drink." As he spoke, he approached, glass in hand, his countenance obsequious. Jiang Dings recoiled from the wave of stale alcohol and Chun Fugui's offensive odor, seeking refuge behind Murong Zifeng. Murong Zifeng, his brow furrowed in displeasure, was about to issue a reprimand when the proprietor, Zhou, intervened. Quickly assessing the situation, he turned to his staff and instructed, "Escort Master Chun from the premises." Two employees stepped forward to carry out the order. Incensed by the public humiliation, Chun Fugui challenged, "Young Master Murong, are you willing to sever our ties over an unknown upstart?" Murong Zifeng replied dispassionately, "The Murong family does not conduct business with individuals of your ilk." Chun Fugui's face flushed crimson. A substantial portion of his wealth was derived from his dealings with the Murong family, and Murong Zifeng's declaration was a severe blow. Chun Fugui's expression hardened, and he threatened, "Business is business, young Master Murong. There are countless others eager to trade with Chun Fugui. If you refuse, others will gladly take your place." Murong Zifeng remained unperturbed. Master Chun and Oppo's business affiliations are his concern. The Murong family, however, will not engage in commerce with you. His gaze swept across the assembled proprietors as he added, "Any who wish to collaborate with Master Chun should also refrain from conducting business with the Murong family." Chapter 50. Miscalculation. The crowd was taken aback. What did this signify? A blockade? In essence, Chun Fugui was barred from any enterprise associated with the Murong family. This was more than a mere flesh wound. It was an attempt to sever Chun Fugui's lifeline. It was common knowledge that the Murong family possessed extensive business networks around the capital of the Qin dynasty, and even throughout the regions south and north of the Yangtze River. The Murong family and Oppo's assets were so vast that even they had trouble keeping count, not to mention those who conducted business with them. With Murong Zifeng and Oppo's pronouncement, Who would dare to engage in commerce with Chen Fuguei? No one would be foolish enough to offend the Murong family to associate with an insignificant merchant. Who was this young master? Why did Murong Zifeng show such favoritism? The proprietors who had previously looked down on Jiang Dings immediately regarded her with newfound respect, even harboring deeper speculations. Chen Fuguei and Appo's countenance shifted. He suddenly exclaimed through gritted teeth, "This year, someone sought me out to purchase medicinal herbs in bulk. Had it not been for the Murong family and our decade-long business relationship, I would have accepted their offer long ago." He then addressed the onlookers. "Since the Murong family has acted unjustly, Don and Appo's, blame me, Chen Fuguei, for being disloyal. From today onward, I, Chen Fuguei, will sell the medicinal herbs I collect at a 30% discount to others. Anyone who values my business is welcome to purchase herbs from me." Shopkeeper Zhou and Appo's expression also changed. "Chen Fuguei, what do you mean?" Reducing prices by 30% amounted to malicious competition. This would undoubtedly disrupt the balance of medicinal herb supply in Yu County. Jiang Dings and Appo's gaze deepened. At that moment, unhurried footsteps echoed from the staircase. The footsteps were steady and powerful, as if treading upon people and Appo's hearts. A cold, somber voice reverberated. "Who does Boss Chen intend to sell the medicinal herbs to?" Chen Fuguei and Appo's eyes lit up. He hastily shook off the two shop assistants who were restraining him and rushed to the staircase, bowing and scraping before the newcomer. "Naturally, I and Appo's sell them to young Master G. Young Master G, rest assured, this batch of medicinal herbs will be given priority to you. I and Appo's am even offering a discount." "Ha ha!" Amidst Chen Fuguei's obsequious flattery, a young man with handsome and bewitching features approached the crowd. The onlookers stared blankly, unsure of what day it was. They had thought Murong Zifeng was already an unparalleled gentleman, and Jiang Dings by his side was an even more ethereal young master. But Weian before them exuded a different kind of beauty. He was handsome and alluring, especially his eyes, which were deep and carried a chilling light that made people afraid to look directly at him. He reached the crowd, cast a mocking glance at everyone, and finally fixed his gaze on Jiang Dings, who was standing beside Murong Zifeng. He gave her a sardonic look. Jiang Dings' complexion changed. She had indeed anticipated meeting Weian, but she hadn't and Appo's. He expected him to arrive so late. No. Jiang Dings noticed a middle-aged man with a purplish face behind Weian, and her heart sank. As expected, shopkeeper Zhou said with indignation, "Tian Qilong, why are you so late?" Tian Qilong looked unnatural. "I ran into young Master G on the way and had a long chat. So we came together to the banquet." The purple-faced man was a well-known medicinal herb merchant in Yu County. The herbs he collected from the farmers accounted for about half of Yu County's supply. Jiang Dings immediately understood shopkeeper Zhou's anger. It seemed that Tian Qilong had already been won over by Weian, and they might have already privately agreed on a price. This meant that the Murong family and Appo's medicinal herb procurement in Yu County had been reduced by a significant amount. In addition, Murong Zifeng had just announced that he would not do business with Chen Fuguei. In other words, 70 to 80 of the medicinal herb business in Yu County would fall into Weian's hands. Jiang Dings stared at Weian's devastatingly handsome face, wishing she could pounce on him and claw it to pieces. This devil incarnate was deliberately trying to thwart her plans. Chapter 51. Overt poaching, yet she was utterly helpless. She couldn't possibly proclaim that Weian would become the dreaded commander of the Dark Shadow Guard, warning everyone to stay away. She knew that uttering such words would only jeopardize her path of rebirth in this small village of Yu County. Weian stepped forward, cupping his fist in salute to Murong Zifeng, who returned a perfunctory greeting, having met Weian before. Weian smiled, a belated arrival. "I trust young Master Murong will pardon my tardiness." His gaze casually swept over Jiang Dings, and he inquired, "How should this young master be addressed?" Jiang Dings, her heart heavy with frustration, responded indifferently, "My surname is Bai." Weian smiled, "Oh, young Master Bai." Jiang Dings was speechless. Young Master Bai? She was not a canine. She glared at Weian and Appo's, and certain that he was deliberately trying to annoy her. After exchanging greetings, Weian and Appo's and looked at the approaching Chun Fugue and chuckled. Earlier, Boss Chun mentioned selling medicinal herbs to someone else. To whom might that be? Chun Fugue nodded obsequiously, naturally, to young Master Ji. Weian smiled indeed. Chun Fugue immediately patted his chest, guaranteeing, "That is certainly true. How could it be otherwise?" The shopkeeper Zhou, standing aside, Kuden and Oppos, he helped but scoff, utterly disdainful. Weian and Oppos, and, with a sardonic smile, looked at Murong Zifeng and asked, "Young Master Murong, you see, it is not I who am poaching from you, but rather Boss Chun who insists on doing business with me." Everyone expected Murong Zifeng to be incensed, but to their surprise, he said calmly, "If young Master Ji wishes to do business with Boss Chun, I shall not interfere." Weian smiled. The crowd's eyes were filled with contempt. Such blatant poaching behavior had truly lowered their expectations. However, it also piqued everyone in Oppos, as curiosity about Weian and Oppos, and in Oppos as identity. After all, only someone with considerable influence would dare to openly challenge the Murong family, lest they face retaliation. The crowd buzzed with speculation about Weian and Oppos. And who is this man? He seems to be from the capital. I heard he's from the Ji family on Vermilion Bird Street in the capital. A scion of a noble family. Indeed, a scion of a noble family. No wonder he's so confident. Jiang Dings found it all rather amusing. They were indeed a group of unsophisticated local merchants. What gave Weian and Oppos, and the audacity to compare his wealth with the Murong family? He was merely from an old, declining family, forced to engage in commerce. The Murong family was the true powerhouse. However, she had to admit that Weian's confrontation with Murong Zifeng was quite intimidating. As she watched Weian about to seize 7 or 8/10 of the medicinal herb business in Yu County, Jiang Dings grew anxious. Just as she was about to say something, a gentle voice, like a spring breeze, reached her ears. "Miss Jiang, remain calm. Even if young Master Ji takes the medicinal herb business in Yu County, the Murong family still has thousands of pharmacies across the land. Our agreement remains unchanged." Jiang Dings was stunned. She turned her head to see Murong Zifeng's serene face, his lips barely moving. She immediately understood. Murong Zifeng was using telepathic communication to speak to her. She smiled wryly. Yes, how could she forget? While the medicinal herbs of Yu County were important, they were but a drop in the ocean for the Murong family, a commercial dynasty. They were not worth mentioning. She felt relieved. Losing Yu County was not important. She had secured the unparalleled support of the Murong family. However, she still couldn't understand why Murong Zifeng was being so kind to her. Chapter 52. Transitioning to the medicine trade? Unable to comprehend the situation, Jiang Dings resolved to set her thoughts aside. After all, nothing was more pressing than securing the medicinal materials business. With Murong Zifeng willing to assist her, she felt reassured against Weian's potential sabotage. Weian and Oppos. Gaze flitted between Murong Zifeng and Jiang Dings, gradually revealing a knowing smile. For reasons unknown, Jiang Dings sensed that Weian and Oppos, and had overheard Murong Zifeng and Oppos' words directed at her. Chun Fugue, noticing Weian and Oppos, and Oppos' apparent disregard for him, grew anxious. He felt that remaining there would only lead to further embarrassment. He inquired, "Young Master Ji, shall we proceed to discuss business?" Weian and Oppos, and suddenly chuckled, "Discuss business? What business are we talking about?" Chun Fugue was momentarily taken aback. "The medicinal materials business we agreed upon. Young Master Ji, are you not interested in purchasing medicinal materials?" Weian and Oppos, and, with a smirk, replied, "What medicinal materials business? Did I ever state my intent to buy from Boss Chun?" He gestured towards Tian Qilong behind him and added, "I have only discussed purchasing his medicinal materials, but he has yet to make a final decision." He then turned to Murong Zifeng, inquiring if he would be willing to share a portion with him. Tian Qilong promptly affirmed, "Indeed. I have always conducted business with the Murong family, providing them with all medicinal materials in previous years. Young Master Ji's sincerity is evident, yet I must still confer with young Master Murong. If he is unwilling to share, Tian Qilong, uphold the integrity of my business, and would never secretly agree to sell to others. This year's medicinal materials will certainly follow the established protocol and be sold to the Morong family. The situation took an unexpected turn. Not only were the others stunned, but Jiang Dings was also taken aback. She had not anticipated that the seemingly dominant Ji Wei and oppose and would adhere to business ethics. Morong Zifeng pondered, "Young Master Ji, is this truly the case?" Ji Wei and oppose and cast a glance at Jiang Dings, his smile enigmatic. "Naturally, it is true." After a moment and oppose, as contemplation, Morong Zifeng spoke gently. "In that case, young Master Ji, please accompany me to my humble courtyard for tea and further discussion." Ji Wei and oppose, and smiled in agreement. Very well. Within the elegant courtyard stood a tall Bodhi tree, its base adorned with pristine white sand. It was unclear from where the Morong family had procured this sand, as its whiteness resembled snow and faintly shimmered. Beneath the tree, a low table was set, with 3 cushions for the 3 individuals present, Ji Weian, Jiang Dings, and the composed Morong Zifeng. Jiang Dings fanned herself with a folding fan, partially concealing her face, her heart brimming with mixed emotions. In her previous life, she could never have envisioned a day when she would sit peacefully with Ji Weian to discuss business. Morong Zifeng was direct, speaking gently. "Today, I have agreed with Miss Jiang to entrust her with this year and oppose medicinal materials collected in Yuxian. Since young Master Ji is interested in these materials, I propose that I allocate 30% of the materials from Tianqilong to you. The remaining 20% I shall source from other locations for you at a 20% markup over cost." He seemed to sense Ji Weian's potential confusion and added, "The markup accounts for transportation and labor costs." In essence, aside from the 30% Ji Wei and oppose and would obtain from Tianqilong, Morong Zifeng was offering an additional 20%, nearly at cost after deducting expenses. Upon concluding, Morong Zifeng addressed Jiang Dings. "Miss Jiang may take 70% of the medicinal materials held by Tianqilong. Should you require more, I can procure additional materials from elsewhere." Jiang Dings was moved. "Thank you, young Master Morong." Ji Weian regarded Morong Zifeng with an inscrutable expression. Acknowledging his reputation as the oppose, Buddha young master and oppose, was indeed well-deserved. Morong Zifeng smiled slightly. "There is no need for formality between us. The medicinal materials trade is not the primary focus of the Morong family. Moreover, Yuxian is but a minor county, not known for its abundance of medicinal resources." His implication was clear. The venture was insignificant, and relinquishing the procurement of medicinal materials from Yuxian would result in little loss. Furthermore, according to Morong Zifeng's distribution, he would merely forego profits from this one location, which would not significantly impact his broader operations. With so many regions rich in medicinal resources, he had no cause for concern. The atmosphere in the courtyard soon became amicable, filled with laughter and light conversation. Yet, aside from Morong Zifeng, both Ji Wei and oppose and Jiang Dings were lost in their thoughts. Ji Wei and oppose, and suddenly asked, "By the way, I haven and oppose." He had the chance to inquire why Miss Jiang has suddenly taken an interest in the medicinal materials trade. "Shuden and oppose, you be recovering and returning to the capital?" He smiled knowingly. "Why would a comfortable young lady like you choose this path?" Jiang Dings feigned a smile. "I was unaware that young Master Ji had also changed professions. Is your family no longer disinclined to engage in commerce?" Ji Weian's smile deepened. "Isn't this what they call fate?" Jiang Dings was at a loss for words. Feeling utterly stifled by the conversation, she resolutely chose to ignore Ji Weian and turn to Morong Zifeng, speaking earnestly. "Young Master Morong, do not underestimate the medicinal materials trade. It concerns the lives and well-being of the people of Qin." Morong Zifeng regarded her with curiosity. "Why do you say that?" Jiang Dings found herself at a loss for an explanation. She could hardly disclose that a severe drought would soon devastate the southwestern regions, leading to a significant shortage of medicinal materials and skyrocketing prices in Qin. This was a matter of great secrecy. How could she articulate this? Jiang Dings found herself in a quandary. Chapter 53. To wed her? Ji Wei and oppose, and remarked with a subdued tone. The Qing kingdom is typically inundated with spring floods annually. However, this year, no such deluge has materialized. It is probable that the coming month will bring either a severe flood or a prolonged drought. Major water-related disasters invariably lead to epidemics, making medicinal ingredients of paramount importance. Ji Wei and Amp, oppose, and then turned his gaze towards Jiang Dings. Miss Jiang, I presume you share this sentiment? Murong Zifeng cast a questioning glance at her. Jiang Dings, feeling cornered, responded, more or less. Murong Zifeng's countenance grew grave. His devotion to Buddhism naturally made him concerned about the welfare of the common people. Jiang Dings glanced at Ji Wei and Amp, oppose, and then lowered her gaze in silence. She had to admit that Ji Wei and Amp, oppose, and Amp, oppose, S fabrication skills were exceptional, managing to conjure up such a plausible excuse. Thus, a business transaction was concluded. Jiang Dings acquired medicinal ingredients from Murong Zifeng for 10,000 taels, ingredients that could fetch 30,000 taels on the market, a veritable windfall. Furthermore, she had transcribed several palace medicinal formulas from the Register of Celestial Knowledge, tasking Murong Zifeng to have people prepare detoxifying pills like Qingxin, Baohe, and Anshan. These prescriptions were genuine imperial secrets. Preparing pills according to precise dosages facilitated storage and sale. After deducting the cost of ingredients and labor, the profits were split 3 parts to her and 7 to Murong Zifeng. Moreover, she pledged to Murong Zifeng to allocate her share of the profits to provide medicine for the impoverished. This act considerably enhanced Murong Zifeng and Amp, oppose's favorable impression of her. As for how Ji Weian collaborated with Murong Zifeng, that was their affair. Jiang Dings was confident that with Ji Weian's astute planning, he would reap 100-fold profit from this southwester drought. Jiang Dings grew increasingly disheartened, wishing she could empty her coffers and have the sedan turned back to collaborate with Murong Zifeng on an even grander scale. However, she quickly dismissed the notion. The strategy of paving her own path to leave Ji Weian stranded was untenable. In her past life, Ji Weian was a formidable beast. In this reincarnation, his actions were unpredictable. Instinct told her that antagonizing Ji Weian would be a grave error. She lacked the confidence and the prowess to do so. In the Zhan household, old Madame Zhan and Amp, oppose's complexion had regained its rosiness, the sickly pallor of her illness now gone. By her bedside, Qiu Di busily tidied up. The door opened, and a refined, slender young man entered. Hearing the familiar footsteps, Madame Zhan struggled to sit up. My son, have you returned from your studies? Zhan Mubai hurried forward to support his mother. Mother, please lie still. The doctor said you need a month of rest. Madame Zhan looked at him with hazy eyes. Smiling, I am fine now. Lying down all day is uncomfortable. She reached out to touch Zhan Mubai's face. Zhan Mubai sat by the bed, allowing his mother to caress his face. Seeing his mother and Amp, oppose's vitality returning, he felt relieved. Madame Zhan stroked his face for a while. Feeling concerned, my son has grown thin these days. It is all my fault for causing you trouble with my illness. Zhan Mubai quickly interjected. Mother, what are you saying? As long as you are well, I would gladly sacrifice 10 years of my life. Madame Zhan hastily covered his mouth. Such words are inauspicious. May the wind carry them away. She paused, filled with emotion. There are still many good people in the world. If not for Miss Jiang and the miraculous medicine from that Master Ji, we might have been separated by death. She said earnestly to Zhan Mubai, the villagers are spreading rumors that Miss Jiang has contracted a terrible disease, and there are some unpleasant rumors. My son, you must not believe them. Based on her saving me that day, she is a good girl. A complex expression flickered in Zhan Mubai and Oppo's eyes. I understand, mother. Madame Zhan hesitated before continuing. I have been thinking about those few acres of land. Holding on to them will only invite envy. Since neither of us knows how to farm, we might as well sell them. Zhan Mubai was taken aback. Sell them? That is the legacy father left behind. Madame Zhan spoke with conviction. You are meant for studying, not farming. Sell them to fund your autumn examination. If you pass the imperial exam, we will change our fate. Even if we do not sell, those few acres in our hands will always be a source of trouble. These days, find a buyer for the land, and we will move to the capital next month. This will help us avoid those who are envious and allow you to focus on preparing for the autumn examination. Jean Mubai had not expected his illiterate mother to have such foresight. Madame Jean touched Jean Mubai's face and sighed. Besides supporting you in your studies and helping you succeed, I have another wish. That is for my son to marry a woman as kind-hearted and beautiful as Miss Jiang. Jean Mubai paused, his face flushing crimson. He did not know how to respond. Marry Jiang Dings. Jean Mubai did not hear what else Madame Jean said. His thoughts had drifted far away, back to the day he first met Jiang Dings. Chapter 54. The scheming servant. The news of Jean Mubai and Appo's intention to sell his land was quietly conveyed to Jiang Dings by Chiodi. Jiang Dings discreetly dispatched her servants to find a trustworthy intermediary in Yuxian, offering a suitable price to acquire the 10 acres of fertile land. Jean Mubai, pleased with the fair deal, signed the transfer deed and swiftly relinquished his claim to the land. When the intermediary arrived to deliver the deed, Jiang Dings exhaled in relief as she examined the strong strokes of the characters on the document. The intermediary inquired whether the young lady intended to cultivate the land or construct a dwelling. Jiang Dings shook her head, replying, to plant trees. The intermediary, taken aback, accepted the funds Jiang Dings provided for the trees and departed. Suddenly, a boisterous laughter echoed in the air. Jiang Dings asked, "What is so amusing?" The voice of Han Dun chimed in, "Planting trees? The empress is truly mischievous." Jiang Dings shivered at the remark, feeling discomfort at being characterized as good or bad by an ancient artifact. Han Dun continued with a chuckle, "You even intend to plant a grove of cedar trees. Those trees can grow to impressive heights, year after year. In time, your second uncle will find his plans for a manor thwarted by the forest." Jiang Dings smiled knowingly, recalling how her second uncle, Jiang Yuanxing, had previously insisted on acquiring Jean Mubai's 10 acres for its expansive use. Now that she had purchased the land and intended to replace crops with a cedar forest, she anticipated that, after 1 or 2 years, Jiang Yuanxing would be left in despair. Furthermore, these cedars could eventually be harvested for timber to build a house, serving a dual purpose. Han Dun suddenly remarked, "You know, Empress, your actions are increasingly reminiscent of someone." Jiang Dings casually inquired, "Who?" Weian. As she consumed the jade-like pills, Jiang Dings felt every pore in her body open, the stagnant energy within her heart gradually dissipating. Clarity washed over her, akin to being cleansed by pure snowmelt. Han Dun's voice resonated in her mind. "This is the clear heart pill from the Yuan fantasy realm. After consuming 3, the toxins from the ailments lingering in your body will slowly be purged." Upon hearing the mention of poison, Jiang Dings' expression darkened. "Indeed, how did I come to suffer from this unknown affliction? What sort of poison could it be?" In her previous life, this predicament had remained an unresolved mystery, casting a long shadow over her future. She recalled her own plight, first suspecting she had been poisoned by some sinister substance, and second, pondering whether she had come into contact with something vile. For how else could she have developed such swelling and pus? Han Dun seemed to ponder for a moment before responding. "It is likely that you were poisoned. However, after the Yuan fantasy deity granted you rebirth, your constitution was altered, so I cannot ascertain the exact nature of the poison. I only sense that the toxins remain within you. Given your ample merit, consuming 3 clear heart pills should pose no risk. It may also strengthen your constitution and extend your lifespan." Jiang Dings frowned. "If even you cannot identify the poison, who in this world can?" After a brief pause, Han Dun replied, "You must understand that I do not possess all knowledge. My understanding is limited, for I have been in a dormant state for countless millennia." Jiang Dings remained silent. Han Dun appeared slightly embarrassed. "However, I do know of someone who comprehends such matters." Jiang Dings' demeanor grew wary. "You are not suggesting Ji Weian, are you?" The mere mention of his name sends shivers down my spine. Yet Han Dun dismissed her fears. How could it possibly be him? Although he is formidable, being the embodiment of the celestial breaker wolf star, he is not an expert in poisons. Then who is it? Jiang Dings pressed. Han Dun spoke cryptically. "You will know when the time is right. The secrets of heaven cannot be divulged." Jiang Dings chose not to engage further. She took the remaining 2 clear heart pills and exited the realm of Hun Dun. Behind her, she heard Hun Dun's voice calling after her. We were not finished talking. You little imp. On the 15th day, Jiang Dings calculated the passage of time with her fingers. In her previous life, she had been recovering from an illness while her mother, Sui Shi, had fallen gravely ill. Now, the situation had reversed. Her mother was recuperating, growing stronger by the day. She believed that with diligent care, the tragedies of her past would not repeat themselves. In other words, both mother and daughter might return to the capital earlier than anticipated. After all, her affairs on the estate could not remain concealed for long. As she contemplated how to delay their return to the capital in a grand manner, a commotion erupted outside. Just as she was about to inquire, Chun-Ling rushed into the room, breathless, exclaiming, "Miss, it's terrible. Someone from the capital has come to take Granny Qian back. Uncle Wang is arguing with them." Jiang Dings was momentarily stunned, her expression darkening. "Take me to see." The maids hurriedly led her to the back courtyard. Upon arrival, she heard a voice shouting angrily, "You worthless servant, get out of my way. I come from the capital and can take whoever I please. Can you stop me?" Another voice, gruff and defiant, retorted, "What of those from the capital? Aren't and Oppos. They just like us, servants of the Duke? What Oppos? That's the matter. Is the rice in the capital any different? Is the water they drink from a different source? The lady and the young miss have said that people must be confined here. Unless the lady or the young miss herself comes, no one else can take anyone away." Jiang Dings recognized the voice of Uncle Wang, the gatekeeper, while the brash voice was unfamiliar. Her gaze hardened as she stepped into the courtyard. The yard was split into 2 opposing sides. One comprised of sturdy men in blue garments, and the other consisted of the estate and Oppos, residents clad in coarse linen. Jiang Dings noticed a hunchbacked, middle-aged man with slanted eyes and a goat-like beard, clad in a blue silk gown, standing before Uncle Wang and shouting indignantly. Her eyes narrowed slightly. The tension in the air suggested that a fight could erupt at any moment. The hunchbacked man pointed at Uncle Wang, his face twisted in disdain. "Country bumpkin, move aside. If you don and damp, Oppos, I will take someone by force, and you will regret it." A clear, icy voice cut through the chaos. "For someone? Try it." Steward Joe. Everyone turned to see a girl standing by the gate, her beauty as striking as fresh snow, with no makeup to mask her features. Her natural beauty was unparalleled. She stood before them like a blooming lotus, exuding an otherworldly elegance. The hunchbacked man was momentarily taken aback, recognizing the ethereal beauty as Jiang Dings. But could it truly be her? Wasn't he the once feeble and bettered young lady from the Duke and Amp? Oppos, household now vibrant and alive? He rubbed his eyes in disbelief, confirming that it was indeed Jiang Dings. Yet something felt amiss. As Jiang Dings approached him, her icy gaze fixed upon him. She coldly remarked, "Steward Joe, you wish to take someone by force? Go ahead and try. Let us see who dares to take anyone from this courtyard." Before her stood Steward Joe, the 4th-ranking steward of the Northern Duke's household. He squinted at the transformed Jiang Dings, suddenly bursting into a peculiar laugh, filled with mockery and disdain. "Ah, I see the young lady has recovered. It brings me to tears to witness such a miracle." He raised his hands to the heavens, feigning gratitude, thanked the heavens for allowing the young lady to survive this ordeal. Otherwise, should anything happen to the young lady, the old matriarch and the master would undoubtedly face the sorrow of burying their own child. Chapter 55. The Cunning Servant, Part 2. Jiang Dings and Oppos. Eyes grew increasingly cold and detached. Chun-Ling was furious. "Butler Zhou, what nonsense are you spouting? How dare you speak of the young lady in such a manner?" Xiaodong, after listening for a while, finally realized that Butler Zhou had audaciously wished for Jiang Dings' early demise. Enraged, she lunged forward, intent on striking him. Wang Bo and others joined in, rebuking Butler Zhou. With a smirk that barely masked his malice, Butler Zhou fixed his gaze on Jiang Dings and provocatively asked, "Miss, have I spoken incorrectly? Why are they so incensed?" Jiang Dings smiled faintly. Butler Zhou has not erred in his words. He assumed her youth had made her fearful, a notion that filled him with delight. However, Jiang Dings continued, "Nevertheless, Butler Zhou must remember what he has said. If one sows discord in life, what will happen when the king of hell inquires after one and Appo's words in death? Would that not be unfortunate? Butler Zhou and Appo's expression shifted, his bravado faltering. He struggled to retort, his confidence shaken by Jiang Dings and Appo's calm demeanor, as steady as a mountain. He recalled something, chuckling ominously, since you do not wish for me to speak of others. Very well. Today, I seem to have forgotten something concerning you, Mississippi. He appeared to relish withholding the details, deliberately tantalizing Jiang Dings. She scrutinized the sly glint in his triangular eyes and the twitch of his goat-like beard, her heart filled with contempt. Such duplicitous servants were all too familiar to her from her past life, especially those loyal to the Zhou family. This hunchbacked Butler Zhou was one of their sycophants. Though he shared the Zhou surname, he was not of the same lineage, yet he assumed superiority by virtue of that name, constantly flattering them. The Zhou family, recognizing his cunning, had taken him into their inner circle. At this moment, Butler Zhou had yet to fully ingratiate himself with the Zhou family. He was simply eager to prove himself before her, thus provoking her. Just a barking dog, she thought, coldly amused. Feigning ignorance, Jiang Dings remarked, Butler Zhou, you have yet to disclose your purpose for being here. Is a sign of age that you forget such matters? Butler Zhou's expression darkened, and with a scoff, he replied, if you say so, miss, I harbor no resentment. I merely fear that revealing it might sadden you. Furrowing her brow, Jiang Dings pressed, Butler Zhou, what exactly brings you to the estate? If you remain silent, do not blame me for being unkind. Butler Zhou, startled by her fervor, realized he had been intimidated by her imposing presence. After a pause, he spoke in a mocking tone, actually, it's nothing of great importance. The Grand Prince in Appo's residence has expressed interest in a proposal, hasn't it, Appo's? It? Alas, at the beginning of this year, you fell ill, and I heard that someone from the Grand Prince's household came to inquire. Jiang Dings was momentarily taken aback. The Grand Prince, Long Yingyun? Yes, she recalled. In her previous life, Long Yingyun had been briefly betrothed to her. He was the eldest son of the late virtuous consort of the Qin dynasty, and at this juncture, he should be around 23 years old. Perhaps due to his mother's early death, Long Yingyun had always been the most inconspicuous among the princes, remaining unmarried well into adulthood. Jiang Dings had heard that he was once engaged at 18, but his fiancée had tragically passed away before their marriage. The perception that misfortune followed him, particularly with women, had left him shunned in matters of marriage, while his younger siblings flourished, marrying and establishing families. Last year, for reasons unknown, the northern Duke Zhang Yufeng had taken the initiative to propose a union with Long Yingyun. As the legitimate daughter of a duke, Jiang Dings was of noble birth, making this match appear quite suitable. She recalled her mother, Sui, expressing her excitement about the proposal, repeatedly discussing it with her father, Jiang Yufeng, who had also been intrigued by the prospect. To him, becoming the father-in-law of a prince, even an uncherished one, would bring honor. Long Yingyun, a gentle soul, seemed not to oppose the idea. They had planned to formally propose the union to the emperor in the spring, but Jiang Dings' illness had disrupted those plans. Butler Zhou continued to ramble. But the individual who came from the Grand Prince's residence was none other than the Grand Prince's wet nurse, Su Shangong. She has played a pivotal role in his upbringing and holds great significance in his life. Upon learning of this, the master was alarmed, issuing several gag orders. And even the matriarch had to intervene to send Su Shangong away. However, the news of the young lady and Appo's illness is bound to come to light. Su Shangong must know something. If she knows, then the Grand Prince will know, and if he knows, the Emperor will inevitably find out. Butler Zhou, relishing the unfolding drama, feigned concern as he regarded Jiang Dings. Miss, I fear this betrothal may soon be doomed. Chapter 56. The Devious Slave, Part 3. Upon finishing his words, he fixed his gaze intently on Jiang Dings, eagerly anticipating her change of expression. Whether it be anger or sorrow, Steward Zhou stared resentfully at Jiang Dings' youthful visage, hoping she would soon react in the manner he envisioned, with frantic gestures and loss of composure. However, disappointment awaited him. Jiang Dings, standing before him, maintained an unperturbed countenance, even allowing a smile to grace her lips. With a chilling laugh, she remarked, "Steward Zhou, your concerns are quite excessive. Are you not afraid of aging prematurely and facing an untimely demise?" Steward Zhou's expression soured instantly. For Jiang Dings' words were a clear curse upon his life. He prepared to retort with further sarcasm, but was unexpectedly interrupted by her sharp command. "Someone, bind this devious slave." Before he could fully comprehend the situation, Wang Bo and his men swiftly descended upon him, securing him tightly with unrelenting speed. The attendants Zhou had brought were caught off guard, unable to react in time. Jiang Ding grew in amp. Appo's beautiful eyes glimmered with cold resolve as she declared, "Whoever dares to move will share the same fate as Zhou Si." The household servants stood in stunned silence. Bound on the ground, Steward Zhou struggled desperately. Jiang Ding grew in amp. Appo's face bore a frost-like demeanor as she ordered, "Hold him down and beat him mercilessly." Wang Bo and his companions, fueled by a long-held resentment towards Steward Zhou, eagerly complied, wielding their implements against him. After only a few blows, Zhou's cries echoed through the courtyard. Jiang Dings observed with a smirk, understanding that there was no need for reason with a tyrant like Zhou. The courtyard erupted in chaos, though the advantage lay with Zhou's opponents. The men he had brought were intimidated by Jiang Dings' fierce presence, relegated to mere spectators. Just then, the wet nurse, Wang Shi, hurriedly approached, exclaiming, "Not good, miss. The lady has fainted." A pang of dread gripped Jiang Dings and amp. Appo's as hard as she disregarded the still struggling Steward Zhou, lifting her skirts to dash towards her mother Sway and amp. Appo's quarters. Her mind was besieged by foreboding images. Her mother, pale and lifeless upon the bed, grasping her hand while shedding silent tears, desperately gasping for her last breath. Jiang Dings' heart twisted painfully. If heaven were to show mercy, she would gladly trade her life for her mother Sway's health and longevity. Suddenly, her foot caught on something, causing her to tumble violently to the ground. Pain surged through her palms and feet, yet she rose silently, determined to continue running. However, the agony in her foot struck like a bolt of lightning, forcing her down once more, this time with greater force. Tears streamed down her face as she attempted to rise again. Just then, a long, powerful hand grasped her, lifting her up. "Where are you running from? Are you being chased by ghosts?" The voice was achingly familiar. In an instant, she found herself swept into his arms. The voice above her, cold and detached, remarked, "Your Highness, your weeping visage is utterly unbecoming." Jiang Dings stared at that face, infamous for its beauty and calamity, and suddenly burst into tears. This outpouring of emotion left him momentarily speechless. He held her in silence as she sobbed uncontrollably, as if shedding all the grievances of her past lives. Behind them, the wet nurse Wang Shi and others arrived, shocked by the scene before them. Lost in her own sorrow, Jiang Dings remained oblivious to their words. After a long pause, a familiar voice broke through, laced with impatience. "Jiang Dings, have you finished crying? If you continue, the entire estate will come running. Look, your mother has arrived." Chapter 57. Stalemate. Jiang Dings touched her face and was startled to find it wet with tears. A chaotic voice suddenly intruded upon her thoughts. "Your mother is safe." Regaining her composure, Jiang Dings realized that she was in Weian's embrace. As she opened her mouth to request to be let down, she glanced up and noticed the surrounding servants staring at her. Alarmed, she buried her head deeper into his chest. Weian cast a stern glance around, swiftly carrying Jiang Dings away from prying eyes. After a while, a familiar voice, tinged with annoyance, reached her ears. "Your Majesty, have you finished crying?" Jiang Dings lifted her head to find Weian had brought her to a secluded pavilion. She hurriedly pushed him away and jumped down, but as soon as her feet touched the ground, a sharp pain shot through her foot like a whip. With a pained gasp, she collapsed onto the ground. Weian looked down at her in her disheveled state and suddenly laughed. Fuming, Jiang Dings exclaimed, "How dare you? Am I someone you can mock?" Weian lazily squatted beside her, observing her flushed face with a light chuckle. "Your Majesty, why not rise on your own?" Jiang Dings gritted her teeth, struggling for a moment before surrendering. Help me up? Only then did Ji Wei and Amp, oppose, and extend his hand, effortlessly scooping her up and placing her on a nearby chaise. Jiang Dings glared at his half-smiling face with irritation. Ji Wei and oppose, and merely smiled back. Was it merely her imagination? Or had Ji Wei and oppose, and oppose, as temperament improved significantly? Had it been his former self, he would have certainly responded with barbed sarcasm. Jiang Dings awkwardly sat on the chaise, her legs burning with pain. Lowering her gaze, she gasped at the sight of her knees, bloodied and raw, and a large bump on her ankle. Let me see. A shadow fell over her as Ji Weian grasped her ankle with his long fingers. The coolness of his touch seemed to numb the pain. After all, he was helping her. Jiang Dings began, "Thank you." But her gratitude was abruptly cut short as a wave of agony surged from her ankle, turning her words into cries of pain. Tears streamed down her face as she shouted, "Ji Wei and oppose, and what are you doing?" Ji Wei and oppose, and slowly rose to his feet. "Your ankle is dislocated. I am merely resetting it." He added, "Do you not wish to express your gratitude, Your Majesty?" Jiang Dings retorted, "Thank your ancestors." Enduring the pain, she tentatively moved her ankle, and to her surprise, the sharp pain subsided, and the swelling began to diminish. Ji Weian then remarked, "Allow me to examine your knee." Jiang Dings instantly became wary, clutching her skirt defensively. "In your dreams." Ji Weian smiled knowingly. "What are you afraid of, Your Majesty? Do you believe I would take advantage of you now?" Jiang Dings glanced down at her still-developing figure, her expression darkening. Ji Weian. Seeing her change in demeanor, Ji Wei and oppose, and ceased his insistence, merely watching her with a bemused expression. His gaze was unsettling, and Jiang Dings wished she could pluck his eyes out, for they were exceedingly bothersome. The two engaged in a silent duel, each waiting for the other to speak first. Jiang Dings was resolute. As long as he remained silent, she would not humiliate herself by breaking the silence. Suddenly, the chaotic voice sighed. Jiang Dings snapped. "What is it now?" The voice lamented. "You two adversaries, can you please elucidate how to resolve this stalemate? I need to fulfill my task as a divine being and ascend to the realm of true gods." Jiang Dings fell silent. Noticing her distracted expression, Ji Weian's gaze darkened. Was she truly lost in thought? Just then, voices approached from ahead, and Jiang Dings exhaled in relief. Ji Wei and oppose, and suddenly said, "Your mother has arrived." Jiang Dings looked up to see her mother, Sui Shi, being assisted over, panting heavily. Stunned, Jiang Dings thought, Weichen and oppose, to your mother said to be unconscious? How had she arrived here in good health? Before she could ponder further, Sui Shi reached them, appearing unwell, her forehead glistening with sweat. After catching her breath, she cast a suspicious glance at Ji Wei and oppose, and Jiang Dings hurried to support her mother. Once seated, Sui Shi and oppose, gaze shifted back and forth between the two. Ji Weian remained composed, inquiring after Sui Shi's well-being. She responded casually, but her attention soon fixated on Jiang Dings' face, causing her daughter to flush and feel uneasy. Sui Shi had heard that someone from the Duke of North and oppose's residence had arrived in the capital, as well as rumors that Jiang Dings and oppose's illness had reached the ears of the Crown Prince and oppose's household, risking her engagement. Overcome with worry, she had fainted but quickly regained consciousness. Thus, when her nurse, Chen Shi, reported the news, Sui Shi was already alert and relatively unharmed. Had she not heard about Jiang Dings and oppose's fall and weeping, she would not have hurried over in her fragile state. Each of them held their own thoughts. Finally, Sui Shi spoke. "Ro and oppose, did you fall heavily? Let me have a look." Jiang Dings winced at the fiery pain in her legs. Lifting her skirt, she revealed the gruesome injuries, bloodied and raw, not to mention her hands. It was evident how severely she had fallen. Sui Shi's face filled with concern as she called for servants to assist Jiang Dings in treating her wounds. Yet Jiang Dings stubbornly refused, remaining in the pavilion, fixated on the lingering Ji Weian. She could not bear to leave her mother alone with him. Who knew what he might say? Weichen, noticing her daughter and Apos' reluctance to depart, became increasingly perplexed. She glanced at Ji Wei and Apos, and then slowly began, "Thank you, young Master Ji, for assisting my daughter earlier." Ji Wei and Apos, and glanced at Jiang Dings, smiling, "Madam, you flatter me. I empathize with Miss Jiang and Apos' injury and feel great concern." Jiang Dings remained silent. Weichen and Apos' expression turned skeptical as she addressed Ji Wei and Apos, and with dignity. "However, Rowan Apos' is still an unmarried lady. I hope young Master Ji will exercise caution in the future." Ji Wei smiled. "Rest assured, madam. I am quite discreet and will not speak of today's events recklessly. As for others, their words are of no concern to me." Weichen surveyed the servants lurking around the pavilion, sighing. She seemed to realize that keeping today's events under wraps would be challenging. With Jiang Dings' fall and Ji Wei's assistance witnessed by many, if the tale were to twist, it could significantly tarnish Jiang Dings' reputation. With the Duke of North's household negotiating a marriage with the Crown Prince's residence, news of Jiang Dings' illness was already difficult to conceal. Any further rumors could jeopardize her engagement entirely. Suddenly, Weichen cast a suspicious glance at Ji Wei and Apos, and had he been lingering around for 5 or 6 days for the sake of her precious daughter? The atmosphere in the pavilion grew tense. A renowned physician from Yuxian arrived to tend to Jiang Dings' wounds, cleansing and dressing them before offering her a prescription and departing. With thick ointment wrapped around her hands and legs, Jiang Dings still refused to leave. She remained in the pavilion, glaring at Ji Weian as if determined to stay until he did. The standoff continued in an oddly tense silence until Weichen finally sighed. "Young Master Ji, we must discuss my daughter's marriage." Chapter 58. Conditions for marriage. The pavilion fell into a brief silence. Jiang Dings nearly sprang up, but she restrained herself. Weichen instructed her, "You should return to rest." Jiang Dings cast a glance at Ji Wei and Apos, and resolutely refused. "I shall not return. My mother speaks, and I listen." Her demeanor was unwavering, leaving Weichen at a loss. It was Ji Wei and Apos, and Apos' almost mocking gaze that incensed her further. Although she considered herself beautiful, she was painfully aware of her still developing figure. Did Ji Wei and Apos truly desire her? Moreover, in her past life, rumors circulated that Ji Wei and Apos was of questionable inclinations. Regardless of the truth behind those whispers, she had no intention of willingly walking into a perilous pit. Setting aside these 2 points, the animosity from their previous lives loomed heavily, creating an insurmountable barrier that precluded any possibility of them becoming a celestial couple. From this perspective, Ji Wei and Apos' intent to marry her appeared to stem solely from his own ambition and selfishness. Weichen observed the two, sighed, and addressed Ji Wei and Apos. "And Ruer is still quite young." Ji Weian replied nonchalantly, "There is no rush. I am still young myself, and not eager to settle down." Weichen interjected, "But Ruer has just recovered from an unknown illness." Ji Wei and Apos, and smiled. "Has she not already regained her health?" Weichen felt compelled to reveal her trump card. Ruer has already discussed a marriage proposal with the Crown Prince's residence, awaiting the Emperor's decree this year. Ji Weian countered, "The engagement is not yet finalized. Anything is possible." Weichen gritted her teeth. "I have heard of the Ji family in the capital. It seems their household is troubled, and their fortunes are not flourishing. I fear Ruer may suffer there." Ji Weian remained composed. Every family has its own struggles. The Duke of Bagua and Apos' residence does not appear to be particularly stable either. Weichen fell silent. Jiang Dings gazed at Ji Wei and Apos, and in disbelief, realizing that she had underestimated his audacity. Nevertheless, she felt reassured, as her mother Weichen seemed to favor the idea of her marrying the modest and honest Crown Prince Long Yin. Ji Wei and Apos, as persistent presence and his gifts of divine medicine had not genuinely won Weichen and Apos as favor. A sense of relief washed over Jiang Dings. Suddenly, Ji Wei and Apos inquired lightly, Is it true that the Duchess harbors doubts about my sincere intentions to court Miss Jiang? With the conversation reaching this point, Sui could no longer feign ignorance. Gritting her teeth, she declared, "Indeed, the Ji family is not a suitable match for my daughter. Although young Master Ji is a good person, a marriage between our families must be commensurate." The implication was clear. The Ji family was unworthy of the Duke of Bagua and Appos as household. For a fleeting moment, Jiang Dings felt a pang of humiliation for Ji Weian. She glanced anxiously at her mother, fearing that Ji Weian, known for his grudges, might harbor resentment towards them for laying bare such truths. Sweat began to bead on Jiang Dings' palms. After a moment of silence, Ji Weian suddenly smiled warmly and asked, "What must I do for the Duchess to consider me worthy of Miss Jiang?" Sui paused, then swiftly replied, "It is not difficult. When young Master Ji has achieved success and amassed great wealth." Previously, Sui had set more stringent conditions, but now, as she revisited the topic, she softened her stance, merely wishing to dissuade Ji Wei and Appos, and once more, Ji Wei and Appos, and smiled, "Please elaborate, Duchess." After contemplating, Sui stated gravely, "If young Master Ji can secure an official position of the 5th rank or higher, provide a dowry of 1,000,000 taels, and establish a separate residence 3 years after marrying my daughter, then we can consider the union, provided she remains unengaged by then." Ji Wei and Appos, and inquired, "Is that true?" Sui nodded without hesitation, "Indeed." Jiang Dings observed as the two swiftly arranged the terms of her lifelong commitment. It was evident that her mother had long contemplated the conditions for her daughter and Appos' marriage. A 5th rank official position, a dowry of 1,000,000 taels, an independent residence. If Ji Wei and Appos achieve these, it will be the most extravagant marriage requirement since the founding of the Qin dynasty. Such conditions would easily surpass those for marrying a princess. Why would he agree? Jiang Dings looked at Ji Wei and Appos, and hesitating young Master Ji. Ji Wei and Appos, and smiled, "Miss Jiang, rest assured, our bond is unbreakable. We shall overcome countless hardships together." Jiang Dings. Chapter 59. The mother and Appos, as forethought Jiang Dings and Appos' mind buzzed, and she remained oblivious to the conversation unfolding between her mother, Sui, and Ji Weian. The two, one a prospective mother-in-law and the other a would-be son-in-law, appeared to be growing increasingly harmonious in their discourse. Jiang Dings felt an unsettling dissonance, but could not articulate what it was. Finally, Ji Weian took his leave, leaving Sui and her daughter alone in the pavilion. Jiang Dings gazed at her mother, feeling an unfamiliarity that was almost disconcerting. Sui chuckled, "You insisted on staying? Yet now that you have heard these words, do you blame your mother for cunningly maneuvering you into this situation?" Jiang Dings could only nestle into her embrace, seeking comfort. Sui sighed, "Do not chastise your mother for being harsh. While Ji Wei and Appos may seem a decent fellow, his family is not an ideal match. I fear for my son enduring hardships should he pursue this path." Jiang Dings felt a flicker of understanding and refrained from retorting. Sui continued currently, "Ji Weian is fervently pursuing you. His intentions to marry you are quite evident. If we do not deter him, I worry that this clever young man may resort to unscrupulous means to achieve his desires. Thus, I propose we set lofty conditions for his courtship. If he possesses ambition, he will strive to meet them. If fortune does not favor him, my son will face no loss. Conversely, should he succeed at such a high cost to win you, he will undoubtedly cherish you in the future." Jiang Dings paused, greatly admiring her mother's foresight. Do not underestimate Sui, who had long been sidelined by the favored concubine, Zhou, in the Duke of Baguia's household. Yet when it came to her only beloved daughter, Sui's intelligence shone through, revealing a clarity unmatched by others. Jiang Dings remained silent as Sui suddenly interjected, "The crown prince is the most suitable candidate. Firstly, he does not contend for the throne, and secondly, despite the royal family and Appos' extensive rules, he has established his own household outside the palace. His reputation has remained impeccable over the years, and he shows no inclination towards carnal desires. I believe he is worthy of lifelong commitment. Jiang Dings felt a stirring within her heart, recalling the melancholic memories of her past life with Long Ingyun. Sui's assessment of the crown prince was indeed correct, yet their destinies had ultimately diverged. Meanwhile, Steward Zhou had been beaten and expelled from the estate along with the servants who accompanied him. He dared not linger in Yuxian and hastily hired an ox cart to return to the capital. Jiang Dings, however, felt no trepidation regarding his potential grievances. In fact, she hoped for them, for Steward Zhou was not entirely loyal to the old matron, and at this juncture, he had not fully aligned himself with the favored concubine, Zhou. His failure to return with the funds from Aunt Qian would certainly displease Zhou, who would regard him as incompetent and unworthy of her trust. Meanwhile, the old matron would likely chastise him for his ineptitude. Jiang Dings was already prepared for how she would address Aunt Qian and Appo's as predicament in the future. Injured on her palm and knee, Jiang Dings had been recuperating at the estate for the past few days, unable to venture elsewhere. Murong Zifeng had dispatched a steward to settle accounts regarding the medicinal herbs and their respective finances. Upon inquiry, Jiang Dings learned that Weian had already finalized a substantial sum of 50,000 taels for the herbs, which meant that he stood to profit significantly, over 100,000 taels in total. Moreover, no one understood Weian's methods better than she did. If he could allocate 50,000 taels for herbs in Yuxian, what about other counties? What are the stockpiles in the southwest? Furthermore, during this time of drought, the prices of grain and essential goods had skyrocketed. Jiang Dings felt a wave of frustration. Just yesterday, she had considered her mother's proposition of 1,000,000 taels as a considerable sum. Now, reflecting on Weian's extraordinary resurgence, she realized he could accumulate such wealth within half a year. It was no wonder he had accepted her mother and Appo's as conditions with such composure. This man was indeed capable of achieving it. Was she truly destined to marry Weian? Jiang Dings suddenly felt a surge of exasperation. Chapter 60. A peculiar gift suddenly. A deep voice resonated in the recesses of Jiang Dings. Are you and Appo's mind? The Queen Mother has begun to reminisce about young Master Jie again. Does this not signify something? Jiang Dings, are you paused in bewilderment? Signify what? I cannot say, replied the voice. I am not human, nor am I a woman. Jiang Dings, are you as taken aback? How had she not noticed this ancient artifact possessed such a sharp tongue? It merely echoed her previous retorts back to her. Her expression soured, while the innkeeper, Zhou, assumed her demeanor was due to concern over her share, and hurried to reassure her. Rest assured, Miss Jiang, our young master has promised that the due share will be provided. He cautiously observed Jiang Dings, are you and Appo's expression before directing someone outside to bring in a beautifully crafted vermilion box. What is this? Jiang Dings, are you inquired, astonished. Upon opening it, she discovered a stunning set of jade jewelry, its clarity unparalleled, devoid of any impurities, a clear indication of its exceptional quality. Such jade, when available in the market, commanded exorbitant prices, and the fact that the jewelry was evidently of uniform quality suggested it was a complete set. Jiang Dings, are you casually picked up a hairpin, adorned with jade and encased in a golden handle, intricately designed with auspicious motifs of flowers and birds, with golden threads twining around it, lending it a lively essence. This is the technique of drawing jade from the western regions? She exclaimed. The innkeeper's eyes sparkled with admiration. Indeed, Miss Jiang, your worldly experience is evident. This entire set was crafted by a renowned goldsmith from the western regions, utilizing the rare drawing and hollowing technique from the Central Plains. Jiang Dings, are you placed the hairpin back into the wooden box, stating, this gift is far too valuable. Please return it. The innkeeper, flustered, retorted, how could we possibly retract a gift bestowed by our young master? Jiang Dings, are you chuckled softly. Why would your young master be gifting me? Clearly, this transaction has favored me. One must not be overly greedy, the innkeeper insisted, his face flushed as he pushed the box towards her. Regardless, it is a gift from our young master to you. Miss Jiang. You must accept it. Business is business, yet friendship must also be nurtured. Jiang Ding, are you was about to refuse once more when the innkeeper abruptly left the box and hastily took his leave. Bewildered, she contemplated pursuing him, but found it futile. She stared at the exquisite jade and gold jewelry for a long moment before murmuring, "This truly is perplexing." Suddenly, the voice returned to her mind. "Have you realized something, Your Majesty?" "What is it?" "You are undoubtedly the most elusive woman in the world," it remarked. Jiang Ding, or you could only respond with silence. Meanwhile, Zhou, the innkeeper, rushed out of the estate as if someone were in pursuit. He urged his attendants to hasten their departure. Once inside the carriage, he released a long sigh, wiping the sweat from his brow. One of the attendants, puzzled, asked, "Why the haste, Master Zhou?" A mysterious smile crept onto Zhou's face. "I have successfully delivered a gift from our young master to Miss Jiang." The attendant remained perplexed. Zhou, unable to contain his pride, continued, "This is a significant achievement on behalf of our young master." The attendant was even more confused. What is so significant? Is delivering a gift truly so difficult? Zhou struck the back of his head, scolding, "Of course it is." The eldest daughter of the northern duke and amp, Apos, estate is no ordinary person. She is a lady of noble birth, one of the most esteemed in the land. Aside from royal daughters, she is among the most distinguished. Gift-giving must be done with great care to ensure it pleases her. I pondered for quite some time. The attendant scoffed, "But isn't she rather neglected? I heard she was sent away from the northern duke and damp. Apos, estate to recuperate in our county, rumored to be afflicted with a malady." His words faltered as Zhou pressed down on his head, delivering another reprimand. "Where did you hear such gossip? You have seen the eldest daughter of the Jiang family. Few possess such celestial beauty. It is rare for our young master to take an interest. You ought to be discreet and let our young master pursue this heavenly maiden. Our young master has been so dedicated to his devotions that he is on the verge of renouncing the world. If he can resolve this matter of the heart, both the master and madam will surely weep tears of joy. This is a pressing concern for them, and should it be resolved, my contributions will be monumental." The attendant, stung but enlightened, quickly sought to appease. "Indeed, I shall refrain from such remarks." Zhou, having calmed down, resumed his air of superiority. "Now we await good news. With the esteemed lineage of the Murong family and the character and appearance of our young master, what maiden would not be captivated?" Chapter 61. The concubine Zhou in a bustling atmosphere. The North Duke's residence on Xuanwu Street, 100 miles away from the capital, welcomed a constant stream of distinguished guests. Today marked the joyous occasion of the first-month celebration for the son of Jiang Yufeng's favored concubine, Zhou. Although he was a son born of a concubine, a secondary child rather than a legitimate heir, he was nonetheless the first male offspring of his generation in the North Duke's lineage. Prominent nobles and affluent families from the capital sent gifts and their female relatives to pay their respects, especially since it was rumored that the legitimate wife and eldest daughter of the North Duke had been sent to the countryside to recuperate. This hinted at a potential marital shift, prompting many eager visitors to extend their congratulations early in the day. The west garden of the North Duke's residence was bustling with activity. In the grand hall, the concubine Zhou donned a short jacket of exquisite silk. Her delicate face, reminiscent of flower petals, radiated a youthful glow. Recently emerging from her confinement, she exuded a plumpness that made her look increasingly vibrant, akin to a perfectly ripened cherry. Her hair was elegantly styled in a pair of moon-shaped buns, adorned with luxurious peony hairpins and embellished with 8 treasure pins on either side. Around her slender neck hung a string of South Sea pearls the size of a thumb, complemented by matching pearl earrings. Her dainty fingers sparkled with 3 golden rings set with jadeite, casting a dazzling glow from head to toe. The room was infused with the fragrant scent of fine perfumes as Zhou cradled her swaddled son, wrapped in red satin, engaging in light-hearted conversation with the esteemed ladies who had come to offer their congratulations. A middle-aged lady clad in a blue gown remarked with a smile, "This young lord is truly blessed by nature. Look at his cherubic face and that delightful mouth," and his nose the praise flowed freely, deepening Zhou and Apos, smile, especially when she heard the lady refer to her son as young lord, which filled her heart with immense satisfaction. For she was merely a concubine, and her son a secondary child. According to the laws of Qin, secondary children and collateral branches could not inherit titles. Thus, the lady and Appo's words were an implicit elevation of both her and her son and Appo's status, with her son being called a young lord. Could she not aspire to be the future lady of the North Duke and Appo's house? Zhou responded with a beaming smile. Madam Qian, you flatter me. My you and Appo's is still so young. It is indeed premature to call him a young lord. The blue-gown lady laughed. How can it be too early? He is the only male heir in the residence. If he is not to be called a young lord, then who else will? At that moment, a plump lady in a red pleated skirt interjected. Indeed. Moreover, I have heard that the First Lady has gone to the countryside for her health. Hasn't she? As soon as the words left her mouth, the lively chatter among the ladies abruptly ceased. An eerie silence enveloped the room, creating an awkward atmosphere. The sudden stillness was palpable, especially among a gathering of women, hinting at the undercurrents of gossip that simmered beneath the surface. Zhou discreetly cast a glance at the plump lady, feeling a stir of annoyance at her indiscretion. It was well known that she was a mere concubine, while the rightful lady, Sui, had been sent to recuperate in the countryside. The plump lady and Appo's face flushed with embarrassment as she realized her blunder, pondering how to mend the situation. Zhou cleared her throat softly and handed her son to the nursemaid before speaking in a gentle tone. It has been a month since the lady and the eldest daughter went to the estate. I wonder how they are faring. As I am confined, I have not been able to send anyone to inquire. She allowed a perfectly timed expression of concern to grace her features. Alas, the lady's deep maternal affection. It is truly unfortunate that the young lady fell ill at such a tender age. I wonder if she will endure. Chapter 62. Concubine Zhou, Part 2. As she spoke, she wiped away non-existent tears from the corners of her eyes. The noble ladies in the room exchanged knowing glances, while she feigned concern. Her words subtly cursed the legitimate wife and her daughter to an early demise. In the world of aristocratic families, the internal strife is always more riveting than what outsiders perceive. The ladies offered their comfort, and Zhou, seizing the opportunity, transformed her frown into a smile, engaging in conversation with them. At that moment, the door curtain was lifted, and an elderly matron with graying hair entered, smiling as she announced, "The second young miss has arrived." Zhou and Appo's eyes brightened, and she promptly exclaimed, "Quick, let her in." As she spoke, the fragrance of delicate blossoms wafted through the air, reminiscent of orchids and jasmine. What delightful scent, someone remarked. Soon, the melodious sound of jingling ornaments could be heard, and a charming young girl, approximately 11 or 12 years old, was ushered in by a group of matrons and maids. The noble ladies felt their spirits lift at the sight of her. The young beauty was adorned in a flowing dress of aquamarine, complemented by a moonlight white short jacket embroidered with delicate pinkish-green flowers, exuding an air of elegance and grace. Her oval face, crescent-shaped eyes, straight nose, and softly tinted lips gave her a refined beauty, lacking the flamboyance of Zhou, but possessing a serene elegance. Together with her understated attire, she resembled a slender young beauty, akin to a white jade lotus. Upon seeing her daughter, Zhou quickly rose to greet her. "My dear, come and sit beside me," she said, hastily summoning a servant to fetch a brocade stool. The noble ladies recognized her as Zhou and Appo's eldest daughter, Jiang Dings, the second miss of the Northern Duke's residence, a year older than Jiang Dings. Jiang Dings approached and respectfully greeted her mother. "Daughter pays her respects." Zhou took her hand and scrutinized her from head to toe. "Why are you so late today? Did the tutor keep you longer?" Jiang Ding's bright eyes scanned the noble ladies before she replied calmly, "I apologize for causing mother concern. Today is my younger brother's 1-month celebration, and I accompanied the old lady to the Buddhist hall to recite sutras for him, hence my tardiness." After speaking, she gently withdrew her hand from Zhou and Appo's grasp and greeted each of the noble ladies in turn. They were all captivated by her fresh, elegant demeanor and her gentle manners, showering her with compliments. Zhou couldn't help but feel a swell of pride at her daughter's popularity, realizing how fortunate she was to have given birth to such a daughter while winning the affection of her husband and mother-in-law. From the moment Jiang Dings was born, she was a picture of grace and charm, obedient and perceptive. Her husband, Jiang Yufeng, doted on her, while the strict and traditional matriarch cherished her like a precious gem. With the addition of a son, the position of a legitimate wife in the Northern Duke's household seemed all but assured for Zhou. After greeting the ladies, Jiang Dings obediently took her place on the brocade stool beside Zhou. Zhou inquired about her studies, and Jiang Dings articulated her responses clearly. Suddenly, Zhou asked, "Didn't the tutor mention that you wrote a short poem recently? Bring it out for everyone to see." Jiang Dings and Oppo's eyes flickered slightly as she replied softly, "The tutor said my writing still lacks maturity and refinement. However, father took a liking to it and has shared it with some of his old friends." She added with a hint of reluctance, "I'm afraid I cannot present it to you now." Zhou, unfamiliar with poetry, recalled that a month ago, Jiang Dings had written a piece that delighted the tutor, who had shown it to Jiang Yufeng. Jiang Yufeng praised it highly, boasting about it to his friends with great enthusiasm. Chapter 63, Consort Zhou, Part 3. Whatever ode or verse could enhance her prestige, she would seize any opportune moment to flaunt it before others. As expected, upon hearing Jiang Dings and Oppo's words, a chorus of praises arose. To be able to compose an ode at such a tender age is truly remarkable. Indeed, other children at this age have not even begun their education. If I had such a daughter, it would be a blessing accumulated over several lifetimes. Amidst the effusive compliments of the noble women, Jiang Dings lowered her head, seemingly lost in thought. At this moment, a matron entered, bearing a plethora of gifts. The matron said with a smile, "The old madam says that today is the little young master in Oppo's full-month celebration. She prefers tranquility and has been chanting scriptures and praying for blessings for the little young master before the Guanyin statue since early this morning. These are her tokens of affection for the little young master." As she spoke, the gifts were presented one by one, amidst the envious gazes of the noble women. There was a white jade Guanyin statue, 2 golden elephants for sets of golden bracelets and locks, various small gold ornaments, over a dozen bolts of the finest Hangzhou silk, and 8 gold hairpins and exquisite jewelry bestowed upon Zhou. Remaining was a bolt of red satin, woven with hidden patterns that shimmered with a spectrum of colors under the sunlight. The matron said with a smile, "The old madam has specially bestowed this bolt of satin upon the second young lady." The old madam said that it is commendable how the second young lady comes to accompany her in chanting scriptures and reciting Buddhist texts every day, showing a commendable filial piety. However, she is too plainly dressed at such a young age. This is cloud brocade bestowed from the palace. Let the second madam have a new garment made for the second young lady. Consort Zhou received the satin from the matron's hands, overwhelmed with gratitude. She had heard of this cloud brocade, which was specially offered as tribute to the palace. A single bolt in the common market was said to be worth 100 taels of gold and still unattainable. Within the palace, only the empress and 1 or 2 favored consorts possessed this cloud brocade. The old madam publicly rewarded Jiang Dings, indicating her genuine affection for her and cautioning Zhou not to neglect her precious granddaughter just because she had given birth to a son. Consort Zhou accepted the cloud brocade, expressing her gratitude profusely. The noble women were even more astonished, their eyes wide with disbelief. What did the old madam of the Duke's manor intend? Could it be that the mistress of the Northern Duke and Oppo's manor was truly about to be replaced? Amidst the crowd and Oppo's uncertainty and suspicion, the full-month banquet commenced in grand style and concluded with the guests thoroughly delighted. Inside the inner chamber, Consort Zhou dismissed the maids, finally revealing a weary expression. She massaged her shoulders and glanced at Jiang Dings. "You did well today. The old madam has finally given us, the second branch, ample face. She chanted scriptures and prayed for blessings for your younger brother and sent generous gifts. I'm afraid that after today, The entire circle of nobility in the capital will know that the second branch of our northern duke's manor is about to assume its rightful position. Jiang Dings said indifferently. Mother, don't be too ostentatious. Mother knows where that short ode came from. It's best to know when to stop. Consort Zhou curled her red lips. What are you afraid of? Since you haven't grown as beautiful as your mother, you have to rely on your talent. This is a magic weapon in front of your father. Upon hearing this, a cold hatred flashed across Jiang Dings and Oppo's eyes. However, her face remained perfectly calm. Daughter understands. However, her delicate brows furrowed, as if she was hesitating about something. Consort Zhou and Oppo's eyes flickered. However, what? Jiang Dings glanced at Consort Zhou, mother. Don and Oppo's. Forget that those two at the estate seem to be fine. Chapter 64. The Concubine, Madame Zhou, Part 4. Upon mentioning the matter, Madame Zhou's countenance darkened. She was undoubtedly aware of the situation. Initially, she believed that Jiang Dings had contracted a dreadful illness, prompting that individual to retreat to the countryside, which essentially amounted to a death sentence. However, she was taken aback by the recent news proclaiming that Jiang Dings had recovered. How could that be? How could one possibly recover from such a malady? Madame Zhou's almond-shaped eyes gleamed with cold fury, brimming with disdain. Jiang Dings spoke softly. I have heard that the matron Qian from the old lady and Oppo's side has been detained, and that steward Zhou Si has returned with a crippled leg. With a derisive snort, Madame Zhou retorted, what use is such a worthless creature? Can she blame others? Jiang Dings delicately sipped from the teacup beside her, her movements measured and poised, clearly indicative of someone who had been trained from a young age. After moistening her throat, she continued, I have heard that matron Qian was detained due to issues with the talismans, and she was caught red-handed. No sooner had she finished speaking than Madame Zhou's expression shifted dramatically. Is it not because matron Qian confronted that person? Jiang Dings' lips curled into a chilling smile, her icy gaze sweeping over Madame Zhou. Mother, do you truly believe those who delivered the message? Madame Zhou's complexion paled. That is what the messenger conveyed. Upon uttering those words, she felt a wave of unease wash over her. How could such a clandestine affair be uncovered, and to be apprehended on the spot? It was no wonder she had been unable to gather information about the estate. She had previously assumed that the Sui family was merely concealing Jiang Dings and Oppo's affliction. Now, she sensed that the situation had spiraled far beyond her control. Jiang Dings maintained her gentle tone. I find this matter rather peculiar. Logically, my elder sister should have been doomed, and those talismans were merely meant to hasten her demise. To be able to discern the truth, one must possess knowledge of pharmacology. Given my elder sister's timid nature, it seems unlikely that she secretly studied pharmacology in the household. Furthermore, the act of detaining matron Qian does not align with the usual conduct of the matriarch. Madame Zhou, flustered, snapped, Do you really need to state the obvious? Enough of your ramblings. Return now. I shall contemplate this matter further. It took considerable effort to drive that mother and daughter pair from the estate. They must not be allowed to return. With that, she instructed the waiting maids and servants to escort Jiang Dings away. Jiang Dings cast a glance at Madame Zhou and casually remarked, Mother should hasten to have father bestow a name upon my younger brother. Once named and entered into the family register, he shall be recognized as part of the Northern Duke and Oppo's household. Madame Zhou nodded, her tone softening slightly as she instructed the servants to take good care of Jiang Dings. Jiang Dings exited the western courtyard of Madame Zhou's residence, her frail form draped in a pale, lotus-colored cloak. Beside her, her trusted nurse, Madame Wang, fussed over her, urging her to watch her steps. Suddenly, Jiang Dings inquired, Nurse, what kind of person do you think my elder sister is? Madame Wang scoffed. A person? Miss, your words are too generous for that one. Apart from her fair appearance, what does she possess that could possibly compare to you? Upon hearing this, the nearby maidservants chimed in, echoing praise for Jiang Dings while disparaging Jiang Dings. Jiang Dings' expression remained serene, her head bowed in contemplation. A hint of perplexity flickered in her eyes, as if the play's roles had been predetermined. Yet an unexpected twist had occurred. The narrative was not unfolding as she had envisioned. Madame Wang suddenly interjected. Miss need not be concerned about that one in the eastern courtyard. Rather, with the arrival of the young master, you should focus on your own standing. Today, Madame Zhou's attitude had undeniably shifted. While she treated Jiang Dings with kindness, her priority lay with her recently born son. For he was the foundation of her position within the Northern Duke's household. Jiang Dings smiled faintly. Nurse, I understand. With that, she returned to her quarters, flanked by the attentive maidservants and nurses. This was merely another day in the Northern Duke and Oppo's residence, tranquil on the surface yet rife with hidden currents. Chapter 65, Capturing Thieves, Part 1. Jiang Dings and Oppo's wound had scabbed over after a day in Oppo's time. Sui Shi, concerned about the possibility of her daughter developing an unsightly scar, hurriedly brought over a treasured jade ointment once the scab formed. The ointment exuded a delightful fragrance, its texture as lustrous as the finest jade. This was a family heirloom of the Sui clan, rumored to have been gifted by a favored concubine of a previous dynasty. This miraculous salve, when applied to scars, could render the skin as smooth and flawless as that of a newborn. The concubine herself had used this ointment for monthly rejuvenation, maintaining a complexion as tender and youthful as that of an 18-year-old well into her 40s. However, due to the intricate process of its formulation, the Sui family had always regarded it as a priceless treasure. As Sui Shi generously applied the ointment, she chattered on, while a woman's beauty may not be the most paramount, an unsightly scar might lead to disdain from her future husband. Jiang Dings, observing the emerald-hued ointment being smeared on her skin, suddenly recalled her cousin Jiang Yilin, who was also nursing an injury. Ironically, Jiang Yilin had somehow learned of the existence of this miraculous scar-removing ointment and had been pestering Sui Shi for it over the past few days. Sui Shi, however, was unwilling to part with it, insisting she had not brought any with her to the capital. Jiang Yilin, humiliated, could only obediently recover in Qingfeng Pavilion. Recalling Jiang Yilin's past misdeeds, a wave of uncontainable disdain surged within Jiang Dings. Jiang Yilin was a calamity, merely biding her time until an opportunity to cause harm arose. This menace must be eliminated sooner or later, otherwise peace would be elusive. Suddenly, Jiang Dings grasped her mother Sui Shi and Oppo's hand, halting the application of the ointment. Mother, let me keep this jade ointment here. You need not make an extra trip tomorrow. Sui Shi hesitated, for the ointment was far too precious, worth its weight in gold. She rarely allowed herself to use it, storing it carefully in a jade box sealed with wax. Sensing her mother's reluctance, Jiang Dings smiled reassuringly. What are you worried about? Mother? I will have Chunling and Chunya lock it up securely. It will be safe, I assure you. Seeing her daughter's determination, Sui Shi chuckled. What could I possibly be worried about? This ointment is for your use, after all. It won an Oppo's tea last long anyway. So do take care of it and don't misplace it. With that, she instructed the maidservants attending Jiang Dings and then took her leave. Jiang Dings gazed at the white jade box containing the shimmering jade ointment, a cold smile gracing her lips. She suddenly entered the chaos space and inquired, Chaos, do you possess the formula for this jade ointment? Chaos chuckled softly, and soon enough, a neat recipe appeared in the heavenly knowledge record. Jiang Dings nodded in satisfaction. Quickly committing the formula to memory, Chaos queried, what do you intend to do with this mundane recipe? Even the lowest grade formulas in the Yuanhuan realm surpass it. While memorizing, Jiang Dings replied vaguely, what do you know? This formula, with a few adjustments, could fetch a handsome price. Chaos retorted, Your Majesty, have you gone mad with thoughts of wealth? Jiang Dings, disinterested in further discourse with Chaos, turned to leave the chaos space. Suddenly, Chaos spoke in a low tone. Are you planning to punish that Jiang Yilin? Jiang Dings paused. Evildoers deserve their just desserts. In my past life, she caused me great suffering, and in this life, I shall not stand idly by while she commits her misdeeds. Chaos sighed, uncertain whether to commend her resolve or to lament for Jiang Yilin's impending misfortune. As night fell, the world was enveloped in silence. In the middle of the night, Jiang Dings was abruptly awakened by shouts outside, "Thief! Thief!" accompanied by the frantic barking of dogs. Jiang Dings hastily donned her clothes and gathered her long hair before lazily inquiring about the situation. Author and amp, Oppos, S-Note, I'm feeling unwell today with a headache and dizziness. I will write a bit now and complete it tomorrow. Spring Spirit, ever so resourceful, had already ventured out to glean the particulars of the situation. She burst in, her face flushed, breathlessly announcing, "My lady, we and Oppos, V had a thief trespass upon the estate. Fortunately, you had the foresight to task Huang with guarding the premises. The culprit has been apprehended." Jiang Dings, still languid with sleep, inquired, "And where is this thief now?" Spring Spirit, visibly animated, her eyes gleaming, replied, "The estate hands are currently administering a beating to the miscreant, who is confined within a sack." Jiang Dings paused, taken aback. "Confined within a sack?" Spring Moon, having just entered, interjected, "Indeed, my lady. Were you not aware? In the countryside, it is deemed justifiable to beat a thief to death. Even if the matter were to reach the authorities, there would be no repercussions." She continued, her voice laced with indignation. "The thief is especially vile, having targeted the very vault where you store your silver. Within that vault lies not only a hoard of silver, but also the medicinal unguent that the first madam instructed us to safeguard. The loss of silver would be inconsequential, but were the unguent to be stolen, what would become of your injuries?" However, Jiang Dings was not presently inclined to indulge in the gossipy chatter of her maids. She rose abruptly and hastened outside, instructing over her shoulder, "Order the estate hands to cease their assault immediately. They risk causing a fatality." When Jiang Dings beheld Jiang Yilin once more, she questioned the acuity of her own vision. She blinked, endeavoring to clear her sight, before finally recognizing the person before her, whose features were now unrecognizable due to the beating, as Jiang Yilin. Jiang Yilin was a mass of bruises and swellings, her person sullied and resembling one who had been dragged through a pigsty. Her body was bloodied, and she lay prostrate on the ground, her breath shallow and labored. It was evident that had Jiang Dings arrived any later, a life would have been forfeit. Jiang Dings promptly directed the estate hands to report the incident to the authorities while instructing her maids to have Jiang Yilin carried away to seek immediate medical attention from a physician. Heaven be her witness, she had not intended for Jiang Yilin to suffer such a fate. Her intention was to chastise Jiang Yilin, not to end her life. Little did she know that the rural tradition of apprehending a thief involved encasing their head in a sack and beating them mercilessly. The estate hands, upon realizing that the thief they had beaten was, in fact, a young lady of the Jiang family, were visibly discomfited. Jiang Dings, standing on the steps, berated the dunderheads who remained standing about, dumbfounded. "Look at the consequences of your actions. You have beaten Yilin, your own cousin, to such a state. Have you all lost your minds, or are you simply blind? Can you not distinguish between a thief and a young lady?" The estate hands, thoroughly chastised, finally found one among them bold enough to speak up. "My lady," he began, "it was not a case of mistaken identity. In the dead of night, this woman was skulking about near the vault. Huang had already apprehended her, and we witnessed her entering the vault. What else could she be but a thief?" "Indeed," another chimed in, "even a magistrate would concur. What business does one have in a vault in the middle of the night, if not to steal? I even saw her clutching something in her hand. The stolen goods have been recovered. If my lady would care to inspect them." Who knew she was a young lady? In the pitch black, the estate hands collectively protested, each asserting that Jiang Yilin was indeed a thief. Jiang Dings, clutching her chest, feigned distress. "But what is to be done? The woman has been beaten to within an inch of her life. How am I to explain this to my second aunt?" Despite her words, she proceeded to examine the recovered stolen goods one by one. After a moment, she began to sob softly. "Yilin," she lamented, "is far too foolish. Had she but asked, I would have gladly given her whatever she desired. I'm not one to be miserly. These land deeds were intended for the Jiang family to cultivate. She was welcome to take them. And this jade ointment, I would have gladly shared some with her. Ah, and these hairpins and jewelry. Had she wished to play with them, I would have gladly given them to her." She concluded with a light, airy pronouncement. Why resort to theft? The crowd, enlightened, grew all the more incensed. Chapter 67. Why steal? Jiang Yilin has indeed pilfered quite a few items. The land contracts are part of the Sui family and Amp. Oppo's dowry. The jade ointment is a cherished heirloom, and the jewelry was undoubtedly taken in a moment of greed. Chunling, standing nearby, was filled with righteous indignation. Why must Miss Yilin resort to thievery? Oh, I understand now. She had previously asked Madame for the jade ointment, and when refused, she threw a tantrum. Today, upon learning that Madame had given it to the eldest daughter, she must have come to steal it. At that moment, Sui hurriedly arrived, her agitation palpable. Upon hearing Chunling and Amp Oppo's words, she trembled with rage. She stole for that scar-removing ointment? Why does she have to demand it? I intend to preserve our family heirlooms for my beloved daughter. If she desires the jade ointment, she is merely indulging in foolish dreams. Sui was indeed furious. How did Jiang Yilin sustain her injuries? Was it not a result of her scheme against Jiang Dings that led to her own downfall? Why did she steal the jade ointment? It was because Sui had denied her. As for Jiang Yilin and Oppo's theft of the land contracts, her intentions were utterly despicable. The Jiang family was well aware that the Sui family had recently settled 10 years in Oppo's worth of rent with them, leading Sui to suspect that Jiang Yilin was not merely lingering with innocent motives. Jiang Dings sighed. Mother, consider this. Women cherish their beauty above all. In a moment of desperation, her actions are somewhat understandable. Sui spat vehemently. What is understandable about theft? A thief bears a stain that cannot be washed away in a lifetime. I shall summon my younger brother and his wife, Qin, to inquire what kind of daughter they have raised. That evening, constables arrived at the county office to investigate the matter. Jiang Yilin was gravely injured, though her life was not at risk, which relieved Jiang Dings immensely. As Jiang Yilin was a daughter of the Jiang family and severely wounded, it was deemed inappropriate to imprison her. Hence, 2 imposing bailiffs stood guard outside her room, prohibiting any unnecessary visitors until the inquiry was concluded. Even Jiang Yilin and Oppo's parents, who rushed to her side, were denied entry. The situation escalated. Jiang Yilin could not possibly exonerate herself from the charge of theft. This malignant tumor had been excised. Within the room, Sui and Jiang Dings observed Jiang Yuanqing's ashen face and Qin's tearful wailing, both women sharing a look of disdain. Sui, having regained her strength, spoke with renewed vigor. You two, do not utter another word. Speak to the county magistrate instead. What was Yilin doing in the storeroom at this hour? You may ask her directly. The evidence is irrefutable. The truth is evident. Jiang Yuanqing and Oppo's face flushed a deep crimson, rendering him speechless. Suddenly, he struck the weeping Qin with a resounding slap, catching her off guard and sending her sprawling to the ground in anguish. He berated her. You vile woman. Did you teach Yilin to steal? You are ruining my reputation. You shameless wretch, I could kill you. As he spoke, he began to mercilessly assault Qin in front of Sui and Jiang Dings, hurling insults with every blow. Qin, bloodied and rolling on the floor, cried out in despair. Sui and Amp Oppo's expression darkened, while Jiang Dings grew in damp. Oppo's demeanor grew increasingly frigid. Initially, she had felt a pang of sympathy for Jiang Yilin, but now it was clear that such sympathy was unwarranted. The Jiang family's second branch was a den of miscreants. Jiang Yuanqing was ruthless, Qin was cunning and cruel, and Jiang Yilin was bold and greedy. Chapter 68. Clear conscience. After reprimanding Qin, Jiang Yuanqing addressed Sui with a feigned air of magnanimity. A child in Oppo's misdeeds reflect poorly on the mother and Oppo's guidance. Sister-in-law, please temper your anger. It was merely a childish indiscretion, a petty theft. Indulge my request and secure her release from the authorities, if only to preserve my honor. Sui, incensed by his repeated use of the term worthless woman, and further enraged by his audacity in striking Qin before her very eyes, responded icily, Second brother, I believe you err. Is it not the father's failure to educate? You misquote even the sages. No wonder your daughter is ill-bred. Rising to her feet, she scoffed, the matter has been reported to the magistrate. His judgment is beyond my ken. I am but a simple woman, ignorant of such affairs. With that, She beckoned Jiang Dings to return to their chambers. As Jiang Dings supported her mother, she cast a fleeting glance at the sullen Jiang Yuanqing, a faint smile playing on her lips. A word of counsel, second uncle. Jiang Yuanqing, his countenance darkened, inquired, "What counsel?" Jiang Dings' smile turned glacial. "Abandon any designs on those 900 acres of land. I shall conceal the deeds so well that none shall find them. Furthermore, I have acquired the Jiang family's fields under an assumed name. Your plans to erect a manor may require a shift in auspicious location." Jiang Yuanqing was taken aback, while Jiang Dings escorted her mother away. Regaining his composure, Jiang Yuanqing nearly succumbed to apoplexy. He realized that he had fallen into a carefully laid trap, losing both his daughter and his resources. The matter of Jiang Yilin was swiftly resolved. Ultimately, Jiang Yuanqing could not bear the public shame and expended a considerable sum to secure her release. The magistrate, mindful of the Jiang family's prominence in Yu County, chose to treat the affair as a minor transgression. However, the stigma of Jiang Yuanqing's daughter's thievery had already taken root. In a gossip-starved county, rumors spread like wildfire. As the tale circulated, the earlier whispers of Jiang Dings' affliction gradually faded, supplanted by the more recent scandal. Jiang Dings, gazing at the deserted Qingfeng pavilion, felt a surge of relief. The preservation of the land deeds was paramount. Having suffered the pangs of poverty in her previous life, Jiang Dings was determined to avoid similar pitfalls in this one. Sui, accustomed to the life of a northern duke in damp, Appo's wife had never experienced material want, even during her years of subjugation by concubines and her sojourn in the countryside. She remained unconcerned. However, Jiang Dings understood that, regardless of their eventual return to the capital, these land deeds were essential to their survival. Later, Chaos remarked, "The second branch of the Jiang family has finally ceased its malevolence towards you. Your merit has increased. Tell me, what spiritual elixir do you desire?" Jiang Dings replied softly, "Say for now." Chaos mused Jiang Yilin and Appo's injury. Perhaps it is a blessing in disguise. Jiang Dings turned away wordlessly. She instructed K.Er to procure an alternative prescription from the physician, along with a salve for Jiang Yilin. It was a diluted version of the jade ointment formula. Whether Jiang Yilin chose to use it was her prerogative. If she harbored remorse, she might believe that the salve would gradually fade her scars. If not, she would bear the unsightly marks for the rest of her days. Regarding this matter, Jiang Dings and Appo's conscience was clear. Life in the manor was tranquil, yet Jiang Dings remained perpetually occupied. Sui inquired several times about their return to the capital, but Jiang Dings invariably deflected her inquiries, citing the need for Sui to recuperate. Sui, who had always lacked decisiveness, felt disillusioned with the prospect of returning to the capital after years of suppression in the household. After a few attempts, her interest waned. Chapter 69. The Sui family of Weian. On that early morning, a mother and daughter engaged in conversation. Jiang Dings suddenly inquired, "Mother, why has no one from grandfather and Appo's family come to visit us?" Sui was momentarily taken aback, her expression filled with bitterness. "How could I dare to invite them? In truth, each year, your grandparents send someone to the capital to check on us. However, alas, I simply lack the heart to return to my maternal home." Jiang Dings was instantly enlightened. Ever since Sui married into the Duke of Beigua's household, she had been tormented by her father, Jiang Yufeng, who surrounded her with concubines, leaving her with no joy. Moreover, her inability to please Jiang Yufeng resulted in her being constrained within the household. Sui held her pride in high regard, never revealing the grievances she suffered to her family, and gradually severed ties with them. To prevent her family from worrying, Sui brought Jiang Dings back to the countryside of Yuxian to recuperate, not daring to inform her family. Thus, the Sui family remained unaware of Sui and Jiang Dings and Appo's circumstances over the years. Upon realizing this, Jiang Dings felt a mix of anger and bitter amusement. How could heaven bestow upon her such a kind-hearted, yet utterly naive mother? The maternal family was of utmost importance. Without their support, Sui would have been dismissed countless times. Given Jiang Yufeng and Appo's notorious flirtations and proclivity for favoring concubines over wives. Such actions were certainly within his character. Were it not for the Sui family and Appo's illustrious background, the Duchess of Bagua would have long since been replaced. Resolute in her thoughts, Jiang Dings addressed her mother. Mother, given that grandfather and grandmother are of advanced age, and you have married far away to the capital, it is unwise to let them grieve over their daughter. Sui visibly softened at her daughter's words, and after a moment's contemplation, she nodded. That very evening, she penned a letter and had it delivered along with generous gifts to the Sui family in Weichen. Unbeknownst to Sui and Jiang Dings, a young man and woman, dressed in simple yet tidy attire, had been waiting at the gates of the Duke of Bagua and Appo's estate for most of the day, 100 miles away in the capital. They appear to be around 17 or 18 years old, clad in martial arts attire, each wielding a long sword. After enduring the wait and becoming drenched with sweat, the side gate of the estate finally opened lazily. A stooped steward emerged, frowning as he regarded the two. You wish to see the madam? She is not in the residence, he stated dismissively. The young woman, stifling her irritation, replied, Might I ask, steward, if the madam is absent? Then what of the young lady? We have come under the orders of Lady Sui to visit the madam and the young lady. The steward scoffed. The young lady is also not in the residence. You may as well leave. Infuriated, the young woman's face flushed, and just as she was about to retort, the young man stepped forward. Steward, we have traveled from Weian with a letter from Lady Sui for the madam. We hope you might allow us entry. The steward, extending his hand impatiently, replied, Let me see the letter. The young woman, now incensed, raised her brow defiantly, exuding an air of danger. Who are you to read a letter from my lady to the madam? Do you not know that Lady Sui is a highly esteemed matron, and her husband, Lord Sui, was a general honored by the late emperor? At last, the steward's demeanor shifted, and after a moment's consideration, he relented. Very well, you may enter. He escorted them inside, leaving them in a side chamber typically reserved for servants. The young woman remained seething, her grip tightening around her sword as if ready to draw it at any moment. The young man, Chi Hong, attempted to calm her. Mume, do not be so upset. At least we have gained entry. Once we deliver the letter, we shall have fulfilled the old lady's request. The young woman, named Mu Qingqing, retorted angrily, Chigo, how can you say that? The old lady is of noble lineage, and the madam is the rightful wife of the duke. How can they leave us waiting outside for nearly an hour without allowing us to see her? Her gaze fell upon the empty table, further fueling her ire. Not even a cup of tea has been offered. We have been relegated to this shabby waiting room. Fuming, Mu Qingqing continued to vent her frustration. Chi Hong frowned. This is not how it should be. Is something amiss? Mu Qingqing, filled with indignation, voiced her suspicion. Is it true what they say? Has the madam chosen to sever ties with her family since becoming the duchess? Mume, do not speak such nonsense. Surely, there is some misunderstanding. The madam is not that kind of person, Chi Hong chastised gently. Mu Qingqing bit her lip, suppressing her anger. But the fire in her eyes betrayed her discontent with the Duke and Appo's household. After a considerable wait, they were finally ushered into a floral hall, where a throng of elegantly dressed women and elderly matrons mingled. Even the serving maids were adorned in fine silks and brocades. Compared to them, Mu Qingqing and Chi Hong appeared decidedly rustic. Scornful glances were cast their way, accompanied by muffled laughter. Chi Hong furrowed his brow, while Mu Qingqing's cheeks flushed with embarrassment. As they entered the hall, they beheld a strikingly beautiful young woman lounging and conversing with those beside her. Mu Qingqing, ever forthright, declared, We wish to see the madam. Who is this person? The surrounding maids admonished her. This is the second madam. Kneel and pay your respects. Mu Qingqing, incredulous, fell silent, while Chi Hong clasped his fists. We come under the orders of Lady Sui to deliver a letter to the madam. We hope you will assist us in conveying our message. We shall leave immediately after. His words finally captured the attention of the beautiful woman, who, with a glance, smiled. The madam is not in the residence. She has returned to the countryside to recuperate. Just give me the letter. Mu Qingqing regarded her suspiciously. You are the second madam? Indeed, the woman replied with a smile, her pride evident in her demeanor. She then resumed her conversation, seemingly oblivious to their presence. The second Madame's condescension incensed the usually placid Chi Hong. The two had not consumed a drop of water, nor even had the chance to sit since morning. Suddenly, Chi Hong extended his hand, flinging the letter towards the second Madame. Startled by the object hurtling towards her, she yelped as it brushed past her hair and landed on the table. Having delivered the letter, Chi Hong paid no heed to the second Madame's displeasure. Seizing Mu Qingqing's hand, "Let us depart. We have completed our task. I trust the old lady will not be displeased." As they exited, the floral hall buzzed with gossip. The second Madame grasped the letter, a cold smile playing on her lips as she tore it in half. "What a pathetic family from Weian," she scoffed. "They dare to flaunt themselves before me." Those present echoed her sentiments. Indeed, the Sui family has been out of office for over a decade. They're nothing of consequence now. The two rustic visitors stood there, clearly out of place. The notion of who currently held authority in the Duke's household was laughable. They sought to see the Madame, who had long retreated to the countryside and would never return. With a disdainful huff, the second Madame cast the torn letter carelessly to the ground, where it was soon trampled underfoot. Chapter 70. Bestowing Favors. Part 1. Jiang Ding's injury had healed by the third day, her skin as smooth and delicate as a newborn's. Madame Sui marveled. Is the jade balm truly so miraculous? To heal in merely 3 or 4 days. Knowing that her constitution was now extraordinary, Jiang Ding offered a vague explanation. Perhaps the balm possesses divine efficacy. Madame Sui demurred. "When I was a child, I suffered a fall, and it took an entire box of jade balm for the scar to gradually fade. Your recovery is far too swift." As she spoke, she raised her sleeve to show Jiang Ding. Indeed, Jiang Ding noticed a faint scar on Madame Sui's elbow. It's been so many years, and the scar still remains? It seemed the elixir that chaos had given her to alter her constitution was truly potent. Jiang Ding resolved to consume the remaining 2 pills. In her past life, she had been plagued by illness, never without her medicine. This lifetime presented an opportunity to transform her body, free from the torment of disease, and she was determined to seize it. While the enhanced healing was remarkable, it wasn't entirely inexplicable. Madame Sui expressed her astonishment for a moment before moving on. Once her injury had healed, Jiang Ding couldn't resist venturing out. She dressed as a young man, as usual, to avoid attracting attention. She arrived at Zhan Mubai's home, which remained humble, although necessary repairs had been made. The weeds in the courtyard had been cleared, finally giving it a presentable appearance. Jiang Ding sat in the courtyard, nodding with satisfaction. It seemed employing Qiu Di at the Zhan household was the right decision, both as a way for Qiu Di to atone and to provide care for Granny Zhan. Qiu Di served tea, saying, "Young mistress, young Master Zhan went to see the tutor early this morning and won't be back until later." Jiang Ding glanced at Qiu Di, who lowered her head timidly. As they were speaking, Zhan Mubai returned. The wooden gate opened, and a slender young man entered. He still wore his patched scholar's robe, washed until faded. Though the attire was simple, it was clean. The young man possessed an indescribable elegance and handsomeness, particularly his bright, spirited eyes, which sparkled with vitality. Compared to Ji Weian's seductive allure, Zhan Mubai exuded an aura of integrity and purity. Anyone who saw him would surely praise him as a dragon among men. He paused, momentarily stunned upon seeing Jiang Ding. Regaining his composure, Zhan Mubai quickly approached, only to halt abruptly. His clear, piercing eyes gazed intently at Jiang Ding, making her feel self-conscious. Jiang Ding lowered her head and coughed lightly. "Young Master Zhan has returned?" Zhan Mubai snapped out of his reverie, his gaze shifting uncomfortably. "Yes, I didn't end amp. Oppose. To expect Miss Jiang to visit today." Jiang Ding smiled. "Now that I am amp. Oppose. VE recovered. I wanted to check on Granny Zhan and amp. Oppose. As health. I haven and amp. Oppose. T had the chance until now." She added with a smile, "I only just arrived in Haven and amp. Oppose. T had the opportunity to go inside yet. I thought I would wait for young Master Zhan to arrive, so as not to be impolite." Zhan Mubai seemed to remember that he hadn't and oppose. Tiet visited his mother. Apologizing, he set down his books and hurried inside. After a moment, he emerged, supporting Madame Jean. Jiang Dings was astonished to see Madame Jean moving about normally. I didn't oppose. Expect Granny Jean to have recovered so well. Those afflicted with stroke often suffer from aftereffects, such as impaired mobility or even paralysis. Carefully helping his mother, Madame Jean, to sit on a bamboo chair in the courtyard. Jean Mubai explained, Miss Zhang's treatment was effective, and young Master Ji sent a miraculous medicine. That's why my mother recovered so quickly. Even the doctor said it was a miracle. Jiang Dings and oppose. S expression stiffened slightly before she smiled. Oh, it seems young Master Ji and oppose. S medicine is truly effective. She casually brushed off the topic. Hearing that Jiang Dings had come, Madame Jean eagerly grasped her hand, repeatedly expressing her gratitude. Jiang Dings responded with gentle, warm words. Answering every question, Madame Jean was delighted by her attentiveness. Eventually, Madame Jean grew tired, and Jiang Dings instructed Qiu Di to help her back inside to rest. She then meticulously instructed Qiu Di on how to care for Madame Jean daily, leaving no detail unaddressed. Finally, she instructed, if anything is lacking, simply ask at the estate. Chicken, duck, and fish are essential. Granny Jean's eyesight may have deteriorated due to a lack of nourishment. Jean Mubai was taken aback, his expression anxious. Is that really possible? Jiang Dings turned back with a radiant smile. I and oppose, am merely speculating. However, I and oppose. V noticed that many elderly people in the village begin to lose their eyesight in their later years, and those who do often appear gaunt and malnourished. So, I suspect Granny Jean and oppose. S eyesight may have been affected by starvation. In truth, she wasn't and oppose, team merely guessing. She had inquired with Chaos during her leisure time, and Chaos couldn't resist providing an answer. Jiang Dings consulted the records of celestial knowledge and found ancient medical texts that mention cases of blindness caused by prolonged starvation. Jean Mubai stared intently at Jiang Dings. If Miss Jiang can cure my mother's eyesight, then I, Jean Mubai, will be forever in your debt. Chapter 71, Bestowal, Part 2. Jiang Dings smiled gently. Bestowal. This was the purpose of her visit today. Jean Mubai was a man of integrity and intellect. Trifling favors could never sway him. Ji Weian had provided him with medicine to aid in his mother and oppose's swift recovery. Such intentional kindness would not earn Ji Weian genuine gratitude from Jean Mubai. In the future, he might merely return a favor. However, her actions were different. She had fortuitously saved the Jean family and offered Jean Mubai hope. This was the true treasure that could win his heart. Jiang Dings' smile was radiant. What favors, Mr. Jean? You're far too courteous. Jean Dignan's condition must be treated by a renowned physician in the capital. Jean Mubai turned to his mother, Jean Sher, and said, Mother, did you hear? Your eyesight can be restored. We shall go to the capital in a few days. Jean Sher nodded vigorously, her excitement palpable. Yes, yes. We must go. She faced Jiang Dings, tears of gratitude shimmering in her vacant gaze. Miss Jiang is truly a benevolent soul. Please do not hesitate to call upon us, should you need anything. We are not ungrateful people. The courtyard was filled with warmth. Jiang Dings looked at the Jean mother and son, and the shadows in her heart lifted somewhat. In the race for affection, she had outpaced Ji Weian. More importantly, she had saved Jean Sher and oppose's life. Thus, Jean Mubai would no longer oppose her. Suddenly, Jiang Dings recalled something and smiled. By the way, Mr. Jean, as you prepare to go to the capital for the autumn examinations, you will need fresh ink, paper, and brushes. She glanced at Jean Mubai's tattered attire and added, moreover, your clothes could use a change. Otherwise, you may become the subject of ridicule in the capital. Her candidness was refreshing to Jean Mubai. He nodded in agreement. Indeed, I have run out of ink. Yet, I do not believe I need new clothes, for a full set would cost several hundred coins, which is enough to sustain us for a month or two. He hesitated. Jiang Dings rose with a smile. Trust me, Mr. Jean. If you dress appropriately, it will be easier to navigate the capital. After some contemplation, Jean Mubai slowly nodded, with a sense of determination. Jiang Dings led Zhan Mubai towards the marketplace in the county town. Upon their arrival at the bustling market of Yu County, the lively streets were lined with various shops, each brimming with a myriad of goods. Jiang Dings guided Zhan Mubai to a shop specializing in ink, paper, and brushes. As the saying goes, it is difficult for talented individuals to emerge from humble beginnings. This is not due to a lack of intelligence among the youth from poor families, but rather the inability of impoverished households to afford education. Zhan Mubai was diligent in his studies, which necessitated a considerable amount of paper, one reason for his current financial struggles, as the Zhan family had devoted all their resources to his education. Jiang Dings observed as Zhan Mubai selected the cheapest ink and paper. Suddenly, she instructed Xia Dong to bring forth silver coins to purchase an assortment of high-quality Huizhou inkstones and exquisite Qingzhou Xian paper. Zhan Mubai was taken aback, faintly sensing her intentions. However, as she did not explicitly state that it was a gift, he felt reluctant to object. Thus, he watched as Jiang Dings procured a cartload of ink, paper, and brushes, his expression a mix of surprise and hesitation. The shopkeeper had never encountered such a generous buyer and cheerfully directed his assistants to load the cart. While the shopkeeper enthusiastically managed his staff, he inquired, "Dear young lady, what do you intend to do with all this paper?" Jiang Dings replied with a mysterious smile, "Naturally, I am engaging in business." The shopkeeper, bewildered, repeated, "What?" Amidst the confusion of the shopkeeper and his assistants, Jiang Dings had already taken Zhan Mubai by the hand and departed. Jiang Dings instructed the carriage driver to halt at the entrance of a local temple. It was unclear what she discussed with the fortune teller at the temple, but soon he happily vacated his table and chairs for them. Jiang Dings beckoned Zhan Mubai to the stall. Unable to contain his curiosity, Zhan Mubai asked, "Miss Jiang, what are you planning?" Jiang Dings placed the ink, paper, and brushes she had acquired before him, along with a box of pigments. With a cheerful demeanor, she said, "Here are the brushes for you. You shall create art." Zhan Mubai was momentarily taken aback and blurted, "How did you know I could paint?" Jiang Dings playfully nudged the brushes and paper into his arms, her smile enigmatic. "Of course I know. Did not your mother claim I am a celestial being? Celestial beings possess knowledge of all things. The author has something to say. Exciting developments are on the horizon. Do not go anywhere." Jiang Dings' unworthy ex-husband, Long Ingche, is about to make an appearance. Chapter 72. Painting. A sudden, alarmed cry echoed in Jiang Dings' mind. What are you doing?" Chaos exclaimed. Jiang Dings remained silent. "You're tampering with his destiny." Chaos protested, agitated. Ignoring Chaos's outburst, Jiang Dings addressed Zhan Mubai. "Master Zhan, I know you possess artistic talent. Since you refuse to accept charity and are unwilling to rely solely on your ancestral inheritance, then earn your own livelihood." Zhan Mubai regarded Jiang Dings with a complex expression for a long moment before finally taking up his brush and beginning to paint. At first, his strokes were slow and deliberate, but as he progressed, his pace quickened and his depictions became increasingly vivid and lifelike. Soon, a painting titled Plum Blossoms emerged on the paper. The plum blossoms in the painting stood proudly amidst the frost and snow, their branches weighed down by the snow. Yet their indomitable spirit was palpable. Jiang Dings sighed contentedly, a smile gracing her lips as she gazed at the plum blossoms painting. Zhan Mubai's mastery of painting, his artistic skill rivaling even that of renowned national painters, was a well-known secret among those in the court who paid attention. However, Zhan Mubai's literary talent and his lifelong dedication to fighting corrupt officials meant that few of his original works circulated in the market. In her previous life, Jiang Dings had been captivated by Zhan Mubai's paintings. She knew that if Zhan Mubai had not pursued a career in politics, he would undoubtedly have become a celebrated painter. His paintings possessed a unique style and an intrinsic nobility. In her previous life, Zhan Mubai's paintings had been sold for exorbitant prices. In this life, Jiang Dings was determined to assist him to unearth his talent ahead of time. Wasn't Zhan Mubai impoverished? Then he could earn his own living and support himself and his mother. Jiang Dings promptly hung the plum blossoms painting on a nearby rack to dry. However, passers-by did not pause to cast a glance. Zhang Mubai hesitated, holding his brush. Miss Jiang, are we really going to sell paintings? What he was truly hesitant to ask was, will they even sell? Jiang Dings exuded confidence. Master Zhang, your paintings are exquisite. I will provide the paper, and you will paint. We will split the proceeds equally. This way, you can repay your debt for the medicine and the wages for the servants. Zhang Mubai breathed a sigh of relief. Jiang Dings urged him on, and Zhang Mubai quickly immersed himself in his art. Aside from studying, he had a deep love for painting, but his family's poverty had always forced him to prioritize his studies. Now, with the opportunity to paint, he felt like a fish suddenly released into the ocean, swimming freely. In a short time, the four gentlemen paintings, plum blossoms, orchids, bamboo, and chrysanthemums were hung on the rack, along with shrimp playing, herding cattle, Misty Mountain Temple, and a dozen other paintings. Gradually, passers-by were drawn in, and soon a crowd of onlookers gathered in front of the rack, displaying the paintings. They gazed at the artwork, their curiosity transforming into admiration. The paintings are truly remarkable. Look at these shrimp, they seem so alive. This orchid is even more lifelike than a real one. It feels like it in oppos, as swaying in the breeze. The paintings are excellent. Did this young man paint them? The sounds of praise filled the air. Jiang Dings' smile widened as she began to announce the prices of the paintings. The four gentlemen paintings, simple yet expressive, were priced at 50 strings of cash each, while more intricate landscape paintings were priced at 100 strings of cash each. Soon, someone took a liking to the plum blossom painting and purchased it for 80 strings of cash. One by one, the other paintings of the four gentlemen were also snapped up. As more and more people bought the paintings, an even larger crowd gathered to watch. Zhang Mubai painted swiftly, completing over a dozen paintings in one go. He painted with both speed and skill, and the onlookers began to gather around him, simply watching him paint. The crowd grew larger and larger. In the tea house across from the temple entrance, an elderly man in a dark gray brocade robe was squinting as he observed the crowd gathered across the street. A portly man in silk robes approached him, bowing and lowering his voice. Master Huang, we should board the ship. We can reach the capital by sunset today. The refined old man squinted and pointed towards the painting stall across from the temple entrance. Old Chang, go and see, is someone painting there? The portly middle-aged man quickly sent someone to investigate. After a while, he returned with a look of astonishment, reporting to Master Huang. There is a talented young man painting at the painting stall across the street. This old servant took a look at the paintings, and they are truly remarkable. Moreover, the young man paints very quickly. The old man was slightly surprised. Oh, he pondered for a moment before descending the tea house and walking towards the painting stall. Chapter 73. Assessing value at the painting stall, a throng of people surrounded Zhang Mubai, creating an impenetrable mass. Ah, the nose and eyes are emerging. It's a striking resemblance. This is a novel way to depict an ox. What about a herdsboy? Paint the herdsboy. Zhang Mubai, engrossed in his work, swiftly sketched a young herdsboy basking in the sun on the grassy riverbank with a few strokes. The artwork quickly circulated among the crowd. An elderly man, visibly moved, exclaimed, "Exquisite, truly exquisite. The brushstrokes are vigorous, and the judicious use of blank space is profoundly evocative. Young sir, what is the price of this painting? I wish to acquire it." Zhang Mubai appeared somewhat bewildered, glancing at Jiang Dings. As Jiang Dings was about to respond, a figure caught her eye. She stiffened, staring in disbelief at the elder amidst the crowd. The emperor. Jiang Dings' blood seemed to freeze, her ears ringing. After several glances, she confirmed that the gray-robed elder was indeed the emperor of the Great Qin dynasty, Qin Shun. Emperor Qin Shun of the Great Qin dynasty ascended the throne at 26, reigned for 40 years, and passed away at 66. Based on her previous life's calculations, he was currently 60 years old. This meant that Qin Shun would fall gravely ill and pass away in 6 years, succeeded by Long Yingche. However, something was amiss. In her previous life, Jiang Dings only met Emperor Qin Shun and his empress, Zhen Yuan, after her marriage to Long Yingche. The established trajectory of her previous life had been altered. The chaotic voice couldn't resist interjecting. I told you that you couldn't arbitrarily change the fate of others. Look at this. Zhang Mubai was supposed to encounter the emperor several months from now. Now look at the situation. He rambled on. Is this ultimately good or bad? Alas, Jiang Ding grew in oppose. S expression was complex, her mind preoccupied. The onlookers surrounding the painting stall urged Zhang Mubai to create another piece. In the small town of Yu County, it was rare to witness a talent who could paint so quickly and skillfully. Emperor Qing Shun slowly approached, perhaps due to his innate commanding presence. The crowd naturally parted to make way for him. Emperor Qing Shun strolled up to the painting stall, first glancing at Zhang Mubai, then pausing in surprise. He likely hadn't anticipated that the artist would be such a refined and handsome young man. Emperor Qing Shun offered a gentle smile and inquired, "Young man, may I examine your paintings?" Zhang Mubai didn't recognize Emperor Qing Shun, but was struck by the elder's captivating demeanor and bearing. He promptly placed the two paintings he had just completed before the elder, saying, "I painted these on a whim. I invite you, elder, to critique them." Emperor Qing Shun observed Zhang Mubai's humble and respectful attitude, his admiration growing. He leaned in to scrutinize the artworks. In his hands were Zhang Mubai's recently painted Spring Frolic and Pastoral Song. Spring Frolic depicted several magpies on the river's surface, with fish swimming beneath, rendered with such realism that one could almost hear the magpies chattering. Pastoral Song captured the vastness of the sky, with clouds rolling and unfolding, creating a sense of profound tranquility. Emperor Qing Shun nodded approvingly. Truly remarkable paintings. The brushwork is excellent. Such skill can only be achieved through diligent practice. Embarrassment crept onto Zhang Mubai's handsome face. He couldn't very well admit that he rarely practiced, painting only as a casual hobby. Expressing innate talent to outsiders felt somewhat awkward. As Emperor Qing Shun was about to offer further praise, a slender, fair hand suddenly snatched the paintings from before him. Emperor Qing Shun was taken aback, looking up to see a stunningly beautiful young girl smiling at him. The girl appeared to be around 11 or 12 years old, with a graceful figure and exquisitely captivating features. More notably, she possessed an extraordinary aura, suggesting she hailed from a wealthy and noble family. Unperturbed by the interruption, Emperor Qing Shun chuckled and asked, "Young lady, are you reluctant to let this old man admire the paintings?" Jiang Dings smiled. "Why would I be reluctant? However, we intend to sell these paintings. If you keep looking endlessly, it will impede our business." Audacious. The plump middle-aged man beside Emperor Qing Shun scolded. "It is a privilege for you to have Lord Huang. Lord Huang desire to view the paintings. How dare you suggest that we are hindering your business?" "This is simply," Zhang Mubai interjected gently, "Miss Jiang, it is a matter of fate that this elder gentleman appreciates my paintings. Allow him to examine them." Suppressing her excitement, Jiang Dings feigned reluctance. "You and oppose. V already sold 10 paintings, and these two have potential buyers. We can oppose. Allow people to damage the paintings with excessive handling. Can we? How will we conduct our business then?" She regarded Emperor Qing Shun with a teasing smile. "If this elder gentleman wishes to view them, he may purchase them and admire them day and night, ensuring no one disturbs him." Emperor Qing Shun chuckled and instructed the plump man beside him, "Lao Chong, pay the price. I shall acquire these 2 paintings." The plump middle-aged man glared at Jiang Dings and inquired, "Lord Huang has taken a liking to these paintings. What price will persuade you to sell them?" Jiang Dings extended a delicate finger, her gaze fixed on the plump middle-aged man named Lao Chong. Lao Chong was momentarily stunned. "1 tael?" Jiang Dings smiled gently and shook her head. No. 100 taels. What? The former exclamation was blurted out by Lao Chong, while the latter came from Zhang Mubai. Lao Chong glared at Jiang Dings, incensed. "Young girl, you're asking for the moon. This is nothing short of extortion." Zhang Mubai and oppose. S face flushed crimson. "Miss Jiang, this is inappropriate. We and oppose. V been selling the paintings for 50 or 100 strings of cash each. It and oppose. S rare for this elder gentleman to appreciate them. We cannot demand such an exorbitant price." Emperor Qing Shun remained silent, but his keen eyes surveyed Jiang Dings, conveying his displeasure. Amidst the confusion of the crowd, Jiang Dings remained composed and unperturbed. I assure you, I am not extorting. We sell to others for 50 or 100 strings of cash because that sum represents several months and oppos worth of expenses for them. To them, the paintings are quite valuable. She turned to Emperor Qing Shun, smiling. However, 100 taels is less than the cost of a cup of tea for this elder gentleman. If you genuinely admire Master Jean and Amp, oppos, as paintings, how could 100 taels be considered expensive? Even 1,000 or 10,000 taels would be justified if you deemed them worthy. Chapter 74. Long Ingche has arrived. The crowd stood in stunned silence, and the normally irate Lao Chong found himself at a loss for words, ready to reprimand Jiang Dings. The Emperor Qing Shun gazed at Jiang Dings with a profound smile, remarking, "This little girl possesses a sharp tongue. She has rendered me speechless." He then instructed Lao Chong, "Present her with 1,000 taels. I shall purchase the 2 paintings." Reluctantly, Lao Chong reached into his purse and handed Jiang Dings 2 silver notes. She accepted them without hesitation and turned her gaze to the emperor, smiling brightly. "Dear elder, to ensure you feel satisfied, I shall ask young Master Jean to create another painting for you on the spot." At that moment, the emperor comprehended Jiang Dings and Amp, oppos, intentions entirely. He glanced at her and smiled. "This clever little girl knows how to support young Master Jean. I shall indulge your wishes." He then inquired of Jean Mubai, "Since the young lady has spoken, what do you intend to paint, young Master Jean?" Jean Mubai's emotions were complex. After years of diligent study, he found himself impoverished. Yet here was an opportunity to earn 1,000 taels in a mere afternoon through his modest passion. Why had he not ventured out to sell his paintings sooner? If he had, perhaps he could have supported his mother and himself, sparing them the humiliation of being forced to sell their land. Suddenly, Jiang Dings suggested, "Young Master Jean, why not paint in oppos, spring night in oppos, joyful rain in oppos?" Jean Mubai was taken aback, and the emperor was equally astonished. Lao Chong immediately exclaimed, "That painting is exceedingly difficult. It requires a spring night, visible rain, and an essence of and oppos, joy and oppos." He shook his head repeatedly, convinced that Jean Mubai could not possibly achieve such a feat. Jiang Dings smiled at him. You understand its difficulty? But I believe young Master Jean can certainly create it. If he succeeds, it will surely delight our elder." The emperor was slightly moved, turning his gaze to Jean Mubai. "Can you indeed accomplish this, young Master Jean?" The phrase in oppos, spring night and oppos, joyful rain and oppos, stirs my deepest desires. If you can render it beautifully, I would deem even 10,000 taels insufficient. For many years, he had sought countless artists to capture the feeling he yearned for. Jean Mubai regarded Jiang Dings with a conflicted expression. He could not fathom how she knew of the spring night's joyful rain painting he had once painstakingly created. Did she possess some prophetic ability? Jiang Dings' bright eyes flitted between the emperor and Jean Mubai. She smiled, "Dear elder, this painting requires tranquility. Why don't I treat you to tea at the nearby tea house while we await young Master Jean's work? That would be far more pleasant." The emperor nodded in agreement. Lao Chong, standing nearby, cooed and oppos. "Tea help but remind him, my lord, we must still take a boat back to the capital." The emperor waved his hand dismissively. "There is no hurry." Just as the three prepared to head to the tea house, the sound of hooves echoed urgently down the long street. A group of elegantly dressed riders parted the crowd, galloping swiftly towards the temple entrance. Dust billowed as pedestrians hastily stepped aside, fearing the iron hooves might trample them. Jiang Dings looked up, her complexion draining of color. Leading the charge was a young man clad in white riding attire. His features were strikingly delicate, and he appeared ethereal atop his steed, like a cloud floating effortlessly. His eyes glimmered with urgency as he scanned the crowd, finally locking onto the emperor and racing toward him. A familiar and unforgettable face from her past materialized vividly before Jiang Dings. Her heart clenched in pain, and she pressed her hand to her chest, struggling to breathe. Long Ingche had arrived. Chapter 75. Encountering 3 obstacles, he has arrived. The man whom I loved most dearly in my past life, who expended his life's efforts and ultimately paid the price with his life. Jiang Dings forced a bitter smile. It was still cowardice at play. If I truly wish to abandon the tragic fate of my previous life, it must begin with Long Ingche. With this thought, Jiang Ding grew slowly, straightened her posture, her expression regaining its tranquility. The surrounding individuals were captivated by Long Ingche, oblivious to Jiang Ding grew and Appo's subtle discomfort. Hun Dun sighed. Another one has come. Jiang Ding grew smiled faintly. I apologize. I did not anticipate this. Had I known Long Ingche would be here, I would never have appeared. Hun Dun, exasperated, replied, enough. Let me be. Long Ingche reined in his horse a few paces before the Emperor Qing Shun, dismounted with agility, and knelt, saying, your humble son. Suddenly, Lao Chang coughed. The Emperor Qing Shun gazed at the kneeling Long Ingche, his countenance filled with displeasure. Rise. It was then that Long Ingche realized the Emperor was in disguise. Embarrassment flooded his face as he hastily stood up. Nearby, Jiang Dingru could not help but smirk inwardly. Countless individuals in her past life were unaware of how Long Ingche distinguished himself among the numerous exceptional princes. For aside from his handsome visage, he possessed neither literary talent nor martial prowess, lacking in both strategy and cunning. What then was the reason? Jiang Dingru often reflected on the tumultuous saga of Long Ingche and Appo's rise to power, from usurpation to ascension, and his nearly 2 decades as a tyrant. Painfully realizing it was she who supported a frivolous man to ascend the throne, who cleared the political and harem intrigues so that he could indulge in debauchery and wreak havoc upon the world. It was she who had nurtured a treacherous wolf. The Emperor Qing Shun turned to Zhang Mubai with a warm smile. Let's go to the tea house. The crowd here is neither conducive for your artistic endeavors. He spoke and proceeded ahead, not sparing a glance at the stunned Long Ingche. Long Ingche furrowed his brow at Zhang Mubai and asked Lao Chang, what is happening here? Lao Chang coughed heavily. Second Prince, please do not say anything further. The more you speak, the more mistakes you make. Internally, Lao Chang rolled his eyes, shaking his head. Was this prince truly foolish or merely pretending? To address him as your servant was a suffocating title. Long Ingche, having encountered 2 setbacks, seemed to finally grasp where he had erred. He was filled with frustration, unsure of whom to blame. Zhang Mubai and Jiang Dingru gathered their painting supplies and followed closely behind the Emperor Qing Shun. Suddenly, Long Ingche and Appo's gaze fell upon Jiang Dingru, and he was momentarily entranced. The girl before him, though young, possessed an exquisite beauty. Her delicate nose, cherry lips, and eyes like twinkling stars, radiant and captivating. It was a rare sight indeed. Moreover, if she were to mature, she would undoubtedly become a breathtaking beauty. Long Ingche felt a surge of desire. He stepped forward, blocking Jiang Dingru's path, his voice low. Miss, I am at your service. He reached for the rice paper in her hands. Jiang Dingru gracefully sidestepped, coolly rejecting him. No need for your assistance, excuse me. Long Ingche's hand froze midair. Today, he encountered his 3rd setback. His handsome face flushed with anger. Yet he found himself at a loss as to whom to vent his ire. He had never met a woman who so blatantly disregarded him. As he watched Jiang Dingru depart with Zhang Mubai, a resolute glint ignited in his eyes for the first time. Upon arriving at the tea house, Lao Chang secured the largest private room. The room was divided into 2 parts by a screen, with Zhang Mubai behind it, splashing ink onto his canvas. At the tea table sat Emperor Qing Shun, the 2nd Prince Long Ingche, and Jiang Dingru, while the remaining attendants waited nearby. Jiang Dingru, eager to endear herself to Emperor Qing Shun, engaged in delightful conversation while preparing the tea. Initially, the emperor perceived her as merely a young girl and did not pay her much mind. However, he soon realized that despite her tender age, Jiang Dingru was remarkably knowledgeable and spoke with great tact. Intrigued, he began to converse with her. Meanwhile, Long Ingche found no opportunity to interject. At last, he seized a moment to speak. Miss Jiang appears to be from a prominent family in the capital. Jiang Dingru smiled indeed. Is that not obvious? Long Ingche, delighted that she was finally addressing him, eagerly inquired, May I ask where your esteemed family resides in the capital? Jiang Dingru lowered her gaze, her crimson lips curving into a smile. Then may I inquire your surname, name, family residence, and the identities of your parents? How old are you this year? She wagered he would not dare to respond. Sure enough, Long Yingxie was left speechless. Emperor Qing Shun frowned at him, reprimanding. How rude. Quickly apologized to Miss Jiang. Where is the decorum in asking such personal questions? Did you not observe that I merely inquired about her surname? Long Yingxie's face flushed crimson, beads of sweat forming on his brow. Jiang Dings chuckled lightly. Addressing Emperor Qing Shun, there is no need for the esteemed elder to be upset. I surmise that you and this young man must possess noble status, which is why no inquiries were made. Since none of us are asking, let us consider ourselves fortunate strangers. It is far more comfortable that way. Emperor Qing Shun burst into hearty laughter, regarding Jiang Dings with great admiration. I share the same sentiment as Miss Jiang. However, since you have expressed it so eloquently, I find myself curious about which family raised such a sharp-tongued and perceptive young lady. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dings felt a surge of emotion. It was not easy. In her past life, the Emperor Qing Shun, indifferent to her, had finally begun to take a liking to her. Chapter 76. The appearance of Duanmu Qingxiu in her previous life, due to the tarnishing of her family name. She was compelled to break off her engagement with the Crown Prince Long Yingyun and wed Long Yingxie, which ultimately did not endear her to either Emperor Qing Shun or the Empress. From the very beginning, they harbored a prejudice against her. Furthermore, after Jiang Dings married Long Yingxie, her apparent frailty only served to deepen the disdain felt by the two most esteemed figures in the Qin dynasty. When a person's pride is shattered, leading to self-contempt, how can one expect others to hold them in esteem? Throughout her past life, Jiang Dings never received their support, even until the demise of Emperor Qing Shun and the passing of Empress Xinyuan. However, this lifetime is different. Jiang Dings has seized the opportunity before her. She intends to grasp the greatest advantage she can find. Just as Jiang Dings was about to proclaim her identity as the daughter of the Duke of the North, a sudden commotion erupted outside the private chamber. A familiar voice, sharp and demanding, pierced through the air. Why are we not allowed to reserve this private room? Why wouldn't just anyone? Jiang Dings paused, taken aback by the familiarity of the voice. Emperor Qing Shun frowned slightly, and eunuch Chong hurried to ascertain the situation. Jiang Dings listened intently when a soft, timid voice interjected. Sister Yun, please do not shout so loudly. Perhaps you mistook someone just now. Duanmu Qingxiu. The name flashed through Jiang Dings and Appo's mind. As the door to the private chamber swung open, she beheld a face so familiar it nearly drove her to madness. Duanmu Qingxiu, the illegitimate daughter of the fallen Duanmu family. In stark contrast to the well-established Ji family still residing on Zhuke Street. The Duanmu family had plummeted from the ranks of noble families in the capital, were it not for the presence of a former imperial consort from the Duanmu household, who had once provided care and support to the old emperor. They would have long been expelled from the ranks of nobility. Jiang Dings assessed the Duanmu Qingxiu before her. No, she had yet to fully blossom into a young woman. The girl stood in a simple, pleated dress, with a delicate oval face, slender willow-like brows, a gently upturned nose, and lips that bore a faint, sickly pallor. One could not deny that Duanmu Qingxiu was quite lovely, fragile and enchanting, embodying the ethereal beauty that often evoked pity from men. Jiang Dings glanced at Long Yingxie, yet found no trace of emotion in his eyes. Instead, she noticed Duanmu Qingxiu gazing intently at the dashing Long Yingxie as he entered. Jiang Dings was not mistaken. A fleeting glimmer of admiration flickered in Duanmu Qingxiu's eyes before she shyly lowered her gaze. Jiang Dings stole another glance at Long Yingxie, then at Duanmu Qingxiu. She found herself perplexed by Long Yingxie's previous infatuation with Duanmu Qingxiu, as he had seemingly paid her no heed at first glance. Yet this revelation unraveled a mystery from her past life. Before she encountered Duanmu Qingxiu, Long Yingxie had indeed met her during a visit to Yuxian while accompanying Emperor Qing Shun. No wonder Duanmu Qingxiu had sought to ingratiate herself with Jiang Dings, insisting on coming to the capital. Jiang Dings, in her navet, had unwittingly facilitated her ambitions, presenting her to Long Yingxie in intimate settings. The mere thought of it made Jiang Dings feel nauseous. The two had already formed a connection, while her past self remained oblivious. Chaos murmured, "Another one has arrived." Jiang Dings replied coolly, "Be quiet. Your noise is bothersome." Chaos. At that moment, the private room was crowded with people. Inside were Emperor Qing Shun, Long Yingche, Jiang Dings, and the focused painter Zhang Mubai. Outside stood Jiang Yiyun, Duanmu Qingxiu, and several other young ladies, along with Chun Sichuan, accompanied by two elegantly dressed scholars. Upon spotting Jiang Dings inside, Jiang Yiyun sneered, "Ah, I just saw the eldest miss selling her paintings with a penniless scholar on the street. I thought my eyes were deceiving me. Who would have imagined it was true?" Jiang Dings smiled lightly, "And what of it?" Jiang Yiyun retorted mockingly, "What of it? I merely wonder how the esteemed daughter of the Duke of the North has fallen to selling paintings on the street. Is this not a disgrace to the Duke and Oppos, his household?" Emperor Qing Shun raised an eyebrow, turning to Jiang Dings with curiosity. "Are you truly the daughter of the Duke of the North?" Jiang Dings replied with a smile, "Indeed." Long Yingche's expression shifted, becoming more animated. The realization that this captivating young lady, who so dismissively regarded him, was indeed the daughter of a noble family filled him with renewed interest. Chapter 77. The joyous rain on a spring night, the subtle peculiarity did not escape Duanmu Qingxiu's keen gaze. Her eyes darkened momentarily as she fixated on Jiang Dings, who sat before Emperor Qing Shun. In the face of Jiang Yiyun's sardonic jibes, Jiang Dings remained composed, seated gracefully in front of the emperor, even taking a moment to sip her tea. Her poise, so uncharacteristic of her age, garnered the emperor's admiration. Meanwhile, Long Yingche's gaze towards her grew increasingly peculiar. In his eyes, Jiang Dings' beauty and noble status eclipsed all others. Unbeknownst to Jiang Dings, Long Yingche's thoughts were far from her mind. She was rather grateful that the dim-witted Jiang Yiyun had unwittingly revealed her identity as the daughter of the Duke of Bagua. Observing Jiang Dings' silence in the face of her taunts, Jiang Yiyun assumed she had succumbed to fear. Turning to Chun Sichuan with a smile, she remarked, "Cousin, look at how desperate the young lady is for money. Should we not offer her some assistance? We wouldn't want the villagers of Yu County to think our Jiang family is impoverished." Before Chun Sichuan could respond, a slightly plump scholar stepped forward, grinning as he gazed at Jiang Dings' visage. "Ah, so this is the esteemed young lady of the Duke's residence. My apologies for the oversight. I am Zhang Wenxiang, a close friend of Master Chun." As he spoke, he drew closer, his swollen eyes greedily fixated on her face. "Young lady, the scenery here is rather dull. Allow me to invite you to Yunlai Tower in the north." Before he could finish his sentence, a shadow darted before him, and a round face appeared suddenly. The next moment, he felt a tremendous force strike his abdomen. Zhang Wenxiang was sent flying, not merely a stumble, but truly propelled away. His corpulent form sent tumbling down the stairs like a sack of sand. The onlookers stood in stunned silence, staring at the unassuming figure of the chief steward, Chang Gongong. Emperor Qing Shun leisurely sipped his tea and remarked, "Old Chang, your skills have improved once more." Chang Gongong bowed respectfully, replying, "Your Excellency, you flatter me. It is not so much an improvement in skill, but rather a concern that this individual might offend you and disturb your enjoyment of tea." The emperor and Oppos, as piercing gaze swept over the gathering outside the elegant room, his long reign rendering him an imposing presence. The recent incident with Zhang Wenxiang being so easily dispatched heightened the tension. The onlookers, including Chun Sichuan and Jiang Yiyun, were left trembling in fear. Who was this elder with such formidable presence? Surely, he must be of significant standing. Countless questions swirled in their minds, yet under the emperor and Oppos, as authority, they dared not utter a word. At that moment, Zhang Mubai hurried in, holding the freshly painted joyous rain on a spring night. He placed the artwork before the emperor with a sense of ease. "Lord Huang, please take a look. This is my painting." Emperor Qing Shun glanced at it, and, in an instant, was visibly shaken. He nearly lost his composure, lifting the painting with trembling hands, murmuring, "It resembles it so closely. Too closely." Tears began to flow down his cheeks. Both Chang Gongong and Long Yingche were taken aback, immediately kneeling and exclaiming, "Your Majesty, please take care of yourself." Their cries brought a hush over the elegant room. The emperor continued to gaze at the painting, tears streaming silently. Chang Gonggong, recalling something, eagerly inquired, "Your Majesty, have you found this painting?" After a moment of weeping, the emperor managed to choke out, "No, I am merely overjoyed, truly delighted. At last, someone has painted what I have longed for." He wiped his tears and regarded Zhang Mubai with a complex expression, as if seeing him for the first time. Scrutinizing him from head to toe, Zhang Mubai felt uncomfortable under the emperor's scrutiny and hesitated before asking, "Your Majesty?" Long Yingche suddenly admonished, "If you recognize him as the emperor, why do you not kneel at once?" Chapter 78. Severing the path to prominence. Bewilderment flickered across Zhang Mubai's countenance as he realized he had neglected to kowtow to Emperor Qingshun. He promptly knelt in obeisance before the emperor. Emperor Qingshun furrowed his brow, casting a sidelong glance at Long Yingche. His lips parted as if to speak. Yet he remained silent, the disdain in his eyes palpable. Oblivious to the emperor's displeasure, Long Yingche fixed his gaze upon Zhang Mubai, his envy thinly veiled. He resented Zhang Mubai and Appo's familiarity with Jiang Dings and his talent, which had garnered Emperor Qingshun and Appo's commendation. He, Long Yingche, had never received a single word of praise from the emperor. Once again, the atmosphere within the private chamber grew strained, disrupted by Long Yingche's intrusion. Suddenly, Jiang Dings beckoned Zhang Mubai. "Master Zhang, do take a seat here." She gestured towards the spot beside her, directly facing Emperor Qingshun. Zhang Mubai hesitated, uncertain of the propriety. Jiang Dings smiled sweetly at Emperor Qingshun. "Your Majesty, it must be tiring for you to look down at people. Master Zhang can sit here and address you directly. What do you think?" By this point, Emperor Qingshun had come to regard Jiang Dings as an endearing innocent, accepting her wholeheartedly. He chuckled, "You little imp. You make decisions on your own and then ask for my permission. I have no choice but to agree." He turned his benevolent gaze upon Zhang Mubai. "I am traveling incognito and do not wish to reveal my identity to too many people. Please be seated." Zhang Mubai expressed his gratitude and took his seat, utterly eclipsing Long Yingche. The prince's expression soured, but accustomed to Emperor Qingshun's rebuffs, he regained his composure after a moment. Outside the chamber, Jiang Yiyun and Chen Xishuan watched as Zhang Wenxiang was carried away, their faces etched with terror. The emperor? It was the emperor? Chen Xishuan and Jiang Yiyun trembled, their spirits nearly broken by fear. They had encountered Jiang Dings accompanying a poor scholar selling calligraphy and paintings at the temple entrance. Intending to mock her, they had approached. Having just met Zhang Wenxiang, the most prominent local gentry in Yu County, through Chen Xishuan's introduction. The Zhang family, with their vast landholdings and lucrative rice business, were newly wealthy and eager to cultivate an air of refinement. Zhang Wenxiang and Chen Xishuan were drinking buddies, with Chen Xishuan introducing him to impoverished scholars and fallen noble women for entertainment. It was in this manner that Duanmu Qingxiu had been lured onto the path of ruin by Jiang Yiyun. Unfortunately, Duanmu Qingxiu was too young, and while beautiful, she did not appeal to Zhang Wenxiang's jaded tastes. Instead, Zhang Wenxiang's eyes lit up at the sight of Jiang Dings. However, he had unwittingly offended the most powerful individual in the great Qin Empire. Emperor Qingshun waved his hand, and eunuch Chang led his men to remove them. Throughout the ordeal, Duanmu Qingxiu had no opportunity to speak to Jiang Dings directly. Her presence was practically forgotten by those within the chamber. Jiang Dings lowered her gaze to the teacup before her. The tea was clear, reflecting the hatred in her eyes, a sentiment unbefitting her age. Duanmu Qingxiu, her greatest rival in her past life, would have her path to prominence severed step by her own hand. Laughter and cheerful conversation filled the chamber as Emperor Qingshun expressed his satisfaction with Zhang Mubai's painting. He offered a substantial sum for it, but Jiang Dings insisted on gifting it to him. Emperor Qingshun inquired as to her reasons, jesting. "Is it because you know I am the emperor and therefore do not require payment?" Jiang Dings smiled. "Your Majesty jests. Did we not agree earlier that for every 2 paintings purchased, one would be given as a gift? Moreover, your majesty is a connoisseur of art. And as the saying goes, a true friend is worth more than 1,000 pieces of gold. I am certain that Master Jiang will be delighted to present this painting to your majesty. Her flattery was subtle yet effective. Emperor Qingshun stroked his beard with delight. Chuckling heartily, Zhang Mubai added, Miss Jiang is correct. It is my honor if your majesty appreciates these 3 paintings, and I dare not ask for further reward. Emperor Qingshun regarded Zhang Mubai thoughtfully before turning his gaze to Jiang Dings, nodding in contemplation. He suddenly asked Jiang Dings, what is your relationship with him? Jiang Dings was taken aback, unsure how to respond without creating a misunderstanding about her relationship with Zhang Mubai. As Emperor Qingshun posed the question, Long Yingche stared intently at her, awaiting her answer. After a moment's consideration, Jiang Dings blinked and smiled mysteriously. Your Majesty, I believe Master Zhang's talent will secure him the top spot in the imperial examinations this autumn. Do you believe me? Her words startled everyone present. Jiang Dings continued to sip her tea leisurely. Long Yingche, who had been consistently ignored, could no longer contain himself. The beautiful woman he had set his sights on was ignoring him, favoring Zhang Mubai, an impoverished scholar. What was so special about this penniless scholar? Even if he possessed talent and skill in painting, his family had been destitute for generations. He, on the other hand, was a genuine prince, carrying the imperial lineage. He had been born into wealth and luxury, and even if he were not destined for the throne, he would still be a wealthy and powerful prince. Long Yingche could not fathom why Jiang Dings would reject him in favor of Zhang Mubai, even predicting that he would become the top scholar. It was evident that the captivating beauty favored Zhang Mubai. Anger simmered in Long Yingche's eyes. Seizing the moment amidst the stunned silence, he sneered, Miss Jiang must be joking. While Master Zhang possesses talent, the top scholar is chosen from among thousands. Furthermore, to make such a statement in the presence of the emperor borders on disrespect. Chapter 79. Revealing heartfelt intentions, Long Yingche cast a discontented glance at Jiang Dings, his eyes brimming with dissatisfaction. To suggest that the top scholar is merely chosen by the emperor in the Golden Yuan Hall is to imply that the emperor might favor or dismiss him arbitrarily. Jiang Dings felt a surge of anger at his words. She could not fathom how, in her past life, she had perceived Long Yingche as a commendable man. Before her now, he was nothing short of a portrait of jealousy and malice. Emperor Qingshun frowned slightly, clearly displeased. Are you implying that I cannot select the virtuous and capable, that I am unable to fairly appoint the top scholar? Long Yingche hastily knelt to apologize. I assure you, that was not my intention. I merely find Miss Jiang's statement rather frivolous. Emperor Qingshun, already weary of him, retorted, Have you checked if the ship is ready? It was evident he wished to dismiss him. Unwilling to depart so abruptly, Long Yingche lingered on his knees, hesitating. The emperor's displeasure grew. Why do you tarry? What else can you do here? With bitterness, Long Yingche ultimately took his leave, casting a fierce glare at Zhang Mubai and a conflicted glance at Jiang Dings. Once he had exited, the atmosphere in the private room lightened considerably. Emperor Qingshun shook his head, that child, unaware of when to speak or remain silent. Jiang Dings scoffed inwardly. Beyond a handsome exterior, Long Yingche, among the other princes, truly possessed a lack of intellect and emotional intelligence. The emperor recognized this, which explained why Long Yingche had never garnered favor throughout his life. It was not due to a lack of paternal affection, but rather an inability to appreciate him. In her previous life, had it not been for her strategic maneuvering behind the scenes and Duanmu Qingqiu's deliberate flattery of Emperor Qingshun and the nobility, Long Yingche would never have ascended to the throne. When Jiang Dings waited for Long Yingche to leave, she sweetly remarked, Your Majesty, my previous words were not mere folly. I genuinely believe that Master Zhang could be the top scholar. Emperor Qingshun, a man of great discernment, perceived her convoluted intentions with clarity. He responded with depth. Whether such astounding talent exists is not determined by mere assertions. The autumn examination attracts thousands to the capital. After 3 rounds, only 100 remain. Of those 100, the top 50 will be invited to the palace for further testing, which I shall personally conduct. Only then can the top scholar be appointed. My dear girl, you, being a woman, cannot fathom the difficulty of this process. Whether Master Jiang can attend the Hamlin banquet remains uncertain. From thousands to the top 100, and from that 100 to the top 3, it is evident that a true top scholar must possess extraordinary talent. Zhang Mubai's expression grew solemn. I am willing to strive with all my might. Emperor Qingshun gently caressed the spring night rain painting, smiling slightly. It is not merely a trial. It is a contest. I hope to raise a cup of top scholar wine with you at the Qianglin banquet. Zhang Mubai felt a jolt of determination. Indeed, he would exert every ounce of effort, even to the last breath, to claim the foremost position in literary talent. His gaze shifted to the radiant Jiang Dings beside him. Though she was a stranger by blood, she had aided him immensely. How could he repay her kindness? Suddenly, his previously stable heart was stirred by an uncontainable ripple of emotion. As Emperor Qingshun departed for the capital aboard a ship, he took the spring night rain painting with him. Before leaving, he gifted Zhang Mubai a cart full of writing materials, encouraging him to study diligently. Upon seeing the cart of supplies, Zhang Mubai finally smiled. He desired neither gold nor silver. These were the finest gifts. Jiang Dings handed him the money earned from selling the painting. Here, this is for you. Rest assured, I have set aside the expenses for the painting supplies. This money is a 50-50 split. I never expected our first business venture to yield such profit. Zhang Mubai regarded her with a mixture of emotions before suddenly bowing deeply. Jiang Dings hurried to assist him. What are you doing, Master Zhang? He replied earnestly, I, Zhang Mubai, have never owed anyone a debt of gratitude. The kindness you have shown me, Miss Jiang, I shall never forget. Jiang Dings smiled suddenly. Do not be too hasty in your gratitude. What if I am merely using you? Unexpectedly, Zhang Mubai responded. If Miss Jiang were to use me, I would still willingly plunge into the depths of fire to fulfill your wishes. Jiang Dings was taken aback. Zhang Mubai continued. You possess a kind heart and would never ask me to act unjustly. Her expression turned complicated. But what if I were to ask you to do something unjust? What if I were a villain? Zhang Mubai replied. You are not such a person. Even if you were, there would surely be a reason. I need only to trust you, Miss Jiang. Chapter 80. The return to the palace. Jiang Dings was momentarily stunned. The resolute gaze of the young man, Zhang Mubai, conveyed an unwavering certainty. In a world rife with deceit and duplicity, she found herself bewildered by the profound sense of trust that enveloped her. Individuals like Zhang Mubai were exceedingly rare. Jiang Dings hesitated, her thoughts unspoken, ultimately releasing a heavy sigh. Zhang Mubai regarded her intently, an unexpected tenderness gleaming in his eyes, an emotion he himself was unaware of. Suddenly, he reached out, but hesitated mid-air, retracting his hand as if struck by an electric shock. Jiang Dings, caught off guard, noticed the sudden flush that crept to his ears. In that moment, she distinctly perceived the unique feelings Zhang Mubai harbored for her, stirring a flutter in her heart. Zhang Mubai abruptly turned, stating, It is getting late. Allow me to escort Miss Jiang back to the estate. Their journey was marked by silence. Upon reaching the estate, the sun was setting, casting a golden hue over the entrance, a picturesque scene. Jiang Dings lingered within the carriage, torn between alighting or remaining, uncertain of how to address Zhang Mubai should she choose to disembark. Typically resolute in matters of romance, she found herself at a loss. Standing before the carriage, Zhang Mubai hesitated, observing the stillness of the curtain. Miss Jiang, we have arrived, he called gently, lowering her head. Jiang Dings hurriedly exited the carriage. In her fluster, she stumbled, her foot twisting, and she lurched forward. Zhang Mubai instinctively reached out to catch her, but another hand was quicker. Jiang Dings fell into a familiar, yet foreign embrace, enveloped in a faint, refreshing scent reminiscent of cypress mingled with floral notes. This fragrance caused her heart to skip a beat. A languid voice resonated beside her. Your Highness, do be cautious. The sound brushed against her ear, sending a shiver down her spine. Startled, Jiang Dings abruptly pushed away the figure. It was Ji Weian. Zhang Mubai, taken aback, inquired, Young Master Ji, what brings you here? Ji Weian damp, oppose, and offered a half-smile. glancing at the startled Jiang Dings. He turned to Jean Mubai and said earnestly, "Young Master Jean, do look at what you and Oppos v done. Miss Jiang nearly fell because of you." Jiang Dings' pleasant mood from the day dissipated. She softly urged Jean Mubai, "You should return and take care of Madame Jean." Jean Mubai cast a suspicious glance at the still grinning Ji Wei and Oppos, and filled with unvoiced queries he could not articulate. He could only bid farewell to Jiang Dings. As she watched Jean Mubai and Oppos' figure fade from view, she turned to glare coldly at Ji Wei and Oppos. And the evening sunlight elongated his shadow, casting a golden glow around him, enhancing his already striking features, making him appear even more radiant than the sun itself. He smiled. "Miss Jiang, what troubles you? Why the intense scrutiny? Have you finally recognized the allure of Ji Wei and Oppos?" And Jiang Dings, determined to avoid entanglements, beckoned to Chunling quickly. "Assist me back to my quarters." Chunling, puzzled, responded, "Your Highness?" It was only then that Jiang Dings realized her slip of the tongue. She hastily corrected herself. "No, I meant help me return." Chunling hurried forward. Behind them, Ji Weian's cool voice interjected, "Compared to your Highness, I believe referring to yourself as this empress carries a bit more grandeur." Jiang Dings paused, momentarily taken aback. And Oppos, this empress? And Oppos, did imply the emperor had passed? Ji Wei and Oppos, and Oppos' voice turned grave. "Do you truly wish for that person to harm you and continue to occupy that esteemed position, revered by all?" Jiang Dings turned back, noting the unspoken darkness clouding Ji Weian's expression, while the nearby servants remained oblivious. She offered a self-deprecating smile. "Why should I concern myself with such matters?" Ji Weian regarded her thoughtfully, hesitating to speak. A sudden realization struck Jiang Dings, recalling the words of the chaotic spirit. She widened her eyes, pointing at Ji Weian. You. Words failed her. The chaotic spirit sighed. "Do not inquire. Asking will only reveal forbidden knowledge." It too was perplexed by why, despite living two lives, this wolf star still emanated such ominous energy. Jiang Dings, astonished, watched as Ji Weian turned and disappeared into the estate. His presence as inexplicable as his departure, as if he were merely passing through. Burdened with questions, she found herself unable to voice them, and with Chunling leading the way, she returned to her quarters slowly. The tale of Jean Mubai and Oppos' artistic endeavors spread throughout Yuxian. It was unclear who initiated the rumor, but whispers circulated about a remarkably talented youth who painted exquisitely, garnering the admiration of a mysterious elder who purchased two of his works at a high price. The rural folk delighted in such tales, particularly in Yuxian, where proximity to the capital led many to speculate that the enigmatic figure was a noble from the city. This time, however, the authenticity of the rumors was bolstered by numerous eyewitnesses, making the story all the more tangible and intriguing. Consequently, the townsfolk began to wonder about the identity of this gifted scholar and the events of that fateful day. The tales grew increasingly exaggerated, enduring over time, eventually morphing into legend. As years passed and the winds of change swept through the capital, those involved emerged from obscurity, and the story became a cherished fragment of Yuxian's folklore. Chapter 81. Zhuge Hongyun Jiang Dings was, of course, oblivious to the rumors circulating among the residents of Yu County. Her relief stemmed from the assurance that Jean Mubai would not endure the humiliation he suffered in his previous life, nor bear the burden of avenging his mother's forced death. He remained the same youth, pure, righteous, and destined for a promising future. As for the subtle affection he harbored for her, Jiang Dings resolved to feign ignorance. While she could disregard young Jean Mubai's affections, she could not ignore a formal marriage proposal. On a clear summer morning, Ji Weian officially proposed marriage to the Northern Duke's estate, presenting a betrothal gift. A gilded card bearing the birth date and time of the bride-to-be was respectfully delivered to Lady Sui, while a seemingly endless stream of gifts flowed into the manor. Jiang Dings was stunned by the news early that morning. Chunling recounted the event vividly. "This Master Ji is incredibly generous. The gifts are arriving in droves. Someone counted 18 full carts. Jiang Dings remained silent. Chun Yu added, "The first madam received the betrothal document this morning, detailing the birth date and time. It end amp, oppose, as said that the Qin state madam wrote herself." Jiang Dings responded listlessly, "Tell me everything at once." The young maids, keenly interested in such matters, quickly chimed in with their accounts. The first madam said the betrothal document must be sent to the capital for the duke and the old madam to review before a decision can be made. The gifts for Master Ji have been sealed and stored in the treasury, and an inventory has been prepared to be sent to the duke and the old madam in the capital. Master Ji mentioned that the Ji family in the capital originally intended to send an official matchmaker, but due to unforeseen circumstances, Master Ji said he would be returning to the capital tomorrow, so he expedited the process. Jiang Dings waved her hand, dismissing the maids, desiring solitude. Ji Weian's intention to marry her was, indeed, genuine. Chaos, seemingly understanding her distress, offered comforting words. "Let bygones be bygones. In this life, you two are a match made in heaven." Jiang Dings listened to Chaos and Oppo's incessant chatter without a word. She suddenly stated, "He and Oppo's returning to the capital." Chaos, in the midst of his persuasion, was taken aback. "Yes, he's returning to the capital." "Wait, why is he returning to the capital? Shouldn't he be waiting for a response from your estate? He's already presented the betrothal document. Why not wait?" Jiang Dings speculated. Perhaps there's something more important in the capital? She quickly entered the chaos space and began frantically searching through the chronicles of celestial insight, but after reviewing the records for 3 months before and after, she found nothing significant about the capital except for a severe drought in the southwest and a shortage of medicinal herbs. Could Ji Weian's return to the capital be merely for family matters? Jiang Dings grew increasingly perplexed. Chaos suddenly suggested a dubious idea. "Why don't you just ask him?" Jiang Dings would not fall for that. She responded to Chaos and Oppo's suggestion with a cold laugh. Chaos, undeterred by the setback, remained resolute. Compared to the fragile hearts of mortals, the spirit dwelling within an ancient artifact naturally possessed a thicker skin. Chaos suddenly added, "The betrothal document was handwritten by the Qin state madam. It might be difficult to decline this marriage." Jiang Dings felt a growing headache. Finally, she could no longer sit still. "I'll go ask him." Upon arriving at Ji Weian's courtyard, Jiang Dings saw servants bustling about, moving luggage in a chaotic scene. She felt a sense of reluctance. After all, it would seem a bit forward to rush over immediately after Ji Weian's proposal. Jiang Dings turned to leave. Suddenly, a cold and alluring figure flashed past the corner of her eye, causing Jiang Dings to pause. When she turned to look, the figure had vanished. Chaos grew anxious. Who did you see?" Since Jiang Dings encountered Emperor Qin Shun and Long Ingche at the market, Chaos had become paranoid, fearing that Jiang Dings would prematurely encounter someone she shouldn't. Jiang Dings ignored Chaos's questions and quietly followed. She ignored Chaos's inquiries along the way. Jiang Dings circled to the back of Ji Weian's courtyard, but she couldn't find the figure despite looking around. She was puzzled. She had clearly seen the figure, so how could it have disappeared? Just as Jiang Dings was wondering, she suddenly felt a tightening behind her, and she was lifted into the air before being thrown heavily to the ground. The next moment, a cold light pierced from behind, and although Jiang Dings couldn't see it, the chilling intent instantly made her hair stand on end. Chaos shouted, "Terrible!" Jiang Dings felt her heart plummet. This killing intent meant certain death. "Stop!" A furious shout rang out. Jiang Dings felt an excruciating pain in her left shoulder. A long sword pierced through her body, pinning her deeply to the ground. The next moment, she heard someone being struck, and the sound of flesh impacting bone was clear. Everything fell silent. Jiang Dings' vision blurred, and cold and hot sweat poured out. It took 2 or 3 breaths for her senses to slowly return. The pain in her shoulder was unbearable. Jiang Dings heard Ji Weian's voice, slightly distorted. "Say something." Jiang Dings took a deep breath. "Ji Weian, hurry. Get the sword. Out." Her voice became distorted at the end. The pain was truly excruciating. Jiang Dings felt a shadow looming over her. In the next moment, she felt lighter as the sword was quickly pulled out. As she fainted from the pain, a hand firmly covered the wound on her shoulder, holding her tightly in his arms. Hand, Jiang Dings managed to utter before losing consciousness. The rest of the sentence remained unspoken. Please remove it from her chest. Jiang Dings felt as if she were back in the chaos space, floating aimlessly, unaware of time or end. She felt as if she had once again become a soul drifting in this world. A figure slowly appeared in the chaos. The figure was short, resembling a squat dwarf with short limbs, walking with a wobbly gait that was strangely comical. Jiang Dings sighed. Chaos, I didn't oppose to expect you to be so ugly. Chaos snorted and sat down next to Jiang Dings. This venerable one has cultivated for countless years and no longer cares about external appearances. Only you mortals still value looks. How vulgar. After rebuking Jiang Dings, he sat aside, examining her and clicking his tongue in amazement. You were supposed to die, and I thought I couldn't save you. I didn't expect Weian to save you. It seems you two are destined for a karmic entanglement in this life. Jiang Dings remained silent. Opening the Chronicles of Celestial Insight, she silently recited a name, and a line of blood-red characters slowly appeared on the page. Zhuge Hongyun, female commander of the Dragon Shadow Division, sold herself into slavery at the age of 9 and entered the Zhuge family in the capital. She lost both parents at a young age. At 10, she entered the Green Robe Pavilion as an assassin, and after 5 years, she became Weian's personal bodyguard. Jiang Dings slowly read, her expression complex. Chaos didn't come closer to look, but he knew who she was reading about. He furrowed his thick eyebrows on his chubby face. Zhuge Hongyun? That an oppose. A strange name, but she has a heavy aura of killing intent. Too heavy. He sniffed several times, his chubby face wrinkling into a chrysanthemum. Jiang Dings asked, how can you tell she has a heavy aura of killing intent? Chaos pointed to the Chronicles of Celestial Insight. Look, the characters are dyed with blood. This woman must have killed many people. No wonder she used a deadly move on you as soon as she attacked. She an oppose, as simply a heartless female demon. Jiang Dings was speechless. The names of others in the Chronicles of Celestial Insight were golden, but Zhuge Hongyun was indeed the first person to appear with red characters. Jiang Dings closed the Chronicles of Celestial Insight, her expression inscrutable as she pondered something. Chaos nudged her. Why don't you go out? Can't you see everyone outside is going crazy? Jiang Dings sighed and suddenly asked inexplicably, do you know Zhuge Hongyun's true identity? And do you know what she experienced in her previous life? Chaos was slightly stunned. How would I know? This is the first time I've heard this name. Besides, you mortals have too many secrets, and I'm too lazy to remember your convoluted affairs. Jiang Dings sighed again. I need elixirs. In the chaotic realm of exuberance, one could not help but exclaim, why didn't you mention it earlier? With such grave injuries, how could it be permissible to forego restorative elixirs? Kulme, allow me to assist you. Surviving such perilous strife surely bodes well for the future. Have you consumed the 2 spiritual pills I provided earlier? Not yet? Well, do refrain from taking them now. Today, I shall present you with a healing elixir. Consume half now and the remainder in 3 days, and why have you consumed it all at once? Spit out immediately. Such reckless ingestion could be fatal. I simply cannot permit your demise. How shall I explain your passing to the god of Yuan Huan? You have narrowly evaded disaster. Jiang Dings, heedless, tilted her head back and swallowed the elixir poured from the porcelain vial, turning away without a backward glance as she exited the chaotic space, leaving a fuming chaos behind. This is infuriating. Not only do we not discuss who Zhuge Hongyun is, but you dare to consume the elixir indiscriminately. This potion has cost you a significant portion of your merits. It is far too precious. Upon exiting the chaotic realm, Jiang Dings dismissed the irate mutterings of chaos from her mind. Slowly, she opened her eyes, and upon recognizing her surroundings, she abruptly sprang to her feet. You are awake? A deep voice resonated. Jiang Dings regarded the face so close to her own, exhaling sharply. Weian, it seems you have long been entangled with the Qingyi Tower. The youth before her, Weian, after a moment of surprise, let his gaze turn icy. Jiang Dings scoffed. I wondered why your rise to prominence was so swift. It turns out your family, the Ji clan, has long been in collusion with the notorious Qingyi Tower. Zhuge Hongyun is one of your family's assassins, isn't he? The wealth amassed by the Ji family over the years has been employed to corrupt the entire martial world, no doubt. How many of the infamous bloodbaths that decimated martial clans in the past were orchestrated by the Qingyi Tower, and how many did you partake in? She spoke with fervor, and Ji Weian's expression grew increasingly frigid, his demeanor as cold as ice. He scrutinized Jiang Dings with narrowed eyes, suddenly reaching out to unfasten her outer garment. Startled by his boldness, Jiang Dings seethed. "Release me." Ji Weian, pointing at her seemingly unscathed shoulder wound, leaned in closer with narrowed eyes. "Your Majesty, do not be hasty in exposing my secrets. This, I presume, is your greatest secret." Jiang Dings glanced down at her shoulder, where there was not a trace of injury. Apart from the frightening bloodstains, it appeared as if the piercing sword had never been there at all. She pushed Ji Weian's hand away, coolly donning her outer attire once more. In the chamber, their postures were suggestive, with him closing in on her, leaving her with no escape. They were so close that their breaths mingled, and she could discern his subtle, pleasant scent. Admittedly, Ji Weian possessed an entrancing allure. Being this close, Jiang Dings found her composure faltering and her heart racing erratically. Was it due to her weakened state? She struggled to steady her breathing, but the more she tried, the more difficult it became. The memory of their kiss resurfaced in her mind. Ji Weian and Appos. Gaze grew increasingly suggestive. He fixed his eyes on her lips, a playful smile dancing on his face as if contemplating something. Jiang Dings averted her gaze, a hint of awkwardness in her voice. "Let's return to the matter of Zhuge Hongyun. I wish to see her." The mention of Zhuge Hongyun instantly extinguished the playfulness from Ji Weian's face, replaced by an icy indifference. "Miraculous healing, Your Highness. What divine elixir have you consumed?" Jiang Dings scoffed. "That is of no concern to Commander Ji. I merely wish to see Zhuge Hongyun." After a prolonged appraisal, Ji Weian and Appos, and finally relented, releasing her. "You speak of Hongyun? I barely recall her surname. Yet you seem to remember it, Your Highness." Jiang Dings gestured to her head. "I possess the gift of prescience. Do you believe me, Commander Ji?" Ji Weian's captivating eyes narrowed. "Indeed, I do. After all, we have experienced rebirth. What is impossible?" He paused, then added coldly, "If you wish to see Zhuge Hongyun, you must be prepared to traverse a challenging path." When Jiang Dings beheld Zhuge Hongyun once more, she was appalled. Could this bloodied, disfigured figure be the sword-wielding assassin who had threatened her life? She glared at Ji Weian, indignation rising within her. How could you do this to her? Ji Weian's face remained impassive. She is a death warrior. Transgressions must be met with consequences. Jiang Dings hastily examined the blood-soaked hair, revealing a pallid, exquisite profile. She stared at the cold, sharp features, unable to speak for a moment. The figure on the ground groaned, but suppressed the sound, as if recalling something. "Young master," she whispered. Jiang Dings turned to Ji Weian and Appos, and, her anger flaring. "She is in this state, and you refuse to have her treated?" Ji Weian and Appos, and remained stoic. There are rules to be followed. She must face the consequences of her actions. Jiang Dings understood. The punishment was to leave her half dead in this dark, forsaken place, left to her own devices. Only when the allotted time had passed would she receive medical attention. In essence, a living person would endure days and nights of agony, the full extent of the punishment. Jiang Dings fixed her gaze on Ji Weian. "What must be done to heal her wounds? I need no charity." Zhuge Hongyun's voice was hoarse. "I will bear the consequences of my actions." With that, she lost consciousness. Jiang Dings turned back to Ji Weian. What punishment has she endured? Ji Weian glanced at her, as the diminutive Zhang Bo answered softly, 18 strikes of the soul-suppressing whip. For acting without orders and nearly causing catastrophe. Jiang Dings noticed a thick, dark whip nearby and realized Zhuge Hongyun was fortunate to be alive. "She has been punished enough. Can you not show mercy and have her treated?" Ji Weian and Appos, and coldly refused. The rules cannot be bent for one individual. Jiang Dings was at a loss for words. Ji Weian and Appos, and remained firm. Rules must be upheld. If she is not punished now, she will act with impunity, and lives cannot be restored. With that, he turned and left. Jiang Dings stood there for a long moment, then turned to Zhang Bo. Even in punishment, surely she can be given water? Zhang Bo nodded and returned with a bowl of water. Jiang Dings said to Zhang Bo, I pity her for enduring such harsh punishment. I wish to give her water and speak with her. Zhang Bo sighed. You possess a kind heart. Hongyun acted rashly. He then left the cell. Jiang Dings parted Zhuge Hongyun's matted hair and offered her water. Zhuge Hongyun, covered in blood and weakened by blood loss, drank greedily. Soon after, she regained consciousness. But her gaze turned icy when she realized it was Jiang Dings. What did you give me? Jiang Dings glanced at the remaining green liquid and smiled. A miraculous elixir to save your life. Zhuge Hongyun lowered her head and noticed that her wounds had stopped bleeding. She also felt a warm current flowing through her body. Her eyes were like daggers. Who are you? Jiang Dings' smile remained. Do you not know? Why else would Master Ji punish you? Zhuge Hongyun remained silent. But her murderous intent was palpable. Jiang Dings sighed. You wish to kill me. But why? I have done nothing to wrong you. Why are you so determined to take my life? Master Ji will not forgive you. Zhuge Hongyun remained silent, instead sitting up and focusing on absorbing the elixir's energy. Jiang Dings gazed at the sharp, exquisite face and sighed. Very well, if you do not wish to speak, so be it. Perhaps one day you will tell me. Silence was her only response. Jiang Dings could only rise and leave the darkness. After a while, Zhuge Hongyun slowly opened her eyes. Through her blood-soaked hair, she smiled coldly. Back in her chamber, the stench of blood lingered. She removed her bloodied clothes and had Chun Yu bring a brazier to burn them. She then drew water and filled the tub with cardamom, cloves, and other aromatics to mask the scent of blood. Chaos suddenly spoke in her mind. Zhuge Hongyun. I know her now. Jiang Dings sighed. No one seems to care about her surname. If not for the Great War in my past life, I will not know who she is. I wonder, why did Ji Weian inflict such harsh punishment? Knowing who she is? 18 strikes of the soul-suppressing whip. He truly intended to kill her. Chaos scoffed. Of course, if someone killed your most beloved, you would want them to suffer in the deepest depths of hell. Jiang Dings paused, then awkwardly said, Let into amp. Oppose. Let's not speak of that. Chaos protested. You secretly gave her healing elixir. Jiang Dings smiled. I did not. Chaos was taken aback. Jiang Dings chuckled. I gave her emerald balm, with a few additional ingredients. She had altered the formula of the emerald balm, which was usually applied topically to heal wounds, to make it suitable for internal consumption. She had also added ingredients from the Yuan Huan realm. The ingredients may not have been perfect, but with the record of celestial knowledge, finding suitable replacements from the mortal realm was not difficult. Thus, emerald balm became emerald pill, possibly the finest healing medicine in the world. Chaos was enraged. You are shameless. Jiang Dings sighed. I merely took a clever shortcut. I had originally intended to keep the medicine for myself, but I could not stand by and watch Hongyun die. Chaos was speechless with anger. Jiang Dings grew into amp. Oppose, as thoughts drifted. Zhuge Hongyun. In her past life, she owed Zhuge Hongyun more than just a life. She owed her 3,836 lives. The next morning, Jiang Dings heard Chun Yu say, Young mistress, Master Ji has returned to the capital. He left a small gift for you before his departure. Chun Yu presented a box. Jiang Dings opened it to find a bloodied piece of fabric. It was from Zhuge Hongyun and Oppo's clothing. She breathed a sigh of relief. Zhuge Hongyun was resuscitated, implying that Zhuge Hongyun now owes Ji Wei and Amp, Oppo's, a debt of gratitude. Jiang Dings, relieved, instructed Chun Yu to incinerate the piece of fabric. It was the first time since her rebirth that she felt grateful not for her own survival, but for someone else's escape from death. Something seemed amiss. Jiang Dings pondered where the logic faltered. Suddenly, Chun Yu and Amp, Oppo's voice echoed from outside. Ah, Miss Yun, what brings you here? Lady Jiang Dings was taken aback. Jiang Yun? Indeed. After a brief interval, Chun Yu lifted the curtain and announced, and Oppo's esteemed eldest Miss Yun from the Yun Hall, along with several other young ladies, have arrived, expressing their desire to inquire after your well-being, and Oppo's Jiang Dings chuckled softly. And Oppos. Only a few days prior, they publicly shamed her for accompanying Jean Mubai and selling calligraphy and paintings, suggesting she had been driven to desperation. And now, they arrive and amp. Oppos. As she smiled, preparing to speak, Xiao Dong entered with a basin, her lips pursed in disdain, and amp. Oppos. Only now do they come to inquire after the eldest miss and amp. Oppos. As health. Were they when the eldest miss was truly ailing, eager to ingratiate themselves? And amp. Oppos. Xiao Dong paused, contemplating, then turned to Jiang Dings and began. Esteemed eldest miss, this servant was thinking. No, you were not, Jiang Dings interjected, swiftly curtailing Xiao Dong's potentially imprudent notion. She had caught sight of the murky water in Xiao Dong and Oppos' basin, its intended purpose unknown, and sensed her intention to confront the assembled young ladies with a less-than-pleasant spectacle. Xiao Dong pouted, displeased, and retreated to the rear chamber to dispose of the water. Jiang Dings inquired of Chunyu. Who else has accompanied her? Chunyu gestured. There is Miss Yun from the Yun Hall, as well as the two young ladies from the Lin family, and Miss Duanmu from the Duanmu lineage, and... Jiang Dings paused, a flicker of recognition in her eyes upon hearing of the Lin family. She inquired, the Lin family ladies? Which Lin family are we speaking of? And amp. Oppos. Chunyu replied, and amp. Oppos. The Lin family, of course. And amp. Oppos. She gesticulated, struggling to articulate, growing increasingly flustered with each failed attempt. Just then, Nanny Chun, having heard the commotion, hastened to their side. She interjected, cutting off Chun Yu's faltering explanation. The Lin family. Has the eldest miss forgotten? It is the Lin family from Chengwu Street. And amp. Amp. Oppos. Jiang Dings furrowed her brow in contemplation, her slender fingers tapping lightly on the table. Nanny Chan offered further clarification, and amp. Amp. Oppos. The Lin family is that of the venerable old minister Lin Pongda, a pillar of 3 dynasties. They were once close to the Grand Madam and amp. Amp. Oppos. Family. A family of officials and scholars. The Lin family, from Chengwu Street. The light in her eyes gradually cooled. No wonder the name Lin family seemed so familiar, yet eluded her immediate grasp. There were simply too many prominent Lin families in the Great Qin dynasty. These 2 Lin family ladies were, in fact, from the lineage of old minister Lin Pongda. This Lin family is indeed intriguing. At the Lin family and amp, Oppos' banquet in her previous life, it was she who was implicated in a love poem scandal. At that time, the Lin family's main residence was in the capital. As several of the Lin family's young ladies had reached adulthood, they resided in the capital to facilitate finding suitable matches. Jiang Dings was nearing her coming-of-age ceremony. She had gone to great lengths, even fracturing her own foot to secure an engagement with the first prince, Long Ingyun, just as she was preparing for her impending nuptials. It was during the coming-of-age celebration for the second miss of the Lin family that an inexplicable love poem was circulated while she was resting. Such a poem, indicative of a young girl's burgeoning affections, would not typically have caused significant trouble. However, the complication arose when the eldest miss of the Lin family, Lin Jiling, who had always addressed Jiang Dings as an Oppos' sister and Oppos, recited the poem aloud. Subsequently, she jested, and Oppos, "Oh, our eldest Miss Jiang is already contemplating marriage. Is this poem intended for the first prince? Otherwise, what? Thinking of what? Is it longing?" Jiang Dings, stunned and flushed, was about to offer an explanation when the third miss of the Lin family, the 11-year-old Lin Jiue, pointed to the signature and exclaimed, and amp, Oppos, Xingji. Who is Xingji? And amp, Oppos. Her words were overheard by Old Minister Lin and several former court officials who were passing by. Old Minister Lin and amp, Oppos' expression immediately changed, and amp, Oppos, Xingji, ISN and Oppos, that the second prince, and Oppos. The other officials were taken aback. The first prince, Long Ingyun, was known as Yuezhi, while the second prince, Long Ingche, was known as Xingji. These were highly private matters. As the princes and Oppos, aliases were typically confined to their close mentors and attendants, rarely divulged outside the palace. This minor incident at the banquet was witnessed by the most rigid of individuals, old Minister Lin. The love poem fell into his possession, and with the corroboration of several other officials, an imperial edict was issued from the palace, rescinding Jiang Dings and Amp Oppo's betrothal to the first prince, Long Ingyun, and decreeing instead that she would become the principal wife of the second prince, Long Ingche. At the time, the infatuated first prince, Long Ingyun, had already developed affections for his betrothed, Jiang Dings. Upon hearing the news, he became despondent, seeking solace in alcohol. Jiang Dings, after several days of futile lamentations, had no choice but to accept her fate as Long Ingche and Oppo's as principal wife. Despite this, those within the household were envious. Rumors circulated that the eldest miss of the Northern Duke's manor was unchaste, engaging in clandestine affairs with the second prince and betraying the first prince's affections. It was said that the emperor, in consideration of the Northern Duke and Amp Oppo's reputation, had altered the imperial edict. In her previous life, Jiang Dings was, without a doubt, a licentious woman before her marriage. Then came the autumn hunt. The memories of her past life were etched in her mind. The only discrepancy was that Jiang Dings remembered the Lin family as residing in the capital, not in their current location. In her previous life, the Lin family, known for their arrogance, had not visited the estate. This time, it was likely that Jiang Yun had said something to the Lin sisters. The Lin sisters, ever the opportunists, upon hearing that Jiang Dings had recovered and had even met the emperor, naturally sought to investigate the situation. Jiang Dings' eyes gleamed as she instructed the maids to invite them in. As the young ladies entered the room, a fragrant aroma permeated the air. Jiang Dings frowned slightly. She disliked strong perfumes, preferring the fresh scent of flowers and herbs in her chambers. However, these young ladies were heavily perfumed, some even wearing makeup at a young age, prematurely aging their delicate complexions. However, amidst the exquisitely adorned young ladies, there was an exception, Duanmu Qingxiu, as pristine as a white lotus flower. She wore an apple-green gown with a light cyan short blouse. Her raven hair was meticulously styled, adorned only with a white jade hairpin and a delicate pearl necklace. Jiang Dings scrutinized Duanmu Qingxiu with a complex expression. In truth, she admired Duanmu Qingxiu the most, for she remained consistent, gentle, frail, and charming. She was eternally a white lotus flower nurtured in a wealthy household, a piece of white jade amidst a pile of brocade. She was always the faultless young lady from a distinguished family, spoken of with admiration. In her previous life, Duanmu Qingxiu was the antithesis of herself. She had engaged in illicit relations before her marriage, while Duanmu Qingxiu remained steadfastly loyal for a decade, even willing to become a concubine. She had abandoned her fiancé during the autumn hunt, fleeing on her own, while Duanmu Qingxiu had risked her life to protect the emperor. She was callous and uninteresting. While Duanmu Qingxiu excelled in music, chess, calligraphy, and painting, possessing an elegant demeanor, there were countless differences, too many to enumerate. Jiang Dings averted her gaze from Duanmu Qingxiu and greeted the other young ladies with a smile. After exchanging pleasantries, they took their seats. Jiang Yun studied Jiang Dings for a long moment before inquiring politely, "And Oppo's? How's the eldest miss and Oppo's? Has health been lately? And Oppo's?" Finally, she was speaking like a civilized person. Jiang Dings covered her mouth with a handkerchief, feigning a cough, and upon successfully observing the change in expression on the faces of the assembled young ladies, she lowered the handkerchief and said with a smile, "And Amp Oppo's, I am well, completely recovered." And Amp Oppo's, as if fearing disbelief, she twirled before them, her face radiant. "The rumors about me carrying a deadly disease are false, and the talk of my impending demise is nothing more than malicious gossip of some vile person." And Amp Oppo's, Jiang Yun and Amp Oppo's expression darkened slightly. She had played a part in spreading the rumors of Jiang Dings' imminent death. At that moment, a gentle voice interjected, "I have always believed that Sister Jiang would be fine, which is why I never gave credence to those rumors. I even saw Sister Jiang having tea with a distinguished guest at the tea house yesterday." Jiang Dings turned to look. Duanmu Qingxiu and Amp Oppo's youthful and delicate face was adorned with a sincere and gentle smile. And Oppos, Sister Jiang, I am truly delighted that you have recovered. And Oppos, the Lin sisters, Lin Jiling and Lin Jiue, turned to look as well. They inquired of Jiang Dings, which distinguished guest was Sister Jiang having tea with. Observing their curiosity, Jiang Dings smiled inwardly. She remarked, "What noble person could there be? They are merely strangers encountered by chance." The more she spoke in such a nonchalant manner, the more the oblivious Lin sisters became convinced that she had indeed encountered some esteemed individual. Consequently, their gazes towards Jiang Dings grew increasingly distinct. Jiang Dings, with a half-smile, observed the awkward Jiang Yun, then turned her attention to the demure Duanmu Qingqiu, who seemed to convey a silent vow to keep secrets for her elder sister. It became ever more apparent to her that Jiang Yun was merely a mindless fool, while Duanmu Qingqiu was the true embodiment of an extraordinary and pure-hearted flower. Since the young ladies had come to pay a visit, they naturally brought gifts. Given that the Jiang family belonged to the aristocracy, and the Lin family had long-standing ties with the Sui family, their offerings were rather extravagant. As for Jiang Yun, having caused trouble the previous day, she had also brought a substantial gift to atone for her actions. Jiang Dings examined the gifts one by one, expressing her gratitude with insincere words, before her gaze fell upon Duanmu Qingqiu's offering. Calmly and unhurriedly, Duanmu Qingqiu retrieved a painting from her maid's hands. She held the scroll delicately and approached with grace, then slowly unfurled it before the gathering of young ladies. It depicted a scene of flowers, birds, and mountains, featuring a vividly feathered bird. This bird was neither a magpie nor a kingfisher. It resembled a young kite. Jiang Dings and Oppos, as keen eyes pierced through to Duanmu Qingqiu. With a smile, Duanmu Qingqiu explained, "Yesterday, I happened to spot this peculiar bird on my way home. It flew up to a tall parasol tree and sang beautifully." She added with a charming smile, "For some reason, I thought of you, dear Sister Jiang, so I painted this bird upon returning home as a gift for your recovery." As she spoke, she personally extended the painting towards Jiang Dings. Suddenly, Jiang Dings reached out and forcefully slapped Duanmu Qingqiu's hand, producing a sharp sound. Chapter 84. The first handle of this action left everyone utterly astonished. Duanmu Qingqiu covered her flushed hand with tears glistening in her eyes as she gazed at Jiang Dings. Sister Jiangyu. Beside her, Jiang Yun could no longer restrain herself. "Jiang Dings, what on earth do you mean? Why strike someone for no reason?" Duanmu Qingqiu was her good friend, a gentle soul who often flattered her. To think that a kind gesture of gifting a painting would result in such ungracious behavior from Jiang Dings. Lin Jiling and Lin Jiue stood nearby, observing the scene. With a sardonic smile, Jiang Dings pointed at the painting and said, "Do you believe that if this painting were to spread, everyone present here would face ruin?" Her words struck fear into the hearts of those in the room. Duanmu Qingqiu's face turned pale, her delicate shoulders trembling like a lotus flower after the rain, evoking sympathy. Jiang Dings looked at her and sighed inwardly. Such fragility seemed as if a mere breath could sweep her away. Were she a man, she would surely cherish her. Jiang Dings commanded, "Pick up the painting." As she spoke, a natural authority emanated from her, cultivated over decades in the imperial court, a presence that commanded respect. Still young and lacking the depth of her previous life, Duanmu Qingqiu sniffled as she retrieved the painting, timidly glancing at Jiang Dings. This simple act garnered the sympathy of all present, who regarded Jiang Dings as the villain in this scenario. "Do you understand what you have painted?" Jiang Dings inquired. Duanmu Qingqiu, unable to reveal her innermost thoughts, timidly repeated, "I merely saw a strange bird on the road. It flew up to the tall parasol tree." Jiang Dings scoffed. "There are 3 famed birds of colorful plumage: the huang bird, the luan bird, and the foam bird. Which one did you paint? The huang bird, the luan bird, or perhaps the foam bird?" At her words, the Lin sisters and Oppos' expressions shifted dramatically. In the Great Qin, unless one belonged to the royal family, no one was permitted to depict sacred birds or beasts representing imperial authority, lest they be deemed treasonous. Thus, while Duanmu Qingqiu could paint a common pheasant or colorful bird, She was forbidden from painting a phoenix or a lawn bird. Yet, she had done so and even mentioned it flying to the tall parasol tree, a place only the phoenix and lawn birds were said to perch. Duanmu Qingqiu could claim she had witnessed this and painted it. Yet she had gifted the painting to Jiang Dings. Her intentions were indeed suspect. A wave of realization washed over the onlookers. The Lin sisters pointed at Duanmu Qingqiu. How dare you paint such a thing? And gift it to Sister Jiang? They recoiled several steps, as though Duanmu Qingqiu bore a contagious plague. Even the simple-minded Jiang Yun quickly distanced herself from her. Jiang Dings approached the visibly trembling Duanmu Qingqiu. Holding her delicate hand, she sighed, Qingqiu, it's not that I am cruel. I struck you for your own good. You must understand. I cannot allow others to say that the eldest daughter of the Beigua Gongfu lacks discernment. Your painting is forbidden if I do not reprimand you. How will others perceive my leniency? Her words, laden with sincerity, moved those around her. The elder Lin's sister, understanding the gravity of the situation, reproached Duanmu Qingqiu. Qingqiu, I do not wish to scold you, but as a young lady of refinement, how could you not know the boundaries of what to paint? You have created something forbidden. If Sister Jiang accepts it, we will all bear the consequences. This could lead to execution. She shuddered involuntarily as she spoke. Jiang Yun finally grasped the situation and glared at Duanmu Qingqiu. Why don't you quickly take back this painting? Let us pretend this never happened. Duanmu Qingqiu, frightened, replied, I will take it back. I'm sorry, sisters. Qingqiu was wrong. Woo-woo. Wait. Jiang Dings suddenly interjected. Duanmu Qingqiu, bewildered, looked at her. Jiang Dings took the painting from her hands, saying, This painting cannot be taken away. Allow me to handle it. She summoned Xia Dong, and soon a brazier was brought in. Jiang Dings instructed Xia Dong to gradually tear the painting and discard it into the flames. As the fire consumed the artwork, she looked at Duanmu Qingqiu with a chilling smile, her beautiful eyes glinting coldly. This is the only way to ensure it is dealt with properly. Turning to the Lin sisters gathered around the brazier, she added, Let it be known that today, the Lin family sisters bear witness. Confirm that Qingqiu acted without malice. The Lin sisters exchanged glances, their eyes reflecting a complex and peculiar emotion. Duanmu Qingqiu met Jiang Dings' gaze and shivered involuntarily. The light in her eyes dimmed, and a shadow of gloom enveloped her youthful and delicate features. Chapter 85. A change of face. The Lin sisters, accompanied by Jiang Yun, exited the estate, trailed timidly by Duanmu Qingqiu. Following the recent scare, the young ladies could not help but distance themselves from her. Upon reaching the entrance of the estate, Lin Lingji cast a cold, derisive glance at Duanmu Qingqiu, mocking her. Even a crow aspires to soar like a phoenix. How laughable. Duanmu Qingqiu and Amp Appo's shoulders quivered. Her head bowed even lower, seemingly on the verge of tears. Jiang Yun frowned, reproaching her. How could you create such a painting? You have unwittingly provided them with ammunition against you. Duanmu Qingqiu attempted to explain, but Lin Jue interjected with a scoff. If you wish to harm others, do not drag us into it. Sister, let us depart. We should minimize our dealings with such individuals. What if they bear a grudge and set a trap for us? Wouldn't that be unjust? Lin Jiling nodded in agreement, and the sisters climbed into their carriage, departing swiftly. Duanmu Qingqiu approached Jiang Yun, her face flushed with shame. Sister Yun, I was wrong. Jiang Yun replied, You have offended the Lin sisters. I cannot assist you further. Duanmu Qingqiu and Amp Appo's complexion paled, and she suddenly plucked a delicate golden hairpin from her hair, pressing it into Jiang Yun's hand. Sister Yun, please help me one more time. I truly did not mean to offend. Perhaps Miss Jiang misidentified the bird. It might have merely been a beautiful wild fowl. Jiang Yun weighed the hairpin in her hand, her expression revealing a hint of dissatisfaction with its worth. Yet she relented. Very well, I will speak to the Lin sisters again. Duanmu Qingqiu expressed her gratitude. Thank you. Sister Yun, I find Miss Jiang quite intimidating. Her pale face reflected just the right amount of fear. Jiang Yun recalled Jiang Dings and Appo's methods and shuddered. Best to avoid provoking that one. Oddly enough, she is nothing like the rumors suggest. she is far from soft. After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yun climbed into her carriage, departing while urging Duanmu Qingqiu to keep her distance from Jiang Dingru. Duanmu Qingqiu readily agreed. Once in her humble carriage, a young maid with yellowish hair could no longer contain her frustration. "Miss, why did you give your hairpin to Sister Yun? That was your only exquisite adornment." Duanmu Qingqiu replied indifferently. "It has been given. There is nothing else to be done to impress her." The maid pouted. "Sister Yun is quite greedy. You should steer clear of her." Duanmu Qingqiu merely acknowledged her with an mm. The maid then added, "Miss, today, old Madame Zhang by the lady's side has been gossiping again." Duanmu Qingqiu frowned. "What has she said?" The maid responded, "The usual, claiming you are of an age to consider marriage, and that you are lacking decorum by being out all day." Duanmu Qingqiu's expression grew increasingly frosty. Suddenly, she declared, "Take me to the county market. I wish to purchase some handkerchiefs and silk threads." The maid asked, "Miss, are you planning to embroider handkerchiefs to sell? The embroiderers at Xiufeng praised your work the other day." Duanmu Qingqiu shot her a cold glance. "Mind your words." The maid quickly fell silent. Duanmu Qingqiu lifted the carriage curtain to glance back at the sprawling estate, the darkness in her eyes unmistakable. Why did things turn out this way? She found herself perplexed. Despite Jiang Dingru's youth, how could she possess such sharp insight and commanding presence? What had gone awry? As the carriage gradually departed the estate, it carried Duanmu Qingqiu toward the county market, along with her simmering frustration. Upon arrival, she steeled herself and entered the embroidery shop to purchase handkerchiefs and various silk threads. The shrewd shopkeeper complimented her. "Miss Duanmu, your embroidery skills are truly remarkable, though recently, fewer people have sought handkerchiefs, so the wages may need to be lowered." Duanmu Qingqiu regarded her coolly. "If the price is to be reduced, so be it. I am merely indulging in a pastime." However, the embroiderers at Ronghuafeng remarked on the beauty of my handkerchiefs and requested me to embroider for them. The shopkeeper and Appo's smile faltered. She forced a grin, "But Miss Duanmu, you had promised to embroider 20 pieces for me. The clients have already placed their orders. It cannot be postponed." Duanmu Qingqiu replied, "Naturally, the orders cannot be postponed. However, the price must reflect its worth. I am not inclined to provide my work for such a meager sum." The shopkeeper quickly acquiesced. Of course. After a few exchanges, Duanmu Qingqiu secured the handkerchiefs and threads, leaving the shopkeeper wearing a forced smile. Once she was out of sight, the shopkeeper spat in disdain. What a piece of work. Just a fallen noble lady, not even legitimate, merely a concubine and Appo's child. If I didn't end Appo's value her embroidery, I wouldn't waste my time on her. There are plenty of others to choose from. As Duanmu Qingqiu departed the embroidery shop, her expression darkened further. At that moment, a shadow flitted past her peripheral vision. She froze, urgently instructing the coachman, "Stop immediately." Confused, the coachman complied, halting the carriage. Duanmu Qingqiu hurriedly disembarked and dashed after the fleeting figure. Once Jiang Dingru was assured that they had left, she exhaled deeply. After contemplating, she whispered a few words to Xia Dong. Although Xia Dong had numerous questions in her eyes, she nodded and quietly exited. Hunton sighed after Xia Dong's departure. "Is this wise? You two are bound to cross paths eventually." Jiang Dingru's expression was icy. Though she is young, her malice is palpable. She must be approached with caution. Hunton fell silent, aware that he could not intervene too much or reveal too much. Jiang Dingru, having been granted a second chance at life, would undoubtedly seek revenge on those who wronged her, making it impossible for her to spare Duanmu Qingqiu and Long Yingche. At that moment, Chunling entered with news from manager Zhou regarding the medicine. Chunling reported, "Manager Zhou sent word today that the first batch of medicinal herbs has been stored, and the initial pills are beginning to be produced." As she spoke, she retrieved a list and a wax-sealed porcelain vial from her bosom. Jiang Dingru accepted the vial, breaking the seal to be greeted by a familiar herbal fragrance. She nodded in satisfaction. The well-known formula and scent were reminiscent of the Qingxin pills specially formulated for her in her previous life by the royal pharmacy. She had meticulously transcribed all the recipes from the record of heaven. The Qingxin pills were primarily used to clear heat, dispel stagnation, and alleviate bloating. Most importantly, they possessed detoxifying properties, making them suitable for everyday use among common folk, even when they were not ill. These pills would undoubtedly prove invaluable in the future, especially given the severe drought in the southwest, which left many suffering from heat-related ailments. Chunling added, Manager Zhou also mentioned that the other pills like Weichen and Weichen are being prepared according to the recipes. He remarked on the quality of the prescriptions and inquired as to where you obtained them. Jiang Dings smiled without responding. Where else could she have acquired such prescriptions? They were painstakingly crafted by the skilled hands of the Royal Hospital's experts in her previous life. As she pondered, she suddenly asked Chunling, Has Manager Zhou dispatched anyone to refine the recipe I provided last time? Chunling grinned. Yes, indeed. Manager Zhou said the formula was excellent, and the first batch will be sent to you for testing. Jiang Dings nodded in satisfaction and inquired, How are things progressing in the capital? Chunling replied cheerfully, Almost complete. Mississippi, rest assured. Suddenly, the voice of Hunton broke through the haze. Your Highness, have you firmly resolved to pursue this course of action? The divine illusion has granted you a second chance, not for the purpose of engaging in commerce. Hunton felt a sense of frustration, as if a blockage had formed in his chest. With the knowledge from the record of heaven, Jiang Dings was akin to a mouse in a grain bin, constantly transcribing peculiar recipes for Manager Zhou. In her possession lies capital, complemented by the skills she once wielded as empress. Should she truly venture into the realm of commerce, it would be a case of great talent being employed for trivial purposes. Chaos cannot help but wonder if the virtuous empress, once lauded by the people, has undergone a transformation, fixating solely on wealth. Jiang Dings smiles in silence. In this lifetime, she has myriad endeavors to pursue. How can one proceed without sufficient funds? In the tranquil courtyard, redolent with the fragrance of pines, cypresses, and verdant foliage, Murong Zifeng, clad in pristine white attire, meticulously perused a Buddhist scripture. A gentle zephyr stirred, causing the hem of his flowing white robes to dance, as a butterfly alighted upon his shoulder. His refined countenance remained placid, akin to a serene lotus blossom before the Buddha. Manager Zhou arrived, beholding this picturesque tableau. He paused momentarily, then humbly lowered his head and entered. Murong Zifeng lifted his gaze from the scripture, offering a faint smile. Manager Zhou, what brings you here? He inquired. Manager Zhou reported, Young Master. The list of medicinal ingredients requested by Miss Jiang has been delivered. Furthermore, the initial batch of Qingxin pills has been provided for inspection. Murong Zifeng nodded, acknowledging the information. Manager Zhou produced an exquisite jade box from his bosom, presenting it to Murong Zifeng. Murong Zifeng scrutinized the box, its contents shimmering like verdant jade. Is this the jade bomb concocted from Miss Jiang and Appos? As formula? He questioned. Manager Zhou affirmed, Indeed it is. Murong Zifeng brought the bomb to his nose, inhaling its delicate, captivating fragrance. What floral essence has been added to impart such a delightful scent? He mused. Manager Zhou mentioned that this is intended for women. Manager Zhou nodded profusely. Eminent physicians have examined the balm and attested to its efficacy in promoting skin regeneration and hydration. Murong Zifeng chuckled softly. Miss Jiang truly possesses an ingenious mind. Manager Zhou effusively praised. Furthermore, the Qingxin, Baohe, and Weichen pills all appear to possess remarkable effects. Several physicians have expressed curiosity regarding the origins of these formulas. Murong Zifeng raised his eyebrows slightly. Are they truly that effective? Manager Zhou nodded resolutely. The Qingxin pills effectively alleviate summer heat and reduce internal fire. The Baohe pills are beneficial for children, particularly in treating infantile febrile diseases. The Weichen pills, intended for the elderly, invigorate, calm the nerves, and alleviate insomnia and night sweats. I am confident that these pills will be highly sought after in our clinics and pharmacies. Murong Zifeng pondered in silence. Manager Zhou hesitated before lowering his voice. Young Master, the Liangzhou region in southwestern Qin has experienced 15 days without rainfall. Murong Zifeng paused, slowly straightening his posture. The southwest, historically abundant in forests and rainfall, should be enjoying ample precipitation during this transition from spring to summer. However, 15 days without rain portended significant implications. Murong Zifeng's eyes, like polished glass, betrayed a fleeting hint of concern. "What is your meaning, Manager Zhou?" Manager Zhou promptly responded, "The Southwest has traditionally been our source of medicinal ingredients in Qin. However, the current weather pattern suggests a severe drought. Concurrently, both Master Ji and Miss Jiang are procuring substantial quantities of medicinal ingredients." Murong Zifeng and Appo's elegant brows furrowed slightly. "Are you suggesting that a severe drought is imminent in the Southwest, leading to a scarcity of medicinal ingredients and a surge in prices throughout Qin?" Manager Zhou nodded in agreement. "Our initial stockpile of medicinal ingredients in the Southwest has already been depleted." Murong Zifeng, befitting his lineage from a prominent merchant family, swiftly grasped the implications. Murong Zifeng frowned in contemplation. His refined profile radiated an aura of purity, imbued with an innate compassion. Manager Zhou remained silent, refraining from interrupting his thoughts. After a moment, a gentle sigh echoed. Murong Zifeng and Appo's gaze drifted towards the azure sky. "Issue the sky-class merchant edict of the Murong family," he declared. "Effective immediately, all 380 Murong family-owned pharmacies across the realm shall discreetly acquire medicinal ingredients from the market, without alerting the authorities. The 740 Murong family-owned rice and flour shops shall accumulate surplus grain, and capable individuals shall exchange for official grain, maintaining utmost secrecy." Manager Zhou trembled, kneeling. "Yes, your order." Murong Zifeng returned his gaze to the Buddhist scripture, adding softly, "Under no circumstances shall any Murong family-owned establishment increase prices without my express authorization. Violators will be permanently expelled from the Murong Merchant Guild and forever barred from employment." Manager Zhou bowed deeply. "Yes, your order." Manager Zhou departed, carrying the weighty merchant edict. These simple words will be transcribed onto the merchant edict using the Murong family and Appo's centuries-old secret code, then disseminated to thousands of Murong family-owned establishments. Highly trained and experienced managers throughout the Murong family would undoubtedly execute the edict with utmost diligence. However, the cost of this execution would amount to a loss of millions of taels of silver. In the verdant shade of the courtyard, Murong Zifeng set aside the Buddhist scripture, his eyes like polished glass. "Miss Jiang, what manner of woman are you?" he mused. Chapter 87. Long Ingche and Appo's resentment outside the gates of a courtyard in Yu County. A young man with a jade-like countenance paced back and forth. He appeared to be in his early 20s, his complexion fair and handsome. Long Ingche stood at the entrance. A hint of impatience etched upon his face. After what seemed like an eternity, a gaunt old man emerged. "What did young Master Murong say?" Long Ingche inquired. The old man bowed respectfully and replied, "My master is immersed in the study of Buddhist scriptures and will not receive guests today." Long Ingche paused, taken aback. "He won't see me?" The old man nodded apologetically. "It's not that he won't see the second Prince Long, but he won't see anyone. It is his custom." Long Ingche's expression darkened. "He should know who I am." He had announced his title. He refused to believe that Murong Zifeng was unaware of his identity. The old man continued to apologize profusely, but remained resolute in his assertion that Murong Zifeng would not receive visitors. Helpless, Long Ingche turned away in bitter defeat. Seeing his displeasure, an attendant attempted to console him. "Perhaps young Master Murong is observing his religious devotions at this hour and is genuinely unable to receive guests." Another attendant chimed in. "Young Master Murong is renowned for his reclusive nature. He spends his days in contemplation and prayer. Everyone in the capital knows this. Your Highness, do not be vexed. It is not worth it." Long Ingche scoffed. Silence. "Who do you think I am? How dare he refuse to see me?" The attendants fell silent. Long Ingche cast a cold glance back at the courtyard. Having heard that Murong Zifeng, the young master of the Murong family, was residing in Yu County, Long Ingche had secretly come to make his acquaintance. After all, the Murong family possessed immeasurable wealth. To befriend him would be to gain the favor of the future head of the Murong clan. Long Ingche had been confident, but to his surprise, Murong Zifeng did not even offer him the courtesy of a meeting. A storm of resentment brewed within Long Ingche and Oppose his size. As a neglected prince, he held little sway among his brothers in the capital. Now, even a commoner looked down upon him. Long Ingche suppressed his anger and strode out of the alley. As he emerged, he collided with someone. A fragrant breeze filled the air as Long Ingche caught the person in his arms. Upon seeing who it was, his expression grew even darker. It and Oppose, S.U. The delicate young woman he had bumped into was none other than Duanmu Qingxiu, who had been following him. Her nose was slightly red from the impact, and her eyes were filled with tears. She quickly curtsied and said, "Greetings, second prince. Please forgive me." It was then that Long Ingche and Oppose, S attendants realized what had happened and began to scold her. Long Ingche scrutinized Duanmu Qingxiu, suspicion growing in his eyes. "Were you following me?" Duanmu Qingxiu was taken aback and quickly shook her head. No. How would I dare to follow your highness? You misunderstand. I was simply passing by." Long Ingche glanced back at the courtyard at the end of the alley and let out a cold laugh. "Oh, passing by? What a coincidence." Duanmu Qingxiu sensed a hidden meaning in his words. However, she had no idea who lived at the end of the alley and was unsure how to convince Long Ingche that she had merely stumbled upon him. Long Ingche gave another cold, sardonic laugh, pushed Duanmu Qingxiu aside, and strode away. Duanmu Qingxiu stood there, stunned, for a long moment before she regained her senses. A precious encounter had slipped through her fingers. Long Ingche and Oppose's failure to meet Murong Zifeng in Yu County left him with a sense of unfulfilled ambition. However, Murong Zifeng seemed to be deliberately avoiding him, claiming to be observing Buddhist rituals and preparing for a 7-day fast. Unable to remain in Yu County any longer, Long Ingche had no choice but to abandon his pursuit. He was destined to return empty-handed, but a seed of animosity had been sown. Chapter 88. Scheming Long Ingche wandered through the bustling streets of Yuxian, knowing he would soon return to the capital in a couple of days, yet unable to find the person he longed to meet. Gradually, he arrived at a tea house, opposite which stood a lively land temple, teeming with people. But the maiden he sought was nowhere to be found. Instead, his attention was drawn to a dozen or so horse-drawn carts unloading medicinal herbs by the roadside. The carts were piled high with herbs, and a multitude of porters, over 100, were busily loading and unloading. The aroma of the herbs wafted through the streets, attracting the attention of the local populace, who gossiped among themselves. Though Yuxian was known for producing medicinal herbs, such a large purchase had never been witnessed before. Long Ingche inquired of his attendant, "Who is purchasing such a vast quantity of herbs?" The attendant hurried off to gather information and returned shortly, saying, "Your Highness, it is the esteemed young Master Ji from the capital who has made this purchase. It is said that he has also recruited Tian Qilong, the largest herb merchant in Yuxian, to serve as his chief steward in the capital." Long Ingche furrowed his brow. "The Ji family in the capital?" "Indeed," the attendant affirmed. "It is the Ji family from Zhuke Street, though it is not particularly well known, so your highness may not recall it." Long Ingche found this gossip uninteresting. Having waited in the tea house for a considerable time without encountering the enchanting lady he desired to see, disappointment flickered in his eyes. However, upon turning, he spotted several scholars clad in scholar-esque robes, engaging in animated discussions as they ascended the tea house. The foremost scholar, brandishing a folding fan, bore an air of arrogance as he proclaimed, "In my opinion." Recognizing him, Long Ingche curled his lips into a cold smile and whispered a few words to his attendant. Moments later, the scholar approached in a state of alarm, bowing deeply. "Your Highness, the second prince." Long Ingche gazed down at the kneeling Chun Sichuan and finally broke into a hearty laugh. Meanwhile, Jiang Dings remained unaware of Long Ingche and Oppose's presence in Yuxian. After Ji Wei and Oppose and departed from the estate, she lived in tranquil contentment. The prescriptions entrusted to Murong Zifeng and Oppose's pharmacy were continuously yielding medicinal pills. Unbeknownst to her, her unintentional actions would one day save countless citizens of the Qin kingdom. In the courtyard, she rested with a book, accompanied by the rosy-cheeked Sui Shi. Dressed in a honey-colored, flowing gown, Sui Shi retained traces of her youthful beauty upon her delicate countenance. Beside her, Xia Xijin appeared much more refreshing, adorned in a pastel pink, cloud-patterned, pleated dress, complemented by a thin, snow-white top that accentuated her slender waist, fragile as a willow branch. Her complexion was as fair as snow, with a hint of blush gracing her cheeks, reminiscent of dawn and Appo's light. Her bright eyes sparkled like autumn waters, her nose elegantly straight, and her lips like cherries. Jiang Dings, before them, resembled a fairy from an exquisite painting, captivatingly beautiful and imbued with an ethereal charm. Sui Shi embroidered a fragrant sachet for a while before glancing at Jiang Dings. She felt a wave of pride as she observed her beloved daughter not only recovered from her grave illness, but also blossoming into such exquisite beauty. Reflecting on over a month ago when she had held her emaciated daughter, whose skin was swollen and cracked. In a moment of desperation as they had been cast out from the Duke of Beigua's residence, Sui Shi could not help but sigh with emotion. In the estate, she had devoted herself day and night to caring for Jiang Dings, and miraculously, on the 5th day, she had fully recovered. Those 5 or 6 nightmarish days had been akin to living in hell, a torment worse than death. The mere thought brought tears to Sui Shi's eyes. Sensing her mother's sorrow, Jiang Dings, engrossed in her book, turned her head to see Sui Shi wiping her tears. Understanding the source of her mother's grief, she quickly set aside her book and nestled into Sui Shi's embrace, playfully asking, "Mother, do you find my embroidery of sachets displeasing? Why else would you be crying?" Sui Shi hastily smiled, wiping away her tears. "I have merely gotten sand in my eyes." Jiang Dings chose not to press the matter further, cheerfully offering, "Then allow me to blow the sand from your eyes." Chapter 89. The tea-picking girl, Xiao as she spoke, she playfully tugged at Sui and Appo's clothing, eliciting a hearty laugh from her mother. The two shared light-hearted banter in the pavilion, enveloped in an atmosphere of warmth. Observing her mother and Appo's rosy complexion, Jiang Dings felt a wave of emotion. At last, in this life, her mother Sui and Appo's fate had been rewritten. With a little more care, Sui could live a long and healthy life. In her previous life, Sui had succumbed to illness, and upon returning to the capital, Jiang Dings had fallen completely out of favor in her father and Appo's eyes. Her status diminished even below that of servant. Her father, Jiang Yufeng, disapproved of her, while the matriarch devoted herself to religious practices, neglecting the household. The northern duke's estate revered the newly established Lady Zhou, subjecting her to ridicule and harsh treatment. Had it not been for Jiang Dings and Appo's self-mutilation, binding her feet to please her father and securing a betrothal to the crown prince, her situation would have been even more tragic. The mere recollection of the excruciating pain from her self-inflicted injury sent a shiver down her spine. She pondered how she had ever summoned the cruelty to inflict such suffering upon herself, all for the sake of her father's drunken words about women's virtue being tied to bound feet and seclusion. Noticing her daughter's pallor, Sui mistook it for discomfort and hastily inquired, "Ro and Appo's, are you feeling unwell? Your hands are so cold." Jiang Dings snapped back to reality and forced a smile, assuring her mother, "Do not worry, I am fine." Sui, concerned, advised, "You have just recovered. Make sure to wear more clothing to avoid catching a chill." Just as Jiang Dings was about to respond, she caught sight of a group passing through the garden. Among them was a slender girl in a blue dress, strikingly graceful and charming. Unable to resist, she gazed at her a moment longer. Suddenly, a voice in her mind declared, "That is Xiao." Jiang Dings was taken aback. "Who? Xiao?" The voice replied, slightly urgent, "Yes, it is the Xiao who met an untimely fate in the past." Momentarily stunned, Jiang Dings turned to her companion, Kay and Appo's, and asked, "What are those people holding?" Peering over, Kay replied, "Miss, they're delivering the spring tea purchase from this year's harvest." Jiang Dings smiled at her mother, saying, "Mother, I would like to see that spring tea. Please ask them to bring it to me." Sui, ever obedient to her precious daughter, summoned the group to the pavilion. As Jiang Dings observed closely, she indeed spotted a dark-skinned yet exquisite tea-picking girl among those delivering the tea, Xiao, around 14 or 15 years of age. Xiao's complexion was sun-kissed from years of tea-picking in the mountains, her limbs long and proportionate. Her developing figure exuded the vitality of a rural maiden. Is she indeed Xiao? Jiang Dings inquired of the voice. Absolutely, that is Xiao, came the reassuring response. Recalling Xiao and Appo's tragic fate in her previous life, Jiang Dings felt a pang of sympathy. She beckoned to Xiao, asking, "Could you show me the tea in your hand?" Caught off guard by the sudden call, Xiao hesitated before approaching Jiang Dings, holding her tea bag. "Here it is. But miss, do you truly understand tea? If you do not, perhaps it is best not to look, lest the bag opens and the fragrance escapes." Laughter erupted from those nearby. Xiao stood awkwardly, uncertain of her misstep. Sui chuckled. "This child speaks so candidly." Jiang Dings smiled at Xiao. "I am merely curious. By the way, you are quite beautiful. What is your name?" Xiao blinked in surprise, finally recognizing the compliment. She shyly replied, "My name is Xiao, but you are the true beauty, Mississippi. I am just a simple country girl." The crowd erupted in laughter once more. Embarrassed by the repeated jest, Xiao's face flushed, rendering her speechless. Chapter 90. Conspiracy. The more Jiang Dings observed Xiao, the more fond she became of her. She hadn't an Appo's tea anticipated Xiao and Appo's naivete and purity. The thought of her tragic end at the hands of Chun Sichuan in her previous life haunted her. For the first time, she inquired of Chaos. "What should I do next?" After a considerable pause, Chaos finally responded, "I am uncertain. I cannot arbitrarily alter the fates of mortals." Jiang Dings was exasperated. "If you can an Appo's tea, why did you guide me to Xiao? I didn't even know what Xiao looked like in my past life." Chaos sighed. "Indiscriminately changing the destiny of a mortal would diminish my merit." Jiang Dings, suppressing her frustration, retorted, "You and Appo's lived for eons. Losing a few years of merit is inconsequential." Chaos remained silent for a long while before weakly replying, "Your Majesty, I am the spirit of a divine artifact. So what? Accumulating merit is exceedingly difficult for me. Unlike you, my mere utterance of a reminder just now resulted in a reduction of 10,000 years of merit. I have only existed for 230,000 years since my divine consciousness emerged. In essence, I've lost 10,000 years of my existence." This left Jiang Dings speechless. "Rower, what's wrong?" Lady Sui, noticing Jiang Dings staring intently at Xiao, inquired with concern. Jiang Dings snapped out of her reverie and smiled at Lady Sui. "Mother, I find myself greatly drawn to Miss Xiao and Appo's. Perhaps we could invite her to stay and work at the estate." Before Lady Sui could respond, Xiao and Appo's interjected, "That Wooden and Appo's. T-do. I must return to care for my father. And my younger brother is still young." Upon further inquiry, Jiang Dings learned that Xiao's father had broken his leg and had been bedridden for months, and she also had a young brother to care for. Their mother had passed away 5 years prior. Xiao and Appo's had an elder brother, but he had moved out after marriage and was unwilling to support the family due to his wife and Appo's stinginess. Consequently, Xiao and Appo's bore the sole responsibility for the household and Appo's affairs. Jiang Dings and Appo's heart ached for her even more. She instructed someone to offer Xiao and Appo's some silver, but Xiao and Appo's adamantly refused. Lady Sui interjected, "Miss Xiao and Appo's, though from a humble background, possesses a spirit of fortitude. If you truly admire her, rower, invite her to visit the estate often." Lady Sui turned to Xiao and said, "Our estate will purchase all the tea from your family and Appo's tea plantation. Bring some tea over each day and keep Ro and Appo's company. Now that she is recovering, she has no one to keep her amused at the estate." Xiao and Appo's happily nodded in agreement, and after a brief conversation, she returned home. Jiang Dings watched her comely figure recede into the distance and said to Chaos, "I and Appo's done my best." Chaos and Appo's voice was subdued, likely lamenting the 10,000 years of merit lost due to his loquacity. Your best is sufficient. In any case, Xiao is an innocent soul who does not deserve such a fate. Jiang Dings suddenly suggested there might be a way to sever that fate. Chaos inquired. What way? Jiang Dings remained silent, her eyes glinting with a chilling light. Chun Sichuan, his face radiant with anticipation, made his way home. After a moment's reflection, he detoured to find Jiang Yun. Jiang Yun frowned upon seeing Chun Sichuan. Cousin, have you been drinking again? Chun Sichuan pulled her aside and spoke to her in hushed tones for quite some time, leaving Jiang Yun agape with astonishment. After a long pause, she finally exclaimed, Is such a stroke of luck possible? Chun Sichuan promptly affirmed, Indeed. A substantial reward awaits us upon its completion. What do you say, cousin? This matter hinges on you. Jiang Yun hesitated for a long while before reluctantly agreeing. Though I harbor some animosity towards that person, this deed is still within my capabilities. It is her fault for being so fortunate. Her eyes were filled with envy. Noticing her disquiet, Chun Sichuan hastily offered further reassurance. Why concern yourself with such a person? She is currently favored by a noble. We shall merely act as intermediaries, collect the reward, and be done with it. Chapter 91. The performance of Jiang Yun. As he spoke, he retrieved a glimmering banknote from his pocket. Jiang Yun had never encountered such a sum of money before. Her eyes widened in astonishment. Chun Sichuan quickly tucked the banknote away and engaged Jiang Yun in conversation for quite some time before taking his leave. After he departed, Jiang Yun remained in a daze for a while, then muttered with resentment, This matter cannot benefit that woman. Why should she ascend effortlessly while I cannot? Jiang Dings, with an air of tranquility, was calculating the accounts. It must be said that doing business with a prominent merchant family like the Murong clan was indeed a guarantee of success. The first batch of medicinal herbs had sold out, and after deducting various expenses, the profits were substantial. Although the money had not yet arrived, the account books had already been delivered, truly remarkable speed. Jiang Dings glanced over the records and mentally verified the figures, nodding in satisfaction. Moments later, Xia Dong hurried in and whispered a few words in her ear. Though Xia Dong appeared honest and simple, she was quite astute in her tasks. Seeing that Xia Dong was capable of running errands and gathering information, Jiang Dings entrusted her with these responsibilities. After hearing the news, Jiang Dings smiled knowingly. What a coincidence. They've come knocking so soon. Xia Dong inquired, What should Miss do? Jiang Dings replied, Let us observe the developments. By the way, have you arranged for Xiao? Xia Dong immediately responded, Everything is set. A doctor will visit to treat her father's leg. The doctor mentioned that it is best to treat it early. Otherwise, his leg will be ruined. Curiously, Xia Dong asked, Miss, why are you being so kind to Xiao? Jiang Dings nodded. I simply feel a connection with Xiao and wish to assist her. Xia Dong praised. Our miss is truly kind-hearted. Xiao has also expressed her intention to repay your kindness in the future. While Jiang Dings conversed with Xia Dong, a servant suddenly announced Jiang Yun and Amp Appo's arrival. Dressed in vibrant attire and carrying gifts, Jiang Yun entered. Jiang Dings surveyed her and smiled. Cousin Yun, what brings you here? Did we not just meet 2 days ago? Under the sunlight, Jiang Dings' radiant smile was even more dazzling than the day itself. A fleeting glimmer of jealousy crossed Jiang Yun's eyes. Jiang Yun quickly replied, I brought gifts for the Dongmu girl, as she got into trouble the other day. I am here to apologize on her behalf. Jiang Dings chuckled and instructed her maid to fetch a chair and refreshments for Jiang Yun. Seeing Jiang Dings and Appo's calm demeanor, Jiang Yun felt a sense of relief. After some pleasantries, Jiang Yun suddenly suggested, Tomorrow evening, a renowned theater troupe will perform in our county. If Miss has no plans, perhaps we could attend together for some entertainment. Jiang Dings and Appo's eyes flickered momentarily before she replied with a smile. Evenings are when I do not venture out. Chunling chimed in. Indeed, our Miss never goes out at night. Besides, the performance may not be worth attending. It could be crowded and chaotic. What if something were to happen? Upon hearing this, Jiang Yun and Amp Appo's expression darkened. What do you know, little girl? You have not even seen the performance. Chunling fell silent. Jiang Dings smiled gently. Since Cousin Yun has extended an invitation, I suppose we can go, but let us invite a few more sisters to accompany us. Jiang Yun immediately replied, I will arrange that. Jiang Dings suddenly pointed outside and said, just in time, Dongmu's sister has arrived. We should invite her along. Jiang Yun looked and froze. For Dongmu Qingxiu was approaching, her face radiant with joy, guided by her maid. Jiang Yun sensed something amiss, but could not pinpoint it. She asked Jiang Dings, did we not? Jiang Dings, unfazed, replied, sisters do not hold grudges overnight. Dongmu's sister sent someone to apologize yesterday. I considered her young and naive. Such matters are easily forgiven. She then took Jiang Yun's hand, smiling, come, let us welcome Dongmu's sister together. We're good friends, after all. Jiang Yun could only remain speechless. The entire afternoon was spent with Jiang Yun bewildered by the graceful demeanor of Dongmu Qingxiu. After sending the two ladies off, Jiang Dings returned to her room, massaging her sore arms. Han Dun remarked, observing women converse is truly exhausting. Without looking up, Jiang Dings replied, you have never witnessed the women of the harem. Han Dun responded. Suddenly, Jiang Dings said, I wonder what schemes Jiang Yun is concocting. Han Dun replied, as long as you are aware, that is enough. Jiang Dings furrowed her brow. There was certainly something amiss. Jiang Yun was not the type to ingratiate herself without cause. Moreover, Xiaodong had noticed that Qin Sixuan had been frequently visiting Jiang Yun lately. Their collusion suggested that Jiang Dings and Appo's intuition was correct. There was certainly trouble brewing. The following day, Jiang Yun arrived at the estate early, persistently pleading to stay. Jiang Dings grew increasingly suspicious. In her previous life, she had endured the treacherous intrigues of the palace, experiencing much turmoil thanks to Dongmu Qingxiu. The more Jiang Yun behaved this way, the more suspicious it became. Jiang Dings asked, have the private boxes for the performance been arranged? Jiang Yun quickly replied, everything is in order. We cannot allow the young lady to be squeezed in with a crowd of barefoot men. That would be quite disgraceful. Jiang Dings smiled. Cousin Yun is indeed thoughtful. After a while, a servant announced that the two young ladies from the Lin family and Dongmu Qingxiu had arrived. Upon meeting, the Lin sisters were slightly taken aback to see Dongmu Qingxiu, but their pride prevented them from showing warmth. Jiang Dings, however, maintained her composure, occasionally exchanging pleasantries with Dongmu Qingxiu to ensure she felt included. Dongmu Qingxiu, behaving well, praised Jiang Dings with every word. Although the Lin sisters looked down upon her, they could find no fault. As the four young ladies noted that the time was nearing, they climbed into the carriage and set off towards the local temple in Yuxian. Chapter 92. In and out of the play as twilight descended, the market town of Yu County teemed with bustling crowds, a vibrant spectacle. The focal point of the day's festivities at the Yu County Temple Fair was the grand performance of traditional opera. Renowned troops from the capital had been invited to stage an elaborate spectacle spanning 3 days and nights. Jiang Dings and her entourage arrived at a tea house suite overlooking the stage. Situated on the second floor, the vantage point offered an optimal view. Neither too high nor too low, neither too close nor too far. Jiang Dings cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Yun, surmising that securing such a prime location at the peak of the festivities would have necessitated considerable expense and advance booking. Yet, Jiang Yun was not typically known for such extravagance. Selecting a seat, Jiang Dings regarded Jiang Yun with an enigmatic smile, remarking, Cousin Yun, your thoughtfulness is commendable. Securing this tea house suite at such a juncture must have been quite costly. Jiang Yun responded with a smile. It and Appo's. All for the comfort of our sisters as we enjoy the performance. It and Appo's. It's not often that I play hostess, so I hope everyone will have a delightful time. The Lin sisters echoed her sentiments. Lin Jilin chimed in. Since Sister Yun is being so generous, we shall gladly accept. Lin Jiue playfully added, It and Appo's. It's rare to see a miser loosen their purse strings. Truly a novelty. Duamu Qingxiu, ever the diplomat, remarked, Sister Yun has always been kind to her sisters. Jiang Dings offered a smile before turning her attention to the stage, where the performers were making their entrances, signaling the commencement of a captivating performance. As the night deepened, the tea house became increasingly lively, drawing in more and more patrons seeking respite from the temple fair. Jiang Yun assiduously attended to the needs of the young ladies, refilling teacups and offering refreshments. The Lin's sisters were engrossed in the performance, while Duamu Qingxiu, despite her youth, gradually succumbed to the allure of the drama unfolding on stage. Jiang Dings, however, leisurely sipped her floral tea, an inscrutable smile playing on her lips as she observed the unfolding narrative. A hand extended to replenish her teacup, but Jiang Dings abruptly withdrew her cup. Jiang Yun paused, her gaze meeting Jiang Dings in damp, Oppo's faintly amused expression. "My lady," Jiang Dings subtly shielded her cup, stating, "Cousin Yun, there's no need to pour tea for me. Such menial tasks are best left to the servants. There's no need for you to trouble yourself." Jiang Yun insisted. "It's no bother." Chun Ling interjected. "Our lady does not drink much tea in the evening, lest it disturb her sleep." Jiang Yun's countenance shifted. "If not tea, perhaps some fruit?" Chun Ling retorted. "Fruit is too cooling. Our lady does not partake of it in the evening." Jiang Yun's expression darkened. Was this a theatrical performance or a silent vigil? Jiang Dings raised her hand, smiling faintly. "Enough, Chun Ling. It is a gift from Cousin Yun. The sentiment outweighs the substance. Apologize to Cousin Yun." Chun Ling reluctantly apologized. "My apologies." Jiang Yun forced a smile, suggesting, "The sweet is rather stuffy. Will my lady care to take a stroll behind the tea house?" Jiang Dings hesitated, but noticing a glint in Jiang Yun and Oppo's eyes, she slowly acquiesced. "Very well. I could also use the opportunity to freshen up." Jiang Yun was taken aback by her ready agreement. She promptly rose to her feet, then let us proceed. Jiang Dings suddenly placed a hand on Jiang Yun and Oppo's shoulder. "It would be too troublesome for Cousin Yun to accompany me. Did I not see you heading to freshen up earlier? Simply direct me, and I shall go on my own." Jiang Yun, momentarily restrained, was about to protest, but recalling her earlier excursions, she conceded that another trip might seem peculiar. Dispatching a maidservant to lead the way, Jiang Yun suddenly inquired, "Are you certain you do not require my presence?" Jiang Dings chuckled inwardly, yet maintained a composed facade. "I am quite certain." Taking a few steps, she abruptly turned back and seized the arm of Duamu Qingxiu, who was engrossed in the performance. "Sister Qingxiu, accompany me." Jiang Yun was momentarily stunned, unable to react as Jiang Dings whisked Duamu Qingxiu out of the suite. Traversing the second floor, Jiang Dings led Duamu Qingxiu to the rear courtyard. Duamu Qingxiu felt the grip on her arm, both icy and forceful, proving impossible to break free. Upon reaching the courtyard, the maidservant pointed towards the shadowy depths. "My lady, this way." Jiang Dings surveyed the surroundings before addressing the maidservant. "Very well, I know the way. You may return." The maidservant, acting under Jiang Yun and Oppo's orders, hesitated. "I should escort my lady, lest she become disoriented in the darkness." Jiang Dings chuckled. "How could one become lost on the way to a lavatory? This tea house is renowned in Yu County. A servant will undoubtedly be available to provide directions. You may return." The maidservant stammered in protest. Jiang Dings, however, drew Duamu Qingxiu onward. The path was shrouded in darkness, illuminated only by the glow of the palace lantern carried by Chun Ling. After a while, Duamu Qingxiu could no longer restrain herself. "Sister Jiang, my arm is aching. Could you please release me?" Jiang Dings realized she had been holding her tightly for quite some time and abruptly released her. Duamu Qingxiu, caught off guard, nearly stumbled. She looked up in surprise, noticing a peculiar expression on Jiang Dings' face in the dim light. A sense of unease washed over Duamu Qingxiu, sensing that something was amiss. Jiang Dings suddenly smiled. "Sister Qingxiu, I apologize. I was merely frightened by the darkness and held on to you for reassurance." Duamu Qingxiu hastily replied, "It is of no consequence." Jiang Dings scrutinized Duamu Qingxiu, a smile returning to her lips. "Sister Qingxiu, it seems we are destined to meet. To think that we would become acquainted at this juncture." Duamu Qingxiu responded, "It is my good fortune to know Sister Jiang." Jiang Dings inquired with a smile, "Is it?" Duamu Qingxiu nodded. "Indeed. Sister Jiang is the esteemed daughter of the Duke of Bagua, while I am merely an insignificant concubine. I am scorned by the household, mistreated by the mistress, and abused by the servants." Her voice choked with emotion. Jiang Dings listened in silence, a curious smile gracing her lips. The words sounded eerily familiar. She recalled that Duamu Qingxiu had uttered similar sentiments during their first encounter in her previous life, when Jiang Dings, bereft of her mother and neglected by her father, had found herself friendless. Deceptive words, laced with venom, had led the former Jiang Dings to regard Duamu Qingxiu as her closest confidant. She gazed at Duamu Qingxiu, then reached out with a handkerchief to gently wipe away the tears. Duamu Qingxiu looked up, captivated by the radiant beauty of Jiang Dings' smile. As she dabbed at Duamu Qingxiu's tears, she softly consoled, "Alas, I had no idea that Sister Qingxiu was so pitiable, much like myself." She placed her hands on Duamu Qingxiu and Appo's shoulders, gently guiding her forward as she whispered words of comfort. "Rest assured, Sister Qingxiu, I shall treat you well in the future. I shall share what I have and shield you from harm. As sisters, we shall remain close for life." Duamu Qingxiu listened to the soothing words, a sense of unease creeping into her heart. However, she quickly dismissed it. It seemed that the esteemed daughter of the Duke of Bagua was nothing more than a pampered simpleton, easily swayed by flattery and moved to pity. Chapter 93. Mistaken Identity. The winding corridors in the tea house's backyard led to a small pavilion. Beyond it, one path led to the quarters of the tea house staff, while another was reserved for the repose and refreshment of distinguished guests. A dark figure paced back and forth within the pavilion, the ethereal strains of opera drifting from the distant stage. Periodically, he would gaze up at the celestial orb. The moon was resplendent that night, a perfect sphere suspended in the heavens. Such was the essence of a tryst beneath the blossoms and moonlight. Suddenly, the flicker of a lantern heralded an approaching figure. The person in the pavilion swiftly retreated into the shadows. As the lantern-bearer drew closer, she was revealed to be a maiden of tender years. The lantern and Appo's light waxed and waned, revealing a vibrant character, Jiang. She paused in the pavilion, seemingly awaiting someone. Abruptly, a figure emerged from the shadows, seizing her hand. "My fair one," he exclaimed, "I have been waiting with bated breath for this rendezvous." Startled, the maiden dropped her lantern. As the flames flared, she recognized the man before her. "Your Highness, the second prince," she exclaimed, her voice a mixture of surprise and delight. "It is you." The man before her was none other than the object of her longing, the second prince, Long Yingche. Long Yingche, in turn, recognized the maiden before him. He recoiled, releasing her hand with a mixture of shock and anger. "It and Appo's, you?" he demanded. "What are you doing here?" The maiden was not Jiang Dings, but Duamu Qingxiu. The lantern, ignited by the candle within, blazed ever brighter, consuming the character Jiang as if in mockery. In the fiery glow, each recognized the other in Appo's face. Duamu Qingxiu was both abashed and overjoyed. "Why is your Highness waiting for me here?" she inquired. "I came to the tea house with the 2 young ladies of the Jiang family and the 2 young ladies of the Lin family to watch the opera." Realizing his error, Long Yingche suppressed his ire and inquired, "You have companions? Where are they?" Duamu Qingxiu replied demurely, "Indeed. The eldest young lady of the Jiang family accompanied me to the lavatory, but she realized she had forgotten her handkerchief and asked me to wait here." Everything was now clear. "Since you are waiting for someone," Long Yingche declared, "I shall keep you company. It is not safe for a young lady to be alone in the dark." Duamu Qingxiu's eyes sparkled. She seated herself primly on the pavilion's railing. Long Yingche paced back and forth, casting frequent glances in the direction from which she had come. After a considerable wait, the sound of laughter finally approached. As the figures drew near, Long Yingche's expression darkened. It was not Jiang Dings who appeared, but the Lin sisters and Jiang Yun. The Lin sisters were startled to see a man in the pavilion. "Who are you?" they demanded. "What are you doing here?" "Sister Duanmu," Lin Jiyue exclaimed. "What are you doing here? Where is Sister Jiang?" Numerous pairs of eyes darted back and forth between Long Yingche and Duanmu Qingxiu. The Lin sisters, already harboring a negative impression of Duanmu Qingxiu, now harbored even more suspicions upon seeing her alone with a man. Jiang Yun recognized Long Yingche and knew that things had gone awry. The scheme had failed. Long Yingche was meant to meet Jiang Dingru, not the frail and unappealing Duanmu Qingxiu. As everyone stood in awkward silence, Chen Xishuan finally arrived. Seeing the crowd in the pavilion, he realized that Jiang Yun had bungled the affair. The intended target was nowhere to be seen, and the scene had been witnessed by too many. He glared at Jiang Yun before turning to Long Yingche. "Young Master Long," he stammered, "the banquet is prepared in the finest chamber of the autumn pavilion. Everyone is waiting for you. Let us depart immediately." Long Yingche, seething with suppressed rage, scoffed. "A banquet?" he sneered. "At this hour? I think not." With that, he turned and stalked away, leaving the pavilion and Oppos as occupants in bewildered silence. Lin Jilin was the first to recover. She turned to Duanmu Qingxiu with a derisive smile. "Ah," she mocked, "it seems we have interrupted a clandestine rendezvous." "What?" Lin Jiue interjected. "Sister Duanmu, were you having a secret tryst with that man?" Duanmu Qingyu hastily protested. No, I was waiting for Sister Jiang. I merely encountered young Master Long by chance." She dared not reveal Long Yingche and Oppos as true identity in public. Lin Jilin and Oppos, his eyes glinted. "Are you suggesting that the young master was waiting for Sister Jiang?" Duanmu Qingxiu hesitated. No, she stammered. "Sister Jiang and I were going to the lavatory, but the young master did not recognize her. He was not waiting for her specifically. He was merely being courteous, concerned for my safety in the darkness." The Lin sisters regarded her skeptically, unsure whether to believe her. However, so many had witnessed Duanmu Qingxiu alone with a strange man in the pavilion. Jiang Yun stood silently, her face a mask of frustration. She alone knew the full story. She was the one who should have led Jiang Dingru to the pavilion. Long Yingche had been waiting there to meet Jiang Dingru, but now he had met Duanmu Qingxiu instead, to ensure that Jiang Dingru's secret rendezvous was exposed. She had brought the Lin sisters along. Now, the intended target had escaped, and the suspicions had fallen upon Duanmu Qingxiu. At that moment, a tea-house attendant hurried toward them. "Ladies," he announced, "I have been searching for you. The eldest young lady of the Jiang family asked me to deliver a message. She has returned home due to an urgent matter." "When did she leave?" the Lin sisters inquired. "The eldest young lady left approximately a quarter of an hour ago," the attendant replied. Jiang Yun was stunned. Duanmu Qingxiu was equally bewildered. If the attendant was to be believed, Jiang Dingru had already departed when she arrived at the pavilion. Lin Jilin chuckled. "Tonight in Oppos' opera is truly captivating," she remarked. "Sister, the drama offstage is far more entertaining than the drama on stage." "Indeed," Lin Jiue concurred, understanding dawning in her eyes. The two sisters departed, exchanging knowing glances. Jiang Yun glared at Duanmu Qingxiu. "Are you not leaving?" she hissed. Duanmu Qingxiu raised her eyes, fixing Jiang Yun with a chilling gaze. "Sister Yun," she inquired, "do you know who that young master was?" Jiang Yun remained silent. Duanmu Qingxiu touched the plain ebony hairpin adorning her hair. "As it happens," she said softly, "I know who that young master is. He is His Highness the Second Prince." Jiang Yun gritted her teeth. "So what?" she retorted. "Do you believe that a lowly concubine's daughter like you can climb such a lofty branch?" Duanmu Qingxiu's smile was icy. "Why do you look down on me so, Sister Yun?" she inquired. "Tonight, you intended to arrange a meeting between His Highness and the eldest young lady of the Jiang family, did you not? But for some reason, the eldest young lady saw through your clumsy scheme and refused to take the bait. However, I must thank you, Sister Yun. You have inadvertently presented me with a golden opportunity. If I am ever in a position to do so, I shall repay you handsomely." With that, Duanmu Qingxiu turned and departed, her back ramrod straight and her demeanor exuding an air of haughty defiance. A fallen phoenix, Jiang Yun spat after her, a crow aspiring to become a phoenix. But as she continued to curse, a nagging question arose in her mind. Why had Jiang Dingru refused to take the bait? Had she somehow foreseen the trap? Chapter 94. I wish to remain low-key inside the carriage. Jiang Dingru wore a cold smile as she gazed at the distant tea house. A chaotic voice echoed in her mind. I never expected it to be Long Yingche. Jiang Dingru scoffed. I thought I was lured to the back courtyard to confront some ruffian for robbery, but instead, it appears I was merely a pawn in Long Inch's game. Jiang Yun, with what audacity, believed I could reciprocate her sentiments. Even if I were indeed ensnared her trap, what would meeting Long Inche change? It is all but their delusion. The chaos side. Mortals often consider noble birth as a mark of superiority. Naturally, women will flock to such individuals. Did you not observe Duanmu Qingqiu's demeanor just now? I never anticipated that she, being so young, could harbor such intricate thoughts. Jiang Dings chuckled coldly. They were a pair of star-crossed lovers in their past lives. And in this life, I shall relinquish all to her, allowing her to fulfill her desire of becoming Long Ingche and Oppos, virtuous consort. The mention of virtuous consort darkened her tone, for those very words were the bane of her past existence, which had been devoid of joy. The world may call her a virtuous empress, but who knows the price she paid for this hollow title? Seeming to sense her mood, Chaos suddenly remarked, "You have accrued merit today. What elixir do you wish to exchange it for?" Jiang Dings felt a subtle motion in her palm, and there appeared a porcelain vial, swaying enticingly in her grasp. Jiang Dings laughed. "What good medicine is there? Currently, I lack for nothing." The vial ceased its motion, appearing somewhat despondent. Chaos huffed. "Only petty individuals and women are difficult to please. Do not underestimate this chaotic space. It possesses everything." A thought struck Jiang Dings. "Is it truly as you say?" Chaos beamed with pride. "Indeed. You should consider who has granted you this favor. The Yuanhuan god. Not everyone can earn the favor of a Yuanhuan god. Little girl, I must inform you that you have accumulated this blessing over several lifetimes." Jiang Dings grew weary of Chaos's boasting. Initially, Chaos had been quite serious and solemn, but it seemed that after eons of silence, this entity had transformed into a loquacious and sharp-tongued companion, now occasionally indulging in self-aggrandizement. Stop, enough. What else can merit be exchanged for?" Jiang Dings resolved to seize this treasure trove. Chaos replied, "Anything that flies in the sky or runs on the ground, except for transforming living beings, can be exchanged as long as your merit is sufficient." Jiang Dings pondered. "Then I wish to exchange for a human skin mask." Chaos was taken aback. "What do you need a human skin mask for?" Jiang Dings touched her face. "My visage draws too much attention. I wish to remain inconspicuous." After a while, a lifelike, gossamer-thin human skin mask appeared in Jiang Dings' hands. Curious, she touched it, and indeed, it felt as delicate and lustrous as skin. Chaos boomed. "Ah, as you wish, the unparalleled empress of unmatched beauty, you may now don this mask to venture out, oh no, to play. Others shall remain oblivious to your identity. Are you satisfied?" Jiang Dings. As Jiang Dings and Chaos exchanged banter, they returned to the estate. Meanwhile, in another courtyard under the night sky, screams could be heard. Chen Sichuan lay sprawled on the ground, a pitiful sight as guards struck him repeatedly. He resembled a beaten dog, howling for mercy. Long Ingche coldly observed, "Enough. Just don't let it escalate to murder." The guards ceased their assault. Bloodied and crawling to Long Ingche's feet, Chen Sichuan pleaded, "Your Highness, spare me, I beg you." Long Ingche kicked him aside, sneering. "Spare you? You couldn't even handle a trivial task, wasting so much of my energy for nothing. Tomorrow, I shall return to the capital, and yet, I couldn't even grasp a corner of that charming lady's garment. If not you, then who should be punished?" Chen Sichuan kicked and coughing blood. Was it a loss? This task seemed simple, yet executing it proved arduous. How was he to know that Jiang Yun was as foolish as a pig, capable of ruining even the briefest encounter? Long Ingche had vented some frustrations by teaching Chen Sichuan a lesson. If his information was correct, his elder brother, Long Ingyun, desired to form an alliance with the Northern Duke's household. Initially, he had thought little of it, believing his future consort should come from a more prestigious lineage rather than an uncherished legitimate daughter. However, since meeting Jiang Dings, his perspective had shifted. His gaze darkened. The eldest daughter of the Northern Duke and Oppos, as household. The following day, Jiang Dings heard the news relayed by Xia Dong. Xia Dong chuckled. "Little miss, you are unaware. That cousin of yours was beaten to a pulp. They say he was nearly at death's door when he was carried back last night. While savoring pastries, Jiang Dings inquired with a smile. Oh? What led to his sudden beating? Xia Dong explained. Ahem, it's nothing more than a drunken squabble. Who cares inebriated? It serves him right to be punished. Jiang Dings smiled knowingly. She certainly wouldn't point out that Chen Sichuan's severe beating was not merely due to drunkenness. If she were correct, Chen Sichuan's condition bore the mark of Long Ingche's handiwork. Chen Sichuan, in collusion with Jiang Yun, had plotted to arrange a clandestine meeting between her and Long Ingche, which had ultimately failed. How could Long Ingche allow Chen Sichuan to escape unscathed? As Xia Dong continued to chatter, Jiang Dings listened with a smile. Regardless, Chen Sichuan would take at least a couple of months to recover from such a beating. During those months, she needed to devise a plan to secure Xiao'er's well-being, ensuring she did not cross paths with Chen Sichuan, the scoundrel. Pondering, she suddenly asked, Has Xiao'er arrived today? Xia Dong hurried off to inquire. After a while, he returned. Fuming, Xiao'er's sister-in-law has begun her antics again, blocking Xiao'er's doorstep and shouting. Jiang Dings frowned. What is happening? Xia Dong elaborated. Perhaps seeing that Xiao'er has been selling tea to our estate lately, her sister-in-law has grown envious and is demanding money. Even after Xiao'er gave her some, she refused to leave, insisting that Xiao'er marry, claiming she is living off the family without contributing. Xiao'er was reduced to tears, and her father fainted from anger. Jiang Dings in Oppos, as frown deepened. It seemed she could only provide temporary aid to Xiao'er, but not a lasting solution. As long as Xiao'er remained in that household, her meager fortune would be drained by her avaricious sister-in-law. Jiang Dings spoke slowly. Send a few people to find Xiao'er and bring her to the estate. Xia Dong promptly agreed. By afternoon, Xiao'er, her eyes swollen, arrived at the estate. Jiang Dings appraised her and stated coolly, Having a backbone is commendable, but do not let it lead you to ruin. Your brother and sister-in-law clearly cannot tolerate you. Your younger brother is still small, and should you marry, he will undoubtedly suffer as a laborer. As for your father, should you marry, your brother and sister-in-law will certainly neglect him. You can foresee the outcome without me having to elaborate. Xiao'er fell to her knees. Miss, please save me. My sister-in-law wishes to sell me to a simpleton in the village to bear children for him. Jiang Dings gazed at her for a long moment before saying, I can rescue you, but you must vow to remain utterly loyal to me from this day forth. Xiao'er bowed deeply. Yes, Xiao'er promises to serve the mist diligently, as long as she is spared from this fiery pit. Chapter 95, Flower Stream Workshop Show and Oppos, Oppos. As father and younger brother were properly settled. To extricate herself from her elder brother and sister-in-law, Xiao and Oppos, expressed her desire to work at the manor. The indenture came into Jiang Dings and Oppos' possession. Jiang Dings said to Xiao and Oppos, This is a free contract, you need not be a slave. I have given your brother and sister-in-law a sum of silver to release you. In a few days, go to the county office for a notarization to legally separate from your brother and sister-in-law, so they one and Oppos coerce you regarding marriage. Xiao and Oppos nodded and departed with Xia Dong. Jiang Dings watched her retreating figure and sighed in relief. Chaos. You and Oppos accumulated more merit. You saved Xiao and Oppos, as father and Oppos, as life as he wooed in Oppos, to have survived this year otherwise. And her brother as well. Jiang Dings and Oppos' expression was complex. Past deeds shaped the present, and the present shapes the future. The lines of cause and effect were becoming blurred. In a corner of Vermilion Bird Avenue in the capital, a quaint shop was undergoing renovations. Carpenters hammered away busily each day. The neighboring shopkeepers speculated about the nature of this establishment. It appeared to be meticulously crafted, with a faade set back a foot, adorned with an exquisite flower bed, suggesting it would cater to women. The identity of the proprietor remained a mystery. 5 days later, the initial profits from the medicinal herbs arrived. Jiang Dings was surprised, as it had been less than a month. She promptly inquired of Xia Dong, Have medicinal herb prices risen in the market recently? Xia Dong nodded. Indeed, mistress, they've increased by 10%. Jiang Dings pondered. She hadn't anticipated the price surge so soon. If County, a region known for its abundant herbs, was experiencing inflation, the prices elsewhere must be exorbitant. Jiang Dings suddenly realized it was almost the end of May, and she had been residing at the estate for 2 months. At this time, a severe drought was beginning to grip the southwestern regions of Liangzhou and other provinces. Great calamities lead to great unrest. She recalled from her previous life that the great Qin dynasty began its descent into turmoil around this time, marked by frequent uprisings and disturbances. It was imperative to act swiftly. A shadow of concern clouded her brow. May 30th was an auspicious day for moving, breaking ground, commencing construction, and opening businesses. The shop on Vermilion Bird Avenue opened its doors amidst a deafening barrage of firecrackers. The red silk covering the signboard was unveiled, revealing 3 elegant vermilion characters: Flower Stream Workshop. Simultaneously, a fragrance, a blend of floral and medicinal scents, wafted from the open doorway. Amidst the curious onlookers, a pretty but dark-skinned young woman emerged. She offered a sweet smile to the crowd. Esteemed neighbors, Flower Stream Workshop is opening its doors today. We offer rouge and powders favored by young ladies and wives, as well as a special scar-healing balm called Emerald Cream. Young women cherish their beauty, and if they develop blemishes or suffer cuts and burns, no matter how severe, applying our Emerald Cream will surely diminish those unsightly scars. Ladies, feel free to purchase a jar and experience its efficacy firsthand. To celebrate our grand opening, the first 100 female customers will receive a red envelope as a gift. Limited to 1 per person, no proxies. The dark-skinned young woman spoke with a crisp voice, delivering her spiel with gusto. The onlookers were initially taken aback, but soon someone scoffed. Is it really that effective, or are you just exaggerating? The young woman smiled. Whether it an amp, oppos, as an exaggeration or not, why not buy it and find out? Such hyperbole, but I suppose a newly opened shop needs a gimmick to attract attention. Otherwise, they're one and oppos, TB any business. Indeed, rouge and powders cater to women. Let's move on. This shop is uninteresting. Only female customers are allowed inside. And there's a red envelope. I'll send my daughter to get one. A good opportunity to take advantage of. The onlookers expressed a variety of opinions. Soon, female customers, driven by curiosity and the desire to snag a bargain, began to pour in. The young woman discreetly retreated inside to assist. The grand opening and the red envelope giveaway attracted many customers, but few were genuinely interested in purchasing rouge, powders, or the emerald cream. As the day wore on, Flower Stream Workshop went from bustling to deserted, much to the amusement of the neighboring shops. The female owner of Rouge Pavilion, with her ample waistline, chuckled with her shop assistant. I thought they were wealthy benefactors, throwing around so much money, but they ain't oppos. Regis small-time operators who want an oppos. To make it. Indeed, the fade is exquisite, but inside they only sell ordinary rouge and powders. Nothing special. The shopkeepers and female assistants of the neighboring shops gossiped incessantly about the quiet Flower Stream Workshop. The female assistant of Flower Stream Workshop overheard the comments while tidying up outside and returned to the shop, embarrassed. The female assistant, flushed, said, Sister Shioer, the neighboring shops are mocking us. They and amp, oppos, laughing at our poor business. Shio and amp, oppos, was diligently organizing the various rouge and powders on the shelves. She worked meticulously, wiping each box until it gleamed with the luster of porcelain. Hearing the female assistant and oppos, words Shio and oppos, didn't and oppos, look up. Ignore them. Len oppos, just focus on doing our best. We and oppos, get customers eventually. The 3 female assistants, who were so bored they were nearly yawning, were embarrassed by Shio and oppos, resolute words, and quickly resumed their work. However, as closing time approached, Flower Stream Workshop remained desolate, with hardly any female customers. Even those who came only browsed before leaving. Days passed, and Flower Stream Workshop was so quiet you could hear a pin drop. Shio and oppos, finally furrowed her delicate brows. Although she was confident, she was also anxious. Finally, as the sun set on this particular day, a young woman with her face partially concealed entered the shop. Shioer's eyes lit up, and she hurried forward. Esteemed customer, are you interested in rouge and powders? The young woman raised her head, startling Xiao and Amp, oppose, The left side of her face was marred by a grotesque, twisted scar. If not for her hair, it would have been truly frightening. Xiao and Amp, oppose, immediately understood what the young woman wanted. The scarred young woman lowered her head and stammered. I heard you have a scar healing balm. I want to try it. She pulled out a crumpled handkerchief from her bosom, revealing a string of dark copper coins. Xiao glanced at it, then turned and grabbed a white porcelain box from the shelf and placed it in the young woman's hands. Esteemed customer, if you trust us, use our emerald jade balm. It's free. The scarred young woman was stunned. You don't want money? Siwet a shukia. No money needed. But if it works well for you, you must do something for us. The scarred young woman nodded eagerly. Yes, as long as it works. I and Oppos, LL do anything. Xiao and Oppos, smiled. In an Oppos, it's actually quite simple. By the way, what an Oppos, is your name? The scarred young woman lowered her head. E-o Oppos, M-Koldexi o Oppos, Ar. Xiao returned home, where a basin of foot-washing water was immediately thrown at her. A woman inside cursed. Where have you been loitering, you slut? You don Oppos. To do any housework and run around all day. You and Oppos. Re so ugly no one will want you. So why don an Oppos? Do you stay home and do more work? The barrage of insults rained down. She and Amp, Oppos, seemed accustomed to it. She went inside, changed into clean clothes, and began to wash clothes and chop firewood. The woman inside continued to berate her. Neighbors passing by shook their heads. Alas, a stepmother is a stepmother. She and Amp, Oppos, S life is truly miserable. She and Oppos, finished her work and entered the house. A fat woman was lying on the brick bed. The fat woman glared at her. Finish your work? Elf und Oppos, nodded silently. The fat woman's eyes swept over the half of her face that was burned, and she said with disgust, I get annoyed just looking at your hideous face. Get out of here. The Jiang family needs someone to wash clothes tomorrow. You can go. Xiao nodded silently and returned to her room. She retrieved a fractured bronze mirror, its surface reflecting half of her delicate countenance juxtaposed with a grotesque, crimson visage. With newfound resolve, she applied the jade balm to the scarlet blemish. She yearned to escape her undignified existence and depart from her home. As dawn broke, the boudoir meticulously prepared for the day. Despite sluggish sales, the newly recruited attendants diligently performed their duties. As the sun ascended, a young woman burst into the shop, exclaiming, Sister Xiao, come and see. My scar has improved significantly. After merely 3 days, I beheld my own reflection. I'm overwhelmed. Her elation startled the attendants, prompting Xiao to investigate. The commotion drew onlookers from neighboring establishments. They observed that the scars on her left cheek had indeed diminished, replaced by a smooth, ruddy hue. It was evident that the scars would soon vanish entirely. Xiao was astonished. Your scar has truly improved, she remarked. Tears streamed down her face as she exclaimed, I believed I would bear this mark for eternity, eliciting fear even from innocent children. Her words were fragmented, yet the onlookers comprehended the essence of her transformation, marveling at the miraculous change. Clutching Xiao's hand, she expressed her gratitude. Sister Xiao, you are my benefactor. Xiao was equally emotional, never anticipating the potency of the jade balm. Before departing, she insisted on purchasing another jar. Subsequently, the boudoir experienced an unexpected surge in patronage, transforming the once idle attendants into diligent workers. Gradually, the boudoir gained renown, attracting a multitude of female patrons. Chapter 96. Dismissing the servants, the sound of the abacus clicked rhythmically as Jiang Dings grew into Oppos. Nimble fingers danced across its finely crafted surface. Her fingers, as exquisite as jade, contrasted beautifully with the ebony beads of the abacus, which gleamed with a lustrous whiteness. Chunling, standing nearby, recited from the account books and, pausing momentarily, curiously inquired, Miss, when did you learn to calculate? Jiang Dings halted her movements and smiled. Your young mistress is quite clever, naturally mastering the art without a teacher. Chunling stuck out her tongue. Ever since her mistress had recovered from her illness, she had transformed entirely. No longer melancholic and timid, she now radiated joy, seemingly glowing with happiness. Moreover, her mistress displayed an unusual interest in wealth. Chunling found this to be rather agreeable. Having finished her accounting, Jiang Dings silently calculated a few figures, nodding in satisfaction. After deductions, there remained funds for the second and third batches of medicinal herbs. She possessed over 30,000 taels, a considerable sum for a girl of her age, marking her as affluent among the unmarried daughters of wealthy families in the capital. Suddenly, a voice filled with envy interrupted her thoughts. Money-loving empress, do you not feel any guilt in earning this wealth? Jiang Dings retorted, why should I feel guilty? The voice huffed, copying prescriptions, copying prescriptions. It was clearly disgruntled, expressing dissatisfaction with Jiang Dings' focus on accumulating wealth rather than cultivating virtue. Just as she was about to respond, the voice suddenly exclaimed, how has your virtue increased? Jiang Dings quickly inquired, how did it increase? The voice muttered to itself, impossible. You have been at the estate for days. Ah, your jade white ointment has altered Siener's fate. Sierra, who has suffered since childhood, was mistreated by her stepmother and scalded on the left side of her face at the age of 10. Originally, she was destined to be forced into marriage with a local scoundrel, dying in childbirth. But now, there was no need to elaborate. Sierra would no longer be compelled to marry a rogue. With her scar healing, the wheel of destiny would begin to turn in her favor. The voice, astonished and delighted, remarked the jade white ointment. Indeed, a woman in Apo's beauty can truly alter the course of her life. How did you conceive such an idea? Jiang Dings replied with a calm demeanor. Is there any need for contemplation? The first impression of a woman is rarely her virtue, but her appearance. If her face is unappealing, naturally, nothing else will fare well. She lowered her gaze and sighed softly. Yet, lacking good character, a beautiful face only invites misfortune. Thus, the notion of a beautiful woman meeting a tragic fate likely stems from this reality. The voice concurred, it is good that you have come to this understanding. However, the jade white ointment still counts as an act of kindness. Your virtue will gradually increase because of it. Quite commendable. Jiang Dings smiled gently. The Weichen workshop was her first venture in this lifetime. Everything was merely beginning. Meanwhile, far away in the capital, at the residence of the Duke of Beihua, a different scene unfolded. In the eastern garden of the Sui household, several elderly servants knelt trembling on the ground, while the recently recovered and strikingly beautiful concubine, Zhou, sat regally above them. The early May sun was already intense, causing the elderly servants, who had been kneeling for a full hour, to sweat profusely and gasp for breath. Some of the older servants were nearly pale, on the verge of collapse. Zhou, with her almond-shaped eyes glinting coldly, scrutinized the 2 rows of kneeling servants. Beside her, 3 maidservants fanned her, while another stood by with a platter of delicacies. Zhou sipped her tea slowly, observing the elderly servants who seemed close to fainting. The nearby attendants could hardly bear to watch. Many of the elderly servants had served the household for over a decade or 2, forming bonds with them. Witnessing their plight in the scorching sun was unbearable for anyone, let alone for those who cared for them. At last, Zhou sharply set down her teacup, her eyes sweeping across the faltering servants. She spoke deliberately, you may rise. The servants exhaled in relief and struggled to their feet. Zhou smirked coldly. I have heard that I asked you to clear the Eastern Garden's belongings, yet some are unwilling. The servants fell silent, none daring to reply. Zhou, retrieving a handkerchief to wipe the invisible tea stains from her lips, continued in a frigid tone, I know you are all loyal to the first wife. Focus solely on her well-being. I am merely a new concubine, which is why you all look down upon me. As she spoke, a flicker of frost flashed in her eyes. The elderly servants in the front row inadvertently met her gaze and trembled, nearly kneeling again. Zhou continued icily, I understand you all eagerly await the return of the first wife. However, this is not your fault. After all, she remains the first wife, while I'm just a concubine. This statement compelled the elderly servants to kneel once more, shivering. We do not dare. It's just. They could not bring themselves to execute Zhou's orders, which required them to clear out the possessions of Sui and her daughter. What was this? Zhou intended to expel Sui and her daughter. Yet, officially, Sui was still the duke's wife, and Jiang Dings was still the legitimate daughter. Zhou was merely a concubine. In the kingdom of Qin, how could a concubine dismiss the rightful wife? Even if Zhou wished to oust them, it would require the Duke of Beigua, Jiang Yufeng, to issue a direct order, accompanied by a formal decree of dismissal. What did this command constitute? Thus, the servants of the Eastern Garden dared not comply. Today, Zhou had come to exact her revenge on them. Zhou observed the terror etched on the faces of the servants, a satisfied smile curling her lips. She spoke sweetly, however, "Since the master has entrusted me with managing the household, and the matriarch has raised no objections, I believe it serves no purpose to retain you aging frail servants who are not loyal in spirit." With a chilling smile, she presented them with two choices. 1. Obey my commands and properly clear out the Eastern Garden. 2. Go to the storeroom to collect your wages, and you may return to your hometown to enjoy your retirement. Chapter 97. Too impatient upon hearing these words, the servants in the eastern courtyard were utterly astonished. In the Qin dynasty, it was rare for a master to dismiss their servants unless they had betrayed their lord or committed a grave error. Many servants, once they had pledged their loyalty to a family, remained for life. The Sui family hailed from a lineage of officials, and their daughter, a lady of considerable wealth, was known for her kindness towards her servants. Minor transgressions were often overlooked, and elderly servants were spared from arduous tasks, let alone being dismissed. Now, with Madame Zhou and Appos, as proclamation, it felt as though they were being driven to their doom. The air was filled with the sounds of wailing and despair, yet Madame Zhou remained unmoved. She glared coldly at the older servants in the eastern courtyard, her smile devoid of warmth. An elderly matron repeatedly bowed, pleading, "Madam, I implore you. What can I do if I return to my village? I am all alone, a solitary old woman." Another hunched old man, tears streaming down his face, lamented, "Madam, I have served the Duke's household my entire life, never once contemplating leaving. To send me back now is to condemn me to death. Please, I cannot return. I will be sold by my brother and sister-in-law. Madam, I beseech you, have mercy. I bow before you in supplication. I cannot farm. I have a crippled son awaiting my wages for survival. To send me back is to leave my family destitute." The cries of anguish echoed around them. One of the matrons beside Madame Zhou, unable to bear the scene any longer, whispered, "Madam, is it wise to dismiss so many servants at once? Even if the Duke is indifferent, what if the matriarch holds us accountable?" With a sharp glare, Madame Zhou retorted, "Accountable? How could she possibly be? I have just given birth to a healthy son. Surely that merits some consideration." Her icy gaze swept over the kneeling, weeping servants as she continued, "These are all useless old folks, consuming the resources of the Duke's household while contributing so little. I have long found them displeasing, and their disobedience is unforgivable." She commanded, "If you wish to remain, you will obey my orders. Otherwise, leave at once." Gradually, some of the kneeling servants, still weeping, chose to depart, while others rose to clear the belongings from the courtyards of Sui and Jiang Dings. Items of varying value, including fine tables, chairs, dressing tables, and bronze mirrors, were brought out, loaded onto carts, among which were precious antiques, jade, and paintings. Meanwhile, in the Longhuan pavilion of the western courtyard, Jiang Dings was grinding a mixture of spices, listening to her maid May Errand Amp, Appos, report. She slightly furrowed her delicate, willow-like brows. "Oh, you say Madame Zhou has dismissed all the servants in the eastern courtyard?" In public, she referred to her biological mother, Madame Zhou, as Madam, for as a non-primary daughter, she could not casually address her mother as mother or mama. Maya replied, "Indeed, I heard it's quite tragic. The gatekeepers, Niobo, Haishu, and Zhaoani, all bowed until their heads bled." She recounted the dire situation in the eastern courtyard, her voice tinged with fear. The servants of the Duke's household were well aware of Madame Zhou's ruthless nature, yet none anticipated her to act so decisively against the main family at such a critical moment. When she struck, she forced them to the brink of despair. Jiang Dings meticulously ground the fragrant powder, and after a while, she remarked, Madame Zhou is far too hasty. Mayer immediately chimed in. Yes, yes. Everyone in the household is saying. Jiang Dings cast her a sidelong glance and inquired. Were they saying? Mayer, sensing the weight of her gaze, fell silent. How could she dare to speak ill of Madame Zhou behind her back? She feared she might be next to face the consequences. Observing Mayer's silence, Jiang Dings resumed grinding the spices, appearing to contemplate something. Finally, she set down the pestle and stated, "The time has come. I must go transcribe scriptures for the matriarch." After a pause, she added, do bring the incense powder I prepared today. I want to show the matriarch the quality of the incense I have made." The maids complied, dutifully gathering the items to accompany Jiang Dings to pay respects to the true matriarch of the household, old Madame Jiang. The author has a note. P.S. I hold a great fondness for the character Situ Shiyue. There are many stories to unfold. For those with patience, I invite you to read on. This tale shall not disappoint. Just allow me the time to write at my own pace. Chapter 98. Matriarch Jiang Dings arrived at the most grandiose courtyard in the Duke of Bei's residence, the northern compound. The Duke's manor was divided into 5 principal compounds. The eastern compound housed Lady Sui and Jiang Dingru, along with their retinue from Lady Sui's natal family. The western compound was the abode of Madame Zhou and Jiang Dings, as well as several other concubines. The southern compound was where the Duke of Bei, Jiang Yufeng, kept his study and private quarters. The northern compound, being the largest, served as the residence of Matriarch Jiang. Adjoining the northern side of the northern compound was a small Buddhist shrine, where the matriarch spent most of her days in pious devotion. For over 2 decades, Matriarch Jiang had dedicated the majority of her daylight hours to this sanctuary. Accompanied by her maids, Jiang Dings entered the shrine, immediately enveloped by a dense aroma of sandalwood. She subtly furrowed her delicate brows, but quickly composed herself. Within the shrine, she observed an elderly woman with silvered hair and a slender, diminutive frame. Seated on a cushion beside a half-person-high Buddhist altar, her eyes closed in prayer. The matriarch possessed refined features, though her thinness lent her an air of severity. She was attired in a honey-colored brocade robe, complemented by a black satin skirt embroidered with Buddhist swastikas, enhancing her solemn demeanor. Matriarch Jiang epitomized the quintessential noblewoman of a venerable lineage, lean, stern, conventional, and unapproachable. Jiang Dings quietly approached and knelt respectfully on a cushion 3 feet away from the matriarch. Matriarch Jiang's eyelids fluttered, but she continued her recitation before slowly opening her eyes. Her aged eyes, though clouded, gleamed with sharp intelligence and concealed authority. She turned her gaze towards Jiang Dings, who, despite being accustomed to the matriarch and Appo's aloofness, felt a slight tremor in her heart. "You have arrived," Matriarch Jiang stated. "Yes, grandmother," Jiang Dings replied, lowering her head. "Today, I prepared a batch of incense for you. I hope it suits your preferences." Matriarch Jiang glanced at the sandalwood box, remarking indifferently, "You are thoughtful, Qing and Appo's, I have an abundance of incense here, enough to last a year. Why did you bring more?" Despite her words, she accepted the box, opened it, and inhaled the fragrance. A faint smile finally graced her austere countenance. "Acceptable, I suppose. The scent is suitably subtle." A blush rose on Jiang Dings and Appo's face, appearing to barely contain her delight. "Thank you for your praise, grandmother. If you like it, I shall make more. Sages say that burning incense while reading opens the mind, and burning incense while chanting scriptures connects one with the divine." Matriarch Jiang nodded approvingly. "It is commendable that you are so sensible at such a young age." She paused, then inquired, "By the way, Qing, you have come the right time. What is happening in the eastern compound?" The shrine fell silent. Several pairs of clandestine eyes surreptitiously observed Jiang Dings. A hint of confusion appeared on her youthful face, followed by a look of realization. She hastily cowed out, her voice filled with contrition. "Grandmother, I dare not withhold the truth. The second Madame and Appo's actions were improper, but I am a junior and do not presume to comment." Matriarch Jiang's eyes narrowed slightly. "So it is true?" Jiang Dings nodded reluctantly. Matriarch Jiang pursed her lips, her stern expression tightening. Jiang Dings lowered her head and whispered, "Grandmother, I believe the second madam may have had ulterior motives, though her actions were somewhat hasty." Matriarch Jiang cast her a glance, asking coldly, "What motives?" Jiang Dings replied softly, "I overheard that the eldest young lady in the eastern compound has contracted a contagious disease. Her belongings must be tainted, and perhaps she herself is." Matriarch Jiang was taken aback. She had not considered this. Recalling Jiang Dings and Appo's wretched condition earlier in the year, she silently began to recite a Buddhist prayer. Being a devout vegetarian, she was particularly fastidious, requiring everything she consumed and used to be immaculate. She abstained from all pungent and tainted things. This was both an act of devotion and a quest for blessings. The news of Jiang Dings' contagious illness deeply offended her sensibilities. Hence, with her tacit approval, Jiang Yufeng had banished the gravely ill Jiang Dings from the manor, followed by Lady Sui, the first wife. Matriarch Jiang regarded Jiang Dings and slowly said, "Tell the second madam not to be so harsh. What would people say if word got out that the Duke of Bei and Appo's residence mistreated its servants?" Jiang Dings immediately responded, "Yes, I will convey your message upon my return." Thus, a potentially tumultuous affair was dismissed with a few words. As the incense burned, the gilded statue of Buddha, with lowered eyes, observed the elderly woman and the young girl sincerely chanting prayers, a subtle hint of amusement playing at the corners of its lips. Chapter 99. The indifference of Jiang Yufeng. The news regarding the dismissal of servants from the eastern courtyard by the second madam, Zhou, eventually reached the ears of the northern duke. Jiang Yufeng. At that moment, he was engaged in lively conversation with several esteemed guests at his residence. One of the guests remarked, "Your Grace, there has been talk in the capital these days regarding the expulsion of several elderly servants from a northern duke and Appo's household." The guest earnestly continued, "Your Grace, the emperor has always encouraged kindness among the populace. Should this matter of dismissing long-serving servants be exposed by those with ulterior motives, it could tarnish your reputation." Jiang Yufeng stroked his splendid beard, his brow furrowing deeply. He inquired of the attendant beside him, "Lin Shu, what is the meaning of this?" A hint of discontent tinged his voice. Lin Shu, Jiang Yufeng's loyal attendant of over 20 years, was well acquainted with all matters, great and small, within the household. Lin Shu, visibly startled, hurriedly replied in a low voice, "Your Grace, this incident occurred a few days ago. It was decided by the second madam." Upon hearing that Zhou was involved, Jiang Yufeng's displeasure softened slightly. He addressed his guests, "I have only just learned of this matter today. However, I believe there must be a valid reason behind it. The Duke's household has never been one to treat its servants harshly. Rest assured, I shall investigate thoroughly." The guest who had spoken earlier nodded in agreement. "I trust this is merely a misunderstanding. The Duke's household would never engage in such actions. These are mere rumors." After exchanging a few more pleasantries, the guests took their leave. Once they had departed, Jiang Yufeng's demeanor shifted. "Lin Shu, what is truly going on?" Lin Shu, with no option but to recount the entire sequence of events, knelt and said, "It is not that I wish to conceal this from your Grace. The matter arose unexpectedly. I had intended to inform you, but you had just returned from the palace in high spirits." In essence, Lin Shu had refrained from dampening Jiang Yufeng and Appo's mood, compounded by his apprehension of the formidable second Madame Zhou. Moreover, he believed it was futile to stir trouble over an event that had already transpired. Being a long-standing member of the household, he dared not offend someone who could potentially become the future mistress of the Northern Duke and Appo's estate. Jiang Yufeng, however, failed to grasp this implication. Displeased, he remarked, "Why did you not inform me sooner?" Lin Shu could only smile wryly to himself. "Even if I told you, it would be of little use. The second madam holds significant sway within the household. You would not be able to reprimand her." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Yufeng suddenly asked, "How is Roer's health now?" This question momentarily caught Lin Shu off guard. He replied honestly, "I'm not certain, Your Grace." Jiang Yufeng's displeasure deepened. "How can you not know?" Lin Shu, feeling exasperated, responded, "Because you, as her father, have not inquired about her. If you do not ask, How can we servants dare to inquire? Jiang Yufeng rolled his eyes, frowning. A few days ago, the crown prince was still asking about her. Lin Shu immediately understood then. Your Grace, should I send someone to inquire? Jiang Yufeng nodded decisively. Yes, find out. It would be unacceptable for the crown prince to ask me, and I remain uninformed. However, he soon frowned again. But what if Rower's condition has worsened? Lin Shu paused, suddenly feeling a surge of discomfort. At this moment, Jiang Yufeng was preoccupied with how to explain matters to the crown prince, showing little regard for Jiang Dingru's well-being. It was likely that both the dismissed madam and the young lady, now sent to the countryside to recuperate, would find it impossible to regain their standing. Just as Lin Shu was about to speak, a servant outside announced, Your Grace, the crown prince has sent some tonics for the young lady. Chapter 100. The gift from the crown prince. Jiang Yufeng was momentarily stunned, taking a while to regain his composure. Indeed, it was true that one should not speak of humans by day, nor of ghosts by night. Uttering certain words seemed to summon them, an uncanny phenomenon that was quite alarming. After a considerable pause, Jiang Yufeng finally said, Please accept the items. The servant cast a reluctant glance at him. Lin Shu hastily interjected, Your Excellency, it is imperative to pay a visit to the crown prince and Appo's envoy. It would be remiss to neglect such an important matter. Lin Shu felt a headache coming on. The duke he had served for over 20 years seemed to be losing his sharpness of mind. Jiang Yufeng adjusted his attire and stepped outside. Indeed, 2 rows of servants from the crown prince's residence, a total of 16, stood neatly with exquisitely packaged gift boxes. The foremost among them, a man resembling an inner court attendant, bowed to Jiang Yufeng and smiled. Your Excellency, the crown prince learned of Miss Zhang's illness, and, in his deep concern, specially sent some medicinal herbs and tonics, hoping it does not come across as too intrusive. Jiang Yufeng glanced at the contents, noting they were indeed supplements and medicines, and a hint of disdain flickered in his eyes. However, as a nobleman of high standing, he quickly dismissed the triviality of why the crown prince sent herbs instead of gold or jewels. He addressed the attendant, the crown prince and Appo's intentions are duly noted. Please convey my gratitude to His Highness. My daughter is recovering well. The attendant slightly furrowed his brow. Your Excellency, the crown prince wishes for me to visit personally. The atmosphere in the parlor suddenly turned peculiar. Jiang Yufeng cleared his throat. My daughter is unwell and not fit for visitors. The attendant regarded him with a knowing look. Jiang Yufeng feigned ignorance, exchanged pleasantries, and finally sent the crown prince's men away. A visible sigh of relief escaped him. He instructed Lin Shu, quickly send someone to the estate to inquire about Rower's condition. Lin Shu hesitated. In truth, news from the estate had already reached them, but it had been suppressed by the second Madame Zhou, leaving no one daring to convey it to Jiang Yufeng or the old matriarch. Now that Jiang Yufeng was inquiring, how could Lin Shu admit he was already aware? Reluctantly, he accepted Jiang Yufeng and Appo's order and hurried off to make arrangements. Jiang Yufeng frowned, muttering to himself, Who would have thought the crown prince would care so much for Ro and Appo's? Alas, what a pity that he is an undesired prince. Otherwise, he could be a match for Qing. News reached the West Garden, where Zhou was sipping tea. Recently out of confinement, she wore a delicate pink jacket paired with a moon-white skirt, presenting a youthful and fresh appearance. Upon hearing the whispered report from her maid, Qian Yu, a smile danced on her rosy lips. Oh, the crown prince and Appo's residence has sent someone? Qian Yu nodded. Zhou cast a sidelong glance at Jiang Dings, who was quietly observing the embroidery patterns. She suddenly asked Qing and Appo's, what are your thoughts? Jiang Dings lifted her gaze from her work, smiling faintly. I prefer the embroidery pattern of Feishua Legion. It seems to have originated from the palace. Zhou regarded her for a moment. I was referring to the crown prince. Jiang Dingqing's eyes subtly shifted. The supplements from the crown prince are for my elder sister. What concern is it of mine? It is not I who is unwell. Zhou frowned at Jiang Dingqing's dismissive response. I meant the crown prince has taken an interest in that lady from the East Garden. No, she is no longer there, and will never return. Chapter 101. Jiayi Temple. she stated candidly, "Qing'er, do you think the first prince would be a suitable match for you? If you approve, your father and I could broach the subject." Jiang Dings responded with a smile, "Mother and Appo's judgment is paramount. Such matters are not for a daughter to decide." She gazed at an array of exquisite embroidery patterns, rubbing her eyes. "After examining these patterns for so long, my eyes are fatigued. Perhaps the flying snow brocade and the carp's spring frolic design." With that, she excused herself. Madame Zhou and Appo's smile was faint as she watched Jiang Dings depart. Once she was out of sight, Madame Zhou clenched her handkerchief in vexation. "That ungrateful girl. She looks down upon the first prince. Which prince does she desire?" The nanny, Wang Shi, hastily interjected, "Madam, please be patient. Miss is likely just shy and hesitant to express her true feelings." Madame Zhou scoffed. "Although the first prince may not be favored, he is still the emperor and Appo's, his eldest son. Surely, he will receive some benefits in the future. Moreover, the title of first prince consort is quite prestigious. How could she not desire it?" Nanny Wang Shi felt compelled to remind her, "Madam, this matter is not yet assured." Madame Zhou frowned. "What do you mean? I need only speak to the Duke." Nanny Wang Shi could no longer restrain herself. "Madam, Miss is not the legitimate daughter, and you're not the legal wife either." Madame Zhou was taken aback, finally remembering that she had not yet been formally instated. A somber expression clouded her almond-shaped eyes. "So that's how it is. I had forgotten." The news of the servants being dismissed from the eastern courtyard of the northern Duke and Appo's residence in the capital reached the estate on the third day. Upon hearing this, Jiang Dings grew into Appo's face turned as cold as ice. She instructed the messenger, "Do not let Madame know of this matter. It would deeply sadden her." The messenger had long been bribed by Jiang Dings and knew full well what to say and what to withhold. He replied, "Rest assured, Mississippi, everyone in the residence is resentful of this matter. However, the old madam has not spoken, and no one dares to utter a word. Furthermore, the Duke is indifferent to such matters." The rest of his words were unnecessary. Jiang Dings waved her hand, signaling the messenger to leave. Chun-Ling led him away to have tea. Jiang Dings fumed in her room, feeling that Madame Zhou was becoming increasingly oppressive and eager to ascend to a higher position. Today, she dismissed the servants and cleared the eastern courtyard, and perhaps tomorrow she would incite Father Zhang Yufeng to divorce his wife. The troubling aspect was that her grandmother, old Madame Jiang, did not seem to be on Weichen and Appo's side. None of these matters could be revealed to her mother. Weichen, whose health had only recently improved and was still too fragile to withstand any distress. Chaos suddenly inquired, "Will you return to the capital?" Jiang Dings shook her head. "This is not an opportune time to return." Chaos sighed. "It is difficult for an honest official to resolve family disputes. The decision is yours." Jiang Dings pondered for a long time, her expression shifting. Remaining away from the capital, she could not linger at the estate indefinitely. Madame Zhou's move was, in fact, quite insidious. She knew that Weichen was kind-hearted and deeply cared for the old servants of the residence. Now that she had dismissed them all, Weichen would undoubtedly return to the capital in a fit of anger to argue her case. Regardless of the outcome, Weichen would gain no advantage and would only be ridiculed by the people of the capital. This was a ploy to deprive them, mother and daughter, of a foothold in the capital. Jiang Dings abruptly turned to Chaos and said, "I need to consult the records of celestial knowledge." Chaos asked, "What are you seeking?" Jiang Dings remained silent, closing the door, shutting her eyes, and entering the chaos space. The records of celestial knowledge in her hand began to display words that constantly appeared and disappeared. Jiang Dings observed for nearly half an hour, then suddenly froze. Chapter 102. Cassiopeia Temple 2. Chaos was unable to discern what Jiang Dings was perusing in the chronicles of celestial secrets. He inquired with curiosity, "What exactly did you see?" Jiang Dings hastily scanned the pages, her eyes then reflecting disappointment. "Why is there so little?" Chaos and Appo's curiosity was thoroughly piqued. Despite being an ancient artifact spirit of countless millennia, the solitude of hundreds of thousands of years had not rendered him imperturbable. "What is so little?" he pressed. Jiang Dings remained silent, turning to exit the chaos space. Chaos huffed and peak, if you want an oppose. T-tell, then don and oppose T. What an oppose? S with a mystery. Jiang Dings went to pay her respects to her mother, Madame Sui. Madame Sui was in high spirits, engaged in jovial conversation with the maids. Upon seeing Jiang Dings, she smiled and said, I heard from Chun Ling that you've been sequestered in your room, calculating accounts these past 2 days. Has my precious daughter become a little miser now? Laughter rippled through the room. Jiang Dings chuckled. Your daughter was merely feeling cooped up at the manor and idly calculating accounts. Besides, now that mother has entrusted the land rent to me, I bear a great responsibility and must manage these funds well. Madame Sui nonchalantly replied, Everything I own belongs to you. Consider those funds as part of your dowry. Just leave them be. There's no need to calculate. Jiang Dings smiled. Mother, you are unaware of the cost of daily necessities. It is still necessary to manage the monthly income and expenditure of this manor. Madame Sui nodded in agreement. Jiang Dings suddenly broached the subject. Daughter was just thinking about something. It has been nearly a month since we came to the manor with mother to recuperate. Now that both our healths have greatly improved, why don't we visit a temple to express our gratitude to the Buddha for his great compassion? This suggestion struck a chord with Madame Sui. She immediately responded, Indeed, I would have forgotten if you hadn't reminded me. There is a very efficacious temple on the mountainside of West Mountain in Yu County. Let's stay there for 2 or 3 days. Jiang Dings was well aware of the situation, but feigned ignorance, asking with affected curiosity, Oh, what is the name of this efficacious temple? Madame Sui smiled. You are young and do not usually engage in Buddhist practices, so it is natural that you wound and oppose. Tino. That temple is called Kasayapa Temple, a renowned temple from the previous dynasty. Within its walls resides an enlightened monk known as Chan Master Nanli. Jiang Dings inquired with youthful innocence, Mother, is this Chan Master very formidable? Madame Sui sighed. Of course, he is formidable. He is the current emperor and Oppo's youngest brother, the 15th imperial uncle. The 15th imperial uncle, Long Yinqing. This name, incongruous with the auspicious and prosperous connotations of the imperial family and seemingly in accordance with fate, suggested that his birth was not that of a legitimate royal offspring. The mysteries surrounding his origins remained unsolved in her previous life. Long Yinqing was nearly 10 years old when the late emperor brought him back from outside the palace. At that time, the late emperor had already become the supreme emperor. His arrival in the palace caused shock, as no one knew that the aged supreme emperor had an illegitimate son. Moreover, Long Yinqing was nearly the same age as the imperial grandsons. After being brought back by the supreme emperor, he was not as pampered as everyone imagined. Apart from issuing an edict clarifying his identity, the supreme emperor remained indifferent. Long Yinqing was not seen studying literature or martial arts with the others, but was instead relegated to a remote palace, where the court of the imperial clan sent people to instruct him in academics and martial arts. When the supreme emperor fell ill and passed away, the 26-year-old 15th imperial prince, Long Yinqing, voluntarily requested to leave the palace and practice asceticism with hair at Kasayapa Temple to pray for the late emperor and Oppos as blessings. The emperor tacitly approved. Calculating the years, Long Yinqing should be around 33 years old now, still in his prime. Abandoning his status as a wealthy prince at such a young age to practice asceticism was an incomprehensible act. Jiang Dings' bright eyes glimmered subtly. What the world could not fathom, she knew the truth. Long Yinqing. It was time for her to meet this enigmatic figure whom she had never had the chance to see in her previous life. Perhaps there would be some fortuitous encounter. Jiang Dings smiled faintly. Chapter 103. Kasayapa Temple 3. The subsequent morning, Jiang Dings arose betimes. After partaking of breakfast, she accompanied her mother, Madame Sui, along with a retinue of servants and attendants, embarking on a grand procession to Kasayapa Temple for a Buddhist ceremony. The long-dormant Jiang family manor was abruptly enlivened by this caravan, prompting the denizens of Yu County to emerge and observe the spectacle. The townsfolk gazed upon the departure of Jiang Dings and her mother with a mixture of envy and awe, as rumors regarding the manor had circulated for the past month. Whispers abounded that the eldest daughter of the Duke of Beigua's manor had contracted a virulent malady and was relegated to the rural estate to await her demise, and that the first madam had fallen from grace. Yet, accounts also surfaced that the Duke of Bagua and Appo's daughter had miraculously recovered. Moreover, it was said that the Duke of Bagua's daughter had ventured to the Jiang clan's ancestral hall to demand land rent. A plethora of tales piqued the curiosity of many regarding the rumored Miss Jiang. Although the mother and daughter still resided in the countryside, the magnitude of their procession convinced an increasing number of Yu County residents that they would eventually return to the capital, dispelling the previous ill omens and returning in glory. Kasayapa Temple was situated to the west of Yu County, requiring a carriage journey of the better part of a day. By the time Jiang Dings and her mother arrived at the foot of the western mountains, it was nearing dusk. Jiang Dings gazed upward, beholding the verdant mountain range, its peaks and ridges rising in majestic profusion. A rustic corner of an ancient temple was visible on the mountainside. A rugged mountain path snaked upward before them, its end obscured from view. Two reception monks, who had been awaiting the arrival of the caravan at the mountain's base, approached to greet them. One of the monks stated, "The mountain path is arduous. One may ascend by bamboo sedan. However, one of the sedans was damaged yesterday, leaving only one available." He surveyed Madame Sui and Jiang Dings, inquiring, "Which of you shall ascend to the temple first?" Jiang Dings smiled faintly, remarking, "I did not expect Kasayapa Temple to be in such dire straits that it cannot afford to maintain more than one bamboo sedan." The reception monk flushed crimson. Jiang Dings addressed Madame Sui, "Mother, please ascend first. I shall slowly make my way up on foot." Madame Sui hesitated. "The foot of the mountain is unsafe. It would be too arduous for you to ascend alone. This mountain path likely comprises thousands of steps, and by the time you reach the summit, it will be nightfall. It is frightening to be in the mountains after dark, and you are but a child." Jiang Dings surveyed the daunting flight of steps, a faint smile playing on her lips. For reasons unknown, she suspected that the sudden malfunction of one of the sedans was a deliberate ploy by Long Yinching. She mused that prolonged seclusion in the mountains could lead to eccentric inclinations. This was but a beginning. Were 3 individuals to arrive, perhaps 2 of the 3 sedans would be rendered unusable, leaving only one available for ascent, while the remaining 2 would be compelled to proceed on foot. The ensuing contest for the single sedan would undoubtedly prove far more intriguing, as the human heart is most vulnerable to such trials. With this in mind, Jiang Dings smiled at Madame Sui and said, "Mother, rest assured. As we are many, I have no fear. I shall ascend slowly, savoring the mountain's scenery along the way." After considerable deliberation, Madame Sui reluctantly acquiesced. She entered the sedan, and the reception monk escorted her up to the mountain temple. Jiang Dings followed slowly behind, gradually making her way up the mountain. By the time Jiang Dings reached the temple, night had fallen. Her frame, still fragile from her recent illness, was weary, and she was panting heavily. Xia Dong and the other maids had nearly carried her up the mountain on their backs. In the end, Jiang Dings had persevered, gritting her teeth and ascending the mountain on her own. Upon reaching the temple, she performed a brief ablution, consumed a few mouthfuls of vegetarian fare, and collapsed into a slumber. The wooden planks of the meditation chamber in the mountain temple were hard, and although a layer of bedding had been laid beneath, she found little comfort. As she tossed and turned, Jiang Dings sensed a pair of eyes fixed upon her in the darkness, unceasingly scrutinizing her. Chapter 104. Jiayi Temple 4. The following morning, Jiang Dings awoke with a start, the unsettling sensation of being watched lingering from the previous night. A palpable unease settled upon her as she clutched her chest. Xia Dong, attributing her mistress's discomfort to mere physical exhaustion, began to massage her shoulders and legs, reassuring her that a few days of rest would restore her vigor. After some contemplation, Jiang Dings whispered instructions to Xia Dong, who discreetly withdrew from the room. Following their morning repast, Lady Sui escorted her daughter to offer prayers and incense. Jiayi Temple, a venerable Buddhist sanctuary, had been meticulously constructed during the preceding dynasty. Its reputation for producing eminent monks had spread far and wide, attracting devout followers from Yu County and even pilgrims from the capital and neighboring prefectures. Moreover, the temple and Appo's association with the 15th imperial uncle, Long Yinxing, who had taken up a life of religious devotion there, had elevated its status to that of a quasi-royal institution. Consequently, visits from noble families like the Jiangs were commonplace. The temple extended special courtesies to these distinguished guests, providing secluded meditation chambers and oratories to ensure their undisturbed contemplation. Lady Sui, with genuine piety, reverently paid homage to each Buddha, accompanied by generous donations of incense money. Observing Lady Sui's amicable conversation with the abbot, Jiang Dings interjected with a smile, "Mother, since grandmother is also deeply devoted to Buddhism, why not request a few hand-copied scripture from the abbot to present to her?" Grandmother referred to the esteemed matriarch of the Duke of Bei and Appo's household, the most venerable woman in their lineage. Lady Sui paused, a flicker of realization crossing her face. She had overlooked this gesture, perhaps due to the less than cordial relationship she shared with the elder Lady Jiang. The dowager, widowed at an early age, had always been a woman of devout faith, characterized by a reserved and aloof demeanor. Lady Sui had initially striven to serve her mother-in-law with utmost diligence, but their rapport had failed to blossom before the birth of Jiang Dings. The dowager, a staunch traditionalist with a preference for male heirs, had harbored a less than favorable opinion of Lady Sui. This, coupled with Lady Sui's quiet and unassuming nature, had further strained their relationship. The arrival of the favored concubine, Zhou, had gradually shifted the dowager's affections. Zhou's daughter, Jiang Dings, had become a particular favorite. A shadow of resentment crossed Jiang Dings' face as she thought of Jiang Dings. In her previous life, this unassuming, illegitimate daughter of the Duke of Bei had ultimately ascended to the position of legitimate daughter, marrying the fifth prince, Long Yinxing, in a lavish ceremony. The fifth prince's mother was the daughter of the great General Cheng Hu, who guarded the northern border. Jiang Dingxing's marriage to the fifth prince had elevated her to the status of a royal consort. After Long Yingxing ascended the throne, the fifth prince had returned to Yizhou in triumph, becoming a dominant force in the region. Jiang Dingxing, shedding her former reticence, had wielded considerable influence in Yizhou. Rumors even suggested that the fifth prince was swayed by his consort's counsel. This seemingly innocuous younger sister had proven to be a formidable obstacle during Jiang Dings' 2 decades as empress. At one point, she had even suspected that the fifth prince, in league with the Cheng family, was plotting a rebellion. Had she not later negotiated with Weian, leveraging his influence to contain Cheng Hu and the fifth prince's forces, Long Yinxing's reign would likely have been short-lived. Lady Sui's substantial donation of incense money ensured that the abbot would readily grant her request. 12 copies of the Lotus Sutra, meticulously transcribed by eminent monks and used daily for their personal recitations, were presented to her. These scriptures, adorned with the monks' and Appo's profound insights written in cinnabar, were invaluable treasures beyond monetary worth. Lady Sui gratefully accepted them, anticipating the dowager and Appo's delight upon receiving such a gift. As Jiang Dings and her mother prepared to resume their prayers, a commotion erupted outside. The tranquility of the temple was shattered by the unseemly commotion. Eliciting a frown from the abbot, a monk hastened to him, explaining that several visitors were demanding entry to worship, causing a disturbance despite the monk's attempts to dissuade them. The abbot inquired about the visitors and Appo's gender, learning that they were a group of uncouth men from out of town whose appearance suggested ill intent. With apologies to Lady Sui and Jiang Dings, the abbot departed to investigate. Observing her mother and Appo's fatigue, Jiang Dings escorted her back to their chambers for rest, dismissing the external clamor as irrelevant to their concerns. Later, as the day remained young, Jiang Dings conceived an idea. She proposed to her maids, Chunyu, Chunling, and Xiaodong, that they seize the opportunity to explore the mountain behind the temple, a rare departure from their estate. The maids, all young women in their prime, eagerly agreed. Thus, having prepared themselves, Jiang Dings and her retinue discreetly left the courtyard and ventured towards the mountain and Appo's rear. The mountain's dense foliage was home to diverse flora and fauna, prompting Jiang Dings to lament the monk's abstinence from meat deeming it a waste of potential sustenance. After expressing her dismay, Jiang Dings continued onward. Encountering a fork in the path, she selected the least trodden route leading uphill. The maids followed, seemingly oblivious to the inherent dangers of the wilderness. As they ambled along, Jiang Dings watched with amusement as her maids frolicked and gathered flowers. Their progress was halted when Chun Yu exclaimed that a large boulder had recently fallen, obstructing their path. Jiang Dings examined the scene, remarking on the peculiar timing of the rockfall. Xia Dong, upon closer inspection, noted the freshness of the displaced vegetation, estimating the event to have occurred within the hour. Preparing to move the obstacle, Xia Dong was instructed by Jiang Dings to use leverage. With alacrity, Xia Dong employed a tree branch to dislodge the boulder, sending it tumbling down the hillside. As the echoes subsided, Jiang Dings felt a strange sensation, a recurrence of the feeling of being watched from the night before. Convinced of an unseen presence, Jiang Dings addressed her maids, declaring their intent to proceed despite the apparent discouragement. Xia Dong, her teeth chattering, voiced her apprehension, observing the desolation of their surroundings and the potential for encountering wild beasts. Jiang Dings awkwardly attempted to reassure her, downplaying her previous statement. Chapter 106, Kasayapa Temple, Part 6. The four continued their ascent up the mountain. At this moment, the excitement of the three young maidens had dissipated, giving way to suspicion and fear. Jiang Dings had come to scout the path, and she was not inclined to retreat easily. However, she silently regretted her decision. In her past life, she had been confined to her chamber due to a self-inflicted injury, and after her marriage, she had ventured little beyond the royal compound and the inner palace. The rugged mountain path now appeared both daunting and exhausting. Just as she contemplated turning back, a sudden shriek from Chunling shattered the silence. "There's a ghost." The scream was truly earth-shattering and soul-stirring. Jiang Dings felt a chill run down her spine. Xia Dong, being the boldest among them, rushed forward to Chunling and Amp, Oppo's side. Yet, before she could steady herself, her foot slipped, and with a resounding splash, she fell into the abyss. The turn of events was too swift. Neither Jiang Dings nor Chunniwe had the chance to react and grasp her, and Xia Dong tumbled down alongside Chunling. Panic engulfed Jiang Dings. What if there was a concealed chasm beneath the grass? She found herself paralyzed with dread, questioning if her cleverness had inadvertently endangered the lives of Xia Dong and Chunling. Just as despair threatened to overwhelm her, a cry from Xia Dong echoed from below. "Heavens! There is someone down here." Gathering her courage, she and Chunniwe cautiously parted the underbrush to peer down. To their astonishment, they beheld a vast pit. The opening was small, barely sufficient for two to enter, yet within lay an extraordinary scene hidden beneath the tangled weeds. Had Xia Dong and Chunling not fallen, this pit would have remained undiscovered. Jiang Dings leaned over to better ascertain the situation. As her eyes adjusted to the dim light, she discerned a bloodied figure lying within. Xia Dong and Chunling had landed amidst a heap of dried grass and branches, seemingly uninjured, while the individual in the pit appeared gravely wounded. Trembling in fear, the two maidens clung to each other. The sight of the bloodied figure in broad daylight was truly terrifying. Xia Dong, ever the brave one, stammered, "And miss, this person seems to still be alive." After a moment of contemplation, Jiang Dings picked up a small stone and hurled it at the bloodied figure. Suddenly, the seemingly lifeless body jolted awake, revealing eyes as profound as a starry night, exuding an almost hypnotic allure. Jiang Dings was momentarily entranced. The man gazed intently at her, and she felt a wave of dizziness wash over her, her thoughts becoming murky. His eyes widened, dark orbs that seemed capable of consuming one's very soul, akin to a void in the cosmos. In that instant, a voice resounded within her mind. "Beware. This individual possesses soul-capturing abilities." Startled back to reality by the voice, Jiang Dings summoned all her strength to seize a fist-sized stone and hurled it at the man. With a dull thud, he groaned and fell unconscious. Jiang Dings, drenched in sweat and gasping for breath, sank weakly to the ground. Chunniwe, bewildered, observed her mistress, who had been fixated on the pit, seemingly entranced by something unseen. She feared Jiang Dings had succumbed to some malevolent force. After catching her breath for some time, Jiang Dings crawled to the edge of the pit and saw that the man had indeed been rendered unconscious. Xiaodong and Chunling were still trembling in fright. Jiang Dings felt her head pounding. "Xiaodong, go blindfold that man," she commanded. Xiaodong stuttered in confusion. "Blindfold? How do I do that?" Chapter 107, Cassiopeia Temple 7. Jiang Dings' head throbbed even more. "Tear a strip from the skirt and blindfold that man quickly." Although Xiaodong was frightened, she still stood up and followed Jiang Dings' instructions. Trembling, she covered the man's eyes and then asked, "Miss, what shall we do now?" Jiang Dings glanced at the pit towering above them and smiled wryly. "What else can we do? We must find someone to rescue you." She certainly did not believe she had the capability to pull the man out of the pit alongside Chunyu. After much effort, they finally managed to rescue Xiaodong, Chunling, and the bloodied man just as the sun was setting. Jiang Dings felt utterly exhausted, as if her limbs were no longer her own. The man was placed in the room of Xiaodong and Chunyu, while they went to sleep in Chunling's quarters, leaving Jiang Dings in the same meditation room as Chunling. After finishing her evening meal, Jiang Dings quietly went to observe the man they had rescued. He had been stripped of his bloodied clothing, and the numerous wounds on his body had been roughly treated and bandaged. Only his eyes remained covered with cloth. As Jiang Dings approached for a closer inspection, she noticed the man's wounds crisscrossing across his body, some so deep that the bones were nearly visible, while others were long and jagged. Fortunately, Chunyu and Chunling were accustomed to caring for Jiang Dings and always carried herbal remedies, allowing them to manage the bandaging. Otherwise, without timely treatment, the man would have bled to death from these external injuries alone. Jiang Dings sized up the man. His eyes were covered by white cloth, but his facial features were sharp and well-defined, reminiscent of a sculpted figure. Though his full appearance was obscured, it was evident that he was an extraordinary beauty. He was tall and muscular, with a sun-kissed complexion that suggested he practiced martial arts regularly. Her gaze traveled downward to his firm chest, his robust waist, and the well-defined abs, radiating a primal, powerful allure. On his sturdy chest was inked a tattoo resembling a beast or perhaps a phoenix, an ancient totem whose meaning Jiang Dings could not decipher despite her extensive knowledge from her previous life. What left a lasting impression was the tattoo's delicate lines, which seemed to be woven with threads of black, with the creature's elongated eyes gleaming with a sinister crimson, as if stained with human blood. The combination of his wheat-colored skin, muscular physique, and the wild tattoo left an impression of malevolence that permeated his very being. Jiang Dings let out a cold laugh and suddenly reached out to stab her fingers into the man and Appo's thigh wound. The man, who had been in a stupor, let out a pained cry. Jiang Dings increased the pressure, her slender fingers sinking deep into the muscle of his wound. The man's forehead beaded with cold sweat, droplets the size of mung beans forming rapidly. He arched his back in pain, but soon found himself restrained by the strong leather ropes binding his limbs to the bedposts. He was utterly immobilized, observing the man's distressed state. Jiang Dings slowly withdrew her bloodied fingers. With a melodious laughter, she said, "Ah, brave hero, you are awake." The man, gasping for breath, suddenly turned his head toward Jiang Dings. His voice was hoarse, yet possessed an indescribable allure. "Little Demoness, did you rescue me from that pit? Little Demoness?" Jiang Dings replied leisurely, wiping the blood from her fingers. The man and Appo's overwhelming presence was palpable, even with his eyes covered, creating an illusion of being ensnared by his gaze. Although she could not discern his features, it felt as though he could see through her very essence. With a half-smile, Jiang Dings addressed the blindfolded man. "Brave hero, you call me a little Demoness and yet acknowledge my rescue. How am I to respond to that?" Chapter 108, Cassiopeia Temple, Part 8. May I inquire, esteemed hero, whether those individuals outside the temple this afternoon came in search of you? Furthermore, did you find yourself hiding in that pit due to being pursued? The blindfolded man on the bed merely responded with a dismissive chuckle. "Ah, you choose not to speak," Jiang Dings remarked with a smile. turning to retrieve a gleaming silver scissor from the table, brandishing it near the man and Amp. Oppo's strong, smooth thigh. The blindfolded man was momentarily taken aback before he began to struggle violently. Wretched girl, what do you intend to do? Jiang Dings, still holding the silver scissors, wore an innocent smile. I mean no harm. I merely wish to remind this esteemed hero that earlier this afternoon, you employed the nefarious soul-capturing technique against me. Naturally, I felt fear, and in such a state, one must arm oneself with whatever is at hand. As she spoke, she moved the scissors closer to the man's groin. The blindfolded man, now irate, rasped, "You knocked me unconscious with a stone this afternoon, did you not?" He recalled the events of the afternoon when he attempted the soul-capturing technique on Jiang Dings, but, due to his injuries, could not muster any power and was struck on the head with a stone by her. The sizable rock could have resulted in a catastrophic fate had it struck his skull. This girl was indeed ruthless. As memories flooded back, the man gradually regained his composure. Jiang Dings could sense the tension in his limbs easing and his expression softening. A spark of admiration flickered in her eyes. It seemed he understood the wisdom in recognizing the times and adapting accordingly. The blindfolded man coolly inquired, "What is it that you truly seek?" "What do you wish to ask?" Jiang Dings replied, "Is it true that you will answer whatever I ask?" He chuckled softly, perhaps apprehensive that the scissors might inadvertently harm him. "If I refuse, it seems I may meet my end at your hands." Jiang Dings smiled sweetly. "No, you would merely find yourself wishing for death." He recognized her cunning. "You wicked girl, so young yet so malicious." Very well, very well." His voice dripped with disdain as he repeated the phrase thrice. Jiang Dings understood that he was inherently violent, a man who would take a life at the slightest provocation. In her past life, she had witnessed the ruthless methods employed by Ji Wei to eliminate rivals, the grotesque torture devices in the shadow department, and the prisoners so tormented they were unrecognizable. Thus, she felt no fear from this man and Oppos as threats. Moreover, despite his ferocity, he was now like a toothless tiger, posing little threat to her. She possessed countless methods to ensure he would not see the dawn of another day. With a gentle smile that bloomed like a flower, Jiang Dings asked, "I merely wish to know, have you come to Kasayapa Temple in pursuit of that map?" The blindfolded man snorted derisively. "Is that a question in need of an answer? There are no more than 5 individuals in this world who know of its existence. If you are aware of the map and Oppos as presents, why pose such a redundant question? Yet it is curious. You are so young and do not appear of royal descent. Yet you know the map and Oppos' unparalleled secret. Are you not afraid of being silenced?" Jiang Dings and Oppos' smile deepened. He was attempting to insult her while also fishing for information. "You need not concern yourself with that," she retorted. Seeing her cleverness, the blindfolded man scoffed coldly. "Who exactly are you?" Jiang Dings pressed on with her inquiry. Chapter 109. The K Temple, Part 9. The man with his eyes covered curled his thin lips. "Guess? Not going to say." Jiang Dings' fingers twitched as she held a pair of scissors. The blindfolded man coldly retorted, "Do you dare move an inch? I will make you wish you had never been born in this world." Jiang Dings smiled faintly. "If I am not mistaken, you are the high priest of the Yaoyu tribe, Situ Shiyue, am I right?" The air within the meditation room suddenly froze, heavy to the point of suffocation. The masked man on the bed remained motionless, yet he exuded an aura of dark and chilling intensity. The slumbering chaos within also abruptly awakened. Situ Shiyue? Chaos seemed to be in disarray. How could he be here? How did you discern his identity? In your previous life, you had never encountered Situ Shiyue. How did you know? Chaos appeared to be in turmoil. Is it already ahead of schedule? My heavens! Jiang Dings paid him no mind. Just because she had not met him in her past life, did that mean she could not recognize him in this one? The phrases Yaoyu tribe, high priest, and Situ Shiyue strung together evoked an eerie sensation, reminding her of an event from her previous life. It was said that deep in the southwest, there existed a mysterious tribe that had dwelled in the mountains for generations, venerating the blood moon. This tribe, once peaceful, was disrupted a century ago when copper mines were discovered in the southwest, prompting an influx of Han people. Their tranquil existence was shattered by brutality. The Han discovered that the tribe and Appos, people, regardless of gender, were extraordinarily beautiful, and some possessed enchanting demon-like eyes. Those who bore such eyes were destined to inherit the tribe and Appos as sacrificial duties. The demon eyes could captivate the soul, especially during a blood-red full moon, capable of altering memories and even causing death without a trace. Thus, the Han referred to this tribe as the Yaoyu tribe, enslaving all men and women who had turned 16, selling them into the Central Plains to become playthings in the households of the affluent and powerful. In her previous life, Jiang Dings had encountered a memorial that detailed the Yaoyu tribe and Appos' rebellion in the southwest. The document meticulously described the traits of the tribe and Appos' people, stating that they worshipped the blood moon and were known for their cruelty and bloodlust, offering young boys and girls as sacrifices. Following the ascension of High Priest Situ Shi, the Yaoyu tribe suddenly grew exponentially in strength, becoming a lurking threat in the southwest. Situ Shiue was not only mysterious but also ferocious. Under his command, the Yaoyu tribe would ensure that captured enemies would have their limbs severed, left to die from the bites of countless poisonous creatures. This inhumane method of execution instilled fear and unease within the Han army. The memorial even requested that the court send an additional 5,000 light-armored troops to eradicate this evil tribe and eliminate the chief culprit, Situ Shiue. The figure before her was the ruthless individual she had longed to see in her past life, Situ Shiue. Situ Shiue, blindfolded, turned his gaze toward Jiang Dings, his voice chilling. Who exactly are you? There likely was not a single soul in this world who knew of his existence. Who is this girl? Do you deny your identity as Situ Shiue? Jiang Dings inquired. Situ Shiue coldly smirked. All I know is that, little demoness, you are doomed. Your denial serves no purpose. I have ample means to verify your true identity. You wield soul-capturing techniques and bear the totem of the Yaoyu tribe. What more do you need? As she spoke, Jiang Dings took a handkerchief, dipped it in water, and suddenly pressed it against Situ Shiue and Appos' forehead, vigorously rubbing as if attempting to peel away his skin. Chapter 110, Kasayapa Temple, Part 10. This unexpected action incited the wrath of Situ Shiue. His voice, deep and threatening, resembled a beast on the verge of eruption. Little demoness. If you wish to embrace death, feel free to act recklessly. Before he could finish, he heard Jiang Dings let out a cheer. A mask, as delicate as a cicada and Appos' wings, was peeled away from his forehead. The fiery red mark, resembling a blooming hell lotus, shone glaringly in the center of the man and Appos' brow. The mark of the Yaoyu clan, the Hellfire Lotus. This lotus appeared as if it had naturally grown upon Situ Shiue and Appos' flawless forehead, with each line gracefully twisting and turning, an embodiment of elegance. What was even more astonishing was that, upon prolonged observation, the fiery pattern seemed to pulsate with life, as if a flame were spreading and consuming everything in its path. Jiang Dings quickly shut her eyes, daring to open them only after a considerable pause. Indeed, it radiated malevolence. This man exuded an overwhelming aura of wickedness from his very bones to his exterior. Even the lotus mark on his forehead was peculiar. Situ Shiue smiled faintly. Since you are aware of my identity, may I inquire about yours? Jiang Dings lowered her handkerchief, a half-smile gracing her lips. Shall I reveal my identity so that you may plot your vengeance against my family in the future? Situ Shiue scoffed. You need not divulge. The existence of that map, coupled with your accommodation in such a fine monastery, would not render your identity difficult to ascertain. You, little demoness, are young yet cunning. To spare you now would only invite future calamity. His casual mention of murder was as though he were discussing the simple act of harvesting a cabbage. Jiang Dings chuckled softly. Rather than fixate on how to eliminate me and my family, perhaps you should consider your current predicament? Situ Shiue tightly pursed his lips. He was currently bound in a large and amp, Appos, and Appos position upon the bed. If he were to regain even a fraction of his former strength, he could easily snap the ropes, be they made of leather or iron. Yet now, he was gravely injured, having exhausted his remaining power while attempting to employ soul-capturing techniques against Jiang Dings. At this moment, he resembled little more than a fish lying on a chopping block. Having confirmed his identity, Jiang Dings felt a mix of joy and concern. The joy stemmed from the fact that he shared her objective, having come to Kasayapa Temple for the same map. The concern arose from the realization that he was akin to a wounded beast, unless she possessed a method to subdue him or a means to eliminate him swiftly. She would have to brace herself for his inevitable retaliation. How to handle this? Just then, voices from the outside interrupted her thoughts. Where's Rowan Oppos? Why is she missing? The voice of Spring Spirit responded. Ah, the young lady said the room was stuffy and wanted to take a stroll. Sway's voice, filled with skepticism, followed. At this hour, where could she possibly go? This temple is not our estate. Wandering is not permitted. You must find Rowan Amp, Oppos, and bring her back. Spring Moon and Amp, Oppos, stammering voice chimed in. Madam, actually the young lady. Sway's tone grew increasingly stern. Where has Rower truly gone? Where is she? The voices drew nearer, and Jiang Dings froze in place. She had not anticipated her mother, Sway, to seek her out at such a critical moment. She heard Sway's footsteps approaching. Why are you all lingering here? Is Rower inside? A cold sweat broke out on Jiang Dings' back. Her mother was not easily deceived. Quickly, she removed her shoes and socks, discarded her outer garments, and slipped beneath the covers in her thin undergarment. An unfamiliar scent, mingled with a metallic tang of blood, assaulted her senses. She also heard Situ, Shiue and Amp, Oppos, voice, colder than ice. Little Demonis, if you wish to perish. Jiang Dings swiftly pressed her hand against his lips. Her voice icy. If you wish to survive, you would do well to keep silent. Otherwise, should my mother discover your presence here, none of us shall escape unscathed. Chapter 111. A desperate gambit, the high priest of the Yaoyu clan, a wanted criminal by the court and deemed a heretic, faces imminent death if discovered. Not only his life is at stake, but the Duke of the North and Oppos. His household would also be implicated, along with the secrets concealed within the K Temple. In a moment of frantic thought, Jiang Dings hastily pulled the quilt over both herself and the man beside her, leaving only her head exposed. To prevent Sway from noticing the presence of another person in the bed, she squeezed closer to him, her back pressed against a body radiating unmistakable male warmth, the heat permeating her thin garment. She heard a muffled groan from beneath the quilt, evidently having brushed against Situ, Shiue, and Oppos' wound. Unfazed, she continued to inch closer. At last, they lay side by side, devoid of any space between them. Just as Jiang Dings settled down, the door swung open. Sway entered hurriedly, calling out, Rower, are you here? Jiang Dings stifled a cough, her voice hoarse. Mother, please don an amp. Oppos, come over. Sway paused, bewildered. Rowan Oppos, what an amp Oppos is wrong? She inquired, quickening her pace towards the bed. Mother, don't come any closer. Jiang Dings urged. Sway, taken aback, pressed on Rower. What is it? Please tell me. I'm worried sick. Taking a breath, Jiang Dings replied. In Oppos is nothing. I merely caught a chill from being on a mountain today, and now I'm coughing. Upon hearing this, Sway and Oppos, as concern intensified, I must see you. My heavens, you just recovered. You cannot fall ill again. She moved closer despite Jiang Dings' protests. Desperate, Jiang Dings exclaimed, Mother, please do not approach. I once suffered from a grave illness, and I fear it may have returned. You must not come any closer. The more she resisted, the more Sway insisted on checking. Finally, Jiang Dings played her trump card. Mother, if you come any closer, you will bring shame upon me. I have already caused you worry with my past illness, and with my current condition uncertain, I cannot let you bear any further risk. As she spoke, she suddenly drew a silver pair of scissors to her delicate neck, declaring, If you approach again, I can only repay your nurturing with my life. Sway was nearly rendered unconscious by fear. Anger and panic surged within her. Rower, you foolish girl. No matter what illness you bear, your mother will never abandon you. Why must you do this? Put down the scissors. Jiang Dings, noticing the rope exposed near the bedpost, realized that if Sway did not leave soon, the situation would be revealed. Resolutely, she urged, "Mother, please leave at once. If you wish to visit, wait until the doctor arrives tomorrow to confirm it is not a grave illness. Then you may come back." Sui, helpless, had no choice but to exit the room, repeatedly instructing Chunyu and the other maids to take good care of Jiang Dings. After wiping her tears, she left, filled with worry. Once the sounds of footsteps faded away, Jiang Dings released a long breath of relief. At that moment, a voice filled with frustration emerged from beneath the quilt. "Little demoness, I am suffocating in here." Jiang Dings glanced down to see that Situ Shiyue's mask had been partially dislodged in the commotion, revealing one of his elongated, enchanting eyes. The eyes shimmered with a cold light, chilling her to the bone. What a sight it was! Dark as obsidian, deep and otherworldly, and stunningly beautiful. With just this one eye exposed, it was enough to beguile the hearts of many. One could only imagine the sheer allure that would emanate if the entire mask were removed. Chapter 112. The Imperial Cartography. Jiang Dings shifted uncomfortably. Situ Shiyue scoffed. "Is it only now that you deem it necessary to distance yourself? Who was it that clung to me earlier? Little enchantress, you are doomed. How dare you offend me?" Jiang Dings responded with a dismissive chuckle and rose to put on her outer garment. If words could kill, her previous life would not have ended so wretchedly. She addressed Situ Shiyue coldly. "If you wish to live, you will remain here and recuperate. As for the map, rest assured, there is likely no fifth person in this world who knows of it." Situ Shiyue pursed his lips, seemingly contemplating her words. Jiang Dings produced a porcelain vial from her bosom, prompting immediate suspicion from Situ Shiyue. "Little enchantress, do you intend to poison me? You would never." Before he could finish, Jiang Dings had already placed the pill in his mouth. Situ Shiyue was taken aback. He had been so preoccupied with threats that he inadvertently swallowed the pill. Jiang Dings, cradling his exquisite jaw, said with a smile, "High Priest Situ, are you unaware of the medicine I have administered?" Situ Shiyue pursed his lips, a look of surprise gradually dawning in his eyes. "A blood-replenishing elixir?" Jiang Dings nodded approvingly. Indeed, as expected of the high priest of the Demon Moon clan, well-versed in pharmacology. Situ Shiyue's gaze deepened. "Little enchantress, what is it that you truly desire?" "To imprison him, yet neither kill nor torment him, nor extract any secrets." Could this be a different tactic, a game of strategic manipulation? Situ Shiyue sneered. "Little enchantress, do not indulge in fantasies. I will not be swayed by your supposed kindness, nor will I enter into any gentleman's agreement with you. Either kill me now, or prepare to witness the annihilation of your entire clan, down to the last dog." Jiang Dings smiled, retorting, "Why would I kill you?" Situ Shiyue paused slightly. Jiang Dings continued, "I have no desire to kill you. If I did, why would I have saved you? I would have left you to perish in that pit, or summoned others, ensuring your near-certain demise. After all, your enemies beyond the Jialan Temple are waiting to pounce. My rescue was merely an act of convenience. You need not express excessive gratitude, nor incessantly threaten to slaughter my entire family." Jiang Dings looked at him intently, enunciating each word with precision. "As long as I remain within the Jialan Temple, there will be those who prevent you from harming me. High Priest Situ, do you believe me?" Situ Shiyue's gaze grew colder. The young woman before him, delicate and beautiful, seemingly innocent and pure, uttered words that were both shocking and unsettling. She possessed too much knowledge, and her very being was an enigma. Situ Shiyue's eyes flickered with a myriad of emotions, before he finally spoke coldly. "Speak. What is it you propose we collaborate on?" "The map." Under the candlelight, Jiang Dings' smile was as captivating as that of a celestial being emerging from the darkness. "The Imperial Cartography you seek." Situ Shiyue and Appo's entire body stiffened. Upon returning to her chambers, Jiang Dings felt as though her body had been utterly dismantled, every muscle aching. She touched her back, finding it soaked with perspiration. Chunyu and Chunling carefully assisted her with changing and grooming, then quietly withdrew. Lying on her bed, Jiang Dings felt a splitting headache. She had exhausted every ounce of her energy and spirit to reach an understanding with a formidable figure like Situ Shiyue. A fiend. Why is it always a fiend? The chaotic voice finally echoed from the depths of her mind. The Imperial Cartography, Your Majesty. How did you come to know of it? Chapter 113. Little Demoness, you have returned. Jiang Dings rubbed her forehead, recalling a faint clue discovered in a secret box within the Imperial kitchen in her past life. Hun Yuan remained silent for a considerable time before inquiring. Does Ji Wei and Amp, Oppos, know about this? Jiang Dings shook her head. He should be unaware. Hun Yuan suddenly adopted a grave demeanor, stating, he must not find out. Absolutely not. In this renewed existence, he has already acquired the power to alter the world. If he obtains this map, he could bring about the destruction of the entire realm. At that point, various warlords would vie for control of the central plains, leading to untold suffering. Not only would you be unable to escape, but even Yuan Huanshan would find it impossible to untangle this chaotic era. Jiang Dings remained silent for a long while. I am well aware. Hun Yuan sighed. That Situ, Shiyue, alas, he is exceedingly troublesome. In the previous life, he annihilated his clan and sect. Although he achieved vengeance, he passed away in obscurity. I hope that no further turmoil arises. Jiang Dings remarked. I cannot be said to have altered his fate. In his past life, he managed to evade pursuit, though it may have come at a significant cost. I merely provided him with minor assistance. Hun Yuan expressed his frustration. Yet your virtue has increased. Does this imply that saving him was the correct decision? Now it was Jiang Dings' turn to be bewildered and troubled. She massaged her temples. Everything from her past life diverged increasingly from her present reality. She encountered both the fated and unfated far too prematurely. She was uncertain about Situ, Shiyue, and Amp, Oppos, as thoughts. But for the moment, she could assure herself that he would not dare to act against her lightly. His suspicion, fury, and caution would prevent him from striking decisively until he could ascertain her true nature. As long as this remained, she would have room to maneuver. Jiang Dings pondered, unable to stave off her fatigue, and gradually succumbed to slumber. In a state between dreams and wakefulness, the familiar sensation returned. She felt as though someone was quietly observing her from the darkness, unceasingly. Jiang Dings yearned to throw off the covers and shout at the intruder in the shadows to scare them away. However, she was far too weary, her eyelids too heavy to lift. Who could it be? Who is so perverse as to watch this princess sleep? The following morning, Jiang Dings rose early. The Sui matriarch could not rest easy knowing that the abbot, versed in medicine, was coming to examine her. The abbot took her pulse and informed the Sui matriarch. Your esteemed daughter is merely fatigued and has been afflicted by wind evil. There is no grave illness. Upon hearing this, the Sui matriarch breathed a sigh of relief. She expressed her profound gratitude to the abbot, chiding Jiang Dings a few times before hastily preparing medicine for her. Jiang Dings too felt relieved. Last night had been perilously close, but fortunately, she managed to keep it hidden. After having her morning meal and bidding farewell to the Sui matriarch, she quietly rose from bed to visit Situ, Shiyue. Upon opening the door to the meditation room, Jiang Dings was taken aback. A blindfolded man dressed in white sat at the table. His long, dark hair cascaded over his shoulders, smooth as black silk. The white cloth covering his eyes did nothing to diminish his otherworldly allure. Upon hearing the sound, he turned his head towards Jiang Dings and Amp, Oppos, direction, a slight smile playing on his lips. Little Demoness, you have returned. Situ, Shiyue reclined casually, exuding an air of dark majesty, with a natural air of disdain towards the world. Jiang Dings found it difficult to reconcile the man before her with the severely wounded individual from the previous day. She had only given him a blood-replenishing pill, and yet he appeared to have recovered significantly. Jiang Dings swallowed hard and approached with a feigned smile. Great priest, you are awake. Situ, Shiyue touched the swollen bruise encircling his wrist, his lips slightly curling. Indeed. Little Demoness, are you concerned that I might perish here? Jiang Dings smiled, even more gently. How could that be? If I wished for the great priest's demise, I would not have provided you with a restorative elixir last night. Situ, Shiyue smirked, clearly unconvinced by Jiang Dings and Oppos' disingenuous words. Chapter 114. The gentleman's agreement yesterday. The two reached an understanding. Jiang Dings would allow him to recuperate here, while he would seek out the whereabouts of that map for her. As for what would come next, both were wise enough not to broach the subject. Jiang Dings was certainly not foolish enough to discuss terms with Situ Shiyue. In his eyes, she was likely as inconsequential as an ant, too trivial to bother crushing. Jiang Dings approached and handed him several vials, all containing the nourishing pills she had brought along. Situ Shiyue casually took them, pouring the contents into his mouth without a second glance. After a few chews, he swallowed them down. Jiang Dings watched, swallowing hard herself. Although these pills were not toxic, consuming such a large quantity would be unbearable for an ordinary person. Situ Shiyue seemed to read her thoughts and coldly remarked, "You need not worry, I will not perish. Even if you were to give me a handful of poison, I could consume it as if it were a remedy. So, over the next few days, feel free to bring me any pills you have." Jiang Dings felt reassured. It appeared that the high priest of the Yayue clan was indeed formidable, living up to his reputation. Situ Shiyue touched the blindfold covering his eyes. Jiang Dings immediately added, "This is merely a gentleman's agreement. If the high priest feels uncomfortable, he may remove it to get some air." Her intention in blindfolding him was simply to prevent him from employing soul-manipulating techniques on her maid. This was merely a gentleman's accord. Whether Situ Shiyue wished to kill or control someone was entirely within his power. Jiang Dings was simply gambling on his reluctance to escalate matters and cause bloodshed. After consuming the handful of pills, Situ Shiyue's snow-white complexion began to bloom with a faint flush. After about half an hour of silent cultivation, Jiang Dings remained obediently silent beside him. Eventually, Situ Shiyue's complexion returned to normal. Jiang Dings felt a rush of alarm. She was acutely aware of the severity of Situ Shiyue and Appo's injuries. It was not just the external wounds, but the internal damage that must have affected his meridians. Otherwise, he would not have been unable to employ his full soul-manipulating skills in the pit. Situ Shiyue licked his lips, and this simple action made Jiang Dings, who had once felt overshadowed by Weian and Appo's looks, swallow again involuntarily. Her face flushed slightly as she instinctively averted her gaze. Situ Shiyue suddenly smiled, a smile imbued with mischief, perhaps amused by her momentary lapse of composure. Jiang Dings cleared her throat, inquiring, "Who are those people outside? Can you escape?" Situ Shiyue suddenly chuckled coldly. "Why would I not be able to leave? Just give me 3 days to recover a fraction of my strength." He merely scoffed. Yet Jiang Dings detected the cruel undertone in his words. It seemed those waiting outside the K temple were destined for a grim fate. Jiang Dings asked, "Why are they pursuing you?" Situ Shiyue replied with a cold sneer. "Do you think one needs a reason to hunt down a notorious high priest of an outlawed sect wanted by the court?" Jiang Dings was left speechless. Situ Shiyue continued coldly, "My whereabouts were leaked a month ago when I arrived in the Central Plains. For reasons unknown, rumors began circulating in the martial world that whoever kills me would not only receive a reward from the court, but also be bestowed the title of leader of the martial arts community. With such lucrative incentives, countless followers emerged, eager to hunt me down. I have been pursued from the southwest all the way here for an entire month." Jiang Dings sighed. "There must have been numerous bloody battles." Situ Shiyue replied icily, "Not just that. On some days, there were dozens of skirmishes. You people from the Central Plains speak of righteousness and morality, yet you are nothing but dressed-up beasts. Dozens, or even hundreds pursue me without a thought for the codes of the martial world. Among my 5 protectors, only one, chasing wind, remains unaccounted for, while the others are likely lost to the chaos." Chapter 115. The Curse of Shared Destiny, Part 1. Jiang Dings felt a slight warmth rising to her cheeks. Although Situ Shiyue was evidently cursing the martial artists pursuing him, she sensed that he had condemned all Han people of the Central Plains. Changing the subject, Jiang Dings inquired, "Is it the high priest's intention to acquire that treasure map to rescue your kin?" Upon mentioning the map, Situ Shiyue appeared reluctant to elaborate further. He coldly stated, "This K temple harbors peculiarities, which confirms my suspicions. The treasure map lies within this temple, protected by a formidable force. Yet at present, I am utterly unable to locate it, nor do I possess the strength to pursue it. A heavy sensation gripped Jiang Ding's heart. She asked, "When does the high priest intend to depart?" Situ suddenly turned his gaze toward her. Although his eyes were covered with cloth, Jiang Dingru was startled. With a half-smile, he remarked, "What? Are you so eager to send me away?" His voice bore an alluring, mischievous quality that was indescribably captivating. Jiang Dingru felt her heart race and her ears grow warm. She cleared her throat. "In an oppose, it's not that. It's simply that the temple is crowded and filled with prying eyes. Otherwise, I would gladly welcome the high priest to stay a few more days." Situ Shiue snorted derisively. "You needn't oppose, to be so disingenuous, little enchantress. If I wish to leave, I shall." A sigh of relief escaped Jiang Dingru's heart. This ominous figure was too terrifying. It would be best to see him off promptly. She now felt a tinge of regret, pondering how she had come to the decision to save his life. In her previous life, during the second year of Long Ingche and Oppo's reign, the Yayue clan was betrayed. The court commanded Prince Weian to ally with local chieftains in the southwest, dispatching 5,000 troops to annihilate the Yayue clan. In that battle, the clan was nearly eradicated, with a few survivors scattered throughout the Central Plains, either enslaved or in servitude, gradually fading away. 5 years later, a series of bloody incidents transpired in the southwest. Prince Weian was discovered brutally murdered within the heavily guarded royal palace. His limbs had been severed, and his body was infested with various toxins, meeting a tragic end. Upon the revelation of this news, the court was thrown into shock. Whispers emerged that it was the remnants of the Yayue clan seeking vengeance. Soon after, those chieftains who had conspired with Prince Weian to eradicate the Yayue clan met similar fates. Jiang Dingru recalled how Long Ingche, in a fit of rage, dispatched Ji Wei and Oppos, and to investigate the case. However, after merely 3 months, Ji Wei and Oppos, and returned to court, dismissively stating that he had been ineffective in his inquiry. Long Ingche was furious. How could there be a case that the commander of the Shadow Division, Ji Wei and Oppos, and could not unravel? Who would believe such a claim? Yet, regardless of Long Ingche and Oppos, fury, Ji Wei and Oppos, and remained steadfast in his refusal to return to the southwest, stating he could uncover no truth. After a time of exasperation, Long Ingche had no choice but to relent, for no one dared to take on the task of hunting down the murderer. This incident became one of the few unsolved mysteries of her previous life. Occasionally, as Jiang Dingru assumed control of the court, she would reflect upon this matter, fully aware that there was something amiss, yet feeling utterly powerless. She could only vaguely perceive the tragedy faced by the Yayue clan, a secluded tribe in the mountains, obliterated due to the discovery of copper mines, all driven by the allure of immense profit. As Jiang Dingru lamented the tragic fate of the Yayue clan, a shadow suddenly loomed before her, causing her heart to leap. A slender hand grasped her chin, drawing near with intensity. Jiang Dingru held her breath, fixated on the blindfolded man before her. Situ Shiue's eyes seemed to penetrate the cloth, assessing her. His fingers were cold and slippery, akin to a serpent. He spoke slowly. "I perceive that you are unafraid of me. Why should I fear you?" She replied. Situ Shiue's lips curled slightly. "The ignorant are fearless. Little enchantress, I could choose not to take your life. However, since you saved me, I shall repay you with a favor in the future." Chapter 116. The Shared Fate Gu, Part 2. Is this an accord? Jiang Dingru inquired. "Besides obtaining the map, this is an additional boon I bestow upon you." Situ Shiue responded languidly. "After all, individuals unafraid of me are exceedingly rare in this world." Abruptly, he flicked his wrist, and a white speck vanished into Jiang Dingru's mouth like a lightning bolt. Jiang Dingru, momentarily stunned, shoved him away and clawed at her throat. She retched violently, but only brought up the mourning and Oppos, meager fare. "Situ Shiue," Jiang Dingru exclaimed, incensed. "What did you just feed me?" Situ Shiue inclined his head, and Oppos, I and amp, oppose, and amp, oppose, me and amp, oppose. He paused, then sneered. What could I possibly give you but something beneficial? In the Southwest, we call it a goo. Jiang Ding grew into amp, oppose. S heart plummeted. You actually poisoned me with a goo? Her mind reeled. Impossible. When I rescued you, I had you searched thoroughly. You had nothing on you. Even his mouth had been pried open and inspected. There was no way he could have concealed poison. Otherwise, she would never have dared bring him back to Jia Temple. Yet, despite her meticulous calculations, she had failed to anticipate Situ Shiyue's deviousness. He had somehow acquired a goo. The man was utterly toxic. Jiang Dingru regretted her actions bitterly. She had overestimated her capabilities. She was simply no match for this pestilence. Situ Shiyue turned his head toward Jiang Dingru, a smile playing on his lips. Little enchantress, do not despair so readily. This goo is called the shared fate goo. It resides near your heart. As long as I live, your life will not be in danger. Jiang Dingru spat contemptuously. Get lost. Your life is hardly comparable to mine. Situ, Shiyue, and amp. Oppose. S smile deepened, becoming even more malevolent. Alas, that cannot be helped. You can only pray for my survival and protect me, or else the goo will activate, and you will perish as well. You cannot be so naive as to believe that I would collaborate with someone I cannot control. Jiang Dingru scoffed. The high priest Situ should pray for his own well-being. I will not protect you, for I lack the means. Once you have recovered, return on your own. I believe you cannot find the map without me. We shall discuss it then. Seeing her resolve, Situ Shiyue found himself temporarily at a loss for words to threaten her. Jiang Dingru rose and sneered. High priest Situ, allow me to offer a word of advice. Do not threaten me with death, for death holds no sway over me. With that, she swept out of the room. Situ Shiyue faced the closed door and slowly removed his blindfold. A face of unparalleled beauty emerged into the sunlight, accentuated by the crimson fire lotus mark on his forehead, making him even more captivatingly dangerous. Back in her chambers, Jiang Dingru smashed a porcelain jar in frustration, despite her defiant words to Situ Shiyue, who did not value their life. Situ Shiyue, that plague, had somehow managed to infect her with the shared fate goo despite her precautions. It was an utter disgrace. She summoned chaos for the first time. Can a shared fate goo be removed? After a long pause, Chaos replied slowly, no what? Jiang Dingru exclaimed, incredulous. You, as a spirit, cannot remove this goo? Chaos seemed embarrassed. It and oppose. It's not a poison, then what is it? Jiang Dingru felt unwell. She had assumed that Chaos was omnipotent and that she merely needed to take an antidote. Chaos chuckled wryly. It an amp. Oppose. A worm attached to your heart. Unless you poison yourself to death, you cannot kill it. Jiang Dingru asked, are there any harmful effects? Chapter 117. The Shared Fate Goo, Part 3, Chaos. Situ Shiyue stated that there would be no adverse effects unless his shared fate goo perished, in which case yours would also die, instantly transforming into a venomous entity and causing your demise through poisoning. Jiang Dingru shuddered. So, this was the nature of the shared fate goo. Utterly incurable. Chaos reassured her, rest assured. Whoever implanted the shared fate goo, and you must value your life even more than their own. Otherwise, your death would mean their own. From his perspective, Situ Shiyue would not easily harm you, nor would he allow others to do so. Jiang Dingru retorted, what kind of consolation is that? It would be better to have no consolation at all. Her fair countenance grew somber. She reflected that, if her memories from her previous life were accurate, Situ Shiyue was likely to live for a considerable time. He had not perished in the encirclement led by Prince Weian and the southwestern chieftains. The subsequent bloodbath involving Prince Weian and his cohorts could only have been orchestrated by Situ Shiyue, as no one else possessed such capabilities. Furthermore, Ji Weian's 3-month investigation in the southwest, culminating in his return empty-handed, suggested a clandestine meeting with Situ Shiyue, where they may have reached an agreement and he received some benefit. Otherwise, given Ji Weian and Appo's resourcefulness, how could he have let slip such a significant opportunity to apprehend Situ Shiyue? Since Situ Shiyue was unlikely to die so easily, her life was, of course, secure. As for the shared fate goo, there should be a way to remove it in the future. With this resolution, the unease in Jiang Ding grew and Appo's heart gradually diminished. Her 3 days of Chan Buddhist contemplation and worship at Jialan Temple passed uneventfully on the surface, yet with undercurrents of turmoil beneath. Jiang Ding grew feigned that her illness had not yet abated, requesting that her mother, Madame Sui, stay for a few more days. Madame Sui, who doted on her only daughter, naturally complied without question. Situ Shiyue's injuries began to improve on the 3rd day. Jiang Dingru arranged for meals and medicine to be delivered to him daily. The medicine was not particularly specific. After all, Situ Shiyue, having been immersed in venomous substances, could treat even poison as a tonic. Concealing such a formidable plague within the meditation room, Jiang Dingru dared not venture out of the courtyard. However, she heard that several suspicious pilgrims outside the temple had attempted to force their way in again, engaging in a quarrel with the monks guarding the meditation room. The abbot reasoned with them for a long time before finally driving them away. On the 5th day, however, a murder case was discovered outside the temple. Just a mile away from Jialan Temple, the pilgrims who had attempted to enter the temple were found dead, their bodies covered in blood. According to reports, the wounds on their corpses suggested that the 5 had engaged in a dispute, resulting in mutual slaughter. Moreover, their faces were contorted with anger and ferocity at the time of their deaths, making them appear particularly terrifying. Jiang Dingru listened to the monks in the temple discussing the bloody case with pale faces, recounting various gruesome details, and felt a chill in her heart. She found an opportunity to seek out Situ Shiyue. "Did you do it?" she inquired. Situ Shiyue, blindfolded, caressed a porcelain bottle with his slender fingers. He chuckled coldly, offering no response. Jiang Dingru refrained from wasting words on idle inquiries. She retrieved a travel permit and a human skin mask from her bosom, tossing them to him. She felt a pang of regret when she handed over the human skin mask, as it had been exchanged for merit points and chaos. Acquiring another would require the expenditure of more merit points. "This is what you wanted." Situ Shiyue casually felt it, then tucked it into his bosom. It is said that this temple is where the 15th imperial uncle is awaiting his assignment to cultivate. Jiang Dingru narrowed her eyes. "Are you implying that he is the guardian of the map? Otherwise?" Situ Shiyue and Appo's thin lips curved into a sneer. What a coincidence that a perfectly good imperial uncle would choose to abstain from worldly affairs and chant Buddhist scriptures here for show. Jiang Dingru wanted to retort that perhaps he was doing it for the sake of the world, and that a plague like him would not understand the great love of humanity. Chapter 118. The Same Life Curse, Part 4. However, recalling the secret she possessed, she hesitated before speaking. "Regardless of the truth, it seems that you and I may not find it easy to draw closer." Situ Shiyue snorted, clearly in disagreement. Yet, being gravely injured, he was unable to investigate further, for the guards of the K Temple were not made of paper. Both fell into a silence, sensing the complexity of the situation. Suddenly, Situ Shiyue broke the quiet. "I have an idea." Upon seeing the coldness at the corner of his lips, Jiang Dingru instinctively refused. "No, you mustn't into Appo's. Situ Shiyue pouted. "You dismissed my suggestion before I even finished." "This is a brilliant idea." Jiang Dingru scoffed. "Nonsense. What good idea could you possibly have? Is it merely to use me as bait to lure out the reclusive royal uncle? Do you think me a fool?" Situ Shiyue stroked his cool chin, clicking his tongue. "There you go again with this palace. But, little enchantress, your cleverness is quite tiresome." Jiang Dingru retorted coldly. "Any idea that risks life is unacceptable. Situ Jaisai, you should abandon this notion." Seeing her refusal, Situ Shiyue chuckled twice and ceased to press her. As Jiang Dingru rose to leave, Situ Shiyue suddenly murmured, "Little enchantress, there is plenty of time ahead. We shall meet again." Without turning back, Jiang Dingru replied, "We will indeed meet, but I hope you are still alive and have found that treasure map." Situ Shiyue smiled. "If I find that map, would I still need you?" Jiang Dingru laughed. "You will certainly need me." Situ Jaisai, do not be so naive as to think your martial prowess and cunning render you invincible. Cooperation will always outweigh enmity in this world. Situ Shiyue departed. vanishing without a trace. No one witnessed anyone emerge from that meditation room. Jiang Dings exhaled deeply, relieved to be rid of this calamity. Her intuition told her that she should not anticipate their next encounter, for it would surely lead to turmoil and chaos. Yet, how was she to find the map of the kingdom's terrain? If she were to discover it before Situ Shiwe, that would be the ideal outcome. If he found it first, Jiang Dings furrowed her brow. As a religious observance drew to a close, Jiang Dings found herself unable to uncover the secrets hidden within K Temple. Previously feigning illness, her mother, Sui, remained by her side, wary of any misfortune befalling her. Jiang Dings felt somewhat dispirited. She had underestimated the complexity of the situation. In her past life, she had only grasped fragments of the preceding events. The entirety of the circumstances remained elusive. When she sought the so-called treasure map, she realized that the vast array of royal documents was an insurmountable challenge to navigate. She scoured the Zhitian record, but found no mention of the map of the kingdom's terrain. This indicated that, in her previous life, the map had never been revealed to the world. Everything seemed to be at an impasse. Jiang Dings resolved that if she did not locate the mysterious 15th royal uncle before returning to the manor, she would consider the matter concluded. She decided to focus on nurturing her strength, awaiting the day she could return to the capital in glory. Time in the mountains passed languidly, as if a single day equated to a millennium of worldly splendor. The tranquility of her days in the mountains created a deceptive sense of peace. Having witnessed the bloody turmoil of the court and the intricacies of the harem in her past life, Jiang Dings found solace in this rare calm. By day, she participated in meditation and prayers with her mother, Sui. By night, she engaged in quiet contemplation and reading, or delved into the Zhitian record within the chaos of her mind. It must be said that the Zhitian record was an invisible treasury. Upon revisiting numerous events from her past life, she discerned many hidden truths. News from Weichen arrived, as Xiao'er sent word that a box containing 500 taels of silver had been delivered to the manor. Chapter 119. The Murong Residence, Part 1. When Jiang Dings received the news, she was taken aback. In just half a month, the profits were astonishing. Xiao'er had sent word that Huajianfang's stock had run out, and now they were compelled to limit each female customer to purchasing only one box of the jade white cream. Yet, even with this restriction, they would not last until the end of the month. It was then that Jiang Dings realized the remarkable popularity of Huajianfang in the capital. She hastily penned a letter to Murong Zifeng, requesting him to procure some stock from the Murong family's cosmetics shop to help sustain the business. Moreover, she instructed that if the jade white cream was truly out of stock, Xiao'er should be honest with the customers who came to the shop, avoiding any deception. Additionally, she emphasized that they must repeatedly inform the customers that the other cosmetics did not possess any scar-removing properties. After issuing her directives, Jiang Dings finally felt a sense of relief. Her letter swiftly reached the Murong residence in the capital. The expansive Murong residence was tranquil, with a gentle breeze flowing through the hall, bringing a touch of coolness. Murong Zifeng sat in his study, his gaze fixated on the account book in his hands. Though he devoted himself to the teachings of Buddhism, he would not neglect the family's business. After a while, Manager Zhou knocked and entered, presenting a letter. Murong Zifeng glanced at him, realizing that the sender must be of great significance for Manager Zhou to deliver the message personally. Upon opening the letter, surprise gradually flickered in his eyes. "Miss Jiang?" Manager Zhou, unable to contain his excitement, exclaimed, in response to the young master and amp, Oppo's inquiry. Miss Jiang and amp, Oppo's Huajianfang has become immensely popular in the capital. The jade white cream is nearly sold out. Women of all ages are queuing up to buy it. It is even rumored that with the impending shortage, some are reselling it at exorbitant prices. Murong Zifeng, usually composed, displayed a hint of emotion. So popular? Manager Zhou praised. This Miss Jiang is truly a natural businesswoman. She has a keen eye for herbs, and her small cosmetic shop has quickly gained recognition. I believe that as long as the subsequent stock keeps up, it will surely become a sensation throughout the capital, generating substantial profits. He continued to extol Jiang Dings, while Murong Zifeng listened quietly. Once Manager Zhou finished, Murong Zifeng replied calmly, Miss Jiang and Amp. Amp? Oppo's. S letter explicitly states that we should send some stock to assist in the emergency. However, we must clarify that it is merely ordinary cosmetics, devoid of any scar-removing or beautifying effects. Manager Zhou promptly agreed to relay the message. With delight, he remarked, I have discovered that doing business with Miss Jiang is straightforward and highly beneficial. Murong Zifeng listened silently, and suddenly a faint smile graced his lips. This smile caught Manager Zhou's keen eye, nearly causing him to think he had misseen. By the time he regained his composure, Murong Zifeng had already assigned him another task. As Manager Zhou exited the study, he was about to leave the residence when, unexpectedly, he turned on his heel and hurried in another direction within the Murong estate. What? Exclaimed Lord Murong, nearly twisting the head off a bird he was amusing. Is this true? The usually serene Lord Murong wore an expression that was oddly mixed, appearing both joyous and perplexed, almost ghastly. Manager Zhou nodded vigorously. Indeed, it is true. Meanwhile, Lady Murong, trimming a pot of exotic dahlias, inadvertently snipped away the valuable blooms worth a fortune. Feng and Amp, Oppo's actually, likes women? The entire Murong residence erupted with excitement. The inhabitants of the Murong estate were filled with unrestrained joy. They were all in a frenzy. Lord Murong, tears streaming down his face, exclaimed, My dear, our child has finally awakened. The Murong family will have descendants. Chapter 120. The Murong Residence, Part 2. The matriarch of the Murong family wept profusely, exclaiming, My dear husband, we shall finally hold our grandchild. The servants, equally moved, shed tears as they remarked, In our lifetime, we have finally witnessed the young master marrying and having children. Thus, an extraordinary atmosphere enveloped the Murong residence, oscillating between laughter and tears in an endless cycle. As Murong Zifeng entered the dining hall for the evening meal, he paused momentarily, sensing the peculiar gazes directed at him. Each person stole glances, as if transformed into numerous ants scrutinizing him. Although he was accustomed to the unusual stares of others, today his attention felt markedly different. He composed himself and proceeded to pay his respects to the two elders in the main hall. Upon entering, he was momentarily taken aback. The patriarch and matriarch of the Murong family were garbed in vibrant red attire, seated prominently with beaming smiles, their faces seemingly inscribed with the fortune of the day, as if ready to feast on a celebratory meal. Surveying his surroundings, Murong Zifeng noted no significant changes. Father, mother, are you well today? Though their attire, expressions, and demeanor were peculiar, he dutifully approached to offer his respects. The patriarch trembled with excitement as he inquired, My son, how fare you today? The matriarch scrutinized him, as if it had been a decade since she last beheld her own child. My son, have you come to dine? Under the intense gaze of the two elders, Murong Zifeng, despite his usual detachment, felt uneasy. Furrowing his brow, he asked, Father, mother, what is this about? Before he could receive an answer, both elders began to sob. Murong Zifeng was momentarily stunned, pondering if he had spoken amiss. After a pause, the matriarch managed to compose herself, inviting him to partake in the evening meal. Murong Zifeng's dinner consisted solely of vegetarian dishes, yet throughout the meal, the two elders regarded him as if he were a rare treasure, rendering it difficult for him to eat. Father, mother, if there is nothing further, I shall retreat to attend to my studies. Yes, yes, go rest, the patriarch urged. Good child, do not read the scriptures for too long. It may strain your eyes and harm your kidneys. The matriarch added, Harm my kidneys? Murong Zifeng pondered silently. He nodded in acknowledgement, casting one last glance at the elders before retreating to his study. As soon as he departed, the patriarch and matriarch summoned Steward Zhou for an in-depth inquiry. Upon receiving the account books, the patriarch exclaimed, Indeed, a prodigy, a perfect match. Our future daughter-in-law is a veritable treasure. However, the matriarch interjected, Why does the eldest daughter of the Jiang family wish to establish a floral shop? Steward Zhou explained, The eldest daughter of the Jiang family possesses considerable knowledge of medicinal herbs. The calming pills that you and the matriarch have consumed were crafted from her prescriptions. This jade white ointment was also her contribution, formulated for facial application. I have heard that women of the capital have claimed remarkable results from it, fading scars and enhancing beauty. Instantly, the matriarch in Apos' eyes sparkled with interest. Why was I not given a box? My future daughter-in-law is so capable. I must have it. I must ensure that the esteemed ladies of the capital all use it. The patriarch nodded vigorously in agreement. Indeed, those calming pills are exceptionally effective. Since I began taking them, my sleep has been far more restful. Ha ha! My son has such discerning taste. The couple continued to extol the virtues of the Jiang family's daughter, as if she were already an undeniable member of the Murong family. Chapter 121. The exquisite individual Madame Murong remarked, "It appears that the eldest daughter of the Northern Duke and Apos' residence is indeed different from the rumors. Those who speak ill of her are merely envious." Lord Murong, less inclined towards gossip, addressed Steward Zhou, saying from now on, "Pay close attention to the affairs of Miss Jiang and ensure she receives only the best." Steward Zhou readily agreed. Madame Murong, placing a hand over her heart, sighed. "Heaven has finally opened its eyes. My son has taken a liking to a young lady. My daily prayers have borne fruit. Grandchildren may soon be within reach." Lord Murong hesitated, but it is not yet confirmed. Upon hearing this, Madame Murong shot him an incredulous glance. "If it is not confirmed, then let us confirm it. The young lady from the Jiang family is merely 11 years old, yet possesses such remarkable talent. The Murong family must invest whatever it takes to secure this union. I firmly believe my son will not refuse." Lord Murong, feeling cornered, acquiesced. "What you say is indeed true, my lady. We must ensure this match comes to fruition." He dared not contradict her, for he could not admit that his son might remain a bachelor for life. Madame Murong's spirits soared as she began to envision a bright future. She inquired of Steward Zhou, "What does this Miss Jiang look like?" Zhou responded with effusive praise, and the more she heard, the more delighted she became. She instructed him, "From this day forth, you shall proceed as I direct." Lord Murong echoed her commands. "From today onward, you shall follow this course. Remember it well." In the study, while sorting through Buddhist scriptures, Murong Zifeng suddenly felt a chill run down his spine. He glanced outside at the radiant sunset, furrowing his brows in contemplation. Why did he persistently sense foreboding? His hand inadvertently brushed against a letter, the elegant and forceful handwriting catching his eye, and suddenly, the innocent and beautiful visage from Xiaobin Tower surfaced in his mind. Having spent considerable time at Jie Temple, Jiang Dings had developed a certain transcendental calmness. As she adapted to the temple and Apos' lifestyle, she sent someone to gather news. The estate remained tranquil, perhaps too tranquil. Aside from the Northern Duke's residence finally inquiring about her health, there seemed to be no indication of her and her mother returning. Jiang Dings was unperturbed, for she recalled that in her previous life, she returned to the capital only after a year, coinciding with her mother Sui's passing. As she approached the age of marriage, her father, Jiang Yufeng, sought an alliance with the crown prince and Apos' residence, which led to her return. However, due to her mother's death in her past life, the favored concubine, Zhou, had risen to prominence. Returning then, she found herself in a changed world, beset by bullying. Now, with her mother Sui and Apos' health improving and likely to enjoy longevity, Jiang Dings felt no urgency. The Jiang family in Yuxian had submitted after the recent turmoil. No one dared to provoke them. The second branch of the Jiang family had quieted, and with Jiang Yilin injured and bearing the stigma of theft, it seemed unlikely she would find a suitable match in this lifetime. Chen Sichuan and Jiang Yun had witnessed the emperor and Apos' gracious demeanor towards her and likely would not dare to cause further trouble. Jiang Dings mused, then chuckled softly to herself. What was the matter with her? Had she endured so much hardship that she had grown wary of those without status? The powerful trample upon the weak. Offending the rightful lady and eldest daughter of the Northern Duke and Apos' residence was certainly not within their realm of possibility. Jiang Dings resolved to cast aside the Jiang clan's concerns. With none capable of standing against her, what was there to fear? As she was preparing to compose herself for serene contemplation and Buddhist worship, the Kasyapa temple suddenly became lively. In the courtyard of the guest rooms for noble women, a multitude of servants were bustling about from early morning. Madame Sui, who cherished tranquility, found the constant activity quite vexing. She could not help but complain to one of the temple's monks. "Who on earth is this, making such a commotion?" The monk hesitated. This humble monk is uncertain, but must be a person of great importance. Madame Sui observed that the servants were unfamiliar, not resembling those from prominent families in the capital. She inquired curiously, "What manner of noble personage is it?" The monk stammered for a moment. "An exceedingly noble personage." With that, he hastily excused himself. Madame Sui pondered. An exceedingly noble personage? Could it be a princess? However, the emperor and Appo's daughters are all grown and married. Jiang Dings chuckled. "Mother, do not speculate wildly. We shall know by evening." However, as evening approached, things were not settling down as Jiang Dings had anticipated. The servants were still toiling, transporting cartloads of items inside. Jiang Dings glanced casually and was immediately taken aback. This is not a visit for worship. It is a relocation, from dawn till dusk. The servants, like diligent ants, carried precious antiques, furniture, potted plants, and personal belongings into the depths of the courtyard. Even the weeds along the paths were cleared, and the bare patches were meticulously covered with sod and adorned with beautiful flowers. The path was spread with fine white sand, and any unevenness was smoothed out. Even Jiang Dings, who was accustomed to grand spectacles in her previous life, was astonished. This display nearly rivaled an imperial procession. Yet, she had met Emperor Qingshan, who would never be so extravagant. Even if Emperor Qingshan were to travel incognito, he would not personally visit the Kasyapa temple. Jiang Dings grew increasingly curious about the visitor. After some thought, she returned to her room, changed into a simple servant's attire, and, accompanied by the quick-witted Chunling, stealthily infiltrated the courtyard. Fortunately, the servants in the depths of the courtyard were so preoccupied that they did not notice the two young maids slipping in. Jiang Dings led Chunling deeper into the courtyard, choosing secluded paths to avoid being recognized. Finally, she stopped at a white wall, realizing there was no path ahead. Chunling looked at Jiang Dings speechlessly. "Miss, we have taken the wrong turn. There is no sign of any houses here." Jiang Dings tiptoed, peering at the white wall that was taller than herself. She declared confidently, "Chunling, do not worry. We shall see who has come today once we are over this wall." Chunling was at a loss for words, stammering, "Miss, you intend to scale the wall?" Jiang Dings was unsure where this idea had come from. Perhaps it was the tedium of the temple stay, or perhaps the inability to locate the mysterious 15th imperial uncle had inspired such a bold notion. Chapter 123. Strung up in the tree in any case. Jiang Dings calmly gestured towards the ladder she had long since selected by the wall and instructed Chunling, "You go and steady the ladder." Chunling stuttered in surprise. "Miss, are you going to climb the wall?" Jiang Dings chuckled in disbelief. "Climb a wall? I merely wish to take a glance." Reluctantly, Chunling moved to assist with the ladder. But being young and lacking strength, she could only help Jiang Dings lift it. The master and servant toiled together, perspiring profusely as they maneuvered the ladder. Jiang Dings lifted her skirt and, under Chunling and Appo's worried gaze, ascended the ladder. Once atop the wall, she concealed herself in the shadow of a locust tree, peering into the courtyard. Regrettably, dusk was approaching, and she could only make out the vague outlines of the yard. Just as she lamented the obscured view, lights began to flicker to life around the courtyard, illuminating the previously dim space. At last, she discerned the layout of this enigmatic courtyard. To the left was a rockery with a small pond, while the right boasted a verdant garden. A delicate little bridge connected the two. Jiang Dings was taken aback, realizing this was indeed a residence befitting the most esteemed of nobility. Even she and her mother, Madame Sui, who were among the pinnacle of Qin dynasty aristocracy, resided in merely ordinary Zen-style quarters. Who could possibly inhabit such a lavish abode? Could it be someone of royal blood? At that moment, raucous voices erupted from within the courtyard, prompting Jiang Dings to hastily look on. A throng of people was hastily ushering someone inside. After observing for a while, she was enchanted by the melodious sound that drifted from the crowd. Yet, as she watched, The group enveloped the central figure and whisked them into the house. Disappointment washed over her, as she could not catch a glimpse. Chunling, anxiously whispering, urged Miss we should leave. What if someone sees us? Jiang Dings surveyed the courtyard, feeling a deep sense of regret. In a fit of determination, she climbed higher onto the wall and, grasping the sturdy branches of the locust tree, made her way over. Her heart raced with an exhilaration she could not comprehend. A voice within her urged her to discover the identity of this noble personage. Who could this illustrious figure be from her past life, of whom she remained unaware? She felt an intense premonition that recognizing this individual might present her with an opportunity to alter her fate. As she ascended, she calculated that she could perhaps slide down into the courtyard from the locust tree. Thus, she clambered up the tree, using both hands and feet. Chunling gazed in astonishment, her eyes wide as she witnessed her delicate mistress truly climbing the wall and scaling the tree. Sweat dripped from Chunling in her anxious state. Jiang Dings finally perched herself on a branch of the locust tree to catch her breath, but just as she prepared to descend, she froze. Gazing down from her elevated perch, her smile gradually faded. Could someone please explain why the tree, which appeared modestly high, now seemed terrifyingly elevated? Why did the branch she had previously deemed reachable now seem utterly out of her grasp? Were her legs too short? Jiang Dings glanced at her legs, momentarily speechless. Indeed, she had overestimated her abilities. After all, this body was merely a little over 10 years of age. The night breeze rustled past, carrying the scent of sandalwood from the nearby temple. Jiang Dings felt as though she were a salted fish left to dry in the tree, shivering uncontrollably. Chunling and Appos. As voice came softly from below, Miss, are you all right? Jiang Dings mustered a smile that was more tragic than laughter. I'm stuck up in the tree. Chunling gasped in shock. Jiang Dings steadied herself. Chunling, please go fetch someone. Chapter 124. The salty fish in the tree on the other side of the wall. Chunling was nearly in tears, desperate to call for help. How could they allow the young lady of the Northern Kingdom's government to dangle from a tree? Moreover, their own young lady had climbed over walls and trees. How could she face anyone if this word spread? Chunling, in her urgency, could only stamp her foot in frustration and seek assistance. Meanwhile, on this side of the wall, Jiang Dings gazed at the darkening sky, rendered speechless. She truly felt that her illustrious life had crumbled in an instant. Once a wise and strategic empress, she now found herself akin to a salted fish hanging from a branch. A slight throbbing began at her temples. It would be a long wait before Chunling could find someone. Jiang Dings was growing weary from her position in the tree. After all, she was a delicate figure recovering from a severe illness. She had overestimated both her height and stamina. Sighing, Jiang Dings looked down at the thicket below. One could only imagine the spectacle if she were to fall. Another sigh escaped her lips as she noticed the uneven stones at the base of the tree. If she were to tumble down, it would undoubtedly result in serious injury, perhaps even death. Was it not somewhat ludicrous that her hard-earned chance at rebirth could end in such a manner? She sighed deeply once more. Oh, Garjean, look, there an amp. Appos, a little wildcat stuck in the tree. A youthful voice rang out from below. The tone was clear and crisp, tinged with a mischievous spirit. Jiang Dings and amp. Appos' heart skipped a beat, and she quickly looked down, but her vision was obscured in the dim light. Just as she strained to discern the figure below, a gust of wind rushed overhead, and the next moment, she felt a heavy pressure akin to a mountain bearing down on her. Before she could react, she was abruptly lifted by her waistband. The sudden weightlessness caused her to cry out. A chill of fear swept over her as a low, cold voice warned. If you move again, I will let you fall. The grip on her belt constricted her breathing, and pain shot through her ribs. Just as she was about to protest, the childish voice chimed in again. Indeed, indeed. What a lovely big flower cat. The speaker must have been a child, who clapped his hands in delight at having captured Jiang Dings. Steeling herself, she slowly replied, May I inquire who you are, esteemed sir? Could you kindly lower me before we converse? The one holding her remained silent, seemingly too disdainful to respond. From the shadows beneath the tree emerged a short, plump boy, appearing to be around 7 or 8 years old. In the darkness, His features were indistinguishable, but his face seemed fair and round, reminiscent of a dough ball. His eyes sparkled with mischief as he giggled. Big flower cat, big flower cat. Jiang Dings suppressed her irritation. Young master, I seem to have taken a wrong turn. Would you be so kind as to have your guard lower me? The boy tilted his head, studying her for a moment before breaking into a grin. If you meow like a cat for me, I shall let you down. Jiang Dings paused, feeling a surge of indignation rise within her, almost overwhelming her rationality. She replied sternly, Young child, do not overstep your bounds. The boy, tilting his head innocently, retorted, If you say you've taken a wrong turn. How did you end up in a tree? Isn't that deceitful? My mother says that liars deserve to have their tongues cut out. His words, innocent as they seemed, sent a chill down Jiang Dings' spine. Although the boy appeared young, he exuded an unsettling aura. Chapter 125. The little demon, she forced a smile, intending to utter a few empty compliments to placate him. Suddenly, the boy asked, Sister, if you don't meow like a cat, I won't let you down. He then looked up at the man above her, saying, Guard, if she refuses to meow, please cut out her tongue for me. Upon finishing, he gazed at Jiang Dings with a grin. The previously deep and indifferent voice echoed, Yes, young master. Jiang Dings was taken aback. The boy continued to smile at her. Sister, I will count to 10, and you must meow like a cat. 1, 2, 3, 7, 8. He counted slowly, and Jiang Dings felt cold sweat trickling down her back. She noticed the boy and Appo's eyes were devoid of any mirth, instead bearing a chilling malice. How could such a person exist? Who was this boy? Why had she never encountered him in her past life? What had gone awry? Jiang Dings' mind raced, but despite scouring her memories, she could find no recollection of such a precious yet small child from her previous existence. 10. The boy shouted. Guard, cut out her tongue and feed it to the dogs. The voice from above remained devoid of emotion. Understood. As you command. Before she could react, Jiang Dings felt her jaw clutched in an iron grip, rendering her immobile. Scream, and if you do not, Guard will first dislocate your jaw, then use a hook to extract your tongue, and finally slice it off slowly. Sister, you have no idea how terrifying it is to have your tongue cut out. You can only watch helplessly as it is severed piece by piece. Dream on. Jiang Dings fumed, furious that he dared to commit such an atrocity in this sanctified temple. The boy clicked his tongue. What does the Buddhist temple matter? I do not adhere to that faith. Jiang Dings was momentarily stunned. Not a believer in Buddhism? The boy addressed Guard. If she still doesn't meow, dislocate her jaw. Jiang Dings retorted angrily. Sir Guard, as a man, how can you lay hands on a defenseless woman? The dispassionate voice replied, Young lady, Jinshu only obeys the commands of the young master. In his eyes, it seemed that everything else was worthless. Scream. No. Jiang Dings was incensed. The boy smiled mischievously at her. Guard. The grip on her hands tightened further. It was a dire situation. Jiang Dings squeezed her eyes shut, hoping for a miracle to occur. Wait, the boy suddenly called out. Why, isn't she screaming? Guard replied coldly, I do not know, my lord. The boy tilted his head, gazing at Jiang Dings suspended in the air, and then smiled. Guard, let her down. I want to inquire who she truly is. Jiang Dings felt herself lighten, and in an instant, she was set down on solid ground. As her feet touched the earth, she collapsed and began to retch. After a prolonged struggle, she found nothing to expel. The little boy looked at her with a grin. Sister, who are you? Hanging from a tree at this hour. Are you trying to be a little kitty? Slowly rising, Jiang Dings noticed that the boy was a head shorter than her. Beside him stood a tall man dressed in black. No wonder she hadn't seen who had caught her in the tree. Jiang Dings brushed off the leaves from her clothes, pondering her next move. The boy suddenly spoke. Sister, don't think of any way to escape. If you refuse to speak, I have countless methods to ensure you do not leave here alive. Jiang Dings grew into amp. Appo's heart skipped a beat. Did this boy possess mind-reading abilities? The boy tilted his head, eyeing her with a grin. Do you think I am lying, sister? Jiang Dings, however, found it impossible to believe that such a small child could harbor such malice, nor did she believe she could perish here without cause. She smiled coldly. My maid has already gone to summon help. Someone will come for me shortly. You, little boy, should stop trying to frighten people. It's rather tiresome. Chapter 126. The young boy scrutinized her for a moment. This young lady keeps calling me a little child. Could it be that you are quite aged? Jiang Dings was taken aback, her mouth snapping shut. Though he appeared quite young, the boy was remarkably astute, almost resembling a mischievous little demon rather than a typical child. He waved at Jean Chu and stepped into the room. Jiang Dings only caught Jean Chu muttering an apology before he soared away into the air. By the time she regained her composure, she found herself collapsed onto a plush carpet. Indeed, it was a carpet. Within this secluded and humble temple lay a magnificent Persian carpet, one that even the esteemed dignitaries of the capital might find unaffordable. Its intricate and exquisite patterns, the long, delicate fibers, and the exotic fragrance left her astonished, momentarily eclipsing her anger. At that moment, she also took in the boy's appearance. He was quite chubby, his fair and round face resembling a glutinous rice dumpling. His features were finely chiseled, suggesting he would grow into an exceptionally handsome young gentleman. Yet his eyes, a mere glance sent a shiver down Jiang Dings' spine. They were cold and capricious. His eyes curved into crescent moons, but within them burned a chilling, demonic fire capable of annihilating everything. The boy donned a luxurious golden brocade outfit, and around his plump waist was a jade belt worth a fortune. His entire demeanor exuded an aura of opulence, almost as if the words wealthy were inscribed upon his dumpling-like face. Jiang Dings steadied herself and rose from the floor. The young boy, perhaps taken aback by her striking beauty, squinted at her for a considerable time. She found it peculiar to observe such astonishment in the eyes of a boy of merely 7 or 8 years, for it seemed rather strange. Suddenly, the boy spoke. You must be the so-called foolish young lady from the North Country Duke's mansion. I heard you contracted a dreadful illness and were sent here by your father, Jiang Yufeng, to await your demise. Your mother, the Sui matriarch, accompanied you as well. I pondered for a while, and among the people within several dozen miles of this county, only you, with your distinguished identity, would not fear me. He asserted this with such conviction that Jiang Dings found herself incapable of formulating a rebuttal. The young boy awkwardly